Chapter 1 Same Face. In March 2207, at the A City Biological Research Institute building, Ranran stood by the window on the third floor, looking at the hazy sky through the glass. She could hardly remember the last time she saw blue skies. The air was always filled with tiny smog particles, completely blocking the blue above. Even though she wore a protective mask every day, her lungs still felt murky. She vaguely recalled a childhood text titled "Spring has come." Longing for it, the east wind has arrived, the footsteps of spring are near. Everything looks like it has just woken up, happily opening its eyes. Now, it seemed that the plants hadn't woken up at all apart from the stubborn grass poking through the ground. Everything else looked as if it were still in hibernation. Ranran even thought that in a few more years, they might completely vanish from this eras. She was lost in thought. A woman's voice came from behind her. There was another earthquake in Nansien. It's the third one this week. Ranran, don't you think the earthquakes have been too frequent lately? Turning around, she saw a round-faced girl with a bob cut. She was LV Ran, responsible for logistics in the office, a girl who was obedient and almost dull. It's not just recently. Ranran looked at the hazy sky. There are fires in South America, sinkholes in the northeast, and the temperature in Xishuangbanna has been 42 degrees for a month. This is no longer the best of times. LV Ran whispered, "It will get better." Will it? Ranran smiled to herself. She wasn't a pessimist, but judging by the current state of the earth, the crust was already active in many places, and such activity might be the beginning of decline. Ranran, it's already off work. Aren't you going back? I want to wait a bit longer. Professor Chung and the senior brother are still in the L8B. Ranran smiled at her. You go ahead. After LV Ran left, Ranran waited for another hour. As the sky began to darken, they still hadn't come out, probably engaged in a complex experiment. She casually packed her things in her backpack and swiped her car to leave. Just as she entered the elevator, she saw a security guard rushing towards her in a hurry. Ranran pressed the button for him. Are you in a hurry to go down? Yes, something happened downstairs. Something happened? Ranran frowned. Is it the family members from the hospital causing a scene again? No, they said two strange people came downstairs and were trying to break in. When the elevator reached the first floor, the security guard bolted towards the entrance like an arrow, where a tense situation was already unfolding with more than 10 people, surrounding the main door tightly. Among them were the two people the guard had mentioned. They were a young man and woman, looking no older than 30, dressed in rags, their faces pale like wandering souls standing outside the door. The woman hung her head, appearing lethargic, while the man grabbed a security guard's hand, pointing to the sky and explaining urgently, "We came from there." The group of security guards burst into laughter. Came from the sky? Are you kidding? The man's neck muscles bulged with excitement. We're not lying. We need to see Director Zhang. There's no Director Zhang here. The man was taken aback. How can there not be? He was transferred from the capital to oversee the Research Institute project. This is getting more ridiculous. Hurry up and leave. These two don't even have chips. The guards grew impatient and pulled out a stun baton to force them away. The couple stood there like fools, showing no intention of dodging when they saw the beam of light in his hand. Only when the arc of electricity swept across them did they scream and fall back. The originally weak and lethargic woman suddenly raised her head and shouted, "His name is Zhang Yucai. His name is Zhang Yucai." Her shout stunned everyone, not because of the name she mentioned, but because she had the exact same face as Ranran. From the shape of her face to her eyebrows and mouth, they looked about 90% alike, with the remaining 10% difference attributed to their ages. Ranran was in her early 20s, while this madwoman looked to be nearing 30. That the sight of the two looking at each other was quite eerie, as if they were from different lifetimes. "Miss Gu, is this your relative?" The security guard was also surprised. Ranran stepped closer to the woman, who stepped back in shock. Just as they exchanged glances, the man who had been shouting to get inside dashed towards the Research Institute. The guards rushed after him, and soon the once lively entrance was left with only Ranran and the madwoman. The madwoman reached out her hand, attempting to touch Ranran's face, but upon contact, she recoiled as if shocked. For several seconds, their eyes locked, and Ranran felt a strange sadness welling up inside her, a feeling clearly instigated by the woman opposite her. Could their emotions be connected? Ranran found it odd and quietly asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm looking for Zhang Yuchang." I'm looking for Zhang Yucai. The woman kept muttering this name. As the name registered in Gu Ranran's ears again, she suddenly remembered something. It seemed she had seen this name somewhere before, either in a book or in someone else's conversation. Before she could think it through, she heard the guards' voices behind her. Quick, grab her. Don't let this madwoman escape. He's not even afraid of the stun baton. Let's send this person to a mental hospital. And that woman at the door. The woman showed no reaction to these voices. She stared blankly into Gu Ranran's eyes, her cracked lips moving. Zhang Yucai. Gu Ranran felt a sudden sharp pain in her heart, as if a steel needle had pierced through. She sensed that their identical appearances were no coincidence, and that there must be some connection. So, she quickly grabbed the woman's hand. Come with me. I'll take you to find Zhang Yucai. Gu Ranran sprinted forward, and after a few seconds of hesitation, the woman followed her in a wild, "Are you Indiji?" Ranran pulled her hand and dashed to the parking area, checking to see if anyone was around, then quickly shoved the woman into the back seat and started the solar-powered car. The woman curled up in the back seat, trembling, still muttering that name. Gu Ranran looked at her through the rearview mirror. What's your name? The woman showed no response, not even lifting her eyelids. Gu Ranran asked again, Are you from a city? The woman still did not respond, shaking like a leaf, as if she were enclosed in a cage. Gu Ranran shook her head. Let's go home first. The Biological Research Institute was a confidential unit, and accordingly, surveillance equipment was installed in the employees' dormitories, so Gu Ranran naturally did not go there. Instead, she chose to go to the old, abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. Chapter 2. Do I have a twin sister? The Gu family's old house was inherited from her grandfather, a rural villa over 100 years old, with few households within 10 miles. Transportation was inconvenient, but it suited her grandfather's work needs. He was an old-fashioned writer. Unlike the imaginative young people of today, he still adhered to the themes and ideas of the past. It was easy to imagine that he was quickly eliminated by reality. After he turned 40, he hadn't published a single book. Thus, he fell into a cycle of despair, regret, brief revival, and then back into despair. Gu Ranran remembered him as always being in a drunken stupor, his mind unclear, with rough hands patting his head like a heavy bare paw, always threatening to come down hard, making one involuntarily shrink back. Every time this happened, her grandfather would look at her with disgust and then let out a long sigh. Gu Ranran guessed that it might be because she wasn't a boy, leading to the Gu family's end. This feeling always arises during family visits around the holidays. It wasn't until she turned 10 that her grandfather suddenly passed away. When Gu Ranran returned home with her parents for the funeral, amidst her sadness, she also felt a sense of relief that her old-fashioned and conservative grandfather would no longer dislike her. She thought about this all the way, occasionally glancing at the woman curled up in the back seat, offering some comfort. My old house may be desolate, but it's safe. You, without a chip, don't have many options. The chip is equivalent to an identity card in this era. Since the moment you are born, a type of nanotechnology is implanted in your arm. Besides identity verification, it also serves purposes like data extraction, travel tracking, communication networks, etc. Of course, one can choose to hide some functions. Everyone in this era has a chip, except for fugitives and undocumented individuals. Gu Ranran wondered which category the woman in the back seat belonged to. She drove quickly, continuously pressing the fastest button, as the car used smart navigation to find the most suitable route, cleverly avoiding all dense traffic areas. By the time she rushed into the abandoned villa, the woman was already slumped in the back seat, either unconscious or asleep. Ranran dragged her into the dusty living room on the first floor and threw her onto the sofa, then looked down at her. The woman frowned slightly, causing faint crow's feet to appear at her forehead and the corners of her eyes, making Gu Ranran unconsciously touch her own forehead, wondering if she would have these wrinkles in 10 years. That Ranran observed her carefully. Beneath her slightly thick brows were a pair of tightly closed eyes. Ranran knew that once they opened, they would be gentle and bright. They were the most beautiful part of her face. Below that, she appeared ordinary, with a slightly flat nose and thin lips. But because of those eyes, the whole person became radiant. It felt like a pair of eyes could save a face. The two of them looked exactly alike, especially on the right side of her neck. There was even a small dark red mole. Ranran touched the corresponding spot on her neck, feeling it was unbelievable. Ranran had the illusion that she was looking in a mirror. She knew that in biological inheritance, there are some inexplicable coincidences, but such coincidences couldn't extend to moles and birthmarks. She was certain that they must have some blood relation. Driven by this thought, Ranran went to the next room, put on AR glasses, and dialed her parents' phone number. Both her parents were freelancers, spending most of their time at home. So after 2 rings, the call was answered. Her father, appearing surprised and in his study, looked at her. "Ranran, where are you? Why is it so dark behind you?" "Dad, I'm not at home." Ranran got straight to the point. "Before you and Mom had me, did you have other children? Or do I have a twin sister?" Her father looked puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "Of course not. We only have you as our daughter." "Really not?" Ranran stared into her father's eyes on the screen, thinking about the flicker and unease she saw in them. But her father's expression was very firm, showing no signs of lying. "Of course not." "Ranran, why are you asking this?" Ranran was silent for a moment, contemplating whether to tell them about this. But a few seconds later, she decided to hide it. "Dad, it's nothing. I just saw someone who looks a lot like me on the road today, so I couldn't help but ask." After a brief small talk, they hung up. After taking off the AR glasses, Ranran sighed softly, suddenly realizing that she still didn't fully believe her father's words. That day, Ranran stayed in the old house for quite a while. The woman remained asleep, deeply unconscious. She didn't know how long she would sleep. The news she received from a colleague was that the man who broke into the research institute had been sent to the hospital as a mental patient. In the evening, she put on the AR glasses again and searched online for a caregiver, using keywords like strong and agile. Ranran was also worried that this woman might run away and cause trouble. After all, her background was unclear. The price for suitable caregivers was exorbitant. The most expensive thing in this era was labor. Ranran thought about her meager wallet balance and searched for a long time. Finally, she found an AI nanny available for rent at a discounted price from an artificial intelligence company. This AI nanny was indeed much cheaper, but its appearance was rough. It was a big, ugly, and strong man. Ranran hoped it wouldn't scare the woman too much as she placed the order. The AI nanny arrived at the villa within an hour after the order was placed, and the AI company had already set the program according to her needs. Its job was threefold: to take care of the woman, provide basic medical treatment, and prevent her from escaping. After seeing it start working, Ranran turned and left the villa. She sat in her car, staring at the direction of the door, lost in thought for a while before driving away. Over the next 2 days, Ranran always found time to check on the old house amidst her work. The old house had no surveillance, so what she saw was from the perspective of the AI nanny. On the first day, the AI nanny was diligent, cleaning up an empty room on the 2nd floor and moving the woman upstairs. IT treated her external injuries and somehow managed to get a set of clothes for her to change into. As for food, it was liquid meals ordered by Ranran from the city, which the AI nanny fed her 3 times a day to sustain her necessary bodily functions. The next morning, when Ranran checked again, she found that the woman had woken up. She looked at the AI robot with fear, her eyes full of terror, and kept retreating as if trying to escape. The robot was also diligent, grabbing her back each time she got close to the door or window. The woman seemed very afraid of the AI. Perhaps the robot's appearance scared her. What could be done? This was the only discounted option available. So Ranran didn't pay much attention. After washing up, she went to the research institute, where she was going to help Professor Chung with several pathological tests, expecting another busy day. What she couldn't imagine was that just 3 hours later, the scene that appeared on the surveillance footage left her dumbfounded. In the footage, the AI's arms were empty, with everything below the elbows gone. Chapter 3: The Violent Woman. Ranran was startled. How could such a strong AI robot be injured? What did the woman do to it? She followed the footage for a long time and finally saw the woman holding a sharp knife, curled up in a corner, warily staring this way. Ranran panicked. Although the rental fee for the discounted AI was reasonable, the compensation for damages was extremely high. It was likely that her monthly allowance wouldn't be enough. With no other choice, Ranran immediately took a leave of absence and drove hastily back to the old house. On the way, she glanced at the footage again, using voice commands to warn the crazy woman to stop immediately, or it wouldn't just be simple compensation for damages. Ranran gritted her teeth, pressed the acceleration button, and sped down the road, repeatedly thinking about this woman's violence. She even attacked a robot. Decades ago, when AI robots first emerged, there were cases of violent and perverted customers harming robots. At first, society didn't take it seriously. Most people thought that since they were robots, they weren't alive. But as incidents increased, it sparked strong protests from an organization called AI Protection. They believed that although AI was created by humans, they were also implanted with human-like thoughts and actions, thus qualifying as half human and deserving of human rights. Protection, rather than being subjected to the horrifying desires of perverted individuals and becoming tragic victims. This issue escalated significantly at its worst. It nearly paralyzed the internet. Perpetrators were doxxed online, and even a murder case arose. The abuser was hung on a prominent city building, surrounded by piles of dismembered AI robot limbs, creating a horrific scene. Later, the AI Protection Act was finally enacted in response to strong public demand. All clients renting robots from AI companies are required to sign a protection agreement, promising to return the robots in full. So, Ranran felt anxious and scared the little money left in her bank account was nowhere near enough to cover the hefty compensation. Moreover, this incident could very likely land her in jail. When Ranran arrived at the old house, there were loud noises coming from inside. An unknown dark figure flew towards the window, and then with a bang, the glass shattered into pieces. After that, the front door was shaken violently, as if someone inside was desperately pulling on it. Ranran frowned and went to unlock the fingerprint lock. This lock was quite old and responded sluggishly, taking a full 10 seconds to recognize her. During those 10 seconds, there were two loud crashing sounds from inside. Finally, she opened the door and was shocked by the scene in front of her. A strange woman stood warily at the top of the stairs, holding a chair, while the poor AI strongman dragged his broken leg and amputated arm, expressionless yet habitually trying to pull her back. There was no way around it. The AI's directive was to take care of her, treat illnesses, and prevent escape. So he wouldn't resist at all. As long as the mainboard existed, he would just carry out his tasks. Afraid that the woman would run away, Ranran hurriedly closed the door behind her with a loud bang and coldly looked at the stranger. Try smashing again. The woman either didn't understand or was completely unafraid. Her blood-red eyes were fixed on Ranran. After a few seconds, she surprisingly swung the chair towards the AI strongman. The wooden chair shattered into pieces upon hitting the AI's head, scattering with chips everywhere. But the strongman remained expressionless, reaching out to grab her. The woman, scared, turned and ran into the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding a rusty axe, transforming into a bloodthirsty demon, stepping forward one by one. Ranran's heart raced. She had only one thought. If she kept smashing, the damage would be too severe and she would definitely go bankrupt. Even if she managed to pay, the loss of reputation would make her life extremely inconvenient. So she quietly picked up a broken chair leg and crept up behind the woman. At the moment the woman raised the axe, she struck her on the back of the neck with a bang. The woman seemed stunned, standing there in a daze, still holding the axe. After a moment, the axe fell to the ground with a thud, and her legs gave way, collapsing down. Ranran quickly walked over to check her. There were no visible injuries, just a simple faint. The AI strongman, following his instinct, stepped forward and picked up the woman, heading upstairs. Ranran followed, watching the AI strongman cover her with a blanket, wipe her face with a wet towel, and then start feeding her liquid food. Feeling uneasy, Ranran found a rope and tied the woman up. She then considered calling the police, but at the moment she was about to connect, she suddenly dismissed the idea. She leaned down, staring at the woman for several seconds, and whispered, "I'm letting you go this time purely because of your face. What if you were my relative?" Now, there were two difficult tasks in front of her. One was to find a way to deal with the injured AI, and the other was to uncover the woman's identity. Of the two, the former was more urgent. Because she was currently short on funds, she had only rented the AI for a week, and with only 2 days left before return, what would she do about the broken arm? Ranran felt a headache coming on, racking her brains for someone with experience in AI repair. Thankfully, her clever mind managed to come up with one that was a high school classmate of her best friend Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was her childhood friend. They lived in the same neighborhood when they were young. Later, Xiaoyu's father went bankrupt in business and moved to another city, which naturally affected her studies. The excellent Xiaoyu only attended a university focused on social welfare. After graduation, she worked at a library, Xiaoyu had once mentioned that their high school desk mate, Lu, was very handy and opened an AI repair shop after growing up, which was doing very well. That remark came back to Ranran's mind, and her eyes lit up. She quickly contacted Xiaoyu and told her about the situation. Xiaoyu immediately agreed, saying she would have Lu contact her shortly. Meanwhile, she questioned Ranran about her location. "Where are you? Why is the room so dark?" Ranran was about to explain when suddenly she heard a noise from the second floor. She hurriedly said, "I'll explain more when I get back. I have something to do." "They'll hang up for now. Don't forget to help me contact him." This time it was just a false alarm. It was only a cup that broke due to the AI strongman's missing arm. Nothing serious. Ranran looked at its miserable state, clasped her hands together, and softly said, "I'm sorry." But the AI strongman mechanically replied, "What are your instructions?" Ranran laughed self-deprecatingly. If only people could be as uncomplaining as AI robots, then all contradictions would cease to exist. That evening, Xiaoyu's classmate drove over. He was a young man with dark skin and a simple appearance. Upon seeing the robot that Ranran had paused with a stop button, he was somewhat surprised. "Did you do this?" Chapter 4 Efforts not wasted. Ranran instinctively shook her head, then realized she couldn't expose that woman. "I rented her to clean this house. But there's a lawnmower in the backyard, and it accidentally happened like this." This excuse seemed reasonable, so his expression remained normal. "You were too careless. Let me see if there's a way. By the way, my name is Lu Haud." Ranran smiled slightly, feeling that the name had a somewhat old-fashioned style, reminiscent of a few centuries ago. Haud means to carry virtue, and it seemed like a name her grandfather would have liked. She gently said, "Hello, my name is Ranran. I'll get you a glass of water." When she returned after pouring the water, Lu Haud had already examined things thoroughly. He said seriously, "Fortunately, the wound is clean, and it's not in a critical area like the torso. As long as we connect the sensory wires and properly attach the remaining limb, it shouldn't be a big problem." "Can it be seen on the outside?" Ranran asked. "I mean, will the AI company check?" "If your credit is good and the exterior doesn't show anything, they shouldn't check that thoroughly. Besides, I will use repair paint to fix it." Lu Haud reassured her, "Don't worry." At this moment, Ranran's heart finally settled down. She watched him repair the robot, occasionally helping by passing him tools. They worked busily for 2 hours, finally restoring the robot to its original state. Ranran was very happy and offered to treat him to a meal, but Lu Haud declined. "Maybe another time. I have to rush back to the repair shop. I just received a message from a customer about an urgent job." Ranran saw him off, watching the car disappear into the darkness. A gust of night wind blew, carrying fine sand that brushed against Ranran's face, and suddenly, she remembered something from her childhood. At that time, the plants in the yard were difficult to grow, but her old-fashioned grandfather was stubborn, repeatedly making compost and trying various seeds, creating a sparse little garden. When the night wind blew back then, the air was always filled with the sour smell of fertilizer and the scent of plants. Back then, Ranran was still young and particularly hated that smell, but now she found herself missing it. After all, it was a vibrant scent, unlike now, where there were only dry, rough grains of sand, and breathing in only filled her with desolation. Ranran stood in the yard for a while before returning to the second floor. The woman was still unconscious. Ranran looked down at her, just as she began to mumble, "Zhang, Yutsai, Zhang, Yutsai." Her voice was very clear in the silent room, like little needles pricking at Ranran's scalp, and suddenly Ranran thought of something. That name sounded very familiar. It seemed she had seen it somewhere in the research institute. In her mind, she seemed to be standing in the archives talking to someone and had heard that name. But she couldn't recall the scene no matter how hard she tried. After pondering without results, Ranran decided to go to the research institute tomorrow to find out. That night, Ranran was afraid the woman would wake up and have a stress reaction, so she programmed the AI bodybuilder to charge. She dragged a recliner to sit beside her, covering herself with a thin blanket and dozing off. Throughout the night, the woman was very quiet, with only occasional mumbling and faint snoring. Half asleep, Ranran turned to look at her. In the darkness, her outline was very blurry, exuding a sense of danger that warned others to stay away. Just before dawn, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, her terrified gaze darting around. Then she struggled to get up. Of course, she couldn't, as Ranran had already tied her up with ropes. The more she struggled, the more painful it became, but she remained silent, probably afraid of attracting the AI bodybuilder. Ranran stood in the corner and said softly, "Stop struggling. You brought this upon yourself." The woman could only hear the voice coming from behind her head, but couldn't see where it was coming from. However, she felt that the voice was very familiar, so she instantly fell silent. Ranran stepped forward and stood at the foot of the bed. "Listen carefully. I don't care whether you understand or not. That robot is rented by me to take care of you. If you keep causing trouble, it will be the end for you. Also, about Zhang Yucai, I will find a way to help you locate him." Upon hearing Zhang Yucai's name, the woman made a sound in her throat, and finally, she quietly closed her eyes with a soft Ranran felt relieved. She knew that the woman had understood her words, so she went downstairs, restarted the AI bodybuilders program, and then left. When she arrived at the Research Institute's office, Ran suddenly stood up from behind her desk. "Ranran, you're finally here. Professor Ching asked you to go to his office as soon as you arrived." "What for?" "I don't know. Maybe it's about your sudden leave yesterday." Ran whispered, mouthing, "Good luck." Professor Chung was a good-natured person who didn't care much about the trivialities of life. Having worked at the Research Institute for over 40 years, he still lived in a 2-bedroom apartment assigned by the unit, which didn't match his current status at all. He usually didn't pay much attention to his appearance. Always wearing a worn-out work uniform that was barely recognizable, his hair often messy like straw, and his eyes behind his glasses often bloodshot. Yet they would emit a fiery flame during intense discussions. He was so obsessed with academic research that it became a kind of mania. It was normal for his team members to work overtime, and spending days and nights in the laboratory was a common occurrence. However, despite his usually good temperament, he often argued passionately over academic issues and managed his interns and researchers very strictly, which made everyone both respect and fear him. Despite this, Ranran felt the same way. She knew she was in the wrong for not finishing her work yesterday, so she lowered her head, quickened her pace, and entered the office, planning to offer a sincere apology first. "Teacher, Before she could finish her sentence, Professor Chung interrupted her. "Xiaoge, I called you here today for something important." "What is it?" Ranran felt very anxious. "Go to the archives and collect the blood data of skeletal disease patients from the pathology department in the past 5 years. Compare the changes in various indicators and send them to me before the end of the day." Ranran's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. "CAE, this data is very important. You need to keep a close eye on it." "Don't worry, teacher. I will finish it on time," Ranran assured him. She was overjoyed. After searching for him in her dreams 1,000 times, her efforts had not been wasted. Professor Chung did not blame her and even gave her the opportunity to enter the archives. What a great stroke of luck. Chapter 5, 200 Years Dead. One day after that, she spent all her time in the archives collecting data. The current data management system is very advanced, and it's quite convenient to extract patient information in an organized manner. However, most of the indicators provided by Professor Chung this time are from patients who haven't been tested in the past 5 years. So she has to run back and forth to compare the original samples and lab tests from the archives. This work is tedious and busy. Ranran didn't even have time for lunch. By 4 in the afternoon, she finally completed her task. She glanced at the archives manager, Sister Luo, hesitating on how to start a conversation. "Xiaoge, are you done organizing the data?" Sister Luo yawned and made small talk. "You should be off work soon, right? Young people should date more, have a few boyfriends, and not just immerse themselves in work all day. Otherwise, you'll end up like my husband, always arguing with me." Speaking of arguments, Ranran suddenly recalled that incident. On her first day at the Research Institute, she seemed to have encountered Sister Luo arguing with someone at the archives door, and that name was mentioned. Over time, the details had become a bit hazy. "Sister Luo, I remember on the day I reported for duty, you had an argument with a stranger?" "Yiran non probid." "Haha, that person was not my husband," Sister Luo said with amusement. "That boy was only in his 20s, here to check his grandfather's historical records. I was busy, and when I delayed for a while, he just argued with me a bit." Ranran's heart skipped a beat. Right, he seemed to be checking someone with the surname Zhang. Yes, the person he wanted to check was Zhang Yucai, who was the director of our research institute before, Sister Luo recalled. By the way, it's quite troublesome to be a civil servant now. You have to investigate the family relations within 5 generations. Go Ranran's heart raced. Our research institute has such a director? I've never heard of him. I only found out after checking. He was the first director after the institute was established and has been dead for 200 years. Go Ranran asked nervously, I'm curious. Can I know what he looked like? Sister Luo had no suspicion of her and casually pulled out the files for her to look at. Go Ranran stared at the unfamiliar and aged photo on the file, confused, which showed that Zhang Yucai developed cancer 6 months after starting work at the Research Institute and soon passed away. These discoveries left her both surprised and bewildered. There really was someone named Zhang Yucai, but he died 200 years ago. What connection does this have with that mysterious crazy woman? Finally, while Sister Luo went to get water, she quietly took a photo of Zhang Yucai's information with her watch. Then she left the archives. When she returned to her grandfather's house that night, Ranran suddenly felt something was off. In the dim light, it seemed someone was watching her from the shadows, which was chilling. She looked around and suddenly spotted the mysterious woman standing by the second-floor window. The moment their eyes met, the woman quickly pulled the curtain shut. Ranran shook her head and went inside, heading straight to the second floor. The woman was slumped over at the head of the bed, seemingly indifferent to the earlier peeping. Ranran took out her watch and displayed the captured image. Is this the person you're looking for? The woman stared at the floating image of the photo, surprised, and moved forward to grab it, but her hand grasped nothing and she recoiled. Her eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Yucai. Yes, his name is indeed Zhang Yucai, and he was also the first director of our research institute. As you said, he was sent from a capital to oversee the work, but he has been dead for 200 years. How do you know him? Ranran frovnid. Staring at the strange woman. Under her questioning, the woman took 2 steps back, her expression becoming dazed. Impossible. Ranran was speechless. Who exactly are you? Why we have the same face? The woman couldn't answer, her expression growing more terrified as she stepped backward. After a minute of stalemate, she suddenly closed her eyes and fell down with a thud. To her surprise, she had fainted again. Ranran shook her head, took out the prepared syringe and other items from her bag, extracted a vial of blood from the woman, and put the sample into her bag. Even if she was rambling, she would find a way to figure it out. DNA comparison is the quickest and most accurate method, right? The next morning, the weather was gloomy with heavy fog. Ranran went downstairs with her backpack. The car was parked in the garage, but the garage door wasn't securely closed last night, covered in dead leaves and dust, causing Ranran to spend an extra 2 minutes letting the self-cleaning process finish before starting the car to head to the research institute. However, the car had problems today. After just a few minutes of driving, smoke started to billow from the front. Ranran got out to check and found that it was overheating due to a lack of coolant. This issue was easy to fix. She took the coolant from the trunk and poured it into the container. After tidying everything up and wiping her hands, she continued on her way. But once she entered the laboratory, she found something was wrong. The blood sample had mysteriously disappeared, and no matter how she searched, there was no trace of it. She clearly remembered that after drawing the blood yesterday, she placed it in her bag. She even checked it carefully before leaving this morning. How could it disappear? She was sure she hadn't encountered anyone, nor had she left her bag. Wait, the car malfunctioned, and she had gotten out to deal with it. Could it have fallen out during those few minutes? Who would steal this? Ranran was puzzled, and just then, she heard about a related incident involving the crazy woman. The man who had burst into the research institute and was sent to a mental hospital had suddenly gone missing that morning. He vanished mysteriously, and the surveillance footage showed no trace of him, as if he had evaded all cameras and left the mental hospital from a blind spot. So Ranran linked these 2 events together, speculating that perhaps this man had stolen the sample for some reason. If so, he wouldn't stop there. He would definitely take the mysterious woman next. So Ranran remotely operated the AI robot to enhance security measures. Sure enough, that evening when Ranran returned, she found strange marks outside her door. Countless chaotic footprints, a dent in one part of the main door, and a missing section of the railing. There was no surveillance security system installed here, and the budget robot also lacked intelligent interaction. So apart from this, Ranran had no idea what had happened. She tried to ask the crazy woman, but she looked confused, seemingly baffled by Ranran's words. The more this happened, the more Ranran felt that the secret must be in the woman's DNA sample. Once again, she took a sample while the woman was asleep. This time, she didn't dare put it in her bag, but carefully tucked it into her pocket. She decided to take the bus to the research institute the next day. Cars can have accidents, but buses shouldn't, right? She couldn't believe that man could steal something in front of so many people. Chapter 6. Strange DNA test results. Grandpa lives in the suburbs, and there is only one bus that runs back and forth to the city. A few elderly people got on the bus, sparse and scattered. Indeed, as people age, they tend to prefer to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the city, leading simple and pure lives. Halfway through the journey, a few more people got on, and when Ranran saw the last man board, she could hardly believe her eyes. It wasn't until the man walked over, panting and grabbing the handrail, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and sitting next to Ranran that she realized it was her father. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Ranran was surprised. "Aren't you supposed to be at work right now?" Her father worked as a manager at a high-energy consumption factory, leaving home early and returning late, often working overtime, making it a luxury for the family to have a meal together. Ranran hadn't seen him for half a month. "Last night a colleague had some issues at home, so I came to check it out," her father said gently. "Ranran, when are you coming home?" "This weekend." Professor Chung said that after this phase of work, we will have a 2-day break. The father and daughter chatted casually, moving from work to mundane family matters. The atmosphere light and pleasant. The tedious journey felt much quicker. Seeing the destination station in the distance, Ranran grabbed her backpack to get off. But the strap got caught on the back of the seat. Pulling hard, the contents of the bag scattered everywhere, and the bottle containing the blood sample shattered into several pieces. Buses in this era are driverless with fixed routes and schedules, and even the times for opening and closing doors are set. If you miss it, you would have to wait until the next stop to get off. In a flurry, Ranran tried to pick up her things, and her father pulled down the strap of the backpack. After a chaotic moment, they finally managed to get off before the doors closed. Ranran watched the bus drive away, feeling a mix of emotions. Was her luck really this bad? She and T protected the blood sample properly, dragging her heavy footsteps towards the research institute. A storm of thoughts filled her mind. When she reached the entrance, Ranran suddenly stopped. Her father had seemed very unusual. He and T asked her why she was on that bus, nor questioned the existence of the blood sample. It was as if he knew everything but chose not to ask. She turned around, and the bus had long disappeared. Ranran's gaze lingered for a long time before she walked into her workplace to start her day. In the following days, strange occurrences continued to unfold. Ranran always felt someone following her in the shadows. The person didn't take any outrageous actions, but the feeling of being watched was ever present. To be cautious, she didn't return to that house and extended the service time of the AI robot, hoping to protect the mysterious woman in that way. Finally, one day, the person in the shadows couldn't hold back any longer and broke into the old house's yard. After receiving an alarm signal, Ranran immediately opened the surveillance. Yes, she had secretly arranged for the installation of the cameras a few days ago. Seeing the person captured on screen made Ranran feel desolate. The confirmation of a certain suspicion in her heart was indeed unsettling. That person was actually her father, which meant he had been following her for a long time. She watched in silence as her father reached for the door, only to quickly retract his hand as if shocked. Ranran shook her head. She had rigged the door with sharp, invisible needles, and her father had already been pricked. Then, a piercing alarm rang from the door. Her father seemed startled and quickly retreated, driving away from the old house. There must be some big secret involved. A series of words like illegitimate daughter and family crisis flashed through Ranran's mind. The previous coincidences were now explained. They were all orchestrated by her father. Ranran rushed out, started her car, and hurried back to the old house. She collected the blood from the needle tip and also found the stunned, mysterious woman, extracting her blood and her own as well. The 3 samples were sent to the Research Institute immediately. To maintain confidentiality, Ranran avoided everyone and entered the lab alone, preparing to conduct the tests herself. During this process, Ranran's thoughts raced. She considered countless possibilities. Perhaps the mysterious woman was her father's daughter from before, or they were actually twin sisters, with the age difference merely due to different life experiences. Both possibilities felt extremely foreign to her, and she didn't have the energy to consider whether she could accept them. She was engulfed in intense and anxious emotions. The speed of DNA testing had improved significantly compared to the past. Results could be obtained in about 4 to 5 hours. Ranran stayed violent, refusing to leave even as her eyelids grew heavy. Finally, around 3 in the morning, the results were out. However, the results on the paper took her by surprise, and she shook her head. Impossible, this can't be true. The printed results displayed 3 findings. 1. There is no biological connection between her and her father. 2. There is no biological connection between her father and the mysterious woman. 3. The DNA sequences of herself and the mysterious woman are 100 identical. In other words, from a biological perspective, they are the same person. Ranran collapsed into a chair. She clearly remembered her mother saying during her childhood that she had been infertile for many years after marriage. So she and her father went to the hospital to undergo in vitro fertilization, and that is how she came to be. Could it be that the sperm used for the IVF at that time wasn't from her father at all? And the fact that their DNA sequences were 100 identical was biologically impossible. Even identical twins, who share the same biological parents, would have slight differences, at most 99. 9. This was a question she had learned in high school biology. During the formation of sperm from spermatogonia, DNA must replicate, resulting in 100 identical DNA molecules. However, during meiosis, homologous chromosomes undergo crossover during the first meiotic prophase, leading to gene exchange, so the maximum similarity is 99. 9. The same applies to twins, making 100 identical DNA impossible. Was there an issue with the test data? To be safe, Ranran conducted a second test, this time also including her mother's hair. Speaking of which, the last time her mother came to the office to find her, seeing her dressed too lightly, she forcibly took off her own clothes to make Ranran wear them. It was very easy to collect a few strands of hair from that. This test continued until 8 in the morning. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she finally waited for the results. This time, the results were exactly the same as the last, but with an added line. Ranran's mother had no biological connection with her or the mysterious woman. Chapter 7, Who are we? We are not our parents' children. We are the same person as that mysterious woman. What a terrifying conclusion is this? Ranran felt like her brain was about to explode. She had studied biology for many years, but at this moment, she began to doubt her expertise. To be safe, she searched for academic materials, but they all confirmed that her previous conclusion was indeed correct. By this time, it was almost time to start work. She glanced at the indicator light on the wall, hurriedly packed up her testing materials, and entered the office a few minutes early. Xishuangbanna was already there, flipping through patient records. When he saw Ranran come in, he greeted her with a smile. Junior sister has arrived? I'll check the materials from the pathology lab again. Xishuangbanna was over a decade older than her. When he was pursuing his master's degree in biology, he studied under Professor Cheng and had always been Professor Cheng's right-hand man in countless research projects. He was also the most respected senior brother in the eyes of Ranran and her peers. His calm demeanor always reassured Ranran. She felt that as long as her senior brother was around, there was no problem that couldn't be solved. Ranran put down her bag, pondered for a moment, and then walked over to sit in front of him. Senior brother, I want to ask you a question. What is it? Have you ever seen cases in NDA comparisons that are 100 identical? Ranran stared nervously into his eyes. Xishuangbanna frowned and shook his head. No, that's not possible. At least, I've never seen one. Ranran, why are you asking this? Before Ranran could speak, Professor Cheng rushed into the office, wearing an old lab coat that was so faded its color was unrecognizable, looking exhausted, clearly having worked through the night. Xishuangbanna immediately went to greet him. Professor, do you want to take a break? No, I need to revise that manuscript overnight. I have a meeting in the city later. Xiaoqin, you need to go check on the pathology center today. Have we sent the materials we need to the equipment department? All sent. They said they would process it as soon as possible. I'll head to the pathology center right away, Xishuangbanna replied. Professor Ching nodded and then glanced at Ranran. Xiao Ge, you should stay in the office for the next few days. If this had been the old Ranran, she would have felt disappointed, as her time at the Research Institute had mostly been spent doing fragmented experiments and organizing materials, without being involved in core projects. But now she felt nothing, her mind consumed with the mystery of her identity, drifting aimlessly. For the rest of the day, she remained in this state, either propping her chin and staring out the window or repeatedly reviewing the test results from last night. Her unusual behavior caught Lu Ran's attention several times. Finally, Lu Ran couldn't help but ask, Ranran, what's wrong with you today? I'm encountering a bit of trouble. Ranran sighed softly. I'm just thinking, who am I? Lu Ran answered earnestly, I often think about this question too, especially when I see the stars. I wonder if I am a speck of dust in a vast universe, or a microorganism in a long flow of life. Ranran, who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that we will all die, and everything will disappear then. Perhaps. Yes. Ranran looked at the girl with a bob haircut and nodded seriously. She was right. On a macro level, who she was didn't matter. But people always live in the present, and she still cared about her origins. It was a day that felt like a year. When she left the institute at the end of the day, she walked out with a light step and suddenly noticed her father waiting for her outside the door. He slowly waved at her, looking oddly. This was not his usual time to get off work. Why was he here? The reason was obvious. Ranran approached him and whispered, Dad, you came? Ranran. Her father's voice was low. Let us go for a walk. Let's go to Honggu River Park. He looked very dejected, and Ranran felt even sadder because of his dejection. She abandoned her previous futile fantasies. Her father was not whimsically picking her up from work, but really wanted to discuss her identity issues. Honggu River Park was also on the outskirts, less than 10 kilometers from the Biological Research Institute. It was one of the last remaining wetland parks in the province. Ranran had seen photos of it in a National Geographic atlas, lush and warm. In winter, the red-billed gulls from Siberia's Lake Baikal would fly across Russia to spend the winter at Honggu River, returning in spring. The lovely gulls would stay by the lakeside like sprites, unafraid of people because they were fed by staff and visitors every day, often landing beside you and boldly pecking food from your palm. Such harmonious scenes of people and nature were captured in photos and remained in Ranran's heart. Back then, she stared blankly at the laughing crowds in the photos, and her only thought was, those people are gone, and the gulls no longer exist. As a child, Ranran often went to Honggu River Park with her family. By then, the park was already declining. The vegetation had withered significantly, and the wetland lakes resembled stagnant pools, occasionally seeing insects fly by, as if they were making a desperate struggle. Not only Honggu River, but many wetland parks across the country were in the same condition. Experts had surveyed multiple times. Some said the microbial environment had changed, others said it was due to geological changes, and some dug up countless surrounding cases, claiming that these results were caused by human environmental destruction. With so many opinions, numerous solutions had been proposed, but no matter how hard they tried, the previous vitality was gone forever. The Honggu River Wetland Park became like a long-abandoned park, with fewer and fewer people paying attention to it. Ranran hadn't been there in at least 10 years. She looked at the withered grass and stones passing by on the roadside, and suddenly spoke, Dad, do you remember the time when I was 10 and insisted on going to Honggu River to fly kites? How could I forget? We spent half a day making a kite, but on the day we went, it was so windy that we couldn't even open our eyes. Yes, since then, I didn't want to go to Honggu River anymore. Ranran replied, because every time I think of it, I remember the sand from that day, and I immediately feel a headache. Ranran's words were calm and unruffled, but they carried a certain emotion. Her father sensed this and sighed almost pleadingly. Ranran, let's go see what the Honggu River is like now. Ranran turned her head away and said nothing more. She felt that her father today was both familiar and strange. Ever since that incident, their relationship might never return to how it was before. However, she wanted to hear her father explain why this was happening. The car stopped at the entrance of Honggu River Park, where the parking lot was over 1,000 square meters but only had a few scattered cars parked. Ranran got out of the car, feeling the evening sun was particularly dazzling, shielding her forehead with her hand. Let's go. The father and daughter entered the park one after the other. Ji's father sighed. Ranran. I met your mother here at Honggu River. Chapter 8 The Mystery of Origin O. Ranran looked uninterested. She had actually heard from her mother that her parents met at a large gathering. But these were not the topics she cared about now. Father squinted his eyes, looking at the distant open square, lost in memories. More than 30 years ago, shortly after I graduated from university and started working in a high-energy company, your mother was still a high school senior. Ranran frowned a bit. More than 30 years ago, the Red River Valley was already in decline. Yes, Ranran. You know about the struggle between the radicals and conservatives more than 30 years ago, right? Father asked. Ranran naturally knew about it. Her political teacher had recounted this experience during middle school. Throughout history, the rise of any new civilization has sparked external conflicts. For example, more than 30 years ago, when artificial intelligence was first introduced to the public market on a large scale, a massive riot broke out. There were many triggers. AI robots being brutally treated by perverted individuals was one, and the excessive application of AI in other areas leading to mass unemployment was another. Besides that, there were others. At that time, Ranran had not yet been born, so she did not understand what her father was trying to say. Father slowly began to speak. That time, there was a nationwide rollout of AI writing, incorporating multiple thinking processes into the AI program, which led to countless old-school writers losing their jobs, including your grandfather. He was extremely angry and shouted that he wanted to destroy these machines. Ranran frowned. The progress of the times can't be destroyed by Grandpa alone. Besides, he should look for reasons within himself. Ranran, you're right. But your grandfather didn't think so. Father pointed to that square. In May of that year, they seized some AI writing machines and held a large-scale riot at the Honggu River Company, intending to publicly burn them as a protest. I didn't support my father's actions and was worried he might get into trouble, so I went to stop him. And it was here that I met your mother. Mom. She was a youth volunteer in the city, supporting technological innovation. So she came with her classmates to persuade, wanting to stop this from happening. Father's eyes sparkled with a smile. We had the same purpose, and in that chaotic situation, we inexplicably met. And you know what, Ranran? The moment I saw your mother, I felt that she was a girl I wanted to protect. As he spoke of the past, Father's eyes shone with warmth. Ranran lowered her head. You and Mom have always had a good relationship. I've never seen you argue. But could Grandpa agree to your marriage? Of course not. Father said with a self-deprecating smile. But so what? Your mother and I have always been on the same side. Over time, he had no choice but to compromise. Later, he gradually grew old and was worn down by setbacks, losing the energy to fight back. Eventually, he told me that his only wish now was to hold a grandchild. Ranran listened attentively. This was a story she had never heard before, so she did not interrupt and focused on her father, waiting for him to continue. But we were married for many years and couldn't have children, her father said dejectedly. Later, we discussed going to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, and when the test results came back, we were extremely disappointed. Your mother and I were both in very poor health, unable to conceive naturally, so we chose to do IVF. Ranran's heart skipped a beat, but it did not cause too much turbulence. IVF was indeed common, and perhaps it was their best option at the time. We tried IVF several times, but all failed. The doctors couldn't explain the reasons. Seemingly healthy sperm and eggs just couldn't combine into a fertilized egg. We tried every method, even just using one person's. It seemed almost impossible for us to rely on our genes to continue our lineage. Father hung his head. I didn't dare to tell your mother, because by that time, she had already bought many baby items and was always hoping for successful IVF. After much consideration, I secretly submitted an application to the gene bank without telling your mother. Gene bank? Ranran repeated this term. She knew about the gene bank. It was a place that stored genes, with donations from healthy individuals from various places for families struggling with infertility to continue their lineage. It was a kind of nonprofit organization. It was not a profit-making department. Those in need had to submit an application and could only gain eligibility to receive after passing various tests. Ranran had seen similar examples around her, but she never expected that she would be one of them. Ranran forced a smile. Sure enough, the tests wouldn't have unexpected results. I really am not your child. Father looked at his daughter with pain in his eyes. Ranran, I'm sorry, I never dare to tell you. Let alone tell your mother. But all these years, we have always regarded you as our biological daughter. That will never change. We are a family. Ranran shook her head. Is this the reason you repeatedly stopped me from testing? Yes. Father said with a somber expression. When you said you saw someone who looked a lot like you, I panicked. The next day, I checked the video replay and found that the place you went to looked very much like the old house. So I decided to go there to see what was going on. Ranran laughed. But you found that there were robots guarding the old house. So you thought about destroying the samples, so I would never uncover the truth. I'm sorry, Ranran. I was worried you and your mom would be upset if you knew. Father said regretfully. I know these are all very ridiculous, and I found it hard to stop you. You were so clever. To be honest, your grandfather once suspected. He said that no matter whether it was lifestyle or anything else, you don't resemble me at all. Ranran took a deep breath and interrupted him. Dad, you must have seen that woman. Do you know who she is? Father shook his head. I saw her appear in the second-floor window. But I wasn't clear about her identity. Perhaps it's related to the gene bank? Ranran, do you plan to investigate further? Ranran bit her lip. In that moment, she thought of many things. Over the past 20-some years, she had lived very happily. Her parents' love was unmissing. So what reason did she have to hurt them? Thinking of this, she slowly spoke. Dad, don't worry. I won't tell Mom. This also doesn't affect our relationship. You will always be my family. Father was a bit excited. Ranran, really? Do you really think so? Ranran nodded vigorously. Yes, really. Perhaps before, she had thought of various possibilities. But when her father stood in front of her, recounting the painful past and helpless choices, she instead felt relieved. The grace of raising outweighed the grace of birth, and she had no desire to seek her biological parents. The only doubt was, why are there two of herself in this world? Chapter 9, Unknown World. After leaving the Hongu River Company, the father and daughter had dinner before returning home. Ranran's mood was very complex. There was a sense of reassurance, but also a nervousness about the future. Should she really investigate further? And how should she proceed? Ranran returned to the old house very late. The AI strongman came when he heard her, and with a hiss, he spat out a monitoring report, updating her on the condition of the madwoman today. She had been awake for quite a long time and could consume liquid food normally. Several of her health monitoring indicators were still within normal range. Ranran felt a little relieved, thinking that once she became a bit more stable, renting an expensive AI robot would no longer be necessary. Ranran went to the room on the second floor to see her and was surprised to find her sitting at the table, drawing something on the dusty surface. As she approached, she saw that it resembled the shape of an airplane. However, this airplane looked very strange. Both the wings and the fuselage were not in line with Ranran's understanding. After watching for a while, the woman became tense, covering the table with her hands and looking alert. Ranran said nothing, simply opened the nearby cabinet, took out a stack of yellowed paper and a pen. These were left behind by her grandfather, who had a habit of recording outlines and details on paper, so the house was stocked with plenty. Ranran handed them over. Here, you could draw here. The madwoman stared at her for a while, not taking anything. Ranran had no choice but to toss the items onto the table. It wasn't until Ranran walked away that the woman quietly picked them up. Ranran didn't disturb her and continued with her own tasks. Later, when the woman fell asleep, Ranran approached the table to take a look and found that she had drawn a clearer airplane. The fuselage resembled an irregular, cylindrical shape, with wings and a nose, like a combination of a manned spacecraft and an airplane. Ranran's major was biology, and she lacked research in aerospace. So she propped her chin up and stared for a long time without understanding what it was. There was another drawing beneath it. She picked it up to look and saw a depiction of undulating desert and mountains, with some places resembling caves. In front of the cave, she had drawn a figure made of lines, which looked like a person with a broken arm, standing there limply. Ranran stared at it for a long time, feeling that this woman was very strange, both chaotic and confused, as if full of secrets, almost like a mental patient. What Ranran didn't know was that while she was standing by the window deep in thought, the woman on the bed behind her had also opened her eyes, gazing over with a clearer look in her eyes. The next day, Gu Ranran didn't go to work. Early in the morning, she called the robot company to schedule a return time in the afternoon. While packing, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue garment flashing by her side and realized the mysterious woman had been spying on her all along. In the afternoon, a car from the other company arrived, and after inspections and paperwork were completed, they took away the AI strongman. Gu Ranran breathed a sigh of relief because, as Liu Haod had said, after reviewing Gu Ranran's credit and the appearance of the robot, the inspection wasn't very detailed. This was like sending away a hot potato. Standing in the yard, Gu Ranran watched the car drive away, then turned to go back inside, only to find the mysterious woman standing by the window on the second floor, peering at her. When their eyes met, she didn't flinch, and her gaze was ambiguous. Gu Ranran made dinner, and in this era, cooking didn't require much skill. Just put the prepped ingredients from the market in, add the seasoning packet from a nearby box, wait a little, and the meal was ready. The woman ate silently, not speaking. Gu Ranran asked her, "Was that an airplane you drew last night?" The woman shook her head, not answering. Gu Ranran asked again, "When I first saw you, you spoke and moved clearly, but what's wrong now? Do you want me to send you to a mental hospital too?" The woman's hand holding the pen stopped. Her body trembled slightly, and she uttered 3 words, "We are not sick." "Then who are you? Why don't you have a chip?" Gu Ranran asked. The woman seemed frightened, her eyes filled with terror, unable to say a word. Gu Ranran felt helpless. She really wanted to know the truth, but was afraid of further upsetting her, so she had to let it go for now. That evening, after Gu Ranran finished her shower, she found the woman standing at the corner of the hallway, staring blankly at something. As she approached, she realized the woman was looking at the calendar left by her grandfather. The woman examined it carefully, running her hands over it several times. Gu Ranran walked over and softly said, "This is something my grandfather left behind. He was an old-fashioned writer who preferred using paper and pen and also liked custom-made calendars. Look, every day is marked with his plans until the day he fell ill and was hospitalized exactly 10 years ago." The woman did not respond. Gu Ranran looked at her. "You should have regained some awareness. You should know that I'm not a bad person. Just based on this face that looks like mine, I wouldn't harm you. Do you understand?" "Really not?" the woman murmured. Gu Ranran smiled. "I'm just curious about who you are. Now, let us be honest with each other. Do you have any questions for me?" July 21, 97. The woman murmured, touching the calendar. 10 years ago was 2197? Gu Ranran nodded. "Of course, I was only 10 years old then, just starting middle school. At that time, AI robots had not yet been rented out to the public." The woman widened her eyes. "No, that's impossible. What robots? What chips? I've never heard of these things." Gu Ranran squinted. "Never heard of? How is that possible? Have you lost your memory? Or are you an illegal resident? It's already 2207. AI has been in full use for decades." The woman shook her head in pain. I don't know anything. I vaguely remember the capital was about to host the Olympics. It was our country's first time hosting the Olympics. Later, then I went up." She pointed upwards. "Then I took that strange spaceship back." Her companions told her that they had to meet director Zhang Yuchang, and it was essential to see him. Gu Ranran's history grades have been quite good, so she clearly remembered that the first Olympics held in their country was in 2008. That was 200 years ago. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her back. This woman had not lost her memory, nor was she an illegal resident. She came from 200 years ago, completely unaware of the realistic AI robots. Unfamiliar with the things of this era. It was like something out of an old novel, a time travel story. Gu Ranran took a deep breath. If you aren't a master of acting, you're not from this era. You really are a person from 200 years ago. The woman stared blankly for a long time before suddenly bursting into tears, her voice piercing. "I know, I can't go back. They are all dead. In fact, I have already felt it these days." Chapter 10, Facing What You Can't Let Go. She cried for a long time, her long-suppressed pain finally bursting forth like a flood at that moment. Gu Ranran stood by, feeling both astonished and confused. What had she experienced, and what would she face? It was something that couldn't be changed or predicted. She cried, and didn't she also want to cry? After the woman cried enough, Gu Ranran handed her a glass of water. "Although I find this hard to believe, it is what it is. Don't cry anymore, or there might still be a chance to go back." The woman shook her head, looking at her with a bewildered expression, her messy hair falling around her face, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. She looked like a lamb attacked by a fierce wind. Ranran looked at the face that resembled her own, and a faint pain began to stir in her heart. She realized she could feel the mysterious woman's emotions. Perhaps their consciousness was connected in some way. As night fell and they both lay down, the woman suddenly asked, "Will that robot come back?" "No. After all, renting a robot is really expensive. You don't need anyone to take care of you now," Ranran replied frankly. The woman's body trembled slightly. He looked exactly like a real person. "It was only when I cut him that I felt something was off. He had no blood, and he didn't cry out in pain." Yes, the technology for making robots has become quite advanced. Their skin and temperature are realistic, and their features are lifelike. Sometimes when I see them on the street, I also think they're real, Ranran yawned. But no matter how realistic a robot is, it is ultimately not a human. The flaws will always be found. The woman hummed and asked softly, "Is your name Ranran? I heard someone call you that. Your name sounds nice." Ranran nodded. "My dad said that the day I was born was when the sun was rising in the morning, so he named me Ranran. What about you? Do you remember your name?" "I don't know." The mysterious woman fell into deep thought. This was also a question she asked herself many times every day. If she knew, she wouldn't be in so much pain. For a while, things fell into a stalemate. The mysterious woman was unclear in her consciousness, and Ranran was also preoccupied with the issue of genes, but neither could find an answer. Or rather, neither could take the crucial step forward. One day at the end of March, just as Ranran was about to get off work, she received a message from Xiaoyu, who invited her to a CAF, saying there was something going on at home, and she wanted to talk to Ranran. Ranran herself had a lot on her mind, so she immediately agreed. There are many CAFs in City A, most of which are unstaffed, quiet, and very private, perfect for chatting. The one they often went to was called Jiushi, located in a quiet alley in the city center. The special coffee there suited both their tastes. Ranran arrived a bit earlier, chose a nice spot by the window, opened the ordering tablet, and ordered 2 cups of coffee and 2 pieces of cake. She just had to wait for the robot to deliver them, which was very convenient. While waiting, she put on AR glasses to connect to her computer and process 2 documents. It wasn't until Xiaoyu's figure appeared at the door that Ranran quickly closed her computer and waved at her. Xiaoyu was a very lively girl, and she rushed over and quickly hugged her. "Ranran, it's been a month since we last met. You missed me, right?" "Yeah, I did," Ranran smiled. "But I'm more worried about what happened to you. Did someone come to your house to cause trouble again?" Xiaoyu's father had gone bankrupt a few years ago and owed a lot of debt, which prevented Xiaoyu from attending the university she had been accepted to, and she had moved several times with her parents, suffering a lot. Xiaoyu nodded, looking aggrieved. "Yeah, my dad told me not to go home during this time." "Ranran, can I stay at your dorm?" "Of course you can," Ranran told her, "but you'll have to go by yourself. I've been staying at my grandpa's house in the countryside lately." Ranran didn't hide it from her. She recounted the whole situation. Xiaoyu listened intently, resting her chin on her hand, and after a moment, she reacted. "You plan to keep that woman hidden?" "Hidden?" Ranran shook her head, stirring her cup with a coffee spoon. "How could I possibly hide her for long? I just don't have any ideas for now." Xiaoyu took a big sip of her coffee. "I think this situation can't wait. We have to take the initiative. Since your companion is missing and she has lost most of her memory, we should start with what you can do." "You mean consult the gene bank?" Ranran looked at her. Xiaoyu nodded. "Exactly. In fact, Ranran, you must know deep down that this is the only path forward. You're just afraid of hurting your parents, right?" This struck Ranran's heart, and she said softly, "I do worry about that, especially since my mom's health has been poor these past few years." Xiaoyu said seriously, "Ranran, you used to always tell me that no matter how chaotic the outside world is, as long as you maintain a strong heart, everything is invincible. How much you could do depends on how much you want to do. Even if you find out who your biological parents are, you wouldn't be able to recognize them, right?" Ranran laughed. Of course. Xiaoyu's words greatly alleviated Ranran's concerns. She felt that her personality complemented Xiaoyu's perfectly. She was sensitive and meticulous, considering many aspects, while Xiaoyu was straightforward and decisive. When Ranran had doubts, Xiaoyu could always persuade her well. And when Xiaoyu lacked consideration, Ranran could remind her. So when they left the CAF, Ranran felt very relaxed and even planned to go to the mall to buy a couple of outfits for that woman. The first time she met the woman, her clothing was tattered and worn. After bringing her back, Ranran found some old clothes left by her grandmother in the old house and had the robot help her change into them. The grandmother was on the heavier side, so the clothes hung loosely on her, looking awkward and out of place, resembling a wandering soul trapped in a big pocket from a distance, which was really unsuitable. Ranran strolled into the mall and entered a fitting room. It was empty inside, with only a large mirror on the wall. Ranran selected a few items from her usual brand on the touchscreen, and as she picked them out one by one, they appeared on screen. She just had to stand across from it, and the screen would show her the fitting effect. She could even save the images for comparison. It was very convenient. Ranran thought this must be the most practical invention for socially anxious women. It eliminated the need to search all over the internet or wander around the mall looking for a fitting room. Everything was solved in one go. In the end, Ranran chose a few comfortable and simple styles, feeling that they looked good on her and would suit the mysterious woman as well. After bringing the clothes back, she eagerly asked the mysterious woman to try them on. But the moment the woman touched the clothes, she pulled her hand back. These clothes are warm. Chapter 11, the so-called gene bank, of course. The fabric has temperature control devices. It's normal for clothes to feel warm in the cold, damp countryside houses. Ranran showcased a small chip behind the collar. The woman took it in surprise, turning it over and over. I've never seen this before. It's so amazing. Ranran cleared her throat. It's okay. You'll get used to it. By the way, I need to teach you about the facilities in the house. In a couple of days, I plan to go out. Are you going to work? Yes. Ranran wasn't planning to tell her for now. On her way back, Ranran had checked online, but couldn't trace the specific source of the genes. When she called to inquire, they politely refused to answer. The nearest gene bank office was 200 miles away in City S, and she planned to go there in person to gather information. The woman picked up a sheer long dress, seemingly very fond of it. Ranran smiled and said, "You can try it on." The woman nodded gratefully and walked behind the gauzy curtain in the corner to change. Ranran casually glanced at her and was somewhat surprised. She appeared frail, but her waist, abdomen, arms, and thighs had a muscular feel, and her body bore intersecting scars, suggesting she had endured many injuries. She seemed eager to conceal this. When she came out in the dress, she kept tugging at the left sleeve, trying to hide the twisted, reddish-brown scar on her arm. Ranran pretended not to see and led her downstairs. "Let me teach you how to use the household appliances." Ranran pointed to the mailbox at the entrance of the courtyard. "I've ordered groceries. Every morning at 8, a robot will deliver them and place them inside. You can just pick them up." "A robot delivers them?" The woman opened her mouth. "Is it the same one as before?" "No," Ranran smiled. "It's a transport robot. Not lifelike, with a square head and square body. You'll understand when you see it." Ranran continued. "The food is pre-prepared. You just need to put the ingredients and seasoning packs into the food processor according to the instructions. It has automatic start and stop functions. You should know the rest. After all, my grandfather is quite old-fashioned. The most advanced thing here is the food processor I bought." The woman nodded. "Can I call you if I need something?" Ranran nodded and took out a pair of AR glasses from her pocket, handing them to her. "Use these. I've saved my number. Also, you must not go outside. It's dangerous without a chip." "Okay, I won't go out." The woman nodded obediently. Ranran stood in the corner of the room, watching her fiddle with those things. She seemed quite intelligent and quickly learned how to use them correctly, which put Ranran's mind at ease. The next day, she took leave from the research institute and boarded the suspended train to City S. Over 200 kilometers only took half an hour. She closed her eyes and rested for a bit before arriving. But today was too noisy. The elderly woman next door was wearing AR glasses and making a phone call, her voice exploding in her ear like firecrackers. "I'm on my way. Isn't it great? My son and daughter-in-law finally had a big baby. They're almost 50. It's not easy for them. I have to hurry and help them. Anyway, I have nothing to do since I retired. Yeah, it's been 2 years since I retired. I might as well continue to contribute." The elderly woman continued her chatter. "My daughter-in-law has had a rough time. For the last few months, her legs have been swollen like pig trotters, and she had bleeding. She was in the hospital for 4 months to protect the pregnancy. Sigh, why is it so hard to have a baby nowadays?" Gu Ranran glanced at her excited, flushed face and sighed softly, thinking to herself that she must not end up like her daughter-in-law. If she can't have a baby, then don't force it. At her age, why bother with such struggles? Isn't it better to be free and easy? As the elderly woman was engrossed in her conversation, the train arrived at the station. She hurriedly hung up and started rummaging for her things, looking like she was about to miss her stop. Seeing her flustered and sweating, Gu Ranran helped her carry 2 bags. Once off the platform, the elderly woman looked grateful. Thank you. These are all local specialties for my daughter-in-law. She wanted to eat rural eggs and honey, so I specifically went to the countryside to buy them a few days ago. Gu Ranran wanted to return the bags to her, but seeing her shaky and unsteady on her feet, she felt sorry. Where are you going? I can take you to the bus station. That would be great. I'm going to the Linjiang community in City S. Gu Ranran glanced at the map on her watch. That place was not too far from where she was going, just 2 or 3 stops away, so she thought it would be nice to help her out a bit. Helping others is a pleasant thing, but the elderly woman's chatter was rather annoying. She kept talking about the disputes between her son and daughter-in-law over the past 20 years, how they argued, how they divorced, and how they reconciled. She also spoke of her struggles at work, having delayed retirement and worked until she was 72, and now her health had deteriorated. Gu Ranran pondered that how many people nowadays do not suffer. Just talking won't necessarily make things sweeter. So she smiled, occasionally responding to avoid being impolite. After successfully escorting her to the station, Gu Ranran finally sighed in relief, enjoying the scenery passing by outside the window, feeling much more relaxed. City S is about the same size as City A, covering a large area, but with only a few 100,000 residents. The city center is filled with tall buildings, and there are many villa areas around, but the occupancy rate is quite low. Many communities have no lights on at night, giving a ghost town vibe. The Gene Bank's office building is at the entrance of the new district. From far away, one could see the exaggerated statue. It depicts a pair of parents holding a small baby, all 3 laughing heartily. The joyful atmosphere emanated from the metallic surface of the statue. Gu Ranran bought a bottle of water at a convenience store by the roadside, silently gazing at the Gene Bank building. She finished the entire bottle in one go before tossing it aside and walking towards the building. She had made an appointment in advance, so after doing a facial recognition check, the system directed her to reception room 204 on the 2nd floor. Once inside, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was already waiting there, with a nameplate on his clothing reading, Head of Customer Department. Hello, my surname is Gu. Ranran nodded at him. I would like to inquire about something. The supervisor's professional smile was very appropriate. Hello, Miss Gu. Are you looking to apply for jeans? I checked your information, and you are still unmarried. If you need this service, you will need a family member to act as a guardian. In this era, a significant number of young men and women choose to live alone, so the policy for single individuals to legally apply for jeans and independently raise children was implemented years ago. No, Gu Ranran shook her head. Blushing, I want to find out where my genes come from. The supervisor fell silent. Gu Ranran explained, my father successfully applied here 21 years ago, and I want to check the source of my genes. Sorry, the supervisor decisively refused. We have professional regulations. We cannot disclose information about the source of genes to the individuals themselves. Chapter 12. Adding insult to injury, is it not possible to provide even a rough address? I'm sorry, Miss Gu. The supervisor shook his head. We have all signed confidentiality agreements with the supplier and the recipient. Your father should be aware of this situation. Gu Ranran didn't want to give up easily, so she asked, what if it's a special situation? The supervisor replied, there are only 2 possibilities. Intervention from the Public Security Department or permission from higher authorities. All right. Gu Ranran stood up. I'll find a way. Then I'll see you next time. Gu Ranran happened to have a college classmate named Jiang Yuan who worked as a criminal police officer at the Public Security Bureau in S City. They were desk mates in college and kept in touch occasionally after graduation. So when the Public Security Department was mentioned, Gu Ranran thought of him. When Gu Ranran called, he was on another call and took a while to get back to her. In the video, Jiang Yuan looked sharp in his police uniform, his eyes bright. Ranran, you actually called me. Hey, is that Nanjing Square behind you? Did you come to S City? Gu Ranran smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm here for something. I also want to ask for your help. Between us, who are we to each other? Just say it, as long as I can do it. Jiang Yuan grinned. Gu Ranran briefly explained the situation. Of course, she concealed a lot, not mentioning that she was checking her own DNA, as it was a family secret. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Ranran, I can't guarantee this. You know this involves ethics. Every year, many people come to the police station due to issues regarding their origins. How about this? I'll give you the contact number of the person in charge of the gene bank's archives, and you can discuss it with them directly. Okay? Gu Ranran nodded. Yes. That's already very good. Jiang Yuan, after I finish my business, I'll treat you to dinner. Jiang Yuan looked eager. I'll be waiting for your call. Jiang Yuan had pursued Gu Ranran for quite a while in college, but Gu Ranran was obsessed with her studies and never agreed to anything. Their relationship now was just slightly better than ordinary friends, not comparable to what Xiaoyu had. Gu Ranran immediately called the person in charge, but he sounded very busy. Miss Gu, I'm at the hospital right now. How about you come to Linjiang community later for a face-to-face discussion? Gu Ranran agreed, her stomach growling with hunger. She grabbed a bowl of beef noodles from a street vendor to fill her stomach. After that, she rushed to Linjiang community. Speaking of which, it was quite a strange coincidence that the person who got out of the car with that person in charge was the old lady she had shared a ride with in the morning. She saw Gu Ranran and was pleasantly surprised, quickly walking over. Young lady, we meet again. I just mentioned to my son about you helping me carry things. Gu Ranran looked at them in surprise. Are you mother and son? Yes, he's my son. The old lady smiled with her eyes squinted. The person in charge smiled slightly. Yes, this really is a coincidence. Miss Gu, Xiao Jiang called me and said you needed my help. Gu Ranran immediately explained her purpose and added, I want to investigate this because I met a very strange woman who looks almost exactly like me. So I want to find out the reason. But please rest assured, I won't seek out my relatives. Don't worry. All right, I'll help you check the general outcome. Perhaps you really have some kind of blood relation. The person in charge was silent for a moment. However, you should discuss this with your family first. Okay, Gu Ranran said happily. Then I'll go back and wait for news. At that moment, Gu Ranran felt like she was searching for someone through 1,000 turns, only to suddenly find that person in the dim light. After thinking for a while, she sent a message to her father. Dad, I'm investigating past information in the gene bank regarding that mysterious woman. Would you mind? After a long time, Ji's father replied, Ranran, if you explain it clearly, I'll be at ease. Do whatever you want. You will always be my most cherished daughter. Seeing this message, Gu Ranran felt very happy. Living without anxiety was a blessing. She found a hotel to stay in, reported her situation to Xiaoyu, and then waited for news with peace of mind. That night, the person in charge did not reply. Gu Ranran guessed he was busy. The next day, she received a message. The data shows your genes come from the capital headquarters. I'll check the source in detail and get back to you later. So Gu Ranran waited again, but after that, no more news came. A whole day passed, and she could not contact him. His number was always busy, as if he was dealing with an emergency. It continued until late at night when he finally called. Miss Gu, I'm very sorry. I can't help you. Gu Ranran was full of doubts. Why? Can't you find anything? The person in charge's voice was low. I searched your genetic code, but all I found were confidential information. Perhaps genes, like yours from the capital headquarters, are under strict protection. This. Gu Ranran knew the other party had tried their best and could only say, thank you. If it doesn't work, then forget it. She was full of disappointment. She came to S City full of hope, thinking she would uncover a truth, but who knew it would end without any results. Secrets remained secrets, sealed away and unable to be explored. Gu Ranran sighed and booked a ticket for the afternoon departure. Before leaving, she arranged to have dinner with Jiang Yuan as a thank you for his help. When she returned to his city, it was already night. The old house was still lit up. Hearing the sound, the mysterious woman rushed out, looking flustered. You're back? Yes. Have you been all right these past few days? The woman seemed unsure of herself, intentionally or unintentionally blocking the kitchen door. Well, it's okay. Gu Ranran hung her coat behind the door and casually glanced around. The kitchen was a complete mess, as if it had been ransacked. Going to take a closer look, it was even worse. The floor was sticky, with yellow egg liquid faintly visible. On the countertop, There was a strange wooden board with a knife stuck in it, surrounded by vegetable scraps. The kitchen wall bore signs of being burned and then sprayed with water, and a strange smell of disinfectant filled the room. Ranran looked at her. Were you cooking? Yes, I'm sorry. I remember I can cook. I ordered the tools and ingredients through the phone you gave me, but those ingredients wouldn't cooperate, and the knife was too dull. In the end, it suddenly caught fire, and just as I was about to put it out, the ceiling sprayed a lot of water. The woman explained with frustration. Ranran rubbed her forehead weakly. The fire triggered the automatic sprinkler system. Please, next time can you call me first? I finally resolved the issue with the robot. I don't want our ancestral house to be burned down. This house is very important to both me and my father. The woman patted her chest in assurance. I won't do it again. Ranran was just starting to feel a bit relieved when the woman added quietly. I already know the trick now. Next time I cook, I won't burn down the house. Next time? Ranran glanced at the woman, surprised by her persistence. Ranran was very tired and couldn't rest now because she couldn't wait until tomorrow. If the food waste was not cleaned up, it would rot and attract insects, which was very frightening. She began to clean up. During this process, the woman stood at the kitchen door watching, seemingly wanting to help but afraid of causing more trouble. After finally finishing the cleanup, Ranran went upstairs and locked herself in the study. Her mood was already very chaotic, and after everything that just happened, she felt even more depressed. Chapter 13, the planet mentioned by the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman had been lingering at the door for a long time, and finally couldn't help but knock. The sound was small, but persistent, seemingly unwilling to give up until the door was opened. Ranran was actually not someone who easily lost her temper. She was calm and gentle towards others, but this woman was driving her almost mad. Previously, it was about cutting off the robot's arm, and this time it was about blowing up the kitchen. Even a clay figure couldn't stand it. She walked to the door, flung it open with a bang. Her voice as cold as frost. Don't bother me. Let me have some peace. The woman smiled timidly, shaking a pile of paper in her hand. I drew this in the past 2 days. I've remembered so many things. Do you want to know? She was trying to please herself. Ranran could feel it. She initially wanted to refuse coldly, but looking at the papers, she finally took them and turned to go inside. The woman followed in small, quick steps, quietly explaining, I remembered a lot of things from up there. Look, I drew them all. The top sheet depicted a deep valley, with edges almost at right angles, scattered with debris below. The woman pointed at the pile of things and said, there are various kinds of vehicles. I crawled out from that wreckage, passing many corpses. This was strange. So how did you get out? I encountered another living girl. We helped each other. We used machines to dig steps. But just as we were about to connect to the surface, a beam of golden light shot down, and we both fell. After that, I don't know what happened. Ranran nodded and picked up the second sheet. The second drawing was of the previous one, featuring undulating mountains and a strangely shaped cave in the distance, with a stick figure in front of the cave, missing an arm and hanging its head. The woman pointed at the drawing and said, I remember I was thrown here. It was hot during the day and cold at night, with no hope in sight. I don't know how long it had been, but I saw that cave. I ran desperately toward it. There was a man standing at the entrance with a broken arm, staring at me. The woman explained, later I learned this was a wasteland, full of dangerous creatures above. Many of us came here, but they all died, leaving only a few of us. The third drawing depicted something like an underground lake, surrounded by sharp rocks, with a few people gathered around the lake, dipping their heads into the water. Ranran asked, is this in the cave? Are you drinking water? The woman fell silent for a moment. Yes, I have this image in my mind, but there's also a voice in my ear, constantly saying that the water is problematic. She began to recount everything she had experienced, the bone-chilling cold of the night, the endless desert, and the dangers hidden in the peaks. She almost got killed, but she persevered time and again, stepping over countless white bones to survive until the end. Then a strange vehicle came to pick me up, and then I went to another strange place. The woman covered her head. I can't remember clearly. Ranran pointed above. Is this about that planet? Is the civilization there so barren? It feels like a primitive society. It also resembles extreme survival. The woman pressed her temple. I don't know. I only remember these things. It's like I took some medicine, or like a piece of my brain was excavated. Ranran comforted her. You should remember more things, like your name, your companions, and your family. The woman looked at her anxiously. You won't hurt me, right? Hurt you? No. How could I hurt someone who looks just like me? The woman felt relieved. Can you help me find my companions? The man from that day. Ranran shook her head. He escaped from the mental hospital. No one knows where he went now. I can't find him. People like you without chips will be detained as soon as they go out. So it's best if you don't go outside. You. The woman hesitated. Thank you. She was quite polite. After being unconscious for a while and going through a phase of madness, she was somewhat back to normal now. Ranran was pleased with this. Sleep? If you remember anything else, you can tell me. Ranran said she wouldn't care. But the next day, she still contacted the colleague she had spoken to last time. Have you found the man who escaped from the mental hospital? The other party shook their head. No, it's strange. He has no chip. Where could he go? Indeed, in this era, big data was very powerful. No matter where you went, you could be monitored. On the contrary, people without chips would trigger alarms as soon as they entered public places, making it difficult to escape. So this is also a reason why the crime rate in this era has greatly decreased. People are controlled by chips and naturally won't resist the larger environment. Just as Ranran was about to leave, her colleague added, by the way, a friend at the hospital said that man is very agile, as if he has received special training. If you get any news about him, please let me know. Ranran instructed. In the following days, the mysterious woman recalled more and more things, sounding like a fantastical movie. According to her, she left Earth in 2007, but she had no idea where she departed from or who her companions were. However, she had countless fragments of memories about the planet she arrived at. It was a very mysterious planet. While Earth knew nothing about it, it had already sent signals to Earth, and the mysterious woman and her companions had received this signal. Her fragmented memories combined to form a fantastical planet. Resources there were extremely scarce, as if they had been exploited for billions of years and were about to disappear. Yet human intelligence was at its peak. They easily built a safety net that effectively separated lower labor species from Earthlings like the mysterious woman, using them for their own purposes. The valleys and wastelands previously mentioned were tests set by the humans of that planet. Only those Earthlings with the strongest willpower, best physical fitness, and superior intelligence could pass. Associating this with the terrifying scars on the woman's body, Ranran could empathize. She listened to the woman's murmurs as if she were reading a novel. Later, curious, Ranran asked her to draw what the aliens looked like. But the mysterious woman hesitated for a long time with the pen and only drew an abstract circle. A balloon? Ranran propped her chin in confusion. Don't they have hands and feet? The woman shook her head. No, they only have heads and bodies. Ranran was extremely surprised. Then how do they move? Chapter 14. Audiovisual materials from 200 years ago. They sat in a type of vehicle that could be controlled by thought, and they had many subordinates. So they didn't need to act on their own, the woman said seriously. Ranran propped her chin in her hand. Are there subordinates, Earthlings? The woman hesitated. They should be, but it seems like they're not. I forgot. Ranran pondered. It's getting late. Let's sleep. Maybe tomorrow we can think of something new. After the woman left, Ranran picked up a pen from the pen holder and pressed a small button. This was a voice recorder left by her grandfather. It had been a long time, but still worked. It was just right for recording everything the mysterious woman had to say. One day in April, it had been almost a month since the mysterious woman moved into the house. The weather that day was very clear, and by morning, the sunlight was shining on the overgrown grass in the backyard. Ranran, feeling inspired, took some tools from the storeroom to clear the weeds. While she was working, the woman quietly sat on a swing in the backyard, watching, her eyes fixed on the patch of grass. Ranran didn't know how to use a weed cutter, so she used a sickle to cut the grass and then a shovel to dig out the roots, tossing them aside. Having not done physical work for a long time, she was soon covered in sweat. After watching for a while, the woman said, "Are you going to plant vegetables?" "No, not really. I found a packet of sunflower seeds while rummaging through the cabinet this morning," Ranran replied without looking back. "Our teacher taught us how to plant vegetables and flowers in elementary school, and I want to give it another try." Sunflowers. The woman looked up at the sky. They need sunlight to grow, but we rarely see the sun. Ranran sighed softly. That's true. The sky is always covered in smog, making it hard to have sunflowers. But even so, we can't give up hope, can we? The woman nodded thoughtfully. Hope is what keeps us alive. Ranran looked up and smiled at her. But just then, she got distracted, and the sickle cut her finger. At first, she didn't feel any pain, but once warm liquid started to flow out, the pain began to spread from her finger. Ranran turned her head and saw that her index finger was soaked in blood, droplets falling onto the overgrown grass, quickly soaking in. Shaking her finger, she casually turned on the water tap next to the yard to rinse it off, but the woman rushed over and turned it off again. What are you doing? Ranran asked her. It's all mud and blood. I just want to wash it off. The woman interrupted her. This water pipe is obviously very old and rusty. Do you want to get tetanus? The woman gestured for her to stand by the edge of the yard, then went inside to get a first aid kit. She skillfully took out iodine and gauze, cleaned the wound to disinfect it, rummaged through the pile of wild grass in the yard, picked a few green stems, crushed them, applied them to the wound, and wrapped it up with gauze. Your wound is quite deep. This ground cover can stop the bleeding, the woman said slowly. I just took a look at that sickle, and it has rust on it, so you should really go get a tetanus shot. Ranran exhaled. Nowadays, no one goes to the hospital for such a shot. Every pharmacy has medication to prevent external injury infections. Just taking one pill is enough. For her, a biology student, the development of pharmaceuticals was a very sensitive issue. So she understood immediately that tetanus shots were indeed something passed down from the last century, or even the century before that. Looking at the neatly bandaged gauze on her hand, Ranran asked her, Are you a doctor? You even know about herbal medicine. That's impressive. I don't know. But when I saw the first aid kit, it felt very familiar, and I know what those wild grasses are called and what they do, the woman muttered to herself. Ranran smiled. Maybe you are a doctor and a remarkable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner at that. Traditional Chinese medicine is one of the most skilled professions in this world. In an era where diagnosis can be automated and treatment plans are generated through data analysis, traditional medicine remains a mysterious and unique medical discipline. It has been passed down for thousands of years, and even now, it continues to rely on the methods of observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Because of this, the fees are quite high. After all, skilled labor is the most scarce resource in this era. Any competent traditional Chinese medicine doctor has opened their own clinic, and patients often have to queue for days, sometimes even weeks, to get an appointment, making them quite rare. Logically, university majors and employment trends should follow the market. However, traditional Chinese medicine is different. It heavily emphasizes experience and potential. For significant development, one either relies on talent or the accumulation of time. There is hardly any income in the early stages, making it unsuitable for most young people. Thus, traditional Chinese medicine has gradually moved to an extreme, being both sought after and avoided. Those who can endure the solitude of studying traditional Chinese medicine are indeed rare. The woman laughed, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. I have a vague feeling that I must have some kind of specialty, which is why I was chosen and given the opportunity to go up there. This statement reminded Ranran, and she whispered, Speaking of which, there is another way to help you remember things from the past, to look back at the events of the past. Since it was an ascent 200 years ago, there should be some kind of record, right? Ranran thought of this and immediately set to work. She found a projector and searched for news related to astronomy and space travel from 200 years ago, letting her watch it in a darkroom. The woman was indeed very clever. She quickly learned to control the projector with hand gestures and could freely switch between different news articles, even zooming in and taking screenshots. Ranran observed for a while and then left with peace of mind to do her own things. At that moment, she wasn't sure if this method would be effective. But after discussing it with Xiaoyu also thought it was feasible right now. It's like trying to save a dead horse by treating it as a live one. This woman staying with you is like a ticking time bomb. We need to find a way to send her away. Ranran nodded. Yes, I think so too. I looked at what you recorded a few days ago. Xiaoyu expanded the screen to show her. And these drawings she made, they look like a ridiculous world of lies. If we showed them to a psychiatrist, they would definitely lock her up. It may sound absurd, but my intuition tells me that what she said should be true. Ranran defended her. Xiaoyu reminded her. But do you know? Many patients with schizophrenia interpret imagined things as real. Gu Ranran sighed. Then let's wait and see. Let the facts speak for themselves. The two of them made an agreement and placed a bet on whose thoughts were correct. The loser would take the other to the seaside for a vacation. For them, who had financial constraints, this bet was quite significant. Chapter 15. This person is me in the following days. The woman kept watching past news, not only focusing on aviation topics, but also social news and daily trivialities. She was engrossed, often forgetting to eat or sleep, but she was filled with insights, occasionally picking up her notebook to jot down a few notes. And sometimes excitedly calling Gu Ranran over, "Look, this is the taxi we took, and it doesn't exist anymore." The bustling scenes of the past brought her both familiarity and joy. She remarked that shopping malls back then were like that, with many salespeople, and if you bought something they recommended, they would earn a commission. She said that schools were like that too, with lots of homework every day and frequent tests. She also mentioned that people's mentalities were quite fragile back then due to immense life pressures, leading to various mental health issues. She sighed slightly. People were so diverse back then. There were scam artists on the streets, and no one dared to help an elderly person who fell. There were many scams, but there were also many kind-hearted people, and everyone lived vibrantly. But now, she glanced out the window and then at Gu Ranran. It's so desolate now. I want to go home. After seeing so much, do you recognize any familiar places? The woman shook her head. Every road is familiar. They all feel like home, but after looking a bit more, they don't feel like it anymore. Gu Ranran comforted her. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Take your time. One day you'll discover some clues. One afternoon, after Gu Ranran just got off work and the car hadn't even come to a stop, the woman ran down from upstairs. Her face flushed. I saw myself in the news. Really? Gu Ranran got excited and ran upstairs. Was it aviation news? No, it wasn't. It was a photo from hospital. The woman's voice trembled a bit. It was a big group photo, and I was right in the middle. Soon, Gu Ranran saw that large photo in the darkroom. It was a column from a public hospital in the southwestern region, with several doctors in white coats on the cover, and a frail old head standing in the middle. The headline read, "The First People's Hospital of Nanjing successfully performed a tumor removal surgery on a patient with a huge liver tumor." Below was the routine news report, mentioning only that the chubby director at the front was surnamed Wu, and that this was a significant achievement for the department, as the tumor was extensive, and any mistake could lead to the patient dying on the operating table. So everyone was on edge for over 10 hours before successfully separating it. Gu Ranran quickly spotted the woman in the middle of the back row. She had short hair and was smiling brightly at the camera. This was indeed her from 200 years ago. She was really a doctor. The Department of Surgery. Gu Ranran said softly, "So it seems you didn't study traditional Chinese medicine?" The woman sighed. It was really strange. In a whole bunch of pictures, I suddenly saw myself, and then in the next moment, I remember my name. Gu Ranran asked, "What is your name?" This question had been asked multiple times from the start, and each time the woman was clueless, but this time she decisively replied, "My name is Sha Rulin, and I am a surgeon at the First People's Hospital of Nanjing." Sha Rulin, Gu Ranran repeated. "That's a unique surname. What else do you remember? Do you recall your family?" Sha Rulin shook her head, a bit dejected. Gu Ranran comforted her. "It's okay. Knowing your name and workplace is a good start. I can help you look it up." The search engines from 200 years ago were quite advanced. By entering her name, they could find information about her online. Soon, they uncovered a few more news articles, but all were related to the medical field. For example, medical seminars, academic discussions, charity events, and nothing related to aviation. They couldn't find any personal information about Sha Rulin. "I guess I'm just a very ordinary and insignificant person," Sha Rulin self-deprecatingly said. "There isn't a single decent news article about me online." Gu Ranran thought carefully. If only you could remember your old communication accounts. Back then, people used to document their daily lives a lot, right? Are you talking about social media posts or Weibo? Sha Rulin understood immediately. Logically, I should have had them, but I'm very confused about my personal information. Even my name just flashed into my head. Gu Ranran speculated that Sha Rulin must have experienced some kind of shock to her brainwaves during her return, which caused her to blur and forget a significant portion of her memory, and this shock could be temporary or permanent. As she said, although the people above had strange physiques and unchanging actions. They possessed wisdom beyond that of Earthlings, which naturally would create some kind of communication barrier for her. All of this was possible. Ranran said, "Don't worry. At least we've identified who you are now, and everything else will surely be resolved." Xishuangbanna nodded, saying she wanted to look at more, just in case there were new clues. Ranran allowed her to continue and went downstairs to bring up some prepared meals. That evening, Ranran told Xiaoyu about this matter, and Xiaoyu was very surprised. "So she really did come from 200 years ago? She's not a mental patient?" "Yes. So where do you want me to take you for fun?" Ranran teased. "Are we going abroad or traveling domestically?" Xiaoyu coughed. "Oh, Ranran, don't rush me. Wait until I get my year-end bonus." "Haha, now that we have a new discovery. But the day of the truth being revealed is still far away. I hope there will be new clues," Ranran said slowly. Xiaoyu raised a question. "But if that's the case, what will you do with her? She can't survive in this world with her identity. Are you going to hand her over to the authorities?" Ranran fell silent. "If it's in a beneficial situation, I would report it to the authorities." Xiaoyu whispered, "She might be treated like a monster and studied. After all, black holes, wormholes, and time-space studies have been ongoing for so many years. She is the best example right in front of us." Ranran hung up the phone and went to the darkroom door to look at her. Xishuangbanna was earnestly staring at the projection screen, her frail figure appearing resolute and persistent. After a long time, Ranran turned around and left, returning to her bedroom. Xishuangbanna continued to watch for several days and had become very familiar with the world from 200 years ago, but still hadn't found more useful clues. She had watched quite a bit of news in the aerospace industry, but during that era, female astronauts were quite rare, and there was no information related to Xishuangbanna to be found. Chapter 16 Strange Events from 200 years ago, the two of them discussed and speculated whether the organization that Xishuangbanna went to might be some kind of folk organization. After all, the airplane she drew had a very peculiar shape, which did not match any of the ones on the market. So Ranran came up with a plan to go to the library to check. The city library has a vast collection of books, and there might be new clues. This time, Xiaoyu and Ranran went together to first search for this type of books, then narrow it down to specific categories, and then divide the work to look them up. This work was very tedious and boring. The two spent an entire day in the library with nothing to show for it. There are many folk organizations, but very few that can actually enter space, let alone reach another planet. There are several planets in the solar system, and the few around Earth, aside from the Moon and Mars, are all terrifying, devilish planets. Whether in terms of temperature or surface environment, they are places humans cannot tread. As for the Moon and Mars, they have been under human surveillance since 200 years ago. Although their environments are slightly better, no life forms have been discovered so far, making the situation described by Xishuangbanna impossible. So what she was talking about must be a planet outside the solar system. However, the scientific technology at that time cannot be compared to now, and it was impossible to detect areas farther than the solar system, let alone reach them. The more they searched, the more absurd it felt, as if they had walked into an absurd dream. Yet they were trying to investigate it with a genuine spirit of inquiry, which was not easy at all. The library's reading room closed at 6 o'clock. At 5:50, Ranran put down her reading device and rubbed her eyes. "Let us pack up and go. I'll treat you to hot pot." Xiaoyu picked up another book. "Wait for me 2 minutes. I'll finish this magazine." It was a magazine called Exploring Science, published in 2005, which was a popular science fiction magazine at the time, featuring many thrilling science fiction stories, as well as some analyses of the current situation and interviews with people. Xiaoyu had read many issues of this magazine, all containing outdated information, with no peculiar reports about folk organizations entering another planet. However, this time she flipped through it for a while and did not stand up until the reading room's bell rang. Standing opposite her, Ranran reminded her, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and pack up. It's south about to close." Ranran Xiaoyu looked up, her expression clearly not right. "I think I found something." The bell rang again, urging them a second time. Ranran reacted quickly, grabbing the book. "You pack up? I'll go check it out." The two of them moved as fast as they could and barely made it out of the library just a second before it closed. Stepping out into the corridor, Ranran let out a long sigh. "If we had been any slower, we would have had to spend the night in the library." "What did you just discover?" Choyu bit her lip and quickly flipped open the Exploring Science magazine, turning to a certain story. Look, what it says about the magnetic field changing drastically and people disappearing in a vortex. ISNT that's suggesting they went to another world through a wormhole. It also mentions a folk organization called the Wanderers. Could Sha Rulin be among them? Ranran took over and quickly flipped through it. This story took up 2 pages and described a strange event that occurred in a small mountain village called Luodan in the southwest border in the early 2000s. In the village, several children began to look strange, with rapidly growing hair, unusually developed upper limbs, and their bodies taking on a bow-like shape, increasingly resembling primates. These people did not understand what was happening to them. They thought they had contracted some hereditary disease, but no medical help could stop their bodies from changing rapidly. The village elders said that these people must have offended the mountain god. Upon inquiry, it was strange that they all had a common trait. They had been to the forbidden Luodai mountain behind the town. Luodai mountain was indeed a forbidden mountain in this area, located in the southwestern dense forest, filled with miasma and unfathomable depths. Even local hunters dared not venture deep. Yet these children, being teenagers, were full of the fearless spirit of youth and did not care about the elders' warnings. 3 months ago, during their holidays, they secretly ran into Luodai mountain for an adventure. According to what they said, the mountain was nothing but trees and grass, and they were enveloped in a white mist where they could hardly see their hands in front of their faces. They also mentioned that although the plants were lush, they did not see a single animal, no wild beasts, insects, or birds. After wandering around for a while, taking a few photos to prove their bravery, the leader suggested they go to the very end to take a look. Without thinking, they all agreed. After all, it was just trees and grass. What else could there be? Moreover, though Luodai mountain was deep, the path was not dangerous. It was like taking a walk. So the group of children continued deeper into the gorge. The further they went, the thicker the mist became, and the colder the climate made them all break out in goosebumps. 2 of the younger ones couldn't hold on anymore and shouted to go home. The leader scolded. We agreed on an adventure. How can you turn to cowards now? Under his scolding, everyone had to keep moving forward until the one at the front stopped. Pointing ahead, there's a big light circle. Everyone squinted to look ahead, and sure enough, through the thick mist, a golden light circle faintly appeared, with rays penetrating through the fog, looking like a bright duck egg yolk. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How could such a thing appear in midair? It looked fantastical and unreal. The leader suggested, let us go take a look. We've come this far. But except for him, no one dared to move forward even a step. Faced with the unknown, humans are always fearful. The leading child scoffed. You bunch of cowards, I'll go by myself. He gradually approached the light circle while everyone watched him step by step. Then he reached out his hand and jumped a few steps, wanting to touch the thing. But just the next second, in the blink of an eye, the figure that had jumped up suddenly disappeared into midair. Under the light circle, there was nothing. It was as if everyone had hallucinated. They looked at each other, asking one another, all baffled by what had just happened. They then shouted the boy's name loudly. But the sound echoed in the valley without a single response. He disappeared. He was swallowed by that light circle. Everyone was terrified, screaming as they ran back, falling and getting back up, crashing into the stone wall and changing directions, escaping as fast as they could. The leading child never returned. When his family heard about it, they were also filled with dread, as Luodai Mountain had always been perilous and strange, a place that should never be trespassed. Chapter 17. The Wanderers. The child's background is quite tragic. Both parents had passed away long ago, leaving only a blind grandmother. The grandmother pleaded with the village chief, who, seeing their plight, sent a few people to search inside. However, those individuals did not dare to venture deep, and only said that the child must have fallen off the cliff. The matter ended there. But a few months later, several children who had been to Luodai Mountain began to undergo terrifying changes. From their appearance to their physique, it seemed they were gradually regressing. This village is in a very remote area, so everyone attributed the cause to having offended the mountain god, feeling helpless about the changes in the children. This situation continued until 2001, when 2 passers-by arrived in the village, heard this story, and after seeing the children with their own eyes, felt that something was very wrong. Not long after, disregarding the villagers' objections, they brought a folk scientific research team into Luodai Mountain. This group, consisting of both men and women, carried large backpacks filled with various strange instruments. They told the villagers that this phenomenon of light circles had actually appeared many times around the world. The locations varied widely, some in bustling urban areas, others in deserts. All sorts of situations existed, and sometimes even phenomena of space-time distortion occurred. For example, if you come out of a garage, clearly on the second basement level, you cannot reach the upper floors. It seems a distorted space appears between the second basement and the first basement, and the light circle appears in such a space. Such distorted spaces are not something you can encounter casually. For instance, you might try thousands of times, but only once might you enter this place. As the saying goes, the light circle is also waiting for a fated person. There are commonalities as well. The light circles are all golden yellow, with a bright outer ring and a deep, bottomless black hole in the center. Moreover, there are no living beings around these light circles. Those who have had prolonged contact with them also experience a phenomenon known as atavism in their later lives. Atavism, as the name suggests, is a regressive change in human evolution, leading to thick hair growth, changes in facial features and physique, and some even grow tails. Most people who approach the light circles are either unharmed or get sucked in, disappearing without a trace. However, after being sucked in, the light circles almost always disappear. These light circles are referred to as wormholes by the wanderers. They're also said to be a medium through which other civilizations seek communication with Earth. It is rumored that entering one can lead to another space-time. Before this, the wanderers had also reached other places where such phenomena occurred and took some precious on-site photos. However, they were unlucky and had never encountered a true light circle. Perhaps the wormhole in Luodai Mountain still exists. We're just going to take a chance, they cheerfully said. The villagers listened in astonishment, as if hearing a heavenly book. Out of safety concerns, they urged them not to go any further, but the wanderers laughed and said, "It's okay, we have specialized protective equipment, various instruments, top talent from different fields, and even doctors accompanying us. There won't be any problems." They also spoke about the significance of scientific exploration for humanity and that human fear mainly comes from the unknown. But these concepts were hard for the stubborn and conservative villagers to understand. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, they entered Luodai Mountain. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until a week passed, and they still had not come out. The villagers grew anxious, and, finally, a young man ran out to report to the police. However, when the police entered Luodai Mountain with a large group, they found no trace of that group of people, and the previous miasma had dissipated significantly. Naturally, the light circles were gone as well. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say it was all an illusion of the villagers, as there were many remnants in the forest, such as an empty lighter, some empty canned food boxes, and some cigarette butts. Clearly, these pieces of trash were quite fresh. The story ends in an open manner, without stating the final outcome. At the end, a note reads, "Based on a true story, the Wanderers Organization is the most mysterious folk scientific research organization in the country today. This missing person incident also indirectly verifies the authenticity of wormholes. All of this still holds infinite possibilities, waiting for future generations to explore and verify." Ranran was very excited after reading it. The Wanderers, I think I came across them while researching. They were the largest folk scientific research organization in the country 200 years ago, investigating many famous incidents, such as the Bermuda Triangle and the disappearance of the Korean airplane. We should quickly go back and let Xiaorulin see it. Maybe she will remember after seeing this magazine. Qiuyu pulled Ranran's hand. "Let's go. I happen to be going to see her." Qiuyu's personality was lively and cheerful, good at mingling with strangers. So when she first saw Xiaorulin, she enthusiastically greeted her. Startled, Xiaorulin quickly hid behind the door, nervously asking, "Who are you?" Ranran explained, "Don't worry, she's my best friend. She knows about your situation. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Qiuyu immediately patted her chest to assure her, "I wouldn't even kill a chicken." A hint of skepticism flashed in Xiaorulin's eyes as she quietly said, "Not killing chickens, but can easily kill people?" Xiaoyu was angry upon hearing this. Who have I killed? I'm here to help you out of kindness. Don't think you can be unreasonable just because you look like Ranran. How am I being unreasonable? Sha Rulin's face darkened. Xiaoyu became anxious. Are you saying I'm unreasonable? Or are you? Gu Ranran tried to intervene. Right. Your conversation really sounds like an old-fashioned Xiong drama from over 200 years ago. Now we are all in the same boat. Can we coexist peacefully? Xiaoyu and Sha Rulin exchanged disdainful glances, then simultaneously turned their eyes away, both feeling unconvinced. Gu Ranran took out the magazine from her bag and handed it over. Take a look at the article on page 57. Could it be related to you? Sha Rulin took the magazine, carefully brushing over its surface. Is this really a magazine from 2005? Of course not, Xiaoyu retorted. After so long, how could it be preserved so well? These are all later made as one-to-one replicas. The originals are in the library's archive. That's right. Xiaoyu herself also worked in the library, so she knew all about this. Gu Ranran added. Sha Rulin responded with an "oh," her expression still cold, as she took the magazine and went into the dark room, casually closing the door behind her. Xiaoyu felt a bit unhappy. Ranran, why is this woman so rude? She has a great deal of wariness towards the outside world. Moreover, from what I've learned during this time, she must have gone through countless storms to survive up there. Gu Ranran said, looking at the door of the dark room. She needs us, but she doesn't fully trust us. Chapter 18. The feat of the year. Shalulin stayed in the dark room for half an hour, and when she came out, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you find more information about the anomalous travelers? This article feels so familiar, as if I've experienced it myself. Gu Ranran and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both feeling that they were onto something, and that this time they had hit the nail on the head and finally found the right direction. In the following time, the three of them split up. Shalulin searched online, while Gu Ranran and Xiaoyu ran around the city, visiting various libraries. They organized all the information they collected about the anomalous travelers. The more they learned, the more shocked Gu Ranran became. If the country's aerospace industry was on a bright and broad path, with all research conducted under the premise of safety and reliability, then the organization called the anomalous travelers was purely going in the opposite direction, the darker and more dangerous. The more they were attracted to it. They were established domestically, but their members were spread all over the world, almost all of them elites from various industries, biology PhDs, outdoor adventure experts, retired special police, high-precision machinery maintenance technicians. These individuals were all recruited. Their commonality was a pursuit of thrill and truth. In this world, there are many unsolved mysteries. For example, the Weeping Statue incident in 1995, the Korean airplane crash in 1997, the sinking of the Titanic in 1912, the death of Kennedy, and the curse of the Egyptian tombs are all bewildering. The original intention of the anomalous travelers was to explore mysterious events using science and the latest technology to bring the truth to light. At first, they had few members and were amateurish, conducting several small-scale paranormal investigation activities. For instance, why were there cries of hooves every night in desolate ruins? Or how did water suddenly gush from an ancient well that had been dry for years? And why did children afflicted with polio possess extraordinary leadership talents? After conducting these few activities, they caused a sensation, began appearing in magazines and media, and received a large amount of advertising funding. They used the money to recruit more members and rapidly expanded. The wormhole incident became their main focus of research. They used various channels to investigate mysterious regions and conducted follow-up investigations on individuals who exhibited atavistic phenomena. Once these individuals showed changes in their bodies, the abnormalities developed rapidly. Initially, it manifested as hair growth and aging features, and soon their appearances would change. Teenagers would age as if they were in their 40s or 50s, and their walking posture would become hunched. Within just 2 years, their hormones would start to act up, and their eating habits would change. For example, they would develop a dislike for cooked food and even prefer raw meat. Their temperaments would also become violent. They would directly twist the necks of poultry, suck their blood, and tear into flesh. Once individuals reached this level of atavism, the only option was to send them to mental hospitals under strict control, as there was no better solution available. Their lives would also end quickly, Autopsies would reveal their hearts were abnormally enlarged, and multiple organs showed signs of failure. It was truly tragic. Why did they become so terrifying? Naturally, it was due to the radiation surrounding the wormhole. After all, the patients had all come into close contact with the light circle. When they were clear-headed, they could recount their detailed experiences of approaching the light circle. These tragic medical cases did not frighten the anomalous travelers. Instead, they strengthened their resolve to find the wormhole. Their daily training included not only their own skills, but also learning about astronomy, geography, geology, meteorology, atmospheric physics, and the structure of rockets and spacecraft. In addition to studying, they underwent rigorous physical training, even surpassing the training standards for astronauts. Gradually, they discovered multiple anomalies. The New River in Yunnan, Turpan in Xinjiang, and fishing villages in Hainan had all reported wormholes, including Luodai mountain mentioned in the article. However, their efforts were in vain. The articles stated that they had disappeared. In fact, they had simply found another way down the mountain after the wormhole vanished. Their true disappearance began in 2007 at Changbai Mountain. At that time, they used monitoring equipment at a place called Half Moon Lake on the summit of Changbai Mountain to take a photograph. The photo showed several black fish. Their appearance is frightening, with sharp heads and terrifying teeth interspersed in numerous rows, making one wonder if a person were to be bitten by one. Their flesh would likely be torn apart. Upon identification, it was discovered that this type of fish was called a knife-toothed piranha, an atavistic species that should have existed during the Cretaceous period, with extensive records about them in paleobiology literature. Why would a fish from ancient times appear in modern times? The reason was obvious. This lake had also exhibited atavistic phenomena. This was a characteristic of the wormhole. This discovery was exhilarating. The wormhole they had sought for so long had news again. So, the anomalous travelers prepared to set out. A group of more than 10 headed towards Changbai Mountain. They first took a plane, then a car, and finally walked. Half Moon Lake was located at the back of Changbai Mountain, an extremely rugged and remote area, accessible only on foot. Although it was summer, the Changbai Mountain, which was snow-covered year-round, was bone-chillingly cold. During the day, they needed to wear goggles. And once the sun set, visibility dropped to nothing, forcing them to rely on searchlights to navigate. The members of the anomalous travelers, having undergone long-term training, had decent physical fitness, so the journey was relatively safe, and they finally arrived at the lakeside of Half Moon Lake at 11 o'clock at night. They could not afford to rest and immediately began sampling and investigating. They discovered that in addition to the knife-toothed piranha, there were also aquatic plants and plankton, all of which exhibited atavistic phenomena. Moreover, the closer they got to the lake center, the stronger the magnetic field response became. After a discussion, they decided to probe the lake. They put on protective gear and brought along sound wave controllers to drive away the piranhas, jumping into the water one after another. On the shore, only 2 people remained. One was Xiao Zhang, who was responsible for monitoring the equipment, and the other was Xiao Wang, who was in charge of recording. The 2 focused on the monitor. The bubbling lake water surged violently, yet there was no darkness in sight. Instead, it grew brighter and brighter. This brightness initially flickered. Once the aquatic plants in their line of sight cleared, it suddenly shone through, dazzling their eyes. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang stared fixedly at the screen until a massive golden light circle appeared in the reflection. The outer edge of the circle was blindingly bright, while the interior was deep and dark, seemingly ready to suck someone in. The wormhole they had longed for finally appeared. As the personnel at the lake bottom moved, the light circle grew closer and closer. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang dared not blink, fearing they would miss something, but suddenly, the screen turned pitch black. Everything was gone. Chapter 19, The Letter of Challenge, from 200 years ago. Was there a problem with the equipment? Xiao Zhang quickly checked, but when he got closer, he found that the equipment was fine. The only thing that could be wrong was the teammates under the lake. Xiao Wang was a young girl in her 20s, and she was scared out of her wits at this moment, calling out loudly, but the lake's surface was calm, with no response except for a few bubbles. After anxiously waiting for a while, Xiao Zhang decided to go into the lake to check the situation. Fully equipped, he entered the lake, and this time, within just 10 minutes, he brought back news. The wormhole at the bottom of the lake was gone, and so were the people. Xiao Wang's eyes widened. So many people, are they all gone? Gone, all gone. Xiao Zhang's face turned ashen, terrified to the extreme. The explorers had been hoping every day for the wormhole to reappear. They wanted to explore the unknown world through it. For this, they had made thorough preparations. With high-quality equipment, extensive knowledge reserves, and materials bought at great expense. How could all this gear not withstand the wormhole's absorption? Or was it that, after being absorbed, no signals from the outside world were left behind at all? Climbing back onto the shore, Xiao Zhang began to repeatedly review the surveillance footage. After rewinding it hundreds of times and playing it back in slow motion countless times, he finally discovered a clue. They did not disappear in an instant. Rather, it was a force like a hurricane that sucked them in. The two stood frozen, far beyond their expectations. They remained at the lakeside for a long time, slowly descending the mountain with the remaining items. They went with a dozen people, but returned with only 2. The rest seemingly evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. The incident at Changbai Mountain had a significant impact. After all, over a dozen people had disappeared, each one an elite in their respective fields. Such an event could hardly be kept under wraps. Negative news spread rapidly, with some people writing complaint letters to the relevant authorities, while others staged protests. Families of some of the missing even sat in front of various government offices, demanding answers. Thus, the organization of explorers, which had developed for several years, was suppressed and vanished into thin air, with a dozen missing individuals never found again. The list of those missing was also obtainable, which included a doctor codenamed Sha. The information stated that she was in her early 30s, single, and specialized in surgical treatment and psychological guidance. It must be Sha Ruolin. After everyone finished reviewing the materials, the atmosphere became terrifyingly silent, to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Qiuyu cleared her throat, breaking the silence. Sha Ruolin, you must be Sha, right? Sha Ruolin looked up, her face pale. I am. Do you remember now? Ranran asked. She weakly nodded. Yes, those fragments flooded in like a movie, and I feel like I can piece them together soon. Sha Ruolin lowered her head, took a big sip from her cup. I remember my childhood. My parents had been arguing since I was born, and the year I got into college, they finally divorced. Their terrible marriage was frightening, so I vowed not to marry and not to have children. After graduating from medical school, Sha Ruolin was assigned to the First People's Hospital of Nanjiang. There, her qualifications were not particularly outstanding. In her spare time, she enjoyed reading science fiction magazines and was keen on participating in science fiction forums, chatting with a group of strangers online. One day, a netizen sent her a message. Would you like to join our adventure activities? We need a surgeon. Without thinking twice, Sha Ruolin agreed. Of course. And so, she accidentally joined the Organization of Explorers. It was here that she found the meaning of life. Being with like-minded people, even the tough training felt like happiness. Those years, my parents kept saying I was crazy, Sha Ruolin said with a bitter smile. In our time, a single woman of a certain age was a source of shame for their parents wherever they went. Yet I went against the grain, hanging out with a bunch of strange people every day. Ranran empathized. I understand how you feel, but how to put it? The long river of history can change perceptions. For example, looking back now, the original intention of you explorers was not wrong. It was just that you lacked awareness of danger. Also, your scientific technology at that time was still too weak. Qiuyu added, don't say back then, even now, it may not be possible to explore such anomalies. Our country only figured out the distribution of planets in the Milky Way a few years ago. What you're talking about is likely beyond the Milky Way, truly an unknown world. Do you remember what happened after entering the wormhole? Ranran patiently inquired. Sha Ruolin whispered, fragmented memories. Give me some more time. Sha Ruolin lowered her eyes, holding those materials tightly, her fingers gripping them as if holding onto not just paper, but her past connected to herself. She turned around and silently walked towards the bedroom. Ranran looked at her frail, slightly trembling shoulders, and a wave of sadness surged in her heart. She turned to Qiuyu and said, in that world, she disappeared. In this world, she is all alone. Qiuyu replied calmly. That's a poetic way to put it. Besides her, Isn't there a man in this world? Perhaps there are other traversers as well. To be precise, they were not traversers. They reached that planet through the wormhole 200 years ago. A day there might equal a year on Earth. So by the time they returned, it was already 200 years later. Ranran said. Xiaoyu nodded. What you said is not wrong, but it remains a mystery. Yes. Ranran pressed her temple. I thought that solving one mystery would reduce the number, but who knew the more we explored, the more questions arose. Xiaoyu glanced at her. Now we can't solve her problem either. Just her background alone has no doubts. Ranran, what do you plan to do? In a few days, I will report to the organization, Ranran said softly. We have no other way. In the room, Sha Ruolin pulled down all the curtains, sitting alone in the darkness. Picking up a thin piece of paper. She didn't even need to look. She remembered it well. It was a letter of challenge from the materials. This was written by a teammate among the explorers, a few short lines. I am willing to give my life for the unknown scientific mystery. If an accident occurs on this journey, it is my rightful belonging. Please tell my parents and family. Do not trouble anyone. Below were the signature and fingerprint. The writing was passionate and intense, even tearing the paper slightly. Sha Ruolin thought sadly that she should have written something like that back then, but unfortunately, it was lost. Sha Ruolin curled up her knees, wrapping herself up, feeling a loneliness she had never experienced before, as if the waters of Half Moon Lake from 200 years ago had seeped back in, directly penetrating her bones. Now, reflecting on the fragments, she remembered. The first half was full of fighting spirit, while the latter half was drenched in blood, a stark contrast indeed. Chapter 20. What can we do now? Once again, I find myself in a strange world. Sherilyn fell in a deep thought, wondering if she could ever go back. She pondered whether there existed such a thing as parallel timelines, and if she could return to the past like in time travel novels. Over the years, through meticulous records, Ranran had gained a rough understanding of the planets she had visited. The name of that place was unknown, so let us call it Planet R. The R people, who were exceptionally intelligent but physically flawed, controlled some indigenous inhabitants of other planets to maintain their dominance. Those were the ugly, less intelligent yet strong ant people. They had become slaves, doing all the physically demanding work. And Earth. It was a planet they were very eager to explore, even considering it as a backup option. After all, resources on planet R had become extremely scarce due to overdevelopment. So, while Earthlings were completely unaware of them, they sent a signal to Earth, a wormhole. The wormhole served as a medium to absorb Earthlings and as a tool for their exploration. Why absorb? It meant sampling for research purposes. Sherilyn and her companions were such fortunate ones. They disappeared but did not die. Instead, arriving at Planet R through this medium and began another thrilling and unusual life. Places like the valleys and wastelands posed life and death challenges for these Earthlings. But to the R people, this was a test to filter out suitable Earthlings who could integrate into their society. What these R people specifically wanted to do, Sherilyn did not know. She could only vaguely recall her difficult experiences on Planet R and had a limited understanding of the highly intelligent and peculiar R people. Just as they were engulfed in chaos, new news suddenly came from Xiaoyu, who excitedly approached Ranran with a student ID. Look quickly. Who is this woman? Ranran stared at the paper for a while, her pupils suddenly contracting, and she exclaimed in surprise. Or does she look exactly like us? The woman on the document had slightly heroic eyebrows and a pair of gentle and bright eyes under them. With a hint of a smile as she gazed at the camera, on the right side of her neck, there was a small, dark red mole. Below was some explanatory text stating that the girl's name was Lin Huiru, who graduated in 2125, was a medical student, later pursued a master's degree, and was subsequently recommended for a doctorate. After graduation, she worked at a well-known hospital in the provincial capital. Xiaoyu hurriedly said, "Today, the teacher from a student affairs department asked me to find alumni records, and while searching on the computer, I suddenly discovered this. It's from over 70 years ago." Ranran nervously touched the photo and asked, "Is she still alive? What about her family?" Xiaoyu nodded. "I checked. She has never married and has been bedridden for about 7 or 8 years. She lives in our city, and it seems the only one taking care of her is a nephew. Oh, and she also has type B blood. 200 years ago, Sherilyn. 70 years ago Lin Huiru, and now me. Gu Ranran murmured. Same profession in medicine, same type B blood, same single status, and with identical faces. What does this indicate? It indicates that there must be something wrong with your genes. Qiuyu bit her lip tightly. There can't be such a miraculous coincidence in the world. Qiuyu, can you find a way to contact them? Gu Ranran clutched the student ID tightly. Qiuyu nodded. Okay, I'll call and contact them right away, just wait. Qiuyu is highly efficient. She promptly contacted Lin Huiru's nephew and arranged a meeting under the pretext of giving a school anniversary gift. On the phone, Lin Huiru's nephew seemed to have difficulty expressing himself, asking if they could change the meeting place to his home. Without hesitation, Qiuyu quickly agreed. Gu Ranran calmed herself for a while, got up to the wardrobe, took out a simple light pink long dress, casually combed her hair, and changed into a pair of mid-heeled leather shoes. This scene happened to be seen by Sherilyn at the door, who leaned against the doorframe, contemplating, "You actually wear this kind of clothing?" It was normal for Sherilyn to feel strange, as Gu Ranran usually wore simple t-shirts, shorts, and sneakers, and rarely dressed so late-alike. Gu Ranran smiled at her reflection in the mirror. "I'm going to meet a special friend today. I want her to feel my sincerity." Upon hearing this, Sherilyn's first reaction was, "Does this friend have anything to do with me?" Gu Ranran looked at her in surprise. She was quite taken aback that the Sherilyn in front of her was indeed very much like herself, sensitive and meticulous, always able to detect nuances in others' words. She took a deep breath and said seriously, "Can I tell you when I come back?" Sherilyn nodded. "Then I'll continue looking through the materials. I think I can remember more." Half an hour later, Gu Ranran was already standing at the foot of a garden villa in a new district. In the garden surrounded by a fence, many dull, climbing roses were planted, perhaps due to rarely seeing sunlight and lacking fresh dewdrops. They looked weak and seemed to be struggling to stay alive. Gu Ranran rang the doorbell, and after a few rings, an elderly person with gray hair came out and warmly opened the door. "You must be the little girl I spoke to on the phone. Thank you for your school. You call every year, and this year you even sent." His words stopped abruptly upon seeing Gu Ranran, followed by an exclamation. "You? Who are you?" Gu Ranran entered the yard, speaking gently. "I'm sorry. I'm not a staff member from Ms. Lin Huiru's school. My name is Gu Ranran. You look exactly like my aunt when she was young." The elderly man stepped back in shock. Gu Ranran nodded and took out the student ID. "Indeed, we look identical. So I want to know the truth. Sir, can I meet Ms. Lin Huiru?" The elderly man stared at her for several seconds, finally nodded, and turned to walk inside. "Follow me, but I'm not sure if she can see you." 2 minutes later, Gu Ranran understood what he meant. In the west bedroom, the elderly woman curled up in bed, her body slightly hunched, kept her eyes tightly closed. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her body, one might think she was already dead. And she was Lin Huiru. My aunt had a stroke 7 years ago. At that time, she was living alone, and when I saw the alarm on the monitor and immediately called for help, it was already too late. The doctor said if she had been sent in 15 minutes earlier, she could have regained consciousness. The elderly man's eyes were filled with guilt. "It's all my fault. I was busy with retirement procedures and didn't pay attention to the monitor's alarm." Chapter 21. Repeated his words floated past Gu Ranran's ears like a gust of wind. She heard him clearly, but all her attention was focused on the elderly woman in bed. She looked so haggard, her face a web of deep wrinkles, her eyes nearly sunken in, and her chin so thin it jutted out. She couldn't weigh more than 70 pounds, could she? From such a face, there was no way to discern any resemblance to herself, except for the prominent red mole on her neck, which burned Gu Ranran's eyes. When she spoke, her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Can she hear us?" "Maybe." The elderly man sighed slightly. "Doctors come and check on her every week. Occasionally when we talk, my aunt's brainwaves fluctuate, so she probably has some awareness inside." As he spoke, he had approached the bedside, leaning down to say to Lin Huiru, "Aunt, there's a girl here who looks just like you when you were young. Can you hear me?" The old woman, of course, showed no reaction, not even a flutter of her eyelids. The elderly man seemed used to it. He reached out to support her, turned her over, and neatly arranged the blanket, then said to Gu Ranran, "The doctor says she needs to be turned every 3 hours. Otherwise, she could develop bed sores." "Was your aunt a doctor?" Gu Ranran asked. The elderly man nodded. She was the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department at the provincial hospital, and she didn't officially retire until she was nearly 80. You know, in traditional Chinese medicine, the older you are, the more experienced you become, and doctors didn't want her to retire. Traditional Chinese medicine guru Ranran suddenly thought. Although Shahrualan was a surgeon, she also had some knowledge of herbal medicine. While she hadn't studied herbal medicine, she was sensitive to smells. Could this be a common point they shared? The elderly man glanced at the old woman on the bed. My aunt has worked diligently all her life. She hasn't enjoyed much in terms of comfort, really. Ranran felt a strange sadness in her heart. Can you take me to see her photos from when she was young? Sure. The elderly man didn't hesitate and led her into the adjacent study. He opened a drawer and took out a stack of photo albums. These were rare items from this era. He explained, after my aunt retired, her eyesight deteriorated, so she had me select some photos to print out, and she takes them out to look at from time to time. Ranran took the album and began flipping through it. These almost covered Lin Huiru's entire life, from her birth to adulthood. She came from an ordinary cadre family, with a younger brother besides herself. Lin Huiru excelled in her studies since childhood, known throughout the neighborhood as a top student. She grew up smoothly, from studying to working, without causing her parents any worry. However, Lin Huiru's brother was quite ordinary. After finishing high school, he dropped out and learned to do business with others. He started making some money, got married, and had children. Then he suffered investment losses. His wife left him, and his parents also fell into debt, making life difficult. During hard times, Lin Huiru took on the responsibility of supporting the family, not only caring for her parents, but also supporting her nephew, the one in front of her paying for his tuition and living expenses. Thus, her nephew had been especially close to her since he was young, like a real mother and son. Lin Huiru was diligent in her work and caring for her family, but she never paid attention to her own matters. She always lived alone, from her teenage years into old age. However, her nephew understood the principle of reciprocation. He was cared for by her when he was young, and after becoming an adult, he took care of his aunt as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he treated her like his own mother. During these years of her paralysis, he has been by her side, taking care of her. As Ranran looked at the photos, she listened to the elderly man recounting the story. It was just an ordinary family story, but because of the face in the album that looked exactly like hers, she fell into a daze. This was Lin Huiru's experience, but also felt like her own. When she grew old, would she also gradually become like her? Xiaoge, do you want to tell me something? The elderly man closed the album and asked. What was meant to come would come. Ranran closed the album and said, "Excuse me, sir. Is your aunt a child of your family?" The elderly man looked at her in shock. Ranran explained, "Perhaps you are not clear about the elder's matters, but could you recall if your father ever mentioned her origins?" The elderly man's expression became flustered and excited. "Xiaoge, no, I meant to say, how did you know about this? My aunt is indeed a child adopted by my grandmother. My father told me this on his deathbed, but how did you know?" As expected, Ranran smiled bitterly. Did they mention where her genes came from? Was it from the capital's gene bank? The elderly man shook his head. They didn't say specifically. My father said that my grandparents had been married for many years without children, so they decided to adopt one. Not long after, they had my father, but this matter has been kept from my aunt. They've gotten used to hiding it all these years. But Xiaoge, how did you know? This question was difficult to explain in a short time. Ranran decided to be brief. Because I am like this, sir. Can you find any information about your aunt's origins? For example, the adoption certificate from back then? I'd like to trace the source of the genes. Yes. At this point, Ranran was already quite certain why there had been 3 identical women appearing over the course of 200 years. This was certainly not a coincidence. Nor was it merely the ordinary flow of donated genes. It was a highly secretive event of repeated gene usage. The gene laws of this era have regulations. Also considering ethics and morality, donated genes cannot be reused. One set of genes can only correspond to one child. Otherwise, it would be a matter for the courts. The elderly man listened, dumbfounded, but he shook his head. This matter is too far back. The elders didn't explain it clearly, so nothing was left behind. Ranran, feeling helpless, had to stand up. It's okay. Thank you today, sir. I hope you can take good care of her. The last sentence Gu Ranran spoke was very bittersweet. Lin Huiru on the hospital bed was already over 90 years old and had fallen into such a state of illness. How many more years of life did she have left? The elderly man nodded. That's natural. It's my duty to care for my aunt. As Gu Ranran walked out of the community and looked back at the villa, her heart was in disarray, unable to articulate what she felt. The album she just saw was the life of that woman. Would her current self become her future self? Chapter 22, quietly proceeding. Just then, Chiu called to ask about the situation. After Gu Ranran explained, she said, "I'm asking for leave from the Research Institute tonight. I plan to visit the gene bank in the capital. I think the answer can only be found there." "Okay, I support you," Chiu quickly replied. "We can't just go through life blindly." The two quickly made plans, and during this time, Chiu would go to the old house in the countryside every few days to check on Shaorulan. City A is several thousand kilometers away from the capital, and it's a heavily guarded place. Gu Ranran felt that this trip would be more difficult than she had imagined. When she requested leave, her senior brother Qin Yuan asked a few questions. "Why do you need so many days off?" "Ranran, is something wrong? If there is anything, don't hide it from me. I can help." Gu Ranran smiled and pretended that nothing was wrong. "I'm just going to meet a few college classmates in the capital. There's nothing else. Remember to ask Professor Chung for leave for me," she added. "Don't worry, Ranran," Qin Yuan reassured her. "Your mood hasn't been quite right lately. It seems like you're not focused on work. When you come back, we should have a good talk." Gu Ranran didn't want to say much. She knew in her heart that as an intern who could only do peripheral experiments at the Research Institute, she wouldn't catch Professor Chang's eye. He would mind her being away for a few days. As long as she could complete the total internship days and task indicators, her internship would be considered successful. So it wasn't a big deal. Gu Ranran booked the earliest flight and arrived in the capital. By this time, it was early summer. City A is located in the south, and people had already put on summer clothes, but the climate in the capital was still a bit cold. Gu Ranran wrapped herself in a trench coat, quickly passed through the crowd, and got into the car she had reserved. She had booked a hotel in Xiqing district, right across from the back door of the gene bank, just a few meters away, which was the best location. This time, she didn't plan to follow the procedures. After all, the last time she tried with a familiar person didn't work. Since the security was so tight, she could only come secretly. The smog situation in the capital was even more serious, and the color was not the usual dull gray, but mixed with a yellowish hue, like rust on iron. According to popular science explanations, it was said that during this season, there could occasionally be sandstorms. And the yellowish color visible to the naked eye was actually tiny sand particles mixed in the smog, suspended in the air for a long time. Therefore, people here also wore masks for a long time, and some women would even wear head coverings that covered their entire face, leaving only their eyes exposed. When Gu Ranran saw them, she suddenly wanted to laugh because their appearance really resembled bank robbers from several years ago. However, in this era, there was no such profession as robbers anymore. Internet fraud had already formed a powerful scale. Breaking in could hardly penetrate the police's encirclement, and cash coding was regulated, making it impossible to use even if one were lucky enough to steal money. What was the point of robbery? After Gu Ranran arrived at the hotel, it was just what she wanted. The hotel room window could clearly see that mysterious building, including the courtyard under the tree shade and several smart trash bins outside the door. She could even see a few staff members coming in and out through the back door. Gu Ranran didn't act rashly. The previous example taught her that startling the snake would only expose herself. The secrets hidden in the gene bank could only be found by her own efforts. Gu Ranran stayed in the hotel for 2 days, during which she used some methods to search for the floor plans of the gene bank. The first floor was the service hall, the second floor was the VIP service room, the third floor was the office floor, and the fourth floor was the warehouse for storing genes, where historical archives were also located. So the secret was on the fourth floor. How to get in? That was a problem. The gene bank belonged to a national department, and the security, both online and on-site, was very strict. Gu Ranran observed for a long time, focusing on a cleaning lady in the backyard. According to her observations, these cleaning ladies worked in 2 shifts, with fixed shift times at 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day. One of the ladies was particularly well protected, in addition to her work uniform. She wore a mask and gloves. Gu Ranran decided to target her. One morning, Gu Ranran put on a mask and pretended to be jogging as she passed by the entrance. When she saw the lady taking out the trash, she casually went to help, immediately gaining the lady's trust. "Thank you, young lady. You're out jogging so early," Gu Ranran replied. "The air is good in the morning." The lady glanced at the hazy, sandy weather. "Look at this weather. There will be a sandstorm in the next few days. You should head back quickly." Yi Ranran did. Ran a few steps and then stopped. "Annie, are you short on staff here? I'm looking for a job lately. You want to do cleaning?" The cleaning lady's mouth dropped open in surprise, big enough to fit an egg. "This isn't a job for a young girl like you. We work very hard every day. Recently, a few colleagues have taken leave, and each of us is responsible for one floor. Each room has to be swept and mopped." "Isn't that tough?" Gu Ranran probed. "Really? Which floor is easier?" "Of course, it's the fourth floor. There aren't too many people working on the fourth floor, and with fewer people, it's naturally not too messy." The lady laughed. "We take turns. Tomorrow night's shift is my turn." Gu Ranran was delighted and nodded to her. "I have to continue jogging. Once the job announcement comes out, I'll sign up." The lady chuckled. "Young lady, don't joke. You're so young. Working in a mall would be better than here. I find this place quite good. It's quiet. I have social anxiety, so I like it like this." "It is indeed quiet. You just do your own work," the lady nodded. Gu Ranran smiled and didn't say anything else, turning to run towards the other end of the street corner. Her steps were light, but her mood was tense. After observing closely, she noticed that the lady was not much taller than her, but she was a bit heavier. How would she replace her? Later, Gu Ranran came up with a plan. She went to the mall and bought 2 down jackets and pants to wear, and sure enough, she looked much bulkier. For safety, she also bought a wig identical to the cleaning lady's. The next evening, around 7:30 p.m., Gu Ranran was fully armed and changed into her disguise. She secretly slipped out of the hotel's back door and hid behind the alley, waiting for the cleaning lady to appear. The weather cooperated because of the dark, hazy sky, which made it dark exceptionally early. The yellowish street lights came on, and there were hardly any pedestrians on this quiet little path. From a distance, she saw the cleaning lady coming, riding an electric bike and wearing a mask. As the wind blew, her short, yellowish-brown curly hair became messy and flew into her face. Chapter 23 Identity Replacement. She parked the electric bike in the alley outside and began to lock it. Gu Ranran emerged from the shadows, tiptoeing closer. The cleaning lady didn't notice and was still focused on locking the bike. As Gu Ranran approached from behind, she suddenly pulled her hand out of her pocket and shook it, covering the lady's mouth with a damp cloth. The lady was caught off guard and didn't have time to struggle before she slumped to the ground. This anesthetic really works. Gu Ranran gritted her teeth and started dragging the woman into the alley, a dark and deserted place where hiding someone wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, she silently thought, "I'm sorry, but I have no choice. This drug is non-toxic and poses no harm to the body. It is a new type of anesthetic developed by their research institute a few years ago. Just inhaled gas, effective and low cost, thus successfully used in various minor surgeries." Gu Ranran skillfully removed the wristband from the lady's wrist. This was equivalent to a work ID, and with this, she could smoothly pass security and enter the gene bank. At this point, fully armed, Gu Ranran looked quite similar to the cleaning lady. She prayed in her heart not to encounter any colleagues. Otherwise, a single word could reveal her identity, and that would be troublesome. She quickly walked to the main entrance, displayed the wristband of the time clock, and sure enough, it beeped, allowing her to pass. There were hardly any people in the backyard. By 8 in the evening, the staff had long since left work. In this day and age, labor costs are so high that overtime is rare. As soon as Gu Ranran entered, she saw a woman in cleaning clothes coming out not far from her, taking a remote control and heading straight to the second floor. She guessed that it must be the changing room. Gu Ranran lowered her head and quickly walked over, pushing the door open. And indeed, she saw a row of lockers across the room, with a number in the upper left corner that matched the cleaning lady's wristband. Gu Ranran quickly took out a work uniform from inside, put it on herself, and then pulled out the remote control from inside. This controlled the cleaning tools. Large venues use specialized vacuum cleaners and mopping machines, which Gu Ranran had seen the cleaning staff at the institute use. She grabbed the items and slipped into the elevator. pressing the button for the fourth floor, but just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in. Wait, wait. Ranran jumped in fright. The person also looked like a cleaning staff member, presumably the cleaning lady's colleague. She immediately turned her head to look at the elevator display to avoid eye contact with the woman. Unfortunately, the woman was quite talkative and patted her on the shoulder. Sister Luo, did you bring lunch today? Ranran made a sound from her nostrils. I had fish for lunch at home, planned to bring it, but it got overcooked and is too crumbled. Heating it up wouldn't work. The woman began to chatter. Ranran remained silent, her eyes fixed on the elevator display, feeling that this brief moment was unusually long. The woman continued. By the way, I brought the craft I made last time. After we finish up, I'll bring it up for you to see. By the way, Sister Luo, why you seem a bit off today? Did you get your eyebrows done? They were sparse before. Ranran's heart raced numerous times. She felt the woman leaning in as if to observe her closely. That lady looked over 60 years old, and just from the mask revealing her eyes and eyebrows, she was completely different from Ranran. If she looked closely, wouldn't it expose her? Just then, the elevator beeped and stopped. They had reached the third floor. The woman glanced up, got up, and walked out. Ranran let out a long breath, only then realizing her back was drenched in sweat. Because of the heat and anxiety, Ranran had been gripping the remote control so tightly that her hands were almost sweating. The elevator finally stopped on the fourth floor, and Ranran stepped out, quickly scanning around, noticing a young security guard smoking by the window at the end of the corridor. She still needed to maintain appearances, so Ranran found the vacuum cleaner in the tool room, set it to the clean the whole house mode, and it started working with a loud rumble. Ranran glanced back quietly. The security guard was still there and showed no signs of leaving anytime soon. Ranran frowned, having no choice but to continue pretending to work. She began to tidy up the trash bins one by one. The fourth floor was all storage rooms, with a corner designated as the archives room. The storage rooms could all be opened, filled with rows of frozen storage units, all locked, probably only accessible to internal staff, which Ranran didn't mind. The only place she cared about was the archives room in the corner, which housed several large computers and many organized files, all sealed in cabinets, most with seals, likely containing original documents from several years ago. Before she could closely examine them, the security guard at the door shouted, Sister Luo, if you take too long, you'll miss the garbage disposal time. It'll start decomposing soon. Hearing this, Ranran hurriedly left the cabinet, quickly gathered a few garbage bags, and headed downstairs. This time she didn't dare take the elevator, fearing she might run into that overly enthusiastic lady from the third floor again. Having seen the cleaning ladies do garbage sorting, Ranran skillfully sorted the trash by type as she disposed of it. She might have been the last one to throw out the trash. Just after she tossed it in, the clock struck the hour, and the smart trash cans began to work loudly. They could classify and handle the waste properly. Paper items would quickly be shredded and turned into recyclable pulp. Household waste could be crushed and fermented for secondary use. Items that couldn't be easily decomposed would be collected and processed by specialized personnel. Ranran was in luck. When she ran back upstairs, the security guard was no longer in the corridor. She was overjoyed and went straight into the archives room. She opened one of the computers on the side, and, unsurprisingly, it was password protected. Ranran was prepared. She had brought a password cracking program with her. It would take half an hour to install and boot up. The rest was just a matter of waiting. Ranran stood at the door, carefully peeking outside to avoid anyone suddenly appearing. Time passed second by second, and she felt a mix of the tension of a thief and the anticipation of uncovering the truth. The air was quiet, so quiet that she could hear her heart pounding and her breathing. Hurry up, a little faster, she silently urged, clenching her fists tightly. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Waiting and waiting, the time on the screen ticked away slowly. Just as it reached 28 minutes. With victory in sight, a familiar female voice suddenly came from outside. Sister Luo, are you done? I brought my craft up. Chapter 24. Timely assistance in the snow. It's that cleaning lady from the third floor. She was suspicious in the elevator just now, and now that she's come up, what will happen? Ranran panicked, quickly closed the door to the archives, pretending to be absent. But the woman was relentless. After searching for a while without success, she began banging on the door. Sister Luo, Sister Luo, don't be silent. I know you're inside. Open the door. Didn't you say yesterday that I should bring my handmade items for you to see? You're really strange. You came in today, acting all weird. Hey, open the door. Ah. Her series of shouts ended with a brief cry of pain, followed by a loud bang, as if someone had collided with the door. And then everything returned to silence. What happened outside? Ranran's heart raced. She wanted to pull open the door to check, but at that moment, the time on the computer had already reached 30 minutes. The next moment, the previously blue screen display suddenly brightened. Just when Ranran thought it had malfunctioned, the computer suddenly jumped to a series of character keys, indicating that it had accessed the program's backend. Ranran felt a chill in her heart. This internal data of the gene bank was even more secure than she had imagined. Just when she was at her most desperate, the door clicked open. Turning around, she saw the young security guard from the corridor stepping in, holding a ring with a hidden electric baton, his youthful face quite handsome. Just a young man in his 20s. Ranran wanted to explain and try to block the computer with her body. I was just cleaning. You're not Sister Luo. The security guard interrupted her. I noticed as soon as you came in, she wouldn't activate the full house cleaning mode. Ranran's heart grew colder, her face turning pale. She knew she might be exposed, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. She had prepared for the worst, which was to be caught when discovering the secret, that she could accept, between facing punishment and living a life filled with anxiety. She chose the former. But what was this situation now? She lowered her head in disappointment, extending her hands forward, signaling him. Come on. The security guard took a couple of steps forward, but showed no intention of grabbing her. He looked in her eyes and said softly, You can't unlock the computer this way. What? Ranran panicked and raised her head, noticing that his gaze was filled with something ambiguous, a glimmer of restless excitement. The guard stepped forward, quickly pulled out a bracelet from his pocket, and handed it to her. You need to scan this. After saying that, he turned and strode away, dragging the unconscious cleaning lady from the third floor with him. It turned out that the earlier banging and cry were evidence that the young security guard had knocked out the cleaning lady. Ranran gripped the bracelet, hesitating for just a few seconds. She didn't have time to think about why the guard was helping her. That seemed to be another mystery. But just a few seconds later, she reacted, rushing to the computer with the bracelet and scanning it over the laser sensor. This thing was indeed useful. After scanning, the computer emitted a slight startup sound and successfully powered on. Ranran was extremely excited and quickly controlled the desktop. On the screen, there was a specific input for searching genes and even an automatic DNA verification function, which was very advanced. Ranran was already familiar with that string of genetic numbers. She quickly entered them and pressed the enter key. The screen displayed a message. Searching, you can continue to input other DNA codes or verify automatically. Ranran thought for a moment, tore out a hair from her head, and placed it in the automatic verification box. What followed was a wait for the result. She occasionally paid attention to the movements behind her, worried that the guard might turn back or that another unexpected visitor might arrive. So she waited, and finally, the verification result appeared on the screen. When Ranran clicked, her fingers trembled slightly. She was waiting for this result, but also afraid of it. A series of texts appeared on the screen, and at that moment, as she stared at them, it felt as if her soul was sucked into the screen. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the cold computer and her, standing like a fossil beside it, not knowing how long had passed. A message flashed on the screen. Do you want to transmit this content? Ranran suddenly came back to her senses, quickly activated the Bluetooth transfer on her watch, and clicked the confirm button. Soon, all the results were transmitted to her phone. She moved swiftly, quickly clearing the search history and wiping away her traces with a wet tissue, even retrieving the hair she had placed in the box. Then, Ranran hurriedly exited the archives, moving smoothly from the fourth floor down to the ground floor. Even the door leading to the backyard was slightly ajar. Passing by the monitoring room, Ranran slightly turned her head and saw the security guard standing next to the monitor, seemingly operating something. She wanted to say something to him, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she held them back. She tightened her clothes and quickly walked out. staying in the shadows all the way until she reached that alley, where she quickly changed into the cleaning lady's uniform and then retraced her steps back to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Ranran once again looked out towards that alley and saw that the cleaning lady had regained consciousness. She stood up unsteadily, pressed her temples for a while, and then slowly walked towards the office building. There was a high probability she wouldn't remember what had happened tonight, as such anesthetics could cause temporary memory blurring, and wearing the work uniform could lead her to believe she had already entered her workplace. Moreover, that security guard should cover for himself. Ranran gazed in the direction of the first floor, a fleeting expression appearing on her face. The next day, Ranran took the earliest flight out of the capital and returned to City A. She immediately called Xiaoyu, asking her to rush to the old house in the suburbs. Xiaoyu didn't ask much and quickly took leave. Then she drove straight in, and as soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Ranran standing outside the gate, looking as if she had been waiting for a long time. "Is there a result?" Xiaoyu asked her nervously. "You don't look quite right." Ranran lowered her gaze. "There's a result. Let's go inside and talk." Inside, Xiaoyu was sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold. Seeing them come in, Xiaoyu stood up. "So what is the result?" Ranran gestured for her and Xiaoyu to sit down. "I can hardly believe my eyes. If you see it, you will find it incredible too. But the fact is, only Xiaoyu is a real person." Chapter 25. The In-Generation Life. What? Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu exclaimed simultaneously. Then Xiaoyu asked, "Ranran, what are you talking about?" Ranran gave a faint smile, pressed a button on her watch, and the wall opposite them displayed the verification result. "Look, my code is SNQ007. The two stared at the text, which included a shocking explanation about the gene, revealing a horrifying past. It turned out that Xiaorulin's gene was extracted in 2007 and stored in a quality gene bank. This quality gene bank is global, while the Capital Gene Bank preserves all quality genes of the Asian race, amounting to hundreds of thousands. Over the next 200 years, Xiaorulin's gene was repeatedly extracted and used to clone high-quality human bodies. Lin Huiru is the second generation, while Ranran herself is the seventh-generation clone. "So I am you, but not entirely you." Ranran looked at Xiaorulin. "I don't have parents at all, biologically tracing back. I'm just a string of coal numbers." Xiaorulin opened her mouth in surprise. "Ranran, you." Ranran sighed. "Because we share the same genes. We all have common traits. When we were young, our respiratory systems weren't very good, often coughing and getting inflamed. As we grew up, the possibility of fractures increased. And in old age, the vascular walls would thin, leading to thickened blood and a risk of stroke. Also, we both have small red moles on our necks, and our appearances are almost identical. Clones." Xiaoyu was so nervous that she bit her tongue, speaking somewhat unclearly. "Isn't that scientifically prohibited? This is completely unethical." Ranran whispered, "Yes, initially they would clone one every few decades, but later the intervals became shorter. The previous SNQ006 is still alive, only a few years older than me. She is also engaged in medical testing abroad." Xiaorulin's voice trembled. "I remember. Before I left, the hospital asked me to draw blood. They said it was to reserve blood sources with no other intentions. During that time, they used anesthetics on me, and I was lethargic for several days. Yes, extracting DNA suitable for cloning requires not only blood, but also various human tissues, such as white blood cells, liver, or spleen tissue, etc." Ranran took a deep breath. "There must be a huge conspiracy behind this." Xiaoyu shook her head. Her greatest concern was Ranran. She asked anxiously, "Ranran, what should we do now? What are your plans?" Ranran shook her head. "I can't say. It's too frustrating. I don't even count as human. What difference is there between me and those artificial intelligences?" Xiaoyu walked over and held her hand. "Ranran, don't say that." Xiaorulin stood in the corner, feeling extremely complicated. She always thought she was an anomaly who had entered the future world. But now she realized that the girl who had always taken care of her was her clone. This was completely subversive to her imagination. Xiaorulin walked to the projection and scrolled through the text, browsing through the 7 generations after her, all with identical faces, engaged in almost the same industries. And their life trajectories were largely similar. She shook her head in pain. Why is it like this? Yiran non Sayhid. Breaking free from Chiyoyu's hand. I want to be alone for a while, please. She entered the room alone. Her lonely figure seemed exceptionally desolate, as if she were the only person left in the world. Ranran stayed in the room for 3 whole days, apart from sleeping. She just stared blankly at the sky outside, her mind filled with one thought. Who am I? What should I do? This was akin to when Shah Rulin first arrived. Everyone doubting their existence, completely unaware of where to go next. Later, on a dim evening, Ranran received a call. Surprisingly, it was from the security guard. On the phone, he got straight to the point. Miss Gu, I am like you. We are the same person. Ranran was taken aback. She stared at his young face. You are the same too? The security guard nodded. You find it strange, right? Actually, I realized this when I was a teenager. When I accidentally discovered the contract my parents signed with the gene bank. Then, I saw someone on TV who looked just like me. He was participating in an international physics competition. Surprising, right? My specialty is also physics. Ranran looked at him. She could fully sense the sorrow of this young man. At that time, I was shocked and immediately took the intercepted video to ask my parents. They stammered and couldn't answer, and in my anger, I ran out of the house. While they were chasing me, I had an accident. The security guard spoke about the past in a low voice, his tone somber. Ranran's heart tightened. What happened to them? The security guard forced a bitter smile. They died. Before dying, my father said that I was indeed a child they applied for through the gene bank, but they didn't know where my genes came from. He begged me to forgive him. As he spoke, his voice choked. What should I forgive? I am an unidentified wild person. How can I forgive? Ranran wanted to comfort him, but she knew that no words would be of any use since all of this was an unchangeable fact. The security guard took a breath and continued. After they died, they left behind a substantial inheritance. I could have completed my studies or even studied abroad, but I didn't want anything. I dropped out and came to the capital alone, applying for a job as a security guard at the gene bank. Then you should have known your gene origin long ago. Ranran looked at him sympathetically. He nodded. That's right. My genetic source is from 2010. I am the 11th generation clone. The reason for such a high cloning frequency is likely that every generation of genes has significant physical achievements. Only my generation has become a failure. As he spoke, there was a self-deprecating tone, and he seemed to be trapped in an eternal darkness where the future was invisible, making one feel despair at first glance. Ranran remained silent, looking at him, as if through him, she was also looking at herself. Why don't you leave? What are you waiting for? Ranran asked softly. The security guard smiled at the camera. I don't know where else to go. I just know that here, I can meet someone like me, like you, Miss Gu. This makes me feel that I am not alone. Ranran sighed. Maybe that's true. Chapter 26. Breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat. Ranran hadn't experienced as lengthy a contemplation as he had. Compared to him, she felt her own situation wasn't so tragic. At least, in the past 20-some years, she had lived quite happily. By the way, did my rash visit last time affect you? Ranran asked. The security guard shook his head. Don't worry, I'm familiar with all the security and surveillance systems. I've modified the surveillance footage and reassured Sister Luo, so she didn't suspect anything. Ranran felt relieved. Over the years, how many people like me have come to the gene bank seeking answers? The security guard shook his head heavily. There have been some inquiries, but many went through normal channels, and I'm not sure the results. As far as I know, besides you and me, there are only 2 others. After hundreds of thousands of gene samples, we only found 4 of us. Ranran couldn't believe it. The security guard also looked disappointed. Miss Gu, perhaps many people haven't discovered it, and some who have don't pay much attention. I suspect that's the case. Ranran took a deep breath. Okay. I forgot to ask you, what's your name? Zhoushan. He smiled broadly. I'll add you to our group shortly. Not long after hanging up, an invitation indeed came through. Ranran clicked in and saw 2 others with similar experiences. They began to introduce themselves. One was a man in his 40s, a herder from Tibet, who introduced himself as Sangji. The lighting on that side was very dim, with the flickering light of a lantern illuminating his weathered face, making him look particularly haggard. He spoke in very non-standard Mandarin. Sorry, I'll talk to you later. It's getting late. I need to herd the yaks back. It might snow tonight. The other was a round-faced young girl named Ranran, who was very young, at most a teenager, looking like a middle school student. She was sitting by her desk, biting on a pen, her voice barely above a whisper. Another big sister has come. That's great. I'm not the only female oddball anymore. Ranran wasn't quite used to it. She waved her hand at them as a greeting. Xishuangbanna began to introduce. Ranran is someone I met online. She left a message on the official website, and that's how I found out about her situation. Ranran huffed. I said it myself. My mom likes to post my pictures online, and then a stranger commented that I looked exactly like his daughter when she was little. My mom immediately deleted those comments and pictures, as if she had been bitten by something. So I felt something was off. Later, I found Xishuangbanna, and that's when I learned I'm really a clone. Do your family know? Ranran asked. Ranran shrugged. I told them, but they don't believe me. They think I'm talking nonsense. Sangji had already herded the yaks into the barn and was sitting by the stove, roasting a fire. You must be wearing short sleeves over there. But we're still very cold here. Sangji, when are you coming back to my place for a drink? Xishuangbanna asked with a grin. Sangji slowly shook his head. Sadly, I won't be going back. It turned out that a few years ago, when he represented the county at a conference in the capital, he found a younger version of himself at the entrance of a polytechnic university. He was very excited because his parents hadn't hidden the truth from him. He knew he was a child conceived through genetic application. Upon seeing this boy, he believed they must be brothers, a fate bestowed by Buddha, and rushed forward. The student was so frightened that he ran away, thinking he had encountered ghosts. Sangji was subsequently detained by security and taken to the police station, where he was locked up for a night before being released. Fortunately, Sangji took a photo of that student, which he brought to the gene bank for inquiry, but he was met with official jargon that sent him away empty-handed. Luckily, he met Xishuangbanna, so he learned about his genetic origin. For a long time, Xishuangbanna, Sangji, and Ranran have been each other's emotional support, ensuring they weren't alone during their intermittent doubts about their identities. Ranran teased Sangji, Uncle, what's there to be sad about? If we talk about the order of things, you were born earlier than him. He should call you Big Brother. Sangji shook his head and took a sip of a bowl of butter tea. It's a tragic fate. Best not to mention it. For these years, I've been afraid to tell my parents, worried they'd think I'm a monster too. As they spoke, Sangji's wife walked in, speaking in Tibetan as she brought in a pot of beef soup. Sangji fell silent and didn't bring up the earlier matter again. He just greeted his wife and then logged off. Ranran mumbled that she needed to do her homework, and this small meeting came to an end. Later, Xishuangbanna sent a message. We also often question the meaning of our existence. Ranran has been depressed and took a year off from school. Ranran sighed, yes. What is the meaning of our existence? I also want to know why there is such a high-quality gene bank and what they truly want to do. Could it be that they're conducting some terrible experiments in private? You think the same as I do, but our power is too small. If we could gather more people and make a bigger stir, we might attract attention from above, Xishuangbanna said. He was right, but how to gather more people? Xishuangbanna had been at the gene bank for so many years and had only met the three of them. Ranran thought for a while and realized there was only one path before her, to break the cauldron and sink the boat, to make this matter public. The greater the public response, the more likely it is to attract others like them. However, this risk also exists. Public opinion could backfire and potentially harm herself. Moreover, based on previous taboos from above, there could be a strong suppression. Ranran initially wanted to discuss it with Xishuangbanna and Xiaoyu, but then thought, why not just do it? What could the worst outcome be? So she got out of bed in the middle of the night, opened her computer, and anonymously posted her experience online. After over 200 years of development, online platforms have become extremely polarized. Either nobody pays attention, or it becomes an instant sensation. Many young people are becoming increasingly indifferent, but behind this indifference lies a surge of hostility. Whenever you want to post something, you have to be prepared to be criticized harshly. The online violence that was popular years ago is even worse now, with new forms emerging continuously. Compared to the minimal interaction in real life, people are becoming more reckless online, with countless cases of suicide due to online bullying each year. Ranran rarely goes online, so she wasn't very familiar with the differences between various sections and randomly chose a place to post. However, she waited a long time without any response. Later, an administrator sent a message from the back end. saying that her message had been moved to another section. Chapter 27, Countless Similarities in This Turn of Events. Wow. Comments were popping up rapidly, with dozens appearing in just 3 minutes. The opinions varied widely, with all sorts of remarks. Is it true or false? Are they really clones? What do they call each other when they meet? Sisters or ancestors? A gene application form? I think I saw something similar in a drawer when I was a child. Could I also be a clone? I need to look for it again. I had only heard of cloned animals before. As for humans, I've never heard of that, and it feels like the world is about to be thrown into chaos. It seems this revelation must be false. Only you fools would believe it. It's perfectly normal for someone without reproductive capability to apply for genes. But it's also normal cell culture. How could they even use the same genes? Ranran was pondering how to respond when Zhou Shan's call came in. Miss Gu, did you post that message? Yes, how did you know? Ranran was surprised. I posted it less than 2 hours ago. You should check how many times it's been forwarded. The news is already explosive. Zhou Shan lowered his voice. The director of the archives department from the gene bank just came. They're currently investigating rigorously. They want to see if any employees are spreading rumors. Ranran said nervously. Are they really using that excuse? Isn't that dangerous for you? It's fine. They're still checking privately. After all, they've kept this under wraps for so many years. Zhou Shan said firmly. It's okay. If you, a girl, can be determined, what do I have to fear? After saying that, Zhou Shan added, I will definitely be at the forefront. After all, I have nothing to lose. Ranran's tone softened considerably. Don't think like that, Zhou Shan. We still have each other. The two discussed for a long time, considering various terrible consequences, such as the news being suppressed and them being imprisoned for spreading rumors. They even thought about losing their freedom and jobs. Both had considered these possibilities. They reached a consensus. Since they've already begun, they could only brace themselves and move forward. They couldn't live in confusion forever. It was deep into the night when Ranran finally rested. However, her dreams were still restless, as if she was still scrolling through those comments and dealing with those malicious trolls. Before dawn, Qiuyu hurriedly came knocking at the door. Flustered and even wearing her clothes wrong. Ranran, you posted that message, right? Why didn't you answer my call? Ranran yawned. Yes, I posted it. It's so early. I haven't turned on my phone yet. Ranran, I'm feeling both excited and anxious right now. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Qiuyu paced back and forth in the room. Sha Rulin leaned against the door, her expression calm, but her words resolute. I support Ranran in this matter. If needed, I'm willing to come forward as a witness. I'm one of the most qualified people to testify. Ranran turned back and refused her no. You should know after reading that revelation that I didn't disclose your existence. I only mentioned my situation with Lin Huiru. I can't drag you into this storm. Do you want to be treated as a madman and sent to a psychiatric hospital? Sha Rulin glanced at her. I'm seen as a madman by others. Aren't you also considered abnormal? Since we're both like this, what is there to fear? Ranran was both surprised and touched. After all, she was just her copy. Qiuyu on the side slapped her own head. Crazy. You two are both crazy. Don't you really fear online violence? The vast majority of people won't believe you. I don't care, Ranran said, rubbing her fingers. As long as even 1% or even 1,000th of people believe me, this risk is worth it. Moreover, she shook her watch. It's reminding me that I've received a lot of private messages. The information in these private messages was substantial. Some people sent pictures of their parents' gene application forms, and others confirmed that they had encountered similar people. Several eager individuals suggested they all go to the gene bank to clarify things together. There were dozens of such messages. It felt as if, while walking in darkness, suddenly there were countless fellow travelers holding torches behind her. It instantly warmed her heart. Qiuyu looked incredulously. Are there really that many? Are these people also clones? Despite her attempts at mental preparation, the phrase clones still made Ranran uncomfortable. She whispered, some of them, perhaps, maybe some are just my own delusions. But I can't verify each one. What is the next step? What is your plan? Qiuyu stared at the flood of private messages. Ranran glanced out the window. Wait and see what happens. Plans might not be thought up. They might come naturally. Sha Rulin instantly understood her meaning. The hotter the public opinion, the more those in charge will be unable to sit still. They will take action voluntarily. Qiuyu glanced at the two similar faces. By the way, you two's thinking patterns are quite similar. If everything calms down, can you accept another version of yourself in the world? Neither Sha Rulin nor Gu Ranran spoke. The question was too complex. They had taken a long time to get used to each other's existence, and that was under the premise of having no common conflicts. As for the future, who knows? Sha Rulin excused herself to check some materials and left the room. Gu Ranran went to the kitchen to pour a cup of steaming coffee and handed it to Qiuyu. You scared her. She might think I will replace her. I see that she trusts you a lot. Qiuyu disagreed. If she didn't trust you, she would have run away long ago. Surviving under such harsh conditions. She must be strong. Gu Ranran lowered her head and poured herself another cup of coffee. I hope she can trust me. After this, I will find a way to locate her companions. As for her future, she can decide for herself. Qiuyu nodded. All right, then I'll head to work. If anything happens, remember to contact me immediately. I'm always here. Gu Ranran nodded vigorously, looking at Qiuyu with gratitude. I'm glad you've always been with me. After knowing my true identity, you didn't avoid me. Qiuyu smiled. I think it's all the same. Whether born naturally or cloned, what does it matter? We all grew up under the care of our parents and received the same education. We shouldn't look at it with a harsh eye. As Gu Ranran saw her off, she added anxiously, don't pay attention to the trolls online. Those with such malicious thoughts are the real monsters. Gu Ranran nodded, waved her hand, and leaned against the door, watching her drive away. At this moment, the sun had already risen. The so-called rise was just hiding behind clouds and smog, emitting a faint light. But no matter how weak it would still bring a glimmer of sunlight to drive away the darkness within. Gu Ranran closed her eyes, tilted her head to feel the warmth of the sun, and stood in a daze for a long, long time. Chapter 28 Comprehensive Suppression. At this moment, Xishuangbanna was busy in the house he was renting. He extracted all the private messages from suspected clones, then performed a simple screening and added the ones he was fairly certain were clones to their group. The group became unusually lively, with everyone chiming in, criticizing the gene bank. They all believed that there must be some terrifying motive behind this action. The gene law clearly stated that reproduction must be normal, and one gene can correspond to only one person. What they were doing was illegal. Yes, everyone looked exactly the same. Wouldn't this world be in chaos? Just thinking about being a clone made me feel cold all over. I confronted my parents about it yesterday, and they were still lying. We should find a time to ask the gene bank, how about going this afternoon instead of waiting for another day? In the end, this person's suggestion was agreed upon by everyone, and more people signed up to go to the gene bank in the afternoon to get some answers. Xishuangbanna silently observed, adding a few comments at critical moments to stir the pot. He always remembered Gu Ranran's words. The bigger the commotion, the more likely the hidden mastermind would show up. That afternoon, a large crowd indeed surged into the lobby of the gene bank, all shouting to check the source of their genes and demanding an explanation from the gene bank staff. This group was aggressive, with a few individuals even making threats, saying that if this matter wasn't explained, they would perish together that day. The entire security team of the gene bank was mobilized, following their leader's instructions. They politely invited all the visitors into the reception room. Afterward, a responsible person arrived and arranged for blood samples to be drawn on the spot, stating that they would provide a response in 3 days. With this assurance, everyone had nothing more to say and agreed to come back in 3 days, gradually dispersing. However, the next day, something strange happened. The hard-built group was actually disbanded, and the group owner, Xishuangbanna, was completely unaware. He insisted, I absolutely wouldn't disband it. I worked hard to gather these people. I wouldn't be that foolish. Could someone have hacked the account? He wasn't sure. Could it be? I've never encountered this situation before. But it's okay. I'll just add them back through private messages. When Xishuangbanna went to do that, he was even more shocked. The previous explosive post had disappeared, along with all the comments and private messages. It felt like he had encountered a ghost. Seeing this, Gu Ranran felt a chill down her back. It seemed it was indeed not a coincidence. The people behind the scenes had made their move. They wanted to suppress this matter. The strong reaction also proved that the repeated use of genes was indeed true. Xishuangbanna clenched his fists. These people have gone mad. Then let us continue to expose the truth. Gu Ranran turned to check her computer, then shook her head. I've already checked. Anything related to genes or clones cannot be sent out. After a while, Chiu called. Did you see? The gene bank released an official message. They're simply talking nonsense. Ranran's heart sank. She quickly opened the official account. And there it was, a debunking official message targeting the gene reuse incident that had been wildly spreading in recent days. Moreover, the most ridiculous part was that they had found several so-called parties involved to come forward and say that it was a false report spread to attract attention. One of the parties was actually the one who had shouted the loudest in the group. Ranran felt a chill down her back. She had expected this matter to be suppressed, but she didn't expect it to be done so quickly. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, completely extinguishing the flames of hope that had been rising. Suddenly, there was a ringing sound. The phone rang. Upon answering, it was LV Ran, who was in charge of logistics of the Research Institute. Ranran, are you in City A? Yes. Ranran wondered why she was asking this. LV Ran quickly said, can you come to the Research Institute right now? Professor Chung is looking for you. Ranran felt puzzled. She had taken several days off. But when she wanted to ask why, LV Ran dropped the line and hung up. Hurry. I'm waiting for you at the door. Ranran felt very unsettled, but still tidied herself up and drove to the Research Institute. LV Ran was indeed waiting there. Waving her hand as she ran a few steps towards her. Ranran, hurry inside. Professor Chung has been waiting for a long time. What happened? I don't know. LV Ran whispered. Director Mu just arrived. He is still in Professor Chung's office. Director Mu. His full name was Mu Qingshan. Also a student of Professor Chung, and he was already the director of the institute at under 40. If Professor Chung was the core technical force of this big ship of the institute, then Mu Qingshan was the helmsman ensuring its safe navigation. Ranran had not been interning for long and had only seen him 2 or 3 times. Once, an employee from the tech department made a mistake with the data, and Director Mu dismissed him immediately without listening to his explanation. He was extremely ruthless. Ranran only felt that he was silent, calm, and decisive, making people inexplicably fearful. She had always maintained a stance of minimizing contact with him, not even willing to make eye contact. Ranran felt a bit uneasy but thought, perhaps it was just a coincidence. Director Mu's arrival might not be related to her. As she walked a few more steps forward, she felt a bit braver. Even if they found out about her, what could happen? The worst would be being fired and having her internship canceled. When she initially decided to expose the truth, hadn't she thought about these consequences? After realizing this, Ranran felt more at ease and quickened her pace. As she just entered the corridor on the 3rd floor, she saw Mu Qingshan ahead, seemingly just coming out of Professor Cheng's office. When their eyes met, it felt like a shard of ice shot towards Ranran. His gaze, along with his high-quality suit and nearly 1.9-meter-tall frame, resembled a character from a CEO novel from years ago. Ranran gritted her teeth and nodded at him. Greeting him, Director Mu. Mu Qingshan glanced down at her. Ranran? The intern from the Research Institute this year? Ranran replied flatly. Yes. I started interning at the beginning of the year. Mu Qingshan remained non-committal, his demeanor icy. Go in. Your professor is waiting for you. Even his voice was very cold. Ranran politely nodded, walked past him, and knocked on Professor Chung's office door. Come in. Professor Chung's voice came from inside. Ranran could sense from the corner of her that Mu Qingshan was still behind her, watching her. His gaze felt like a sharp knife, piercing through. And the secrets she wanted to hide seemed to spill out. But even so, what did it matter? The situation had already occurred. Ranran straightened her back, her thin and frail body almost shouting the words, I will never admit defeat. Under the pressure of his gaze, she firmly pushed open the office door, no longer looking at Mu Qingshan. Chapter 29 Professor Cheng's words. Professor Cheng's office was dimly lit and filled with a strong smell of smoke. Ranran glanced at the ashtray on the desk and thought to herself that Professor Chung, who was addicted to smoking, had smoked quite a bit again. At this time, it was almost dark outside, but he had not turned on the lights. Sitting hunched over behind the large desk, he still wore the grayish-white lab coat that had been washed too many times, looking like a seasoned worker at the bottom of the hierarchy. Seeing Ranran come in, He lifted his head and, pointing to the sofa beside him, said, "Xiao Ge, you're here? Have a seat." Ge Ranran nodded and quietly sat down. "Professor Chung, did you call for me?" "Yes, I heard you were on leave." Professor Ching looked at her. "The day before yesterday. I asked Qin Yuan to give you 2 sets of data. That's what he told me." "Sorry." Ge Ranran lowered her head slightly. "I've had some personal matters recently, which delayed my work. I hope I haven't affected the project." Professor Chung coughed lightly. "Cie, do you know why I chose you from thousands of internship applications?" Ge Ranran paused for a moment and shook her head. Her resume was excellent. And in the field of biology, there wasn't a teacher who didn't praise her talent. However, Professor Cheng's lab was a top team in the country. And there were many outstanding biology students like herself. Of course, you are a genius in the biological field. I reviewed all your competition papers from middle school to university. You have outstanding professional skills. Professor Cheng's tone softened. That's why you surpassed 80% of the applicants. As for the other 20%, Ge Ranran raised her head, looking at him with curiosity, eager to know the reason. Professor Chung didn't keep her in suspense because of Qin Shan's recommendation. That is Mu Qin Shan, the director of our research institute. Ge Ranran felt surprised because she had never interacted with Mu Qin Shan before. Their brief conversation at the door was their first dialogue. They didn't know each other. Qin Shan told me that this girl is good. Her eyes are very determined. And she's someone who can hold her own and accomplish big things. Professor Chung laughed. I took Qin Shan's advice and chose you. Ge Ranran felt a bit embarrassed. My performance may not be as impressive as you think. Yes, you've been here for several months, and you've mainly been doing peripheral support work. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you've been doing menial tasks, and your most frequent contact hasn't been with the projects themselves, but with office supplies. Whereas the stunning performance in that. Professor Cheng's expression was gentle. This is not your fault. Honing your character and being able to settle down to do every trivial task well is a necessary step for you young people. Is Professor Chung testing me? Ge Ranran looked up at him while speculating about the purpose of his invitation, thinking it couldn't just be a simple heart-to-heart talk. Yiran nu did. I will do my job well. Professor Chung tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his gaze fixed on Ge Ranran, his voice very calm. Xiao Ge, I've heard about the gene bank issue. Ge Ranran's heart raced wildly. It really was this matter. The concern she had previously feared had indeed come true. After a brief moment of panic, Ge Ranran quickly calmed down and slowly replied. Investigating my background, I have never regretted it for a minute. Including what comes after, I have no regrets. If you think I have affected the reputation of the Institute, I can cooperate with your decision. Professor Chung looked at her meaningfully. Xiao Ge, it seems you were already prepared before you came here. Yes, hasn't this matter already been suppressed? Even you, Professor Chung, know about it. Since they have such power, I must also muster my courage. Ge Ranran stood up and said firmly, I will face it. After I go back, I will hand over my current work. And I will also do a handover of my identification and access pass. After hearing this, Professor Chung laughed heartily. Did you think I called you here to fire you? Ge Ranran didn't respond. She stood there with her back straight, very brave and resolute. Professor Chung pointed to the sofa. Sit down, Xiao Ge. I want to talk to you about some things you may not yet know. Curious about what he wanted to say, Ge Ranran sat down, her hands crossed on her knees, quietly looking at him. Xiao Ge, do you know what my greatest wish in this life is? Professor Chung suddenly asked. Ge Ranran replied. I've seen in interviews. It is to develop a special medicine for bone diseases so that all those who suffer from it can receive treatment. In this era, where diseases like AIDS and cancer have been addressed, new rounds of illnesses have emerged, such as bone diseases that began appearing decades ago. The symptoms include body pain and an inability to stand or walk, and over time, there could be degeneration of the limbs. This disease progresses quickly. Within a few years to a decade, a person can become paralyzed, and by the time of death, their hands and feet can turn into deformed flesh-like lumps. Professor Cheng's lab was primarily established to research this disease, and over the years, they have made significant progress, such as developing medications that can slow down the progression of the disease, which have now been widely used. Although it only slows the disease, it has already been a significant breakthrough. When Ge Ranran was in university, she had attended a lecture by Professor Chung. And the thought that rose in her mind then was to join Professor Cheng's lab and work with him to develop a special medicine for bone diseases. This was the reason she gave up a high-paying part-time job and resolutely submitted her internship application to the research institute. She was fortunate not only to have obtained an internship opportunity, but also to have such a good mentor in Professor Chung. In the 3 years of her Master and doctoral studies, she should be able to achieve considerable accomplishments, and in the eyes of her classmates, her future looked bright. "You're right. This is my biggest concern." Professor Chung sighed after hearing her response. "You may not have been to the pathology department of the institute, where all the special cases of this disease are housed. This is just 1 in 10,000, and it's only the beginning. Bone diseases will cover a large population in the coming decades, and many patients are still undiagnosed. That is what I'm most worried about." Ranran lowered her gaze, her eyes flashing with infinite sorrow. "Throughout the course of human history, we are always fighting against terrifying diseases. When one is defeated, another emerges, endlessly and without rest. But the most terrifying thing is not this. Xiao, do you know what it is?" Professor Chung looked at her. Ranran closed her eyes, sighed, and reopened them. "Is it the issue of fertility?" "Xiao, you're right." Professor Cheng's expression became grave. "In the past century, the birth rate has been declining. If in the past, people attributed the reasons to the mentality of choosing not to have children, now it has become a change in physical functions that prevents them from reproducing normally." Chapter 30. Degeneration and Extinction. Is this the reason why the gene bank, disregarding ethics, collected high-quality genes 200 years ago and mass-produced them? Ranran became excited. Professor Chung shook his head. "No, I didn't think that far back then. It was just for the sake of reserve. However, later, especially in the past 100 years, reproductive issues have become increasingly severe. Social security institutions, educational institutions, and real estate have all collapsed. Aging is becoming more serious, and the population is declining by several percentage points each year. To say something chilling, in a few hundred years, humanity might face extinction." Ranran was dumbfounded. Over the past several years, she had seen similar statements in various commentaries and news articles, but she always thought they were just alarmist marketing. But now, when they came from Professor Cheng's mouth, they became real. Would humanity really go extinct? Ranran felt a dull pain in her chest. Professor Cheng's expression was heavy. "If we let things take their course, that step will inevitably come. Thus, establishing a high-quality gene bank is a crucial step in preparing for the future. Little Gu, do you understand this?" Ranran shook her head in agony. "But what about us? Can we, who were replicated, be considered human? We're just a string of cold numbers. What is the difference between us and artificial intelligence? Have you considered our feelings?" Professor Chung walked over and patted her shoulder. "Why wouldn't you be normal people? It's just that the way embryos are generated is different. You and those test tube babies are fundamentally no different." Professor Chung continued. "During your university years, you studied reproductive isolation. Do you remember the content?" Ranran nodded. Of course. She remembered and softly recited. The so-called reproductive isolation refers to the mechanisms that prevent mating between closely related populations under natural conditions due to various reasons. Even if they can mate, they cannot produce offspring or cannot produce fertile offspring. For example, mules, which are produced by horses and donkeys, are a type of sterile animal. That's right, this corresponds to the famous lake effect. A species reproduces by the lakeside and then slowly spreads to both sides for the next generation after generation. And under similar conditions, they can hybridize since they are the same species. However, when the offspring from both sides meet again at the other end of the lake, there has already been a world of change, and they can no longer merge. Professor Chung explained, "It's like ancient microorganisms. Some evolved into plants, some into algae, and some into animals. Although their essence is still microorganisms, after years of evolution, they have become entirely different species. This is what we call from close relatives to distant relatives." Ranran felt a chill in her heart. So, the large number of reproductive issues in present-day humans is also because genes cannot merge. What caused this? Exactly, it is indeed because genes cannot merge, and two normal sperm and egg cells cannot cultivate a normal embryo. According to our analysis, there are many reasons. Changes in the atmosphere, climate, temperature changes, ultraviolet rays, pollution, including food, air, and human consciousness, all of these are factors. Professor Chung sighed. The number of normally born babies is decreasing, and most have potential health risks. Humanity is degenerating, and this is an unstoppable change. Ranran took a deep breath. She found it hard to accept such statements, which greatly overturned her perception of existence for 20 years. For a moment, she couldn't accept the terrifying statements about human degeneration and extinction. Professor Chung poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. So, the existence of a gene bank can block this change. Obtaining high-quality genes and maintaining the continuation of humanity is crucial for us. Ranran, you are a product of high technology, but you are not a monster. You're just like normal children, with blood, flesh, thoughts, and souls. Do you understand? Professor Chung, if one day you encountered another version of yourself, what would you do? Professor Chung frowned and thought seriously. I would choose to coexist peacefully. After all, a long time and space have separated us. So the probability of encountering each other is low, and even if we do, it would be a fleeting meeting. It would change the big picture. Wouldn't it change? Ranran herself was also confused. She lifted the cup and took a sip, only to find the water icy and piercing her throat. And as it slid down, her heart grew cold. Little Gu, life should prioritize the big picture. Living is the most important thing, right? Professor Chung said firmly. Humanity cannot go down that path. All of us scientists will do our utmost to prevent that step from coming. Do you believe us? I. Ranran looked up. Professor Chung's eyes sparkled as she suddenly realized that he was genuinely trying to save this world. After a painful choice, she nodded. I will try to accept it slowly. I will work hard to see. Professor Chung was pleased. He patted the student's shoulder. Little Gu, I know you're a perceptive child. In fact, everyone is very helpless, but the more helpless we are, the more we need to shoulder this responsibility. Professor Chung, there is another question I don't understand. Ranran stared at him. Is there a connection between bone diseases and reproductive issues? With your years of research style, it's unlikely you could focus on both at the same time. You notice that, indeed, there's a mystery in this. Professor Chung affirmed. Whether it's a bone disease or a reproductive issue, they are both modern civilization diseases. I study bone diseases while also paying attention to reproductive issues. Through previous screenings, we found that 80% of patients with reproductive issues also carry hidden bone disease factors, meaning they are also carriers of this condition. However, these factors may coexist with them peacefully for a long time or may eventually manifest as symptoms. These all need to be observed. Therefore, there must be some special connection between the two. Ranran's heart grew colder. She thought of her parents, who were patients with reproductive issues. Did they also have bone disease factors in their bodies? Would that mean? Little Gu, Professor Chung seemed to see through her worries. Sometimes worrying is unnecessary. What we need to do is face the problem and solve it. Ranran's heart was in chaos. After bidding farewell to Professor Chung, she walked out of the office, still unable to calm down. She stood by the window and looked at the sky for a long time. Although it was pitch black outside and not a single star was visible, she silently watched for a long time. When she came out, Ranran suddenly stood up from his desk. Ranran, are you okay? Ranran shook her head. I'm fine. Aren't you off work yet? I was worried about you. Ranran quickly tidied up the things on the desk. Let us go together. After leaving the research institute, Ranran inquired, what did Professor Chung want to talk to you about? Chapter 31 Core Laboratory, teach me a little about academic issues. Ranran avoided the main topic. Studying human development history. Discussing the lake effect could be considered an academic issue, right? Ranran had a face full of disbelief. Just for this? Professor Chung is usually very busy. Ranran changed the subject. You haven't had dinner yet, right? I heard a new dumpling restaurant opened on E Street. Let's go try it. So the two girls drove off for dinner. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and they chatted about interesting things in the research institute and some gossip from society, without discussing any sensitive topics again. But this happiness was only superficial for Ranran. Her mood was in turmoil. Thinking about their experiences and also about Professor Cheng's words, she didn't know what else she could do at that moment. During the time Ranran was talking to Professor Cheng, Zhou Shan was also plotting to do something big. After learning about his background, he had been lying low for a long time, just to find others like him and conspire on strategies. But who would have thought that the plan was just beginning to be implemented and was forcefully suppressed? This brought him immense anger and stimulation. So he decided to take that final step, using certain hacking techniques to intercept the information from the GeneBank's files and then prepared to report layer by layer. Zhou Shan was confident about this because he had been self-studying hacking techniques over the years. The previous wristband was something he had replicated and stolen. He knew how to infiltrate the GeneBank's computer and silently steal the original data. The thought went from conception to implementation in a very short time. Half an hour later, Zhou Shan took advantage of the time before the handover to sneak into the archive room. He skillfully opened the computer and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner that had long been covered by the records from yesterday, unable to capture his image. He pulled up the original data in the shortest time and copied it one by one. This process took a relatively long time, after all. The data had been accumulated over 200 years and was vast. He waited a full hour before the copying was completely finished. Zhou Shan took the wristband, glanced triumphantly at the surveillance, and swiftly exited the research institute. Under his meticulous planning, no one noticed him during this process. Zhou Shan drove his electric bike straight to the municipal office. The wind rushed past him as he rode, his thoughts racing. He thought about his parents' car accident, the lonely days, and also about his previous self, the one who participated in the international physics competition as a gene mate. Over the years, Zhou Shan had quietly observed him from television, from the internet. That boy, 2 years younger than him, had become famous in that competition, attending one of the top 3 universities in the world, publishing many significant papers over the years, and interning at the best research institute locally, becoming a rising star in the scientific community. Moreover, he had a beautiful girlfriend. Photos of the two enjoying time with their parents often appeared on social media. All this made Zhou Shan's heart ache. He had thought many times that this should be his fate, that he should also have a beautiful life, but now it had been stolen by someone else. He was left alone and had nothing. His bike sped up more and more, completely exceeding the speed limit. The electronic police had already reminded him multiple times. Zhou Shan knew that they would come to arrest him in no more than 10 minutes. But he didn't care at all. He rushed to the municipal office building, waving the wristband as he charged in. "I want to see the mayor. Let me in." He had already investigated thoroughly and knew the mayor was holding a quarterly coordination meeting today, working late in the office building. Several security guards rushed up to grab him, but Zhou Shan shouted, "I have all the secrets of the gene bank. If you don't let me see the mayor, I will disclose everything." Perhaps his threat worked. He was quickly taken into the reception room, and moments later, the figure that could only be seen on the news and television slowly approached him. Meanwhile, Ranran had already returned home. She tried various methods, but couldn't contact Zhou Shan. He didn't answer his phone, didn't reply to messages, and she couldn't find him at all. Ranran was anxious. She called Xiaoyu, who didn't take it too seriously. Maybe he's just sleeping or working. You know, we sometimes don't turn on our phones either. Is that really the case? If it were any other time, Ranran wouldn't have cared, but this was a sensitive period. Ranran waited for a long time, and around 10 o'clock at night, her wristband suddenly beeped, receiving a message from Zhou Shan. "I have left the capital and might go far away. Don't look for me anymore. Forget about those things." Just a few short sentences made Ranran's heart race. "What happened to Zhou Shan?" she replied, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea with no response. When she called, it showed that it couldn't be connected. Zhou Shan had silently disappeared, along with the kindred she had worked hard to contact before, as well as Sang Ji and Wan Wan from the group of 4. They all vanished, leaving no trace behind. If it weren't for Qiu Yu and Sha Rulin being able to prove all of this, Ranran would have thought it was just a dream. But what could she do? Professor Cheng had repeatedly stated that the secret of the gene bank could not be told to others, because once this secret was revealed, it could lead to chaos around the world. Yes, the things being hidden are realities that humanity cannot accept. A large-scale upheaval is indeed terrifying, but involving all of humanity. Ranran felt that this was something no one could bear. Under Professor Chang's repeated invitation, she returned to work in the laboratory. However, compared to before, her mindset had changed greatly. She worked more diligently and earnestly on her tasks, hoping to, as Professor Chang said, develop a drug to treat bone diseases and find a solution to fertility issues as soon as possible. As for herself, she thought she'd take it one step at a time. On the third day of returning to work, Qin Yuan brought good news early in the morning. Ranran, Professor Chung asked me to inform you that starting today, you can enter the core laboratory. Really? Ranran confirmed again. Qin Yuan nodded. Of course it's true. Professor Chung has always recognized your abilities. Ranran said nothing. She understood in her heart that this was likely a mutual compromise and goodwill between them. Entering the core laboratory was her wish. No matter what, it was realized. Qin Yuan said gently, "Let's go. I'll take you in to have a look." This was Ranran's first time entering that building. The core laboratory was located at the farthest end of the research institute, surrounded by dense woods and high walls, making it the darkest and most mysterious place in the institute. Chapter 32. Pathology Institute. Although the trees blocked most of the view, the air conditioning valves here were always open, maintaining a temperature of around 20 degrees. As soon as Ranran entered, she felt a chill all over her body. Qin Yuan handed her a white lab coat and said, "It's like this when you first come here. You'll get used to it after a while. Come on, let's take a look at the lab." There were at least 4 laboratories here, equipped with plenty of apparatus, and bright searchlights illuminated every corner of the room. Inside, 2 staff members were busy organizing things while wearing protective masks. They merely nodded when they saw someone enter. Professor Chung comes here every day as long as he isn't on a business trip, and we don't have a set time to get off work. We can only rest after completing our tasks at hand. Qin Yuan said softly. Ranran, you'll adapt once you get used to it. I'm fine, Ranran replied, glancing a row across from the lab. Are those offices? Yes, there is also a break room upstairs where you can rest and take a shower. I'll take you there in a bit. Qin Yuan continued to show her around. The offices were relatively small, equipped with simple office supplies. The break room upstairs was similar to a small dormitory with beds and cabinets, and even a tiny bathroom. Just as they were looking around, Qin Yuan received a phone call. After saying a few words, he apologized. Ranran, you take a look first. I have something to take care of. Okay, I don't mind. Ranran responded. She wandered around the room for a while before heading downstairs. The courtyard was filled with towering trees, and looking up, she could only see the sky through the gaps in the leaves, feeling small and hidden. Just as Ranran said, they were just tiny specks of dust in the universe. At that moment, there were faint knocking sounds, bang, bang. Ranran turned her head towards the sound and noticed it was coming from the heavy iron door on the left side of the lab, which was slightly vibrating with each knock. Perhaps that is the Pathology Institute. The Pathology Institute is located within the core laboratory and is the most mysterious place in the entire research institute. The patients living there all have bone diseases with special symptoms, and they voluntarily signed experimental applications in the past, becoming the first batch of patients to receive new medications. These patients are usually not accessible to others. Ranran had only analyzed their data before and had never observed them up close. Therefore, her curiosity was piqued, and she wanted to get closer to see what was going on inside. Ranran quietly approached, and the large door continued to shake. Although the sound was not loud, it persisted. She reached out her hand and felt the knocking from inside, one knock after another, like a woodpecker pecking at a tree trunk. The iron door was tightly sealed, but there were gaps at the edges. Through there, Ranran saw a glimpse of black and white, which she guessed was a patient gown. The person inside seemed to sense something was wrong and stopped knocking. Ranran couldn't help but ask, "Are you a patient inside?" The person seemed startled and quickly moved away from the gap, disappearing from sight. Ranran stared at the door in confusion, wondering why he was so scared. Just then, Qin Yuan's voice came from behind her. Ranran, what are you looking at? Oh, it seemed like someone was knocking inside just now, Ranran replied, puzzled. I thought he had something to say, but he suddenly ran away. Qin Yuan stared at the iron door for a moment. Oh, they probably just got bored and were knocking for fun. It's nothing. Come on, Ranran, Professor Chung is here. As they walked back, Ranran looked back at the iron door and asked, "Senior brother, are the patients inside very restricted? Why are they locked up?" "Because the experimental cycle for bone diseases is very long, and they sign agreements beforehand. For confidentiality, it has to be a closed experiment. Can we go in?" Ranran asked again. Qin Yuan smiled, "Of course. When it's your turn to be on duty, you can go in." It turned out that the personnel in the core laboratory took turns on duty, and every 3 days, someone had to monitor the Pathology Institute. Ranran was no exception. That day, Professor Chung immediately assigned her a lot of work without giving her any time to adjust. However, this suited Ranran just fine. She enjoyed the feeling of being focused in the laboratory, which also helped her forget some unpleasant things. She also met a few new colleagues, all older than her, ranging from their 30s to 50s. It was said that they had followed Professor Chung for many years. This included her senior brother Qin Yuan, who had been with Professor Chung since his graduate studies and was now his right-hand man, a key member of the core laboratory. Ranran decided to work hard and strive to achieve results here. Perhaps only by doing so could she realize her self-worth. If she didn't do something, she really didn't know what she was living for. Ranran thought. The next evening, she indeed received a notification that the following night she would be on duty at the Pathology Institute along with another female colleague named Guman. Guman was a woman nearing 40, but she had a very elegant demeanor. She had previously worked as a clinical doctor in a hospital and was mainly responsible for the patients at the Pathology Institute after transferring to the Research Institute. She reminded Ranran, "Wear an extra coat. It gets especially cold on night shifts." Ranran felt a hint of anticipation in her heart and nodded casually. The next evening, she randomly picked a thin, sun-protective shirt, thinking it's only 20 degrees, how cold could it be? But when she saw Guman at the entrance of the Pathology Institute, she realized that Guman was actually wearing a sweater. Ranran thought, "She looks pretty healthy, yet she's so afraid of the cold." However, just 5 minutes later, Ranran began to regret her impulsiveness. The 4-story Pathology Institute was as cold as an ice cellar. As soon as she entered, a gust of cold air rushed down from above, followed by chilly winds from all directions, wrapping her tightly as if she were wearing a coat made of ice. Ranran's pores shrank from the cold, and she glanced at the temperature display beside her, only to find it was a mere 10 degrees. No wonder Guman was wearing a sweater. Later, Ranran learned that the new drug had a low tolerance level, and to achieve better effects, the indoor temperature had been significantly lowered. It was also Ranran's first time seeing the patients at the Pathology Institute. Although she had conducted numerous tests before, seeing them in person still left her in shock. Most of them had very severe symptoms and had lost the ability to walk. Their bones had long been diseased, with some legs swollen like pillars and others' hands swollen and deformed. The most severe cases had hands and feet that had turned into shapeless masses of flesh, looking extremely frightening. Chapter 33. Towards hostility, the patients hung their heads on their beds, and when they saw someone passing by, they hurriedly lifted their heads, a flicker of anticipation flashing in their eyes. Guman seemed to be used to all of this. She walked coldly past the crowd and went straight to the nurse station to retrieve the test results for temperature, blood pressure, blood sugar, and other data. After reviewing them, she told the nurse, "Change the medication to number 2 for beds 6, 13, and 27. Change to number 3 for beds 1 and 19. And measure again at 5 in the morning." The nurse nodded and quickly recorded it down. Guman then went to check on a few particularly severe patients. Examining their conditions, one old woman with a face full of wrinkles trembled as she grasped Guman's hand. "Doctor, can my leg still be treated? Will I be able to stand up?" Guman pressed her lips together and after a long while said, "Take your medicine properly. There will be hope." The old woman's cloudy eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. "I still want to wait for my leg to get better so I can go back to see my grandson." She chattered on about her grandson, showing them photos and smiling as she talked about how clever the child was, able to help with chores at just 3 years old. After leaving the ward, Ranran asked softly, "Can her leg recover?" Guman shook her head. She has already tried several kinds of medication, and they are not effective at all. At most, she has 3 months left. Guman spoke the cruelest words in the calmest tone, sending a chill down Ranran's back. She doesn't know, right? There's no need to tell her. She has no family, Guman replied, glancing back at the ward. That grandson was also picked up by her. It turned out that the child was an abandoned baby she found while scavenging, discarded by his biological parents due to a lung disease. She took him in and fed him back to health with rice soup, using all her savings to take him to see doctors. The two of them lived together, relying on each other. However, when the child was 3, she suddenly developed severe leg pain and her condition deteriorated rapidly, causing her legs to deform in a short time. The doctors were at a loss, and in desperation, she could only accept the hospital's suggestion and submitted an application to the Research Institute for experimental treatment. Fortunately, her application was approved, and she could receive treatment for free, bringing a glimmer of hope to her condition. However, she couldn't keep her grandson by her side and sent him to an orphanage, telling him that she would come back to take him home once she got better. Thus, the child was likely to be adopted. Guman said slowly, "At least the child is still young and has no memories, so it doesn't matter." Ranran felt inexplicably heartbroken. How can it not matter? That child shouldn't forget her. Isn't that too cruel? Guman shook her head. You just came to a place like this, so you think like that. Once you get used to it, you'll become like us. The so-called cruelty is a form of self-protection. Everyone has to die. Ranran didn't say anything further. Rationally, she understood that Guman was right, but emotionally, she couldn't empathize. The kindness of giving life doesn't compare to the kindness of raising. That child should remember her. The two stopped discussing that topic and continued walking. At the end of the corridor, a middle-aged woman in a thin hospital gown stood there. She looked haggard, and her complexion was sallow. When she saw them approaching, she quickly took a few steps towards them, leaning on her cane, and pulled out her record sheet. "Doctor, could you please take a look and see if my indicators have improved?" Guman took the sheet and began to check. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with hope as she stared at Guman, her lips slightly moving, wanting to ask more, but appearing fearful. Ranran glanced at her ID badge, number 9. She had a slight impression of her, because most of the patients here were in critical condition, and there were not many mild cases. Number 9 was one of them. Guman looked for a long time, then smiled slightly. "Yes, since changing to the new medication, your indicators have improved somewhat. Keep taking it for another month, and we'll see how it goes." "Thank you, doctor, thank you." The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. "Doctor, I see some people getting intravenous injections. Can I have that too?" Guman frowned. "Specific treatment measures will have to wait for Professor Chung to conduct a unified consultation before we can decide." Okay. Thank you, doctor." The middle-aged woman bowed and slowly entered the ward. Guman whispered, "Her name is Li Hui. She's a bit different from the others. She has been ill for over 10 years, with her condition fluctuating back and forth, sometimes better and sometimes deteriorating, like a tug of war." Ranran quietly noted down the information about these patients in her mind. Although she wasn't responsible for clinical work, she wanted to understand more. It would be beneficial for her future work. After completing the rounds, Guman began to check the medication distribution at the nurse station. She checked very thoroughly, comparing the types and ratios of the medications one by one before allowing the nurse to deliver them to the wards. When she was busy, Ranran familiarized herself with the patient data using the medical records. When she saw the elderly woman in bed 16, she sighed slightly. In comparison to others, she was indeed the one whose condition was progressing the fastest. After finishing her tasks, it was already past 10. She called Sha Rulin to inquire about her situation. In the video, Sha Rulin had just washed her hair and was drying it with a towel, looking a bit tired. Ranran reminded her, "There are quick-dry towels in the cabinet. I told you before. That thing is hot, like it's electrified. I'm always worried that when I wrap it around my head, I'll get electrocuted." Ranran was speechless. How could that be? It just has some adsorptive ions added. The heat you feel is just because it has absorbed heat from the air. When are you coming back? Sha Rulin changed the topic. "I don't want to stay here alone." Ranran comforted her. "I'll be at work for the next few days. Tomorrow I'll have Chiyoyu go see you." In fact, Ranran knew that she was scared. Sha Rulin had suffered too much in her life, and now found herself in a strange world. It would be strange if she weren't afraid. The fact that she could say this meant she considered Ranran a close person. "By the way, have you found out about the whereabouts of my companion?" Sha Rulin suddenly asked. Ranran shook her head. "I've asked my friends to keep an eye out, but there hasn't been any news. Don't worry, I'll keep looking. After a moment of silence, Sha Rulin replied with one word, okay. After hanging up, Sha Rulin removed her AR glasses and gazed out the window. In fact, an hour ago, she had a nightmare. She dreamed that her companion was tied to a metal table glinting with cold light, and two people who looked like doctors were brandishing scalpels at him. Chapter 34. Confrontation. The companion's eyes widened in terror. Unable to scream before the knife sliced open his abdomen. Then the two doctors calmly glanced at him and began to remove all of his organs. At last, the doctors took out his heart, still pulsating and stained with blood, and quickly tossed it into a bag of ice. Strangely, throughout this process, the companion was conscious but felt no pain. He couldn't shout or call out, and by the time his entire body was hollowed out, he was left with just an empty shell. In the dream, Sha Rulin was like a vague observer, watching everything unfold until she woke up, only to find her back soaked with sweat. She hurried to take a shower and then received a call from Ranran. Why did she have such a dream? Perhaps it was due to anxiety and overthinking, or subconsciously, Sha Rulin felt that she and her companion would eventually meet that fate. They would be seen as outcast by this world, isolated, imprisoned, dissected, and analyzed. Sha Rulin knew deep down that she had no chance of integrating into this world. Even if she had an identity, there was no meaning in surviving. No one was waiting for her. No one recognized her. She was merely dragging on her life. As for Ranran, who had always helped her, Sha Rulin had mixed feelings. On one hand, she relied on her, considering her the only person she could get close to. On the other hand, she felt that the other person was like an intruder, and sooner or later, they would end up in opposition. Her heart was torn between these two thoughts, and every day felt chaotic. In recent days, she accidentally entered the study of that old writer and discovered many unfinished manuscripts. He wrote a story set in a post-apocalyptic world, filled with sorrowful emotions. For example, one passage described, Songji looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, but his gaze drifted to the sky behind her. The sun was much larger than usual, as if it had drawn countless times closer, and the heat waves rising from the ground were about to melt them. The woman reached out to stop him, and Songji pulled out his gun, aiming it at her head. With a bang, the bullet pierced through the woman's head, and she fell to the ground. Her head splattered like a crushed tomato, blood and brain matter smeared everywhere. Upon reading this, Sha Rulin felt a chill in her heart. When she was on planet R, she had seen many deaths. Such scenes, even more tragic and horrifying, had occurred countless times. However, what she cared about were the words in the text. The sun was much larger than usual, drawing closer. Did this mean the distance between the sun and Earth was shortening, or that the sun was expanding? Either way, it would lead to the destruction of Earth. She vaguely remembered glimpsing some things on planet R, as if Earth were indeed about to undergo some calamity. She couldn't recall the specifics. Could it be that the situation predicted in the book was coming true? Sha Rulin speculated. She thought fiercely, let destruction come. After all, there was no hope for her life. It would be destroyed sooner or later. She forcefully pulled down the curtains, turned back, and sat down despondently on the bed. The next evening, Chiyoyu arrived as promised, bringing a bouquet of pink roses. Are they pretty? She asked. I barely managed to snag them online. Do you need to snag them? Sha Rulin glanced at them dispassionately. These flowers don't look very fresh. What are you talking about? Chiyoyu carefully placed them in a vase and tossed in a preservative. For flowers to look like this is already quite good, unlike in your era. Sha Rulin felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that. I wish I could go back to that era. Chiyoyu looked at her thoughtfully. She had brought the flowers at Ranran's request. As Ranran said, Sha Rulin's mental state wasn't quite right and hoped she could come over to keep her company. Chiyoyu calmly analyzed. Unless time can flow backward, or you can enter that wormhole again, perhaps there's hope to return to the past. Sha Rulin was lost in thought. You might not be wrong. A wormhole can connect certain areas and might also link to another time and space. So, you need to pull yourself together. It's not right to sink into despair. Chiyoyu comforted her. In fact, how many people in this world live without suffering? But no matter how hard it gets, we must persevere. Sha Rulin looked at the girl in her early 20s in front of her, suddenly surprised. Are young people in their era this clear-headed? Chiyoyu, with a mindset of sharing misfortunes to have the sorrow, began to talk about her own troubles. You see me bouncing around happily, but actually, I'm really miserable. My dad used to do business and lost all the family money, and he owes a mountain of debt. The creditors have been chasing us for over 10 years. And we've been running away for over 10 years, still being threatened from time to time. Xishuangbanna looked at her disdainfully. Then why don't you pay it back? We do pay. Qiu explained, my salary barely covers basic living expenses. The rest goes to my family. But it's useless. My dad owes too much. Xishuangbanna felt a bit of sympathy. Your dad really doesn't he know how high the sky is? Qiu was displeased. You guys recklessly broke into Half Moon Lake back then, seemingly unaware of the consequences. Xishuangbanna was taken aback by this retort and almost wanted to laugh. It seemed she was entirely wrong, but how could a 30-year-old adult lose face in front of such a young girl? So she forcibly explained, we were somewhat sacrificing for science, but your dad is just harming the family. Qiu wanted to explode, but remembered Ranran's instructions. So she forced herself to hold back. All right, I won't argue with you. By the way, if you're particularly bored, you can have Ranran apply for a robot from the welfare agency to keep you company. Those are free. Xishuangbanna turned her head away in speechlessness. The last robot, which was as strong as an ox and had a terrifying appearance, almost scared her to death. She had seen it as a villain and had confronted it for several days. Another one? Forget it. She didn't think such robots were interesting. Qiu chatted with her for a while, and the two shared a simple dinner. Then Qiu drove away, saying that her workplace was far and it was inconvenient to live here. Xishuangbanna stood by the window, watching the car drive further away, then turned back to the table to continue drawing. Meanwhile, Ranran was busy in the laboratory, working with her senior brother Xishuangbanna to calculate some data. They tried various methods, separation, substitution, and segmentation, but to no avail. Finally, at the last moment, Ranran thought of a good method, and this time they succeeded in one go. They indeed found that the previous data was incorrect. Chapter 35. The death of Xishuangbanna was very happy. Ranran, you really are very talented. Ranran remained silent. Her so-called talent was intentional and not worth any pride. She knew this, Professor Chung knew this, but the senior brother in front of her did not. Ranran took off her lab coat. I made plans to have lunch with Ran. I heard there's a new porridge shop opened at the entrance of the research institute. Are you going, senior brother? Porridge is something you girls like. I can't get full from it. Xishuangbanna shook his head. I'll eat in the cafeteria. You guys go ahead. Ran was an honest and somewhat timid girl. She was also Ranran's first friend at the research institute. After graduating from university, her family used connections to get her a job in the office at the research institute, responsible for logistical work. Her work performance was not great, making frequent mistakes and receiving criticism from her superiors, but it hadn't reached the point of being fired. Although she was a bit dull, she had a kind heart and had helped Ranran many times, for which Ranran was particularly grateful. This lunch was forcibly treated by Ranran. She ordered 2 portions of porridge and a few light side dishes. The two of them chatted about interesting things at work while eating, and it was quite pleasant. Ran talked about the security uncle who was about to retire. Ranran, yesterday, I asked Uncle Lu about his plans after retirement. Guess what he said? Ranran shook her head. Taking care of grandchildren? Retirement? Farming? None of those. Ran took a sip of porridge. He said he wants to ride a bike to Tibet, because there, he can see blue skies and white clouds. He's tired of places filled with smog and the city. Who would have thought Uncle Lu has a heart yearning for freedom? Ranran sighed, but the climate in Tibet is quite harsh now, unlike before. I saw in the news that even in July and August, there can suddenly be heavy snow and hail. Riding there will be quite tough. He has already bought the bike and supplies, saying he will retire at the end of the month and set off at the beginning of next month. Ran looked admiring. I suddenly envy him. Ranran nodded. Retirement is nice. By the way, Ranran, have you heard about something? In the afternoon, your pathology department is going to admit a new patient. Ran suddenly said. Ranran shook her head. I didn't pay much attention. Isn't it normal to admit patients? This patient is different. He was transferred from the West Suburb Mental Hospital. Ran whispered. I heard from people over there that he has something unusual inside his body. West Suburb Mental Hospital. Ranran's spoon dropped and hit the bowl. Is he a mental patient? Not sure, there should be one. Otherwise, why would he be in that kind of place? Lu Ran shook her head in confusion. I only heard a couple of sentences while Director Luo was on the phone. I didn't dare to ask more. Otherwise, she'd find trouble for me again. Director Luo was a serious middle-aged woman in her 50s, responsible for the office's miscellaneous affairs and Lu Ran's direct superior. She was strict and meticulous, and couldn't stand Lu Ran's muddled demeanor, having deducted her salary several times. In the afternoon, Ranran took a nap in the lounge of the core lab. She planned to go home after the meeting in the afternoon, since she hadn't been back for several days and was actually worried about Sha Ruolin. Just as she fell asleep, she suddenly heard a scream from outside the window, sounding like a man's voice, sharp and desperate, but it abruptly stopped after one cry, and the surroundings returned to calm. Ranran got out of bed and went to the window, just in time to see a business car driving into the Pathology Institute's big iron gate. She guessed this must be the patient Lu Ran mentioned being sent from the mental hospital. When she returned to bed, she couldn't fall asleep again. So she simply went downstairs, intending to check the lab. As she reached downstairs, she ran into Gu Man, who was rushing out of the lab, holding a notebook. She was walking so fast that she almost bumped into Ranran. Are you okay, Sister Gu? Where are you going? Ranran picked up the notebook and handed it to her. A new patient is coming in this afternoon. I need to hurry for an examination. Gu Man replied. We need to do a full body check, and Dr. Zhu can't manage it alone. Ranran did. Thinking about the car she had just seen and what Lu Ran mentioned. Why are mental patients sent here? Don't we only have skeletal patients here? Gu Man smiled. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe there's a matching condition. Gu Man hurriedly left, and Ranran didn't think much of it. When it came to mental hospitals, the first thing she thought of was Sha Ruolin's companion. He had escaped from a mental hospital, but it wasn't the west suburb one, so there shouldn't be any connection between the two. That afternoon, after work, Ranran returned to her old house in the suburbs, where she could rest for a day. Upon returning, she found Sha Ruolin had drawn many uniquely shaped pictures, which she claimed were scenes she had experienced. For example, there was a super large and tall mining robot and a series of circular recycling vehicles, resembling things seen in sci-fi movies. Sha Ruolin said seriously, I must have worked in this mine. I remember being trapped in a big container operating the machine, and I have this memory. Ranran pointed to the ceiling. It seems there are many secrets about that star, but the places you mentioned are indeed very barren, unlike what I imagined an alien planet to be. I also feel something is off. Sha Ruolin replied. With time, I should be able to remember everything. Yeah, no need to rush. Ranran comforted her. You can stay with me for now. We'll talk about the future later. It was a calm night, but it was the calm before the dawn. For the next day, a shocking event happened at the Research Institute. The incident began with the patient transferred from the west suburb mental hospital. When Ranran returned to work, she found that Gu Man hadn't come back all night, which made her uneasy. She asked senior brother Qin Yuan, who also looked surprised. It shouldn't be. Yesterday, Professor Chung asked Sister Gu to help with a physical examination, which should only take a few hours at most. But her things are still on the table, and I asked the security downstairs. He checked the surveillance and said Gu Man went into the Pathology Institute and never came out. Qin Yuan frowned. I'll go to the Pathology Institute to check. Something might have delayed her. Half an hour later, news came from the Pathology Institute that Gu Man was dead. Her body was found in a small storage room at the end of the 4th floor, with no signs of struggle. But the back of her head had a large gash, blood and brain matter spilled everywhere. She died quietly. Chapter 36. Death by explosion. Qin Yuan immediately called the police. After reviewing the surveillance footage, he discovered that she had walked straight out of the isolation ward at 5 p.m. yesterday and entered the warehouse alone, never to come out again. There were no signs of anyone else having been in the warehouse, and aside from a nurse delivering medication, no one else had passed through the corridor. Who could the murderer be? The forensic doctor examined the wounds and was dumbfounded, stating that they were not caused by external force but seemed to be the result of the skin bursting due to extreme tension, much like how sausage bursts when heated. This sounded unheard of. The human scalp has a certain elasticity. How could it be tight enough to explode? Qin Yuan speculated that she might have had some unknown illness. He then pulled up Gu Man's medical records, which only noted minor issues like mild arthritis and gallstones. Nothing significant. After the police collected evidence, they took the body away. Ranran, who had arrived after hearing the news, stood at the entrance of the Pathology Institute, watching as they loaded Guman's body into the vehicle. The white cloth fluttered slightly in the wind, revealing Guman's pale profile. Ranran felt a surge of fear. What had happened to the cheerful Gu Jie who had been joking with her just yesterday? She was frightened and approached Qin Yuan as he exited the Pathology Institute. Senior brother, could it be related to that psychiatric patient? Gu Jie said she was going for a physical examination this afternoon, and she mentioned going with Dr. Zhu. Qin Yuan shook his head. Dr. Zhu has already been questioned. He said it was all very routine. The patient is in the isolation room. Nothing could have gone wrong. Really? Ranran felt a chill run down her back. Could it be that Gu Jie really died from self-explosion? Qin Yuan sighed. The body has already been sent to the examination department. Let us wait for the further test results. We need to cooperate with the forensic doctors and the police. Guman's death caused a stir at the research institute, with everyone gathered in the large office discussing the matter, panic evident on each face. Particularly, Dr. Zhu, who had performed the physical examination with Guman, was in a state of shock. How could this happen? We did the physical examination together yesterday, and I left first with the samples while Dr. Gu said she would handle the follow-up. How could she die? Who did this? Director Luo inquired. Is there surveillance in the isolation room? Have the police checked it? It has been checked, Dr. Zhu replied, his voice trembling. The police asked me to take a look as well. It was just normal procedures like 4 drips and tubing. Nothing unusual. Ranran frowned. Was there anything abnormal about that patient? Nothing, except for some rambling. Dr. Zhu shook his head. But how many people with mental illness don't ramble? While they were discussing, the phone rang. It was the laboratory asking Director Luo to come over to discuss security issues for the past few days. After a brief conversation, she hurried off. LV Ran anxiously tugged at Ranran's sleeve. Ranran, I have a bad feeling. Do you think that isolation ward is haunted? Impossible. There must be some reason behind this. Let us wait for the police report. Ranran shook her head, a staunch materialist who didn't believe in the supernatural. She was convinced that there had to be an explanation for this incident. LV Ran nodded, half convinced, glancing nervously towards the laboratory. The atmosphere in the research room was tense. As everyone felt unsettled, a colleague they spent every day with had died mysteriously, and the cause was still unknown. Coincidentally, that night, it was Ranran and Dr. Zhu's turn to work the night shift. In the afternoon, Qin Yuan came by to check. Ranran, if you're scared. You don't have to. Ranran shook her head, her voice soft but resolute. I'm fine. I can handle it. Qin Yuan gave her an approving look. Don't worry. The Pathology Institute has increased security. We should trust the police. Everything will be clarified soon. Ranran thought the same. The darkness would eventually be pierced by sunlight, and all unclear matters would come to light, just like the situation with Dr. Gu. At night, they entered the pathology room at the designated time. The patients had all been taken to their wards, but there were many more security guards in the yard and corridors. When Ranran reached the 3rd floor ward, she found that 2 guards were stationed at the staircase leading to the 4th floor. Everyone was on high alert, their expressions serious. The atmosphere so tense that the air felt stagnant. Ranran and Dr. Zhu followed their usual procedures, first collecting temperature, blood pressure, and blood sugar data from the nurse's station, then adjusting medication based on the changes, and finally checking the patient's conditions. When they arrived at room 9, that of a middle-aged woman named Li Hui, she nervously asked, Doctor, did something happen on the 4th floor? Why are there so many police today? It's nothing. Just a routine check, Dr. Zhu replied after a moment of silence. Li Hui glanced at Ranran, standing next to her. Really? But why are there so many police? Ranran reassured her. Don't overthink it. How are you feeling today? Li Hui nodded and shook her head. I felt a bit better in the morning, but it started hurting again in the evening. Dr. Zhu glanced at his notes. The consultation is in 2 days. We'll see if we can adjust the treatment plan then. After leaving the ward, Ranran suddenly felt unbearable abdominal pain. She suspected her period had come. This was a recurring issue for her. Every time her period started, she would experience lower abdominal cramps that lasted 2 days before subsiding. She quickly informed Dr. Zhu and hurried to the restroom at the end of the corridor, bringing her supplies with her, so she resolved the issue promptly. Just as she exited the restroom, she saw a shadow moving swiftly from the end of the corridor. The person was dressed in black, very tall, and moving quickly. Normally, Ranran wouldn't have paid much attention, but something felt off given the recent incident at the lab. She felt a buzz in her head, sensing that the shadow was suspicious, and instinctively followed it at a quick pace. The corridor was empty. Dr. Zhu should still be in the ward. Ranran was afraid of startling the person ahead, so she tiptoed closer. To her surprise, after turning a corner, she heard two familiar voices near the balcony in the corner. It was Professor Chung and Director Mu Qingshan. Qingshan, has the identification result come out? Yeah, it's the same as before, but the forensic doctor said there's something wrong with Dr. Gu's blood. Then take a sample back. Professor, that's what I meant. Here it is. Okay, I'll have someone go test it right away. Chapter 37 Familiar scene. Ranran's face burned as she felt like a secret voyeur. To avoid being discovered, she pressed her body tightly against the corner wall until their voices faded and the two gradually walked away. Only then did she quickly leave to meet Dr. Zhu. After the two hurriedly checked the rooms, Dr. Zhu became busy in the office. Ranran felt the air was a bit stuffy, so she decided to go out to the balcony for some fresh air. However, just as she reached the staircase, she saw a young nurse rushing downstairs with a medicine bottle in her arms. She was running so fast that if Ranran hadn't reached out to stop her, she might have fallen. What's wrong? Ranran asked. Why did you go to the 4th floor? Aren't you not supposed to go up there? The young nurse turned pale with fear. Dr. Zhu sent me to change the medicine. Ranran glanced at the medicine bottle in her hand. What do you have in your hand? The young nurse trembled. That patient is too scary. He keeps talking nonsense and even reached out to grab me. He said he doesn't belong to this world. Could he really be a ghost? I'm not changing the medicine anymore. Whoever wants to change it can do it. I don't want to end up like Dr. Gu. After saying this, she immediately fell silent. As Director Mu had given everyone a strict order to keep this matter confidential to avoid unnecessary panic. Ranran's heart skipped a beat as she recalled something. The words spoken by the isolated patient were quite similar to what the man she encountered outside the research institute had said. Could the person living upstairs be Shiralin's companion? Could it be such a coincidence? Hadn't that man escaped long ago? The more Ranran thought about it, the more confused she became. So she said to the young nurse, "Give me the medicine bottle. I'll go change it." Really? The young nurse asked hesitantly. Ranran nodded. Of course it's true. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. The young nurse felt relieved and quickly handed over the tray. Just insert it into the 4 tube. Thank you, researcher sister. And remember to wear protection. Director Mu said to take level 1 precautions when going to the 4th floor. The doctors and nurses at the Pathology Institute were very polite to researchers like them, especially to Ranran, who had helped a lot. In the young nurse's eyes, she was a great savior. Ranran nodded, changed into her protective suit in the changing room, put on her mask and gloves, and then walked alone to the 4th floor. She was not completely unafraid, but along with the fear, there was more curiosity and confusion. After all, she had promised Shiralin that she would help her find that companion. Holding the tray steadily, she walked slowly to the 4th floor. The 2 security guards stationed there saw her and, without asking anything, let her in. Perhaps it was because her attire was similar to that of the nurse changing the medicine. The 4th floor was eerily quiet, with all the doors closed, including the 2 large operating rooms on the right side. Ranran had heard Dr. Gu say before that the operating rooms were rarely used, but they were always locked. Ranran looked ahead. The first few rooms should be the isolation rooms, but currently only room 1 was occupied. As she looked over, she naturally saw the small storage room where the incident had occurred. Her heart raced, and she thought of the deceased Dr. Gu, remembering how she had seen her pale, terrifying profile when she was carried out, just as a gust of wind came. For a moment, she imagined that if the storage room door opened, the deceased Dr. Gu would walk out. Ranran shook her head, secretly mocking herself. Death was death. What was she imagining? She took a deep breath, adjusted her protective suit and mask, and walked straight to isolation room 1, swiping the wristband given by the young nurse to open the door. This was Ranran's first time entering an isolation ward, so she was startled when she entered, as a shadow in white appeared vaguely across from her. Upon closer inspection, the shadow looked familiar, It was her own shadow. It turned out that inside the door was just a simple preparation area, and there was another metal door glowing faintly opposite. The door had a display screen that clearly showed the situation inside. The patient was lying on the bed, his body filled with various tubes, surrounded by instruments. And his limbs were restrained, but he was very alert as the screen showed him struggling, his mouth moving, although there was no sound. So she couldn't hear what he was shouting. Ranran watched, noticing he had stubble and an average build, uncertain if he was Shiraelin's companion. It had been too long, and she couldn't clearly remember the man's appearance. Ranran swiped her wristband again and opened the second door. This time, the door opened with a sound, and she clearly saw the scene inside. It was quite large, at least 70 or 80 square meters. In the spacious area, there were only a few metal cabinets in the corner and a bed in the middle. The man on the bed sensed the movement and began to scream, his body thrashing violently. If he weren't restrained, he would have probably lunged at her. His throat emitted a hoarse sound, and then he began to curse. "You will all die soon. Your bodies will rot, turning into a pile of meat paste. Your intestines will twist together, all becoming mush. What you worthless pieces of trash struggling for?" This voice. Ranran stepped closer, holding the tray steadily in her hands. If there had been some inexplicable fear before, now, she was no longer afraid. Because she recognized this voice, the raspy, almost torn voice was very familiar. It belonged to Shiraelin's companion, the man who had caused a scene outside the research institute. He continued to curse, and Ranran stood a meter away from him, looking down at him from behind the isolation barrier, filled with emotion. The man, who had once only looked ragged and pale, now appeared disheveled and tragic. Although he was wearing the patient's outfit from the Pathology Institute, his exposed neck and elbows were covered in various old and new wounds, with the most serious one already rotten beyond recognition. His eyes were bloodshot, his face dirty, and he looked like a trapped beast. He must have suffered greatly during this time outside. "What are you looking at, you cheap woman? Don't think you can trap me. Before long, you will all die." Ranran frowned slightly and quickly walked to the bedside to change the medicine. The method of changing the medicine was simple, but she was restless, constantly thinking about how to calm him down. He was Shiraelin's companion and had also experienced the wormhole incident, but by chance, he had fallen to his current state. Chapter 38, Strange Substance. During the process, the man was still struggling violently, his body arching upwards, bending like a cooked shrimp. Because Ranran was beside him, his head was also twisting to the right in struggle, and due to the excessive force, his eyes bulged out, looking quite terrifying. "What did you do to Dr. Gu?" Ranran asked coldly after inserting the medication tube. The man's lips opened and closed like a dying fish, and he grinned weirdly, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Come closer, take off the mask, and I'll tell you." Ranran stared at him, her expression ambiguous. Just then, the door behind her slammed open, and a hand quickly grabbed her clothes, dragging her out in a flash. "Stay away from him." Ranran looked up and found that the person was Xishuangbanna. She thought her secret visit to the 4th floor had been discovered, and just as she was about to explain, Xishuangbanna had already pulled her out of the isolation ward and quickly closed the door. After releasing her, Xishuangbanna quickly wiped his hands with a tissue and said coldly, "No matter what this is about, go downstairs and stay where you should be. Don't come to the 4th floor again." Ranran stood there, seemingly in shock, but 2 seconds later, she quickly turned around and hurried downstairs. Once downstairs, several fully armed nurses surrounded her, pushing her into the disinfection room for a thorough cleansing from head to toe. It turned out that Guman's blood test results had come out, revealing a strange substance in her blood that all current machines could not analyze. This substance resembled a certain material structure found in meteorites discovered near the desert last year. Everyone speculated whether this substance caused Dr. Gu's death. But where did it come from? Everyone's gaze turned to the patient in the isolation room on the 4th floor. They tested the previously extracted blood, and sure enough, the same substance was found in his blood. Everyone was filled with dread because this patient had come into contact with several doctors and nurses after arriving at the Pathology Institute, some of whom had not taken any precautions. After the little nurse finished speaking, she looked terrified. "Sorry, researcher, I didn't know it was that serious." Ranran lowered her eyelids. It has nothing to do with you. I went up myself. Fortunately, Director Mu had rushed over. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. The little nurse crossed her arms over her chest, looking starry-eyed. He looked so handsome when he rushed in. Whether he was handsome or not, Ranran didn't pay attention. She only thought about how Mu Qingshan's first reaction after releasing her was to grab a disinfecting tissue, presumably to avoid blood transmission. Just then, she suddenly thought of something. If the patient on the 4th floor truly had that substance, did Sha Rulin also have it? She shook her head. After interacting with Sha Rulin for so long and treating her wounds when she was unconscious, if there was really something, she would have died long ago instead of waiting until today. Ranran thought for a moment and quickly found a secluded place to call Sha Rulin, asking, "When you were on our star with that companion, did you come into contact with any kind of free-form substance, like from minerals or blood?" Sha Rulin replied blankly, "I remember staying in a sphere at the mine, but I'm not sure about my companion." Ranran felt a bit disappointed. After hanging up, she suddenly remembered that she had previously extracted Sha Rulin's blood for NDA testing, and some of it was still stored in the preservation cabinet in the office. She quietly retrieved that test tube and asked a colleague in the lab to test it. "Please help me check if this blood has that substance." A few minutes later, the result came out, and the colleague shook their head. "No, don't worry, Xiaoga, you haven't been infected." Ranran was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Okay. The blood types of her and Sha Rulin were completely similar, so it was natural for them to be mistaken for the same person's blood. Her blood was normal, and Ranran felt relieved. By the afternoon, the police had new developments. After repeatedly comparing and reviewing the surveillance footage, they found that when Man pulled out the patient's blood-drawn needle at close range, a drop of blood had splattered out, hitting exactly in the direction of Man's eyes. Everyone analyzed that although she was wearing a mask, her eyes were exposed, so the blood had instantly entered her system. And with a splitting headache, she sought a place with signal for help, accidentally entering the warehouse and dying there. If it was normal contact, including body fluids, there would have been no issue, as that substance also existed in his blood. It could be considered that Man was simply unlucky to encounter this 1 in a million chance. Therefore, the patient in the isolation room on the 4th floor was extremely dangerous. Where did he come from, and why was there such a highly radioactive substance in his blood? These were all mysteries. However, he was rambling nonsense, and even testing with instruments couldn't distinguish the truth. This patient, who had caused various disturbances in the psychiatric hospital, had now become a hot potato for the research institute. In Professor Cheng's office, Mu Qingshan was discussing this matter with him. If that patient stays any longer, something else might happen. Professor Cheng held a cigarette, exhaled smoke that swirled above his head, and felt a bit clouded. But is there anywhere safer than here? Besides, he has some secrets. If we don't uncover them, all previous work will be wasted. Mu Qingshan fell silent. After a long while, he said, "All right, I'll arrange it immediately. From now on, there will be dedicated personnel responsible for the 4th floor. By the way, Qingshan, keep an eye on that girl." Professor Cheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Pay more attention to her." Okay. Mu Qingshan remained expressionless and turned to leave the office. The Research Institute quickly issued a strict regulation. Apart from the 2 assigned doctors, no one was allowed to enter that ward. Several instruments were also gradually sent in, and they specially renovated a monitoring room near the ward to observe the patient's condition. Ranran's emotions were tumultuous because she had been inquiring about this person for a long time. She had promised Sha Rulin to help find him, but now that she had found him, it was under such peculiar circumstances. This person could not be saved. If his body were fine, she might still risk saving him. But now, saving him would mean endangering everyone, so that was absolutely not something she could do. Ranran's feelings were complicated, and that night she received a call from Sha Rulin. "Ranran, the more I think about it, the more something feels off. Why did you ask me about my companion? Do you have news about him?" To prevent Sha Rulin from doing something foolish, Ranran quickly replied, "It's nothing. Don't overthink it. If there is news, you must tell me." Sha Rulin's eyes were moist. "He's my only hope in this world." Yiranan Sayid Invadli, okay. Chapter 39. Living under an alias, she answered without sincerity. Ever since she was young, She had been tired of lying, but life is so helpless. You can't always reveal your true feelings. You must hide certain things. In the following week, through inquiries, Ranran gradually learned some information about that man. He was being controlled by stricter means, with every movement of his body monitored by machines. He cursed day and night, slept for a short while, then cursed again. Round and round. Moreover, Professor Chung started conducting experiments on him. The details of the experiments were unknown, but according to the senior brother, these experiments could make him quiet for a while, presumably because he had fainted completely. Senior brother Qin Yuan did not have the qualification to enter the isolation room on the 4th floor, but he was somewhat stronger than Ranran. With Professor Cheng's permission, he was able to access the monitors on the 4th floor. Once, under Ranran's persistent urging, he secretly took a photo of that patient. His upper body was bare, connected to countless tubes, which intertwined with the scars on his body, like a net covering him entirely. He looked like a monster, tragic and pitiful. Ranran stared at the photo in silence for a long time, thinking of Xishuangbanna changing clothes at that time. Her body was also covered in scars. They were both people who had suffered greatly on planet R. Ranran asked senior brother, "Did he say anything?" "Said anything?" Qin Yuan scoffed. "Besides rambling. What else could he say? He claimed to be from another planet, said he was not of this world, that this world would be destroyed, that everyone would turn into a puddle of flesh. It's just these things." Ranran nervously said. "Could some of what he said be true?" Qin Yuan chuckled. "Junior sister, why are you being foolish too? Have you ever seen an alien? Seen someone from another world? Besides, talking about destruction, human civilization is gradually reaching its peak. Our good days are still ahead." Qin Yuan's words left Ranran silent. She actually believed it. Even if she hadn't before, after experiencing Xishuangbanna's situation, she did. But how could she say all this? She was a copy of Xishuangbanna, while the original was safely at home in the old mansion. No one would believe such a bizarre and heart-wrenching thing if she spoke it out loud. "Senior brother, I'm going back now. I don't have to be on duty today. I've asked Professor Chung for leave to go home for a bit." Ranran began packing her things. Qin Yuan replied, Ranran, you should also revise that paper when you get back." Ranran was now in her 2nd year of a master's and doctoral program combined. They were required to complete a high-quality academic paper each year for 3 years, and also needed to have a certain amount of work experience and achievements in a nationally renowned laboratory. The requirements were quite high. Ranran had been busy with her paper recently, but she was a bit distracted and had been asked to revise it multiple times by the school. Ranran nodded, picked up her backpack, and left. Her mood was very depressed, and even after entering the parking lot and sitting in the car, this heavy feeling still wouldn't dissipate. She started the car, and her mind was still filled with the tragic image of that man. Everyone thought he was talking nonsense, but they treated him harshly because of his blood issues and conducted so many experiments on him. Would she, as a clone, also be treated like that one day? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Ranran pressed the accelerator all the way, not even minding when the car sped. The car quickly drove back to the old mansion in the suburbs, taking a third less time than usual. Xishuangbanna heard the sound of the car and quickly ran out, her eyes shining with anticipation. "You're back?" Ranran didn't dare to look directly into her eyes. Have you been okay these past few days?" "I'm fine." Xishuangbanna pointed to her eyes, "just that my eyelid is twitching like crazy. Others say left eye twitching is good luck, right eye twitching is disaster." Ranran got out of the car. "That's just a spasm of the eyelid muscles. You're a serious surgeon and you still believe in these things?" "I didn't believe it before, but after experiencing so much, I occasionally hope for something mystical," Xishuangbanna said casually. "For example, I've been having nightmares every day lately, dreaming of my companions. I don't know why." Ranran felt a pang of guilt. Maybe it's just that what you think about during the day comes out in your dreams at night. "Come on, I'm really hungry. Let's go cook." Xishuangbanna had recently become familiar with the kitchen. She was tired of the food processor and preferred to make simple dishes herself. This time, Ranran came back, and she planned to show off her cooking skills. She made a wild vegetable porridge, using the rice delivered and some sparse wild vegetables growing in the yard. She also stir-fried some tomatoes with eggs and made a cold dish of celery. Although the porridge was a bit too thick and the tomatoes and eggs were burnt, Gu Ranran still ate it with great satisfaction. After finishing 2 bowls of porridge, she rubbed her stomach contentedly. This taste is a bit like the dishes my grandmother used to make. Xishuangbanna's mouth twitched. If we go by seniority, I should be at a higher level than your grandmother. Gu Ranran coughed. We can't count by seniority. We all have the same genes. It's just that we live in different times. Xishuangbanna looked at her. What are your plans for me? About you? Gu Ranran's heart trembled. In fact, she had asked herself this question many times. She once thought about sending her to the research department, but after seeing the man in the isolation room, she got scared. She didn't want Xishuangbanna to end up like that. Xishuangbanna nodded. Naturally, it's about me. I haven't figured it out yet. Gu Ranran spoke honestly. Hiding you here is not a long-term solution. What about you? What kind of life do you want? Xishuangbanna hesitated for a moment. I naturally want to stay where I should be. But this thought is contradictory. Gu Ranran analyzed. Even if there are still wormholes in this world, the chances of you finding one and getting through it are less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, you can't predict where you will end up. But this world. Xishuangbanna laughed sarcastically. It won't accept me at all. Gu Ranran took a deep breath. Not necessarily. If you're willing to live under an alias. Xishuangbanna shook her head. Let's wait until I find my companions first. Gu Ranran fell silent. She didn't want to discuss the topic of companions any further. So she quickly stood up, gathered the bowls and plates from the table along with the tablecloth, and put them into the cleaning machine. Have you thought of anything these past few days? Still those fragmented and vague snippets. Xishuangbanna pressed her temples. I suddenly thought I could write down those snippets like your grandfather did. Chapter 40. Impure motives. Gu Ranran's lips curled slightly. Of course, why not? Maybe I could even submit something online. There is still a market for independent creators like my grandfather, and if done well, it can support oneself. Can you survive with your identity? Xishuangbanna said softly. Well, maybe by chance I could find an alternative identity. Xishuangbanna fell silent, staring blankly at a certain spot outside the window. It was a tree that was nearly dying, with a winding vine climbing it, as if it were trying to drain the last nutrients from the trunk. Xishuangbanna felt like that vine, seemingly devoid of any survival ability in this unfamiliar world. By night, Gu Ranran opened her laptop to revise her paper, while Xishuangbanna sat beside her, flipping through the books left by the homeowner. Until the night grew quiet, Gu Ranran yawned and said, Do you still want to read? I'm so sleepy, I need to go to bed. Xishuangbanna didn't lift her head. I'll read for a little longer. After finishing her evening routine, Gu Ranran lay down, and soon the sound of light breathing indicated she had fallen asleep. At that moment, Xishuangbanna put down the book and walked step by step toward her. She stood there for a long time, her expression fluctuating. The next morning, around 6 o'clock when dawn was just breaking, Gu Ranran drove to the research institute. The morning was cool, and she wore a hat to keep her hair down. When she scanned her wristband at the entrance, the clocking machine hesitated for a moment, producing a voice prompt. Please read present. Gu Ranran tightened her grip on the wristband and scanned it again. This time, after facial recognition, she was finally allowed in. She thought to herself that it was still early and she hadn't encountered any colleagues coming to work. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a female voice came from behind. Ranran, you're so early today. Turning around, a round-faced girl with short hair ran over and affectionately linked her arm with Gu Ranran's. Director Luo assigned me a lot of work today, and I was afraid I wouldn't finish in time, so I came early. Why are you here so early too? This was LV Ran, who was responsible for office logistics. Still looking innocent and naive, Gu Ranran felt a bit uncomfortable and tried to pull her arm away several times, but couldn't. She quickly explained, I have work. Ranran, let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast, LV Ran suggested, pointing downstairs. We need to fill our stomachs first. Gu Ranran shook her head. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. LV Ran responded with an O, letting go of her and slowly walking downstairs. She felt that something was off with Gu Ranran today. As if she had a cold, her voice muffled in her throat. Moreover, she was being overly distant. Had something happened? Gu Ranran stood there, and after watching LV Ran leave, she quickly entered the office, checked some information, and headed to the core laboratory. After wandering there for a while, she went straight to the pathology department. Today was not Gu Ranran's shift, and the moment she swiped her wristband to enter, The two security guards at the entrance inquired, "Is there something wrong?" Ranran showed them the folder in her hand, delivering a report. They didn't tease suspect anything and let her through. At this moment, the morning light was dim, just before the sun was about to rise. However, the pathology department was eerily silent. It was very dark here due to the dense trees that spread out like a canopy, blocking the sky above. If it weren't for a sliver of light peeking through the gaps, one wouldn't even notice that it was almost dawn. To strictly control temperature and humidity, all the windows in the building were sealed, relying on temperature regulators for air exchange and temperature control. So, looking up, the closed building appeared lifeless. Ranran lowered her head and walked in quickly, clutching the folder tightly. She instinctively headed toward the elevator, but just as she reached the door, she was bounced back by a beam of light. Ranran was caught off guard and fell backward, scattering the contents of her folder all over the floor. Immediately, an electronic warning sounded. "Please wear protective clothing. Please wear protective clothing." Only then did Ranran realize she had forgotten to change her clothes. She hurriedly picked up her things, glanced around, and finally entered the changing room to put on her outfit. This time, everything went smoothly. She entered the elevator, looked for a while, and pressed the button for 3. After all, this elevator only had 3 buttons, and she couldn't go directly to the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were where the skeletal patients were concentrated, so as soon as the elevator door opened, a patient in a walker zoomed past her, nearly colliding with Ranran. The person, noticing, quickly turned around. "Sorry, did I bump into you?" Ranran was about to respond when she caught sight of his swollen, deformed limbs. They no longer resembled normal shapes, looking like the water-injected pork seen in the news, quite unsettling. "What's wrong, researcher Go?" the patient asked in surprise. "Did I bump into you? Should I call a doctor?" Ranran took a step back and quickly said, No, it's fine, I wasn't T-bumped." The patient nodded skeptically and turned back around, wheeling away. Ranran's heart raced, and she glanced at the nearby staircase, quickly walking up. She wanted to go to the 4th floor, but there was an isolation door there, and swiping her wristband had no effect. While she was hesitating, the door suddenly opened, and a man in his 30s stepped out. It was her senior brother, Qin Yuan. "Hey, Ranran." Qin Yuan was surprised. "What are you doing here?" Ranran stammered. "I just want to take a look at the 4th floor." Qin Yuan frowned. "There's nothing to see. This is no joke. Director Mu has issued orders that no one can enter the isolation room." Don't think I don't know. You're still hung up on Dr. Gu's death." "But Ranran, that was an accident," Qin Yuan urged. "Come on, let me see the paper you revised." Ranran grabbed his sleeve. "Please, I just want to take a quick look. I'm very curious, and I need some information for the paper, please." Qin Yuan was gentle and a nice person. How could he withstand Ranran's soft pleading? After being swayed by her persistence, he finally relented. "All right, I'll take you to the monitoring room for a quick look. Just 5 minutes, okay?" "Got it. Thank you, senior brother." Qin Yuan glanced at her. "Ranran, have you been very tired these days? You look a bit haggard." "Really?" Ranran quickly touched her face. "I've been a bit insomniac lately, and I keep having nightmares." "Sigh. I'm also very sad about Dr. Gu's matter." Qin Yuan comforted her. "But being in the research field is inherently risky. We should be mentally prepared, right?" Chapter 41, Escape from the Isolation Room. Ranran nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right, I'll adjust it well." In the surveillance room on the 4th floor, there was only one staff member. He was checking and recording data indicators. When he saw Qin Yuan come in, he called out, "Brother Qin, why are you back again?" Qin Yuan lowered his voice. "I brought my junior sister to take a look." The staff member glanced at Ranran, but didn't say anything and continued to focus on his recording. From a moment, Ranran entered the surveillance room. Her attention was completely drawn to the large screen. The image was very clear, directly facing the hospital bed. The man on the bed had a face full of stubble, his upper body exposed, and countless tubes inserted into him. His head was tilted to one side, and he was silent, giving the impression that he was dead. Ranran nervously asked, "What happened to him? Is he not breathing?" The recording staff looked up. "How is that possible? Look at those instruments. They are all working." Qin Yuan patted Ranran's shoulder. "Don't be nervous." Ranran's voice was hoarse. "Why are they doing these experiments? Why are they torturing him like this?" Qin Yuan frowned. Of course, it's for scientific research, Ranran. There are unusual components in his blood, but he would die like this. Ranran became agitated, being illuminated by searchlights day and night. Unable to move or express himself, he will die sooner or later. There's a reason for doing this. Qin Yuan explained, because we found that under the illumination, the activity of that substance becomes stronger. Experiments. You only care about experiments. Ranran's neck was almost bursting with anger. There is no humanity in this at all. Ranran. Qin Yuan's voice became serious. Your emotions are not right today. Let me take you down first. Ranran's body stiffened, and she immediately lowered her head. I'm a bit scared. After all, he is a living person. Seeing her pitiful look, Qin Yuan softened his tone. Ranran, for science, for the country, and for the fate of humanity, these are all unavoidable. We also want to care about human rights and humanity, but where are the human rights and humanity of the deceased doctor? And the countless people who have suffered for this? Ranran stopped speaking. Her eyes were fixed on the man on the screen, filled with many ambiguous emotions. Sympathy, pity, empathy, and more helplessness. At that moment, suddenly another person appeared on the screen, a fully armed female doctor. She pushed a cart of medicine to the man's side, took a medicine bottle, and began to change his dressings. She then examined the man's pupils and skin condition up close, and made an okay gesture to the camera. But just as she turned around, the man on the hospital bed, who had been in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. The right hand that had been restrained was somehow freed, and he suddenly grabbed the female doctor's arm. Quick, something's wrong. Hurry, let security in. I'll notify Director Mu and Professor Chung immediately. Qin Yuan quickly pressed the emergency alarm button on the table, and instantly, the corridor was filled with a rapid alarm sound. The doctor on the screen was clearly flustered. He struggled to break free, but the man's strength was immense. Not only did he not break free, but his arm was also marked with a deep bloodstain. The man opened his mouth as if to say something. After a long pause, the doctor actually bent down and obediently began to untie the restraints. Junior sister, hurry. After calling for help, Qin Yuan turned around and realized that Ranran, who had been standing silently in front of the screen, had disappeared. In the isolation ward, the doctor was still in a flurry, untying the restraints with one hand. The man held a piece of broken glass. The sharp end had already cut through the doctor's arm. Hurry up, or don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, the man revealed a mouthful of blood-red teeth. It turned out he had already bitten through his tongue and, during the dressing change, managed to steal the glass bottle and break it, intending to use this opportunity to escape. Now that the doctor's arm was injured, if he were sprayed with the man's blood, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would certainly become the second Gu man. A strong desire to survive forced him to comply. So soon, the man's hands regained their freedom. He ordered the doctor to get away, quickly untied the restraints on his feet, and then violently pulled out the tubes, struggling to get off the bed. Having lain down for too long, the man felt extremely weak, and the moment he got up, he almost fell. Ironically, this was the best moment to stop him. But the female doctor was also terrified, not daring to stop him, curling up in a corner, afraid to make a sound. Thus, the man easily grabbed her wrist, opened the two large doors leading out, and the corridor was eerily empty and quiet. The doors on both sides of the corridor were tightly closed, and he couldn't see where the stairs were. The man hesitated for 2 seconds, but just 2 seconds later, several fully armed security guards with stun batons rushed out from the other end of the corridor, loudly commanding him to stop. In a panic, the man turned and ran back. He knew he couldn't be caught by these people. Being captured would mean certain death. The doors on both sides flew past in his peripheral vision, and the coldness of the ground beneath his bare feet instantly penetrated his heart. The man in the thin patient gown felt like he was running on the edge of a knife. In a daze, fragments of his past flashed through his mind, and in those fragments he was always running. In the desert, on the mining field, amidst piles of corpses, in forests overgrown with vines, and even on this strange planet, there were always countless people chasing after him, and to escape, he could only run. The footsteps behind him grew denser, and the shouts grew louder. The man suppressed the urge to look back and ran wildly. Finally, he saw the stairs in a corner. He ran straight down to the first floor. Just as he was about to go out, he saw two security guards with warning guns walking in at the entrance. While the footsteps from the stairs above were closing in, there was a place that seemed to be a tool door, but no matter how hard he pushed or pulled, it was unresponsive, as if it couldn't be opened at all. Now he was caught in a pincer movement with no way out, and there was nothing here, not even a weapon for self-defense. Standing at the stairwell, the man in the patient gown, barefoot, gasped heavily, staring with bloodshot eyes like a trapped beast. He knew that in no more than half a minute, no, maybe in 10 seconds, he would be bound again by those people and thrown back into that laboratory until he died. His mind went blank, filled with only one thought: better to die together. If I have to die, let us all die together. Chapter 42 Confrontation. Just as he had made up his mind, the tool door across from him opened quietly, and a hand reached out to grab his arm. Come in. Hurry. After the man was dragged inside, the door closed again, plunging the space into darkness, which was so small and silent that they could only hear each other's breathing. Then a woman's voice came. You don't have to be afraid. It's me. The man remained silent for a moment. I know. In that moment I turned around. I saw clearly. I thought you were dead. How are you here? Ranran was about to answer when she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. She immediately fell silent, knowing that the security guards were already after them, but uncertain whether they would find this place. Just moments ago, when she was in the observation room, she had rushed out during the most chaotic time, with only one thought in her mind: to save that man. She had intended to break into the isolation room, but upon reaching the door, heard it opening. So she decisively went downstairs and waited for an opportunity in the tool room on the first floor. In fact, this door was nothing special. Any wristband could open it. The man couldn't open it simply because he was too panicked at that moment to think of it. The footsteps and shouts outside continued, and both of them instinctively held their breath, knowing that the group could open the door at any moment. However, they were lucky. After lingering at the door for a while, the sounds gradually faded away. Ranran lowered her voice. They might have gone to search other places. They will think you went to other rooms on the first floor. I thought you were dead. How could you be here? The man asked. Ranran was silent for a moment. It's a long story. What happened to your blood? I don't know. The man smiled bitterly. I must have contracted that virus while at the mine. Don't you feel anything in your body? Ranran shook her head. Nothing unusual. Or you may have developed antibodies, or perhaps you have already been modified by them. The man grinned. Modified? Ranran chewed on that word, unable to help but frown. I can't remember. Not remembering is a good thing. The man's voice was hoarse and mournful. Ranran listened carefully. It seems to be silent now. Should we go out? The man remained silent, and after a full 5 seconds, he still did not react at all. Ranran felt that something was wrong and reached out to touch him, but her fingers encountered a sticky sensation. At the same time, a strong smell of blood surged up, and then, with a bang, something collapsed to the ground. What happened to you? Ranran was startled. She crouched down and began to feel around in the darkness, but she didn't know what part of him she had touched, and blood sprayed out at her, splattering her all over. Ranran was so scared that she was dumbfounded. She desperately tried to pull him up, but the man had turned into a bloody mess, and a wheezing sound came from his throat, as if he wanted to say something but was choked by blood. Finally, with his last bit of strength, he pulled Ranran down and uttered a phrase. Want to go home? Immediately after, his head tilted, his limbs stopped twitching, and he fell silent. Ranran's hands trembled uncontrollably. In the darkness, she sat helplessly in the pool of blood for several minutes. Afterward, she supported herself against the wall and, trembling, took out her wristband to open the door, then stepped outside one step at a time. At that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. In the restroom opposite the stairway, another Ranran suddenly appeared. She had a serious expression and made a gesture for her to come over. You actually stole my wristband. Do you want to save him? Huh. Weren't you also deceiving me all along? I had no choice. You know his blood is toxic. You might have already. Are you scared? Since you're scared, why not stay a bit further away from me? It turned out that the one appearing in the restroom was the real Ranran, while the one trying to save the man was actually Xishuangbanna in disguise. She had put a sleeping pill in the milk last night, and then stolen Ranran's wristband, gaining access to some information inside. Most of the information was irrelevant to her, but the photo taken by Qin Yuan left Sha Rulin dumbfounded, as the man tied to the hospital bed was her long-sought companion. So she made a quick decision to change into Ranran's clothes and head to the research institute to save him. Then the earlier scene occurred. Now, the two confronted each other with deep-seated hatred. The sight was chilling. However, the restroom, being in a blind spot for surveillance, went unnoticed. 2 minutes later, the searching security guards came back, discovering a trail of blood on the ground. They also found a man lying dead in the tool room and Ranran emerging from the restroom, dressed only in her underwear and covered in blood. Her face and head were drenched, her complexion pale and frightening. "Don't come any closer. I have blood on me." The security guards took 2 steps back in shock, one of them shouting loudly, "Call a doctor, quick, get a doctor here." Ranran stood there in a daze, her gaze fixed on the tool room, where the door was open, revealing the gruesome sight of the male corpse. He lay face down on the ground, his entire body soaked in blood. But it was unclear where the wounds were. The blood seemed to be spraying out from his pores. Ranran couldn't help but wonder, how could a person have so much blood? Just as she was thinking, 2 doctors in protective suits and masks emerged from the corridor. Pointing ahead, "Go to the disinfection room." In the disinfection room, Ranran stripped off her clothes and stood in the disinfection pool, with disinfectant liquid spraying from above, washing her body more vigorously than a shower. Ranran tightly closed her eyes, letting the liquid wash over her, her mind blank. She preferred to maintain this emptiness because once she regained consciousness, she would remember the horrific scene she had just witnessed. The man's death was extremely tragic, and it turned out that virus carriers could also explode and die. Half an hour later, Ranran was guided into the isolation room. Luckily, it wasn't the one that the man had stayed in. Afterward, another doctor came in to collect blood, saliva, bone marrow, skin flakes, hair, and other samples. Then came 3 days of silent isolation, unable to move freely, engage in entertainment activities, or even look at the sky outside. The isolation room had no windows, and every day she faced only 6 white walls. Even so, Ranran felt fortunate. At least she didn't have to be tied up like that man, inserted with various tubes, enduring the long days and nights in constant light. That feeling was truly waiting for death. Chapter 43. A narrow escape 3 days later. The doctor walked in again. "Miss Gu, you can go now." "Really?" Ranran asked. "I wasn't infected?" The doctor nodded. "You're very lucky. Perhaps it was because you had no wounds on you at that time. You can go now. Professor Chung is waiting for you." Ranran's slightly eased mood darkened again. If the first 3 days were filled with anxiety and fear, now she faced questioning and disputes. She didn't want to lie, but she had to take that step. She was brought into Professor Cheng's office, where more than a dozen people were already seated in a dark cluster. In addition to Professor Chung, Director Mu, Director Luo, and other senior officials from the Research Institute were present. Even in the corner by the door, Ranran spotted her senior brother, Qin Yuan. After their eyes met, Qin Yuan quickly averted his gaze, seemingly unwilling to have more contact with her. Ranran sighed deeply in her heart. She really felt she had caused him trouble this time. "Xiao Gu, do you know why you were called here?" Professor Chung asked sternly. Ranran lowered her head. "I made several mistakes. First, I shouldn't have insisted on following my senior brother into the 4th floor monitoring room. Second, I shouldn't have run out during the chaos. Third, I shouldn't have had close contact with that male patient." "Why did you go?" Professor Chung inquired. "What did you intend to do?" Ranran fell silent. How should she answer this question? What did she want to do? How could she make it sound real without exposing Sha Rulin's identity? This was a very difficult task, but the atmosphere couldn't remain tense forever. She had to find a reason. So Ranran said, "Because of Dr. Gu's death. When he ran out, my head buzzed, and my first thought was to rush out and stop him." "So, is that really the case?" Professor Sheng squinted. "I always thought you were a smart kid." The implication in his words seemed to be that he didn't expect her to be so foolish. Ranran understood this, but she bit her lip, tacitly accepting his words. As long as she could get through this, these small grievances were nothing. Professor Cheng looked at the people beside him. "Everyone, how do you think this matter should be handled?" The surrounding senior officials reacted strongly, saying that this matter was too serious and that she must be expelled to set an example. Two of them glared angrily, their eyes nearly spitting fire. At this moment, Qin Yuan at the door spoke up. "Professor, I believe my junior sister. She wouldn't do anything to harm the research institute." The situation was urgent, and everyone was in a panic. If someone needs to be punished, then it should be me. I'm willing to take responsibility. Ranran was very surprised. She looked at Qin Yuan in confusion, not expecting him to help her to this extent, especially since she had caused him so much trouble. As soon as Qin Yuan spoke, two leaders in the research institute expressed their opinions, both in agreement that this was not an ordinary mistake and must be treated seriously, suggesting immediate expulsion. Ranran remained silent. At this critical moment, what more could she explain? If they had already made up their minds to expel her, saying anything would be futile. While everyone was arguing, Mu Qingshan spoke up. "Everyone, you must know how rare it is to have talented biological sources." He surveyed the room with a cold gaze. These students are cultivated at a great cost to the country. If they are expelled without having been utilized, the loss is only to ourselves. Let's postpone the expulsion. Ranran should stay for now, and we'll discuss this matter later. After saying this, he stood up and walked toward the door without waiting for others to respond. As he passed by Ranran, his gaze turned toward her, his cold eyes like a sharp knife, piercing through. Ranran was afraid of him, but didn't understand why he would help. She also knew that despite her fear, she couldn't lose her confidence, so she suppressed the urge to turn away and looked him straight in the eye. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Mu Qingshan's mouth, and then he opened the door and strode out. Professor Chung weakly waved his hand. "Everyone, you can disperse. Xiao Qin, stay back." As they left the office, the senior officials intentionally kept their distance from Ranran. They were afraid. Ranran's expression remained unchanged as she walked to the balcony at the end of the corridor, finally letting out a long breath. Meanwhile, in Professor Cheng's office, Qin Yuan was lowering his head and saying, "Professor, I don't understand why you had me say those things. Both Ranran and I should be punished." Professor Chung tapped the table rhythmically. "Xiao Qin, don't you think Xiao Ji's situation is a bit suspicious?" "Well, she is very lucky. Although she was splattered with blood, she had no wounds." "No wounds? So there are no contact points?" "Mouth, nose, ears, and eyes are all perfectly protected?" Professor Chung asked. "You need to understand how Dr. Gu died." Qin Yuan paused. "Professor, are you saying my junior sister might have antibodies in her body?" "That is also a possibility," Professor Chung said slowly. "So we need to keep her here and investigate this matter thoroughly, don't you think?" Qin Yuan's expression darkened. "Professor, are you planning to use my junior sister for experiments? Let us observe for now. Don't let this matter get out." Professor Chung stared at the door. "You can go back to work." After Qin Yuan left, Professor Chung opened the documents on his desk, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. The first page of the document clearly showed the quarantined patient who had died in a violent explosion, curled up in a pool of blood, a tragic sight. After a moment, he pressed a button on the table. "Qingshan, when will the autopsy be conducted? I want to be there in person." The other party was silent for 2 seconds. "Professor, your health isn't suitable. I might as well risk my life. But this matter is of great importance. Qingshan, set a time and let me know." After Professor Chung finished speaking, he hung up the phone and lit a cigarette for himself. Amidst the swirling smoke, his aged, haggard face flickered in and out of view, his expression unclear, as if his innermost thoughts were also hidden within the smoke, making them impossible to discern. That night, the autopsy of patient K35 officially began. The participants, besides 2 forensic doctors, were several members of the research institute. K35 was the identification number of the patient in the isolation room. The research institute assigns a unique number to each patient entering the isolation room, and he was no exception. No one knew his name. Perhaps he didn't even know it himself. When asked about it before, his brain waves showed no activity. Instead, terms like alien planet and spaceship elicited a strong reaction from him. But in Professor Cheng's eyes, this was just a typical delusion of a mental patient. Chapter 44 re-examine the scene. This person has no chip, and there is no corresponding code found in the NDA. No one knows where he came from, and even less about his identity. The forensic expert stared at the face for several seconds, then took a white cloth to cover him, and with a swift motion, cut open his internal organs. After his death, a comprehensive examination was already conducted, revealing multiple fatal injuries on his body, all located near major arteries. It was as if they had been instantaneously burst by some force, causing him to bleed out rapidly, transitioning from unconsciousness to death in just a few seconds. This is what people refer to as dying from an explosive body. Due to the sudden onset, he didn't even have time to scream. It can be said that his death was several times faster and more severe compared to Dr. Gu's. They also tested his body tissues and blood. And compared to the last time, the density of that mysterious substance in his body had expanded many times. It seems to be a substance that can spread and regenerate. This dissection aimed to check the condition of the internal organs. Soon, the forensic expert opened his abdomen, and the two pieces of grayish-white skin looked like they had lost elasticity, sagging to the sides. The expert began to examine one by one. The lungs had gravel-like substances and were fibrosed in multiple areas, colored grayish-black. The stomach was severely atrophied, and the heart was abnormally enlarged. In addition, tumors were found in the intestinal wall and liver. In summary, multiple organs throughout the body were in a state of failure and damage, worse than that of an elderly person in their 80s or 90s. But this man was just in his 30s. Why was he in such a condition? After the forensic examination was completed, the expert intended to suture the incision. But Professor Chung stopped him. Remove his organs first and store them. They might be useful later. So the forensic expert raised the scalpel and carefully removed his heart, placing it into a container filled with liquid, followed by other parts. While they carried out these tasks, Mu Qingshan and Professor Chung left the autopsy room and began to disinfect and clean up. Professor Chung kept rubbing his hands and asked, "Qingshan, what do you think about Gu Ranran?" Mu Qingshan picked up a disinfectant paper towel and carefully wiped his hands. There are many doubts. I plan to investigate her. Professor Chung took off his isolation suit. She wasn't infected, which means her body is different from ordinary people. Perhaps she just had pure luck? Professor Chung said with determination, "My principle is I would rather wrongfully kill 3 than let 1 go. Moreover, this kind of research won't cost lives." After leaving the autopsy room, Mu Qingshan drove straight to the research institute, wanted to check the surveillance footage from the day of the incident. Gu Ranran was indeed very suspicious. His intuition told him that the girl was hiding a lot of things. By the time he arrived, it was already close to midnight. Mu Qingshan asked the security department to pull up all the surveillance footage from that day and began to review it frame by frame. On the day of the incident, Gu Ranran entered the research institute around 6:30 in the morning. In the video, she appeared somewhat flustered, pausing for a moment when clocking in, and her communication with colleagues was noticeably distracted. Later, she also appeared in the pathology room, forgetting to wear protective clothing before being ejected by an electric shock, which was indeed suspicious. Mu Qingshan pulled the footage frame by frame until it reached the time of the incident, turned up the volume, and watched the arguments in the monitoring room, replaying it 3 or 4 times. According to the investigation, Gu Ranran ran out when the man went into a frenzy, lingered at the door for a moment, then went straight down the stairs. Finally, she came out of the tool room covered in blood, stumbling into the bathroom. However, the transformation from being covered in blood in the tool room to coming out in just her underwear, soaked, was indeed strange. Mu Qingshan zoomed in on the footage and, after watching for quite a while, suddenly noticed a circular scar on the right side of Gu Ranran's neck when she entered. But that scar had mysteriously disappeared when she came out. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. After contemplating for a while, he turned off the surveillance, got up, and went downstairs, heading straight to the women's restroom in the pathology department. It was already late at night, and the patients in the pathology department had long fallen asleep. The corridor only had a cleaning lady holding a vacuum cleaner, struggling to keep her eyes open. When she saw Director Mu, she panicked and stood up straight, about to greet him, but Mu Qingshan entered the women's restroom without turning back. The cleaning lady was stunned for a moment and rubbed her eyes, doubting if she had seen it wrong. Indeed, how could Director Mu possibly enter the women's restroom? Since the incident, it was clear that the women's restroom had been cleaned, showing no traces of blood. Mu Qingshan glanced at the sink and was about to enter the restroom when a woman's startled voice called out from behind, "Director, is that really you?" I thought I saw it wrong. Are you here to check on the work? I clean it well. Mu Shan turned back and interrupted her. Did you clean this the day of the incident? The woman nodded hurriedly. Yes. There was blood everywhere on the floor and in the sink. I wore the full protective gear as instructed by Director Luo before cleaning. I even cleaned the windowsill. The windowsill? Mu Shan looked at the area she pointed to. It was the side of the restroom, where Ranran wouldn't normally go. Yes, there were a lot of bloodstains on the windowsill. After rinsing, I sprayed disinfectant on it twice, the woman explained, chattering. Mu Shan strode over to the windowsill and carefully examined it for a long time before noticing a blood spot in the wall crevice. The blood spot was dark red and had clearly clotted for a long time. Seeing his gaze fixed there, the cleaning lady leaned over to take a look and then hurriedly began to explain, I'll clean it again right away. I must have missed this spot. Mu Shan ignored her and left the restroom, walking straight around to the back, where the ground was overgrown with weeds and the nearby woods were dense, with a damp and foul odor in the air. After putting on protective gloves, he squatted down to investigate, and sure enough, there were several mottled bloodstains in the grass. He followed the trail until he reached the wall of the Research Institute's backyard, where there was a tightly locked small door. Mu Shan saw tire tracks outside the door. He recalled that it had rained a few hours before the incident, which must have made the road muddy, thus leaving these traces. He called the head of the security department for inquiries, and he shook his head repeatedly. There are no cameras on this road in the backyard because it's densely wooded and incredibly dark. Even if someone passed by, it wouldn't capture anything. Was there no one stationed at the small door that night? The head of the security department was silent for a moment. There used to be, but recently 2 people resigned, and we are short-staffed, so there was no one to guard it at night. Chapter 45. The car lights behind, seeing that he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. Mu Shan was furious and immediately suspended him. He also rearranged personnel to ensure safety protection and instructed the logistics department to carry out disinfection work again. After returning to his office, he repeatedly examined the screenshots and suspected one thing. On that day, there was another person covered in blood. That person looked similar to Ranran, and they had met in the restroom. Mu Shan called Director Luo, who said Ranran had left 10 minutes ago. At that moment, Ranran was driving towards the old house. The moon was shining in the sky tonight, albeit dimly, casting a hazy light. Ranran stared at the desolate road ahead, feeling as if she had experienced an absurd dream that left her somewhat disoriented. She pressed the accelerator, wanting the car to go faster. She wanted to return quickly to check on Xishuangbanna's situation. That woman was so bold that she actually stole her bracelet to go to the Research Institute to save someone. Did she think she was capable of so much? Thus, Ranran arrived at the old house at a speed 1/3 faster than usual. It was already 4 in the morning. The old house was pitch dark, with only the street light outside flickering with a faint yellow glow. This was installed by Ranran half a month ago to bring a bit of life to the old house and provide some light while driving at night. After parking the car, Ranran opened the door, and suddenly a figure stood up from the sofa. You're back? It was Xishuangbanna's voice. Ranran frowned and turned on the light. Are you crazy sitting here in the middle of the night? Xishuangbanna stood there pale, her eyes filled with red veins. You haven't been back for several days. Are you okay? Did they give you a hard time? Her words were full of concern, which made Ranran's initial impulse to blame her diminish somewhat. It's fine. They checked and confirmed that I wasn't infected, then let me leave. Xishuangbanna suddenly stood up and looked out the window. Are you sure they believe you? Ranran instinctively glanced behind her. Of course. I was careful on the way. No one followed me. Moreover, I suspect they didn't doubt anything else. Really? Xishuangbanna frowned. In any case, I'm older than you and wouldn't think so simply. Ranran laughed coldly. Yes, your thoughts are much more complicated. Otherwise, why would you steal my bracelet to save someone? You really have guts. Xishuangbanna said anxiously. You deceived me first. You clearly knew my companion was at your research institute. Why didn't you save him? Ranran smiled instead of getting angry. You saw the scene at that time. How could I have saved him? Besides, with his condition, saving him would have put everyone at risk. You knew his body was different from others, didn't you? Xishuangbanna was dumbfounded. I didn't know. At that time in the tool room, he said he contracted that virus at the mine. That virus? Ranran caught the key point. So he knew what virus it was? Sha Rulin shook her head. I didn't have time to ask. And he also asked me if I had any abnormalities. After I answered, he said I either developed antibodies or had been modified by them. Modified? Ranran was puzzled. The them he referred to, could it be our research institute? Sha Rulin smiled bitterly. What do you think? Of course not. I suspect he was talking about the aliens. Those round monsters without limbs? Ranran took 2 steps closer, scrutinizing her. Did they do anything to you? Sha Rulin pressed her temple. I can't remember. After I came back, I thought for several days and still couldn't recall anything. She felt very depressed. The man's last words echoed in her mind, his voice choked with blood, the clearest being, I want to go home. Every time she thought of that sentence, tears uncontrollably streamed down Sha Rulin's face. How easy it was to talk about going home. How could they return? They no longer had a home. Sha Rulin stared at Ranran with red eyes. Do you know where his body is? Ranran shook her head. I thought I could dare to inquire. I almost got expelled. I am sorry. Sha Rulin lowered her head. Looking very helpless. I didn't mean to harm you. I had no choice. Now I have no relatives left. Ranran wanted to say that the man was not even her relative, but she held back. She didn't want to rub salt in her wounds. Forget it. Just based on that face that looked like her own, she would let her go. Ranran sighed slightly. I'm tired. I want to rest for a while. Sha Rulin fell silent, watching her go upstairs when she suddenly remembered something. By the way, was there a car behind you when you came back? No, why? I think I saw car lights outside again. After Sha Rulin's words, Ranran became tense and quickly ran to the window, pulling up the curtain to observe. Sure enough, a car was silently approaching from hundreds of meters away. It didn't honk or turn on the high beams. Just 2 faint small lights were on. If Sha Rulin hadn't caught a glimpse, they might have remained unaware until it reached downstairs. Could it be a nearby resident? Sha Rulin asked. Ranran shook her head, her expression serious. There aren't many residents nearby, and even if there are, they're all old people. It's impossible for them to go out at this time. Who could it be? Sha Rulin's voice lowered significantly as she quietly stood behind the curtain, staring at those 2 car lights. Both of them were alert and worried about something, but what was meant to come would come. The car actually stopped downstairs, and then the door opened, revealing a dark figure. The person took a couple of steps forward into the range of the streetlight. When Ranran saw his face, her heart tightened. Not good. Why is Director Mu following me home? Sha Rulin reacted. That incident might have been exposed. As soon as her words fell, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Then Ranran grabbed her hand and ran downstairs. This scene looked like Ranran was dragging her to surrender, and for a moment, Sha Rulin had a fleeting illusion, but she quickly shook her head. Ranran wouldn't do that. If she would, she wouldn't have saved her at the Research Institute before. Sure enough, Ranran directly pulled her to the bottom of the stairs on the 1st floor, skillfully moved the mat on the ground, and lifted a board, revealing a hole large enough for 1 person right in front of them. What does this mean? You want me to hide? We might not lose to that person. Sha Rulin looked back disdainfully. Ranran weakly shook her head, thinking of various rumors about Mu Qingshan. Trust me, you definitely can't compete with this man. Just hide for now. There's a secret room downstairs. It has everything. Once it's safe, we can come out. Chapter 46. The hidden person in the secret room. The knocking sound outside the door continued, followed by a series of loud bangs. Ranran panicked. Hurry. Our door can't withstand the banging. After a few seconds of silence, Sha Rulin also yielded. She swiftly crawled into the secret room, and Ranran quickly closed the lid and pulled over a mat to cover it. Then, as if nothing had happened, she tidied her hair and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Mu Qingshan, his face as cold as ice. Ranran took the initiative. Director Mu, what brings you to my door in the middle of the night? Mu Qingshan glanced over Ranran's shoulder and then pushed her aside, walking straight into the house without a word of explanation. Director Mu, do you have something to discuss? Ranran rushed forward to try to grab him, but she couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before he was already inside. Mu Qingshan began to search the house, and Ranran felt a surge of fear, standing in the living room watching him. She suspected that Mu Qingshan knew something, but not everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to search in the middle of the night. The first floor showed no abnormalities, and Mu Qing-shan headed upstairs, which made Ranran even more anxious. The second floor was where Sha Rulin often stayed, filled with her personal items. Wu Ti going up reveal everything. In a moment of panic, Ranran rushed forward and grabbed his arm. Director Mu, what are you trying to do? Even as a police officer, you can't invade a private residence without a search warrant. Mu Qing-shan turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping across her face. You should know what I want to do. He spoke the harshest words in the calmest tone, which was typical of Mu Qing-shan. Ranran knew this man was not ordinary. It was said that he was a member of a national special operations team, capable of single-handedly infiltrating nuclear radiation zones to retrieve vital evidence, and could confront hundreds of enemies to rescue hostages. Later, by chance, he became the director of the Biological Research Institute. His presence had positively propelled and protected this state-secret-level research institute, with his decisiveness and resoluteness providing immense help to Professor Chung, who was oblivious to the outside world and focused solely on research. The two had since become mutually supportive, one managing research and the other eliminating all distractions. Their cooperation had been quite harmonious over the past 2 years. No one in the institute dared to provoke Director Mu, and Ranran felt the same way. But no matter how scared she was, she couldn't let Sha Rulin be exposed. If she was taken away, her fate would be the same as that of her companion. So she firmly refused to let go. There's nothing in my house. It's just an old villa. Director Mu, please have some respect. Mu Qing-shan looked down at her. Nothing at all? Just now, there were 2 shadows by the window on the second floor. Besides you, who was the other one? Ranran's heart raced. When they were standing by the window, that car was 100 meters away, and there wasn't much light in the house. How did Director Mu see that? Just as she was distracted, Mu Qing-shan had already stepped out and started searching the rooms on the second floor. This time, without any surprises, Mu Qing-shan quickly discovered clues. 2 beds in the bedroom, a peculiar drawing on the desk, and a few pieces of clothing draped over a chair. These were all. Ranran tried to explain, but Mu Qing-shan pointed to the wet towel and the recently used toothpaste and toothbrush in the bathroom. Don't tell me this is what you used. You couldn't have had the time for that. Quickly say, where's the person? Ranran shook her head. There's no one. These are mine. I'm the only one here. That shadow was just your illusion. No matter how Mu Qing-shan pressed her, Ranran clenched her teeth and refused to say a word. She even threw out a harsh statement. Whether you want to fire me or send me to prison, I really didn't hide anyone. Think however you like. Mu Qing-shan wasn't easily deterred either. After pondering for a moment, he returned to the first floor. Moments later, he actually found the secret beneath the stairs and then lifted the lid of the secret room. Seeing him enter the secret room, Ranran's face turned pale. She had already imagined the terrifying scene of Sha Rulin being brought out by him, bound and imprisoned, then subjected to horrifying experiments and dissections. Those scenes flashed before her eyes in succession. But something unexpected happened. In the next 10 minutes, Mu Qing-shan came out alone. He pressed his lips tightly together and said nothing, then opened the door and walked out. What was going on? Did he not find Sha Rulin? Ranran felt it was unlikely. She had personally sent Sha Rulin in. How could she have disappeared? Ranran firmly closed the door, took out the laser flashlight from the cabinet, and cautiously entered the secret room. This was her first time inside. She had heard her parents mention it when she was young. They said that her grandfather had become obsessed with writing apocalyptic novels. So he had someone dig and build this secret room, continuously stuffing it with supplies from food and clean water to weapons and medicine, and regularly replacing and replenishing them. He repeatedly warned the family. If a terrible virus appeared, or if the nearby people and animals mutated, or in the event of a nuclear radiation disaster, hiding in the secret room could save their lives. At that time, her parents found it ridiculous, saying that while one could hide for a few days, it was impossible to hide for a lifetime. Moreover, in the case of nuclear radiation, not even the strongest fortress could escape the onslaught. After her grandfather passed away, the secret room was naturally forgotten by them, and Ranran herself only recalled it in this critical moment. The entrance was narrow, but as she descended the stairs, it quickly opened up to reveal a room of about 10 square meters. The room was empty, thanks to several small lighting devices and a ventilation system in the dark. The secret room was not stuffy or dark. The air was filled with the dry, cool smell of earth. Ranran glanced around, looking at the two high shelves in the corners and the double bed piled high with supplies, which looked to be over a decade old. Ranran speculated whether there was a passage in the secret room, but after searching around, she found no strange places. There are no signs of doors on the walls, and the cabinets showed no signs of having been moved. The double bed in the corner appeared normal. Moreover, Mu Qingshan had been in here before. He would have surely checked. Standing in the middle of the room, Ranran couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. She found it strange. A living person had entered. How could they possibly disappear? Could this secret room be some kind of legendary wormhole? Sharulan, are you there? Ranran lowered her voice and called out several times. Her voice echoed in the basement, but there was no response at all. Sharulan had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 47. Dying in one's own consciousness, those glowing golden rings would absorb anyone who approached them, leading them into another world. Even if that world were thousands of miles away or in another galaxy, no one could say for sure. Ranran felt her thoughts becoming extremely complicated, not knowing which strange cycle she had stepped into. She numbly walked out of the secret room and reflexively went upstairs to check again. Everything that Sharulan had used was still there, but the owner had disappeared. She speculated whether Sharulan would reappear after a while. So she ran to the first floor again, waiting at the stairway for a long time, but there was no movement at all in the dark secret room. Thus, she waited from the pitch-black night until dawn, her mood growing increasingly bleak. Suddenly, she thought, could it be that this past period of time was all an illusion? With this suspicion in mind, Ranran called Xiaoyu. I've been working normally at the research institute, right? I haven't seen anyone who looks like me, nor have I been to the gene bank, and I haven't met any companions with the same background, have I? Xiaoyu, who had been startled awake, said in confusion, Ranran, what are you talking about? Did you get stimulated during the quarantine period? Xiaoyu, please answer me. Did those things I just asked really happen? Xiaoyu took a breath. Of course they did. Sharulan, the gene bank, and those cloned people all exist. Why are you asking this? Because Ranran suddenly felt weak. Sharulan suddenly disappeared, just from the secret room downstairs. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Secret room? Wait for me a moment. I'll come over right away. I might know something. Xiaoyu arrived quite late. According to her, she first went to Ranran's staff dormitory and found a novel written by Ranran's grandfather, titled The Secret Room's Terror. She handed the book to Ranran. Haven't you read this book? Ranran touched the old cover. No. Where did you find it? Under the bookshelf in your dormitory. Xiaoyu quickly replied. I found it unconsciously while cleaning. Ranran remembered. I know. A few months ago, I went to the city for errands and found this book written by my grandfather in a small bookstore. I thought of buying it as a keepsake and brought it back. What does this book have to do with Sharulan? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Ranran, I've finished reading this book. Your grandfather believes that all secret rooms are not just places for storage and hiding. They should also be escape routes. Xiaoyu took the book, flipping through it to tell Ranran. The protagonist in the book is a disheartened and unsuccessful college student. The kind of person who gets unemployed right after starting a job. He is gloomy and reclusive, has trouble interacting with people, and got fired from his first job. At this time, a zombie virus appeared in his city, and because he stayed at home, he was safe. But staying at home is not a foolproof plan. Although zombies can't get in, food and water are running out. The man thought that his home isolation was a supermarket. That supermarket had been closed for several days, so there should be a lot of supplies inside. It was unlikely to reach the supermarket via normal routes, so he thought of digging a tunnel. This was a very foolish idea, but for someone with poor tactical skills like him, it was the only way. So he dug with all his might. It wasn't very slow since he had an electric motor left by his parents, and he managed to dig a tunnel from his home to the supermarket in just 5 days. Fortunately, the supermarket was empty, and naturally, there were no zombies. It must have been that the supermarket owner escaped the city before the zombie wave hit. Thus, the protagonist relied on that tunnel to obtain a continuous supply of resources. And with these, he continued to live a happy life at home. Of course, he also used tools to secure the doors and windows of his home. making it nearly impossible to see the outside world and preventing anything from taking advantage of the situation. This way of living lasted for an unknown amount of time. Sometimes time is relative. For instance, when you are waiting, it feels incredibly long, but when you are happy, time seems to fly by. For the protagonist, staying at home playing single-player games, reading books, sleeping in, and enjoying canned food was the happiest thing. Therefore, he felt time pass quickly. Sometimes he would look in the mirror and seem to have aged several years overnight. Looking at the calendar, he had no idea how many days had passed. So, he survived there for many years until he died, still never having left that secret room. Until one day, many years later, there came a banging sound from outside the window, and a group of fully armed personnel arrived outside the door. They dismantled the defenses and entered the house, discovering the protagonist's skeleton on the bed. They followed the tunnel to the long-abandoned supermarket, where half of the items had been cleared out, and it was in complete disarray. Undoubtedly, it was this supermarket that sustained his survival for many years. After examining the corpse, they were surprised to find that he had died a year ago, with an unknown cause of death, and the zombies had disappeared 10 years ago. This meant that the outside world had been very safe for the last 9 years of his life, yet he had remained hidden in this man-made fortress, never stepping outside. Thus, he ultimately died within his own consciousness. It was not the terrifying zombies that killed him, but himself. Had he just taken a step out during those 9 years, he would not have ended up in such a tragic fate. The book's message was that if a secret room is merely a secret room lacking an escape route, it will only become a grave for humanity. Ranran, I've read this book carefully, so when you mentioned the secret room downstairs, I felt that it must have a passage. Shah Rualan cannot have disappeared into thin air. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled. After hearing this, Gu Ranran opened the cover of the secret room again, and the two of them went inside once more. This time, they meticulously took tools, knocking on the walls, especially spending a lot of time checking under the bed. However, they found nothing. These places looked ordinary, not like there was any passage. The storage rack was the last place they searched. It was filled with items, and moving it would require taking everything down piece by piece. Then the two of them would have to move the rack together, a huge undertaking. Chapter 48. Preparedness, so they didn't hold out much hope, thinking that Shah Rulan wouldn't go to such lengths to move this. However, reality quickly slapped them in the face. They found a clue behind the storage rack, where the knocking sounded somewhat hollow. After exchanging glances, the two began to explore for a mechanism. Sure enough, the mechanism was hidden on the storage rack, a small bump on a crossbeam that one couldn't notice without careful observation. Pressing that mechanism caused the storage rack to move on its own. It turned out there was an invisible track set up underneath. After the storage rack moved aside, a narrow passage was revealed. Xiao Yu excitedly rubbed her hands together. Let's go find her. The two entered the passage one after the other, following it forward. After about 2 minutes of walking, they felt a cool breeze. Ranran knew that wind meant they were close to the exit. Sure enough, less than half a minute later, they reached the exit. It was a cleverly designed stone door, and when it opened, they found themselves at the back of the old house, 100 meters from a back mountain. The back mountain looked like a deep forest filled with dense trees, and the ground was covered with thick, dry leaves, crunching underfoot, scattering leaves everywhere. Ranran often came here to play as a child. She remembered there was a wild persimmon tree ahead, which bore bright orange persimmons in late autumn, looking like little lanterns, which was quite festive. But these persimmons, while beautiful, were actually quite astringent, and even if left at home covered with straw for many days, they still retained that astringent taste, making them very unpleasant to eat. As Ranran looked around, her thoughts began to wander, and memories of her time at the old house echoed in her mind. Wow, Xiao Yu excitedly exclaimed. Your grandfather seemed to be writing books in despair, but in reality, he secretly undertook such a big project? Just how insecure was he? He had always been cautious and prepared for the worst. Ranran admitted he often called us, saying the world was in turmoil and urging us to return to the old house. Xiao Yu frowned. Having such a passage is indeed impressive. But if it's really like in the novels, and zombies really come, running out one tea help. This might just be a hope in Grandpa's heart, Ranran said. Looking around, what do you think Shah Rulan would run to? Definitely not back to the old house, so it should be. Xiao turned around, her finger pointing ahead. Could it be over there? Let's go check it out. The direction Xiao pointed to was by the riverside, though called a river. It was actually a dry riverbed. The river had dried up over a decade ago, exposing the stones at the bottom, and over time, some weeds had grown, making it look desolate. The forest ended here, and after walking along a gravel path, they would reach a road. So it was impossible to trace where Sha Rulin had gone. Sha Rulin didn't have a chip. Where could she go? In this era, she wouldn't be able to survive. Xiao frowned. Gu Ranran gazed at the distant road and whispered, I only know that she intentionally doesn't want to come back. She might have wanted to leave a long time ago. Why? Did she reveal anything? Gu Ranran shook her head. No, but I can sense her thoughts. After all, we are one and the same. Xiao fell silent for a moment. Actually, Ranran, don't you think our generation is very lonely? Few people have siblings, living in this cold, heartless, and fast-paced world, with little support around. Yeah, I envied my desk mate when I was a child. She had a very mischievous younger brother, and they fought every day. Whenever she complained, I felt she was showing off. Gu Ranran replied. So, in a way, I also envy you regarding Sha Rulin. Xiao said earnestly, even though you were separated by 10 years. No, 200 years. But you share the same genes. That is a kind of sibling bond, isn't it? Hearing this, Gu Ranran felt a pang in her heart. Indeed. Perhaps she hadn't realized that she had long considered Sha Rulin as family. After spending so much time together, it would be a lie to say there were no feelings. Gu Ranran quickly shook her head, but she still left. Maybe that's what she wanted. I just hope nothing happens to her. The two walked along the river for quite a while, and by then, it was already bright. They gazed at the faint light behind the clouds, staring for a long time. Those layers of clouds looked like countless blankets piled together, and the faint light seemed to be unable to penetrate through. They were also waiting for an opportunity to break through. A month later, on a particularly hot day in early June, Gu Ranran woke up drenched in sweat. After sitting by the window for a while, she went downstairs to run a few laps, then took a shower and changed clothes before heading to work. As soon as she entered the research institute, a doctor was waiting at the front desk. It turned out they were going to test blood routine again. This had become a daily routine during this period, and everyone waited for the tests with no complaints. Just after finishing the test, Lu Ran walked in with documents. Ranran, this is from Qin Yuan. He wants you to finish it before the end of your shift. Gu Ranran took it and flipped through it. Got it. Want to have lunch together? Lu Ran smiled. Sure. Let's go have some sour fish. A new place opened on the street. Life seemed to have returned to normal. This piece often made one feel dazed. Looking back, it felt like having gone through a dream. Gu Ranran worked hard every day, returned to school once a week to handle some paper revisions and research meetings. In addition, she ran 5 kilometers every day, went to bed at 11 every night, maintaining a regular diet and lifestyle. Life had returned to how it used to be. But she knew in her heart that some things had changed. When busy, it was fine, but once she had time to spare, she couldn't help but daydream and recall the past. Gu Ranran often checked social news. She wanted to see and feared to see news about Sha Rulin. But there was nothing. Sha Rulin, like Zhou Shan, had disappeared inexplicably. Also changing were the attitudes of some people at the research institute. Whether it was Director Mu, Professor Chung, or Qin Yuan, they all paid much more attention to Gu Ranran, which made her feel troubled. Some even gossiped behind her back, interpreting Qin Yuan's initiative to take her in and Mu Qingshan's support as some sort of dark undercurrent. These words reached Gu Ranran's ears inexplicably, and she had heard them several times. Once, Lu Ran asked her, "Aren't you angry?" Chapter 49. Strange companions, what's there to be angry about? Gu Ranran was indifferent. There are always people who take pleasure in spreading rumors. Let them be. Lu Ran whispered, if someone talks about me behind my back, I would definitely be heartbroken. It's not worth feeling sorry for them. Gu Ranran smiled slightly. The most important thing is to adjust your mindset. As the two were chatting, Mu Qingshan walked in. After surveying the room, he called Gu Ranran over. Come to my office for a moment. Gu Ranran followed him expressionlessly. The office behind them instantly buzzed with excitement as 2 women began to whisper. Look, she said there was nothing, and now she is being called to the office. Little Gu has some charm. managing to catch the attention of the two golden bachelors in our research institute. After a few exchanges, they glanced at Lu Ran and said, "I've said it before, Ranran, and they're definitely not right. Only you're foolish enough to think it's normal." Lu Ran lowered her head and said softly, "Don't say that, they're not like that." The two women scoffed, feeling there was no point in talking to her, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Ran stood still, staring thoughtfully at Director Mu's office in the distance. At that moment, the two inside the office were in a tense standoff. Mu Qingshan sat behind his desk, his gaze sharp like a knife, staring at her. Ranran straightened her back and boldly glared back. The scene held still for 2 minutes. Over the past month, they had faced off countless times, with each taking turns being the aggressor. But this time, neither of them wanted to speak. After an unknown amount of time, Ranran couldn't hold it any longer. "Director Mu, I've said many times that there is no so-called other person. You've been to my family home countless times. Which room haven't you checked?" Mu Qingshan stood up, looking down at her, and finally asked a question that made Ranran nervous. "You went to the gene bank to check your lineage, and that woman looks over a decade older than you." His assertive tone gave Ranran a certain illusion, making her think he had found some confirming evidence. However, she quickly avoided his gaze. "I don't know what you're talking about. If that person exists, I would like to meet her." Of course, she hoped to meet her. If Shah Rulin insisted on leaving, she would also want to say goodbye. Under safe conditions, of course. Mu Qingshan seemed about to say something else when a phone call came in. After he finished the call, he didn't press Ranran any further and turned to leave the office. Ranran walked out, her legs already weak. She leaned against the door, taking a deep breath. Experiencing these suffocating conversations every couple of days, who could endure it? It felt like a form of alternative torture, and she was like a passionate youth from that era, vowing to keep her secrets hidden. She hoped she could hold on and never waver. During lunch, Lu Ran occasionally looked up at her, as if she had something to say. Ranran simply put down her chopsticks. "What's wrong?" Lu Ran hesitated. "Ranran, what did Director Mu want with you?" "Just like before," Ranran replied. "He must think there is some secret regarding that matter." "Is it true?" After Lu Ran spoke, she immediately added, "I mean, is there really a secret?" Ranran looked at her warily. "Of course not." "All right, eat quickly, or it'll get cold," Lu Ran said quickly to ease the tense atmosphere. Ranran stared at the exquisite pickled fish on the table, but suddenly lost her train of thought. She remembered the meals Shah Rulin had made, though they had been overcooked and had burned the kitchen. They were filled with the warmth of human life. "I really hope she is still alive. As long as a person is alive, there is hope, right?" At that moment, in an apartment several dozen kilometers away, a woman was also sitting at the dining table, staring at the surface. There, a pot of steaming pickled fish was also placed, with snow-white fish fillets soaking in a clear yellow broth, garnished with vibrant green cilantro and bright red millet peppers, exuding a strong aroma. But this aroma felt somewhat fake, not real at all. After staring for a while, she put down her chopsticks. "I can't eat." The man across from her looked at her expressionlessly. "You'll die if you don't eat." He sat there like a landscape, tall and well-built, with muscles straining against his shirt, making the button look dangerously tight. His sharp features showed no emotion, yet still radiated a kind of restrained allure. "Everyone will die." The woman looked up at him. "That is something a robot like you can't understand." The man stood up. "Say that again." "You're just..." The woman murmured before immediately giving in. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of fish, and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. She ate vigorously, cheeks puffed out, not bothering to chew, swallowing whole. There was a sense of retaliatory awareness in her actions. But, in the end, the only one who was hurt was herself. She suddenly turned pale and coughed a couple of times. Realizing she had choked on a fish bone, she rushed to the bathroom, coughing repeatedly, then grabbed a cup and poured water in her mouth. But didn't tea help? That fish bone was still stuck somewhere, refusing to come out. The man stood up coldly, walked over, and grabbed her, extending a long, strong finger toward her lips. The woman tried to dodge, but her body was immobilized, and she could only let that finger slowly probe into her mouth. She didn't know what he did, but the prickling sensation in her throat suddenly disappeared. He withdrew his finger, revealing a bloodied fish bone. For a moment, the woman didn't know what to say. She averted her gaze, pretending nothing had happened. The man released her. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Sha Sha. The woman quickly interrupted him. Don't call me Sha Sha. I don't know how we ended up like this. The one speaking was Sha Rulin, who had been careless. Some past documents stored in her bracelet were found by this robot, revealing her name. But she disliked his overly familiar tone. In human terms, this would be called fate. The man said in a deep voice, pulling her hand and forcing her to sit at the table to eat. This time he was extremely careful, ensuring the fish was deboned before placing it in her bowl. Sha Rulin resigned herself, mechanically swallowing the fish, beginning to recall the scene when they first met. At that time, she had heard noise from outside and, in a panic, found that passageway to escape. Chapter 50 XT009. After stumbling out of the passage, she walked forward for a while, finally seeing the man beside the dry riverbed. No, to be precise, she encountered the artificial intelligence robot, whose code name was XT009. He was lying next to the riverbed, uninjured. His body felt very cold, and he wasn't breathing. Sha Rulin thought he was dead, and as she was about to leave after checking him, he suddenly opened his eyes, a series of tiny code symbols flickering in his pupils. In the moonlight, Sha Rulin could see his face clearly. In that moment, she was a bit dazed because his appearance was truly exceptional, comparable to the celebrities from her past life that could be named. Whether it was his clear brow or his straight nose, it made one exclaim, "This man is really good looking." Although he opened his eyes, he still couldn't move, probably because rebooting takes time, or he might be out of power. Sha Rulin had encountered AI robots before, so she immediately concluded his identity. She also thought of Ranran's words. These robots have expensive rental fees, and if they are lost, one could go bankrupt. So, without hesitation, she struggled to help him up, deciding to save him first. However, lifting him was a difficult task. This robot was very tall, at least 9 meters, and naturally not light. Sha Rulin used all her strength to lift him, let alone walk. She forcibly dragged him for a while, and, after just a few dozen meters, she was already panting. Afterward, she didn't know if it was from exhaustion or the rising temperature, but she felt warm all over, especially at the points where their skins touched, losing the previous icy feeling. After a few more steps, she felt that the man was not so heavy anymore. Sha Rulin looked at him in confusion and was surprised to find his eyes had regained awareness, now gleaming with an inexplicable light as he looked at her. It turned out he had fully rebooted. Sha Rulin cautiously let go of his hand, took 2 steps back, and muttered to herself, "It's good if nothing's wrong." Just then, the robot spoke. "Where are we going?" Sha Rulin frowned. "You actually asked that question?" "Yes." The AI robots, she had seen only mechanically repeated commands and did not have questions. So, was he really a robot? Sha Rulin had a moment of doubt. The robot seemed to sense her confusion and immediately spoke. "You can call me XT009. We need to leave here immediately. Someone is about to chase us." Sha Rulin was startled and quickly turned to look behind her, but found no pursuers. "Where is anyone? If we stay here, you will see them." XT009 replied. Sha Rulin thought for a moment. The idea of leaving had been lingering for a long time. She felt like a bird trapped in a cage, wanting to escape, but having some reservations. These reservations were partly due to her companions, and partly because of Ranran, although she was reluctant to admit it. However, now, her companions were already dead, and Ranran, her existence was actually a harm to her. Even if she didn't say it, she knew it well. Sha Rulin sighed softly. "Let's go far away." Thus, the two formed a temporary partnership and walked along the riverbed. Later, they were lucky to encounter a dusty car. They stopped in front of the car, and Sha Rulin had watched quite a few videos before, so she was relatively familiar with this world. Plus, she had driven Ranran's car before, so she quickly recognized. This was a solar-powered car. It should still be. Before she could finish her sentence, XT009 had effortlessly opened the car door and slid in with his long legs. The speed left Sha Rulin dumbfounded. "How did you open this door?" XT009 frowned. "This simple fingerprint lock, isn't it easy to crack?" At that moment, Sha Rulin's heart skipped a beat. This robot, with such an exceptional exterior, had a different IQ, possibly the legendary elite? No, Ranran had once said that although most robots had realistic skin and temperature and had lifelike facial features, they were ultimately not human. They lacked thought, self-awareness, and the ability to act independently. Yet the robot before her was clearly abnormal. As Sha Rulin was thinking, XT009 spoke again. "If you don't get in the car, you can stay here alone." Sha Rulin had no time to think further and got into the car. Throughout the process, she quietly observed him, but not long after, at most half an hour later, they stopped in front of an apartment. "Where's this?" Sha Rulin looked around. It seemed to be a high-end residential area in the city center, with strict security and excellent facilities. The housing prices were very high. She had seen it in videos. XT009 looked up at a certain part of the apartment, a safe place. "Let us go in." At that moment, Sha Rulin felt he was joking. How could people like them enter such a place? One was an artificial intelligence, and the other was a chipless person from another world. What qualifications did they have to enter such a high-end apartment? But 2 minutes later, when they passed through the lobby unharmed, took the elevator directly to the 28th floor, and smoothly entered room 2809, Sha Rulin was once again astonished. A miracle had happened to them again. The apartment was enormous, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows facing the city center, and the dazzling lights of the city at night filled her view, a splendid sight. The layout of the room was also very luxurious, indicating that the owner was quite wealthy. XT009 acted as if he were in his own home, waving his hand to turn on the lights, and with another wave, the curtains silently closed. The air conditioning ventilation system began to operate. He seemed very familiar with this place. Soon he explained, "You can stay here at ease. The owner has gone to America and won't be back for a short time." "How do you know?" "Because XT009 remained silent for a long time. She is my first owner." Sha Rulin felt that this robot had many unspoken burdens. But she couldn't bear to ask, as she herself had many secrets, didn't she? She yawned. "I'm going to take a shower and then have a good sleep. I'm really too tired." However, she soon encountered trouble. She had only lived in Ranran's ancestral home, where the facilities were relatively old. So she was completely unfamiliar with the luxurious apartment's bathroom and bedroom. While showering, she operated incorrectly, getting herself drenched before she could take off her clothes, and mistakenly grabbed a men's bathrobe, running out wearing it. There were many rooms here, and holding the attitude of being polite since she was a guest in someone else's home, she chose the most ordinary guest room to stay in. But who would have thought that as soon as she sat on the bed, the mattress suddenly bounced up, almost throwing her off. Chapter 51. Tear down the hypocritical paper later. I learned that this was a mattress that automatically switched between winter and summer. Because it had not been inhabited for a long time, its switching function had been disabled, but when Sha Rulin approached, it was reactivated. Thus, Sha Rulin and her robot companion lived here. Time passed quickly yet slowly, and before they knew it, a month had gone by. During this time, XT009 showcased his service capabilities, easily and effortlessly completing tasks like cooking, cleaning, and organizing. And every day, he would actively gather some social news that Sha Rulin liked to keep her entertained. Sha Rulin's life was extremely comfortable. She often felt the illusion that with life being this way, what more could she ask for? Living in such a spacious apartment, with a meticulous and incredibly handsome robot taking care of her, was already the pinnacle of life. However, last week, she suddenly discovered XT009's secret, and this revelation left her feeling horrified and strange. It turned out that XT009 had escaped from the robot base after a major incident. This incident involved XT009 causing the death of its owner in a peculiar manner. The news did not elaborate on the specifics, but Sha Rulin could easily guess that XT009 posed a significant danger and that she should escape. She had tried several times, but it was all in vain. No matter how she attempted to leave, XT009 always found a way to detect her immediately and quickly brought her back. Eventually, he bluntly tore down the superficial, hypocritical paper between them. "You cannot leave. There is no departure, only disappearance." This sentence was just like the saying from 200 years ago, "There is no divorce, only widowhood." Upon hearing this, Sha Rulin's hair stood on end, and she thought of the various methods used to kill wives. In the end, She shook her head and struggled to ask with a hint of fantasy. Why? I'm not your owner. We're just fellow travelers. Her voice was very gentle, so gentle that she was moved by it herself, but XT009 looked at her, his eyes deepening with meaning. Now you are. Sha Rulin was instantly petrified. She realized how ridiculous she was for trying to reason with a robot. Perhaps, in their system, they were inherently incapable of understanding reason. At that moment, Sha Rulin sat at the dining table, chewing on the tasteless fish and meat, while thinking about the troubling matters of the past month. She even recalled the saying from 200 years ago, just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's lair. Wasn't her situation just like that now? Only the tiger's den was not at Ranran's place, but at her star. She looked up at the window and sighed softly. Perhaps a certain star behind the clouds was her star. Humans were ultimately unable to explore the secrets of the universe. Are you unhappy? XT009 frowned as he looked at her. This annoying robot looked so good even when frowning. Sha Rulin cast him a glance and continued to sigh in silence. What good was it to be handsome? Ultimately, he was still fake. Sha Rulin pushed her plate away. I'm full. I'm going back to my room to watch the news. Okay. XT009's eyes flickered as he checked his internal operating system again. Last week, he had been negligent. Now, the things she watched every day had been pre-screened, and no accidents could happen again. Sha Rulin's biological clock had already formed. She now woke up late in the morning, had brunch, went back to her room to watch the news all afternoon, and at night, she would collapse on a rooftop to stargaze, returning to bed only late at night. However, to the extremely disciplined XT009, this lifestyle seemed like a form of slow suicide. He would remind her to get up and go to bed at 7 in the morning and 10 at night, and he would often bring her to the dining table at normal meal times. He even forcibly took her to the gym to get some exercise, but it was useless. Sha Rulin didn't even know why she should be disciplined. She felt that just living was merely passing the days, hiding in dark corners, destined to disappear sooner or later. She had mentally prepared for that day, simply waiting for it. That afternoon, she lounged in the media room, manipulating the screen with her hands, watching bizarre scenes from the human world, unable to help but smile. People in this era really live for themselves. There wouldn't be any road scams now, because if an incident occurred, it would immediately be monitored by the Skynet, and the nearest mechanical police would arrive. After providing simple aid, they would take the person to the hospital. There were no super low-class beggars or solitary elderly people unable to survive. The social welfare system was very comprehensive, especially for vulnerable groups. As long as one had a social welfare house and received basic living allowances, they could live a life of comfort as long as they weren't greedy. Abandoned babies were unheard of. Childbirth had dropped to a historical low, and the number of newborns each year couldn't keep up with the aging population. Children were precious treasures, and the country would bear most of the cost for childbirth and upbringing. Who would be willing to abandon them? Only online fraud was rampant. They no longer used the childish methods of 200 years ago, such as calling to trick people into giving verification codes. Now, they were elite hackers who could unknowingly extract your fingerprint information. The more Sha Rulin watched, the more she fell out of place, hugging a pillow sadly, thinking that if she went out to make a living, she would probably not survive for 3 days. At 4 in the afternoon, feeling thirsty, she called out several times with no response, so she had to get a cup to fetch some water herself. Passing by the adjacent bedroom, she suddenly stopped. The bedroom door was actually closed? That was XT009's bedroom. Realistically speaking, Sha Rulin had never seen him go into rest. She guessed that robots probably didn't need to rest, just recharge. After getting her water, she glanced again at the tightly closed bedroom door, and her curiosity suddenly surged. She gently pushed open the door crack and saw the man lying on the bed. He was sleeping with his eyes closed, just like the first time she saw him. Sha Rulin didn't know why, but guided by some instinct, she walked in and leaned closer to look at him. He wasn't breathing, nor did he have a heartbeat. Reaching out to test, he was ice cold, as if he were dead. This should be his most vulnerable moment, right? Being so close, she could even clearly see his long, thick eyelashes hanging down like 2 rows of dense brushes, yet he still showed no signs of waking. Was he recharging? Sha Rulin decided to verify. She reached out to explore, from XT009's chest to his back, then down to his abdominal muscles, touching everywhere, but found no sign of a charging point. Of course, his physique was perfect, a true model level. As for further down, Sha Ruolin glanced at the belt at his waist, suppressing the impulse to look further down. How could she have such thoughts about a robot? That was a bit lewd. Chapter 52, Are You Her Medicine? In the end, she disdainfully glanced at the curtains and waved her hand to pull them all shut. If she was going to rest, how could she sleep with such brightness? While pulling the curtains, Sha Ruolin suddenly had a thought. Isn't this the best opportunity to escape? After all, he was oblivious and unfeeling. If she didn't leave now, when would she? Excitedly, she turned around and ran to the bedside, leaning against his chest to listen. Usually, when he was awake, she could hear the countless gears turning inside him when she got close, but now she couldn't hear anything. He must be in a dormant state. Sha Ruolin stood up excitedly and turned to leave. Just then, XT009 on the bed opened his eyes. His gaze flickered with a faint light, as if countless lines of code were flashing by. Suddenly, he sat up, and with a long stride, he caught Sha Ruolin, who was about to open the door. What are you doing? Sha Ruolin was startled, her heart racing. How could he wake up so quietly? She hurriedly explained. I was a bit hungry and came to see what you were doing. Sha Ruolin pulled her hand away and took 2 steps toward the room, intending to pick up the water cup on the table to cover her embarrassment. Then, she heard a barely audible footstep behind her, and in the next second, she was pulled back by force and bumped against XT009's warm chest. His voice was deep. Did you close the curtains? Being so close to him made Sha Ruolin feel flustered and insecure, so she quickly replied, Yes, I guess you were sleeping, so I don't need to sleep. XT009 said, his hand brushing against her neck. I just need to recharge. But you are very honest. You didn't take this opportunity to run away. Sha Ruolin pressed her lips together and fell silent, feeling guilty. In fact, she had thought about escaping at that moment, given his past of causing his owneress death. But the moment the thought arose, he woke up. Before she could respond, XT009 leaned down closer to her ear. Sha, why did you take off my clothes? What do you want to do? As he spoke, warm breath brushed against the back of Sha Ruolin's ear, making her tense up instantly. This robot was really too skilled. Before she could react, XT009's hand began to move along her neck. Your heartbeat is so fast. Usually it's 75 beats per minute, but now it's reached 90. And your temperature has also risen by a degree. Do you have any thoughts? Help! Sha Ruolin instantly snapped back to reality. She took a deep breath and said coldly, I'm hungry. Shouldn't you go cook? She fled as if escaping, forgetting the water cup on the table, and rushed straight into her own room, slamming the door shut behind her. She dashed to the mirror, covered her face, and felt her cheeks burning. Or was she just thinking? When XT009 teased her, she actually felt something. She inexplicably had a fluttering heart. He wasn't human. He was just a robot. She let go and looked at herself in the mirror. Undoubtedly, she looked graceful, her eyes bright, quite different from the haggard image she had imagined. She touched her face in confusion, feeling her skin was much smoother, and the tiny fine lines at the corners of her eyes seemed to have disappeared. So, the reflection didn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all. She looked about the same age as Ranran. Sha Ruolin found it strange and rushed to the bathroom, picking up the skincare products without labels. After a while, she opened the door and walked straight to the kitchen. In front of the stove, XT009 was wearing a black apron, busy with a spatula in hand. His right hand moved, and his long fingers were very powerful. At that moment, he had changed into casual wear, looking particularly homely. This high-quality robot had many facets. Where did these cosmetics come from? Sha Ruolin cut to the chase, avoiding XT009's gaze. XT009 glanced at her. Homemade. I added the latest titanium chrysanthemum ingredient developed internationally. Is it good? Sha Ruolin was surprised. You can actually make cosmetics? What else can you do? XT009 put down the spatula and replied honestly. Is that strange? I have autonomous learning and development modes. Don't mention skincare products. Even most advanced weapons, I can do that too. Sha Ruolin felt an inexplicable chill run down her back. Was this the robot she used to know? Ranran had repeatedly said that the robots of today were entirely based on serving humans, and all their functions had limitations. Otherwise, it would be a big deal. Her voice trembled slightly as her eyes glanced at the high-end Japanese snowflake steak in the frying pan. We live here. Where does the cost of food and clothing come from? XT009 turned around, his left hand brushing against her face. Are you worried about this? Don't worry. I have countless ways to make money. I won't let you go hungry. Sha Rulin's voice was hoarse. Are you involved in internet fraud? Do you have hacking skills? XT009's lips curled slightly. Sha, I don't need to rely on such low-level methods. Go wash your hands and sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. Sha Rulin had mixed feelings. She took the skincare products back, placed them heavily down, and then ran to the tool room she had never entered before. After pushing the door open, her feelings grew even more complicated. There were various tools neatly arranged, and the exquisite distillation systems, smoking furnaces, and plants in glass jars in the corner indicated that these were the tools for making skincare products. XT009 was surprisingly capable to this extent, but the more capable he was, the more afraid she became. After surveying the room, she noticed something in the corner, 2 glass medicine bottles filled with light green pills. What was this? She picked up the bottle, opened the cap, and, as she was about to examine a pill, the door behind her suddenly swung open. XT009 walked in quickly and took the medicine bottle from her hand. You can't touch this. Why? Sha Rulin asked in confusion. XT009 replied. This is a medication for treating depression. It has sedative effects that normal people cannot take. Did you make this too? Sha Rulin inquired. But the bottles are covered in dust. It was something I made before, XT009 said, pulling her to leave. Come on, let's eat. At the dining table, as Sha Rulin cut into the tender, juicy steak, she asked, I remember you said this owner was your first master. XT009 was silent for a moment. Yes. Then you made this for her. Did she have depression? Sha Rulin continued to ask. XT009 seemed reluctant to answer this question, but looking at the woman's puzzled expression, he finally spoke. She had severe depression, which is why she brought me back. Suddenly, Sha Rulin's heart sank, and she couldn't help but blurt out, so you were each other's only companions, and you are her medicine? Chapter 53. Are you jealous? After listening, XT009 suddenly curled the corners of his mouth. Sasha, are you jealous? His usually expressionless face softened considerably when he smiled, like cold ice melting away. Sha Rulin lowered her head and focused on cutting her steak. Can you, a robot, speak more seriously? You humans have a saying, you must express your thoughts, or the future will forever be contrary to your wishes. XT009's voice carried more emotion. I don't want us to be like this. Sha Rulin sighed inwardly, thinking that a robot who speaks warm words has done terrible things. What future is there to talk about? She shook her head. You and I, we are both hopeless people. Hopeless, are we? XT009's eyes darkened. Sha Rulin offered a bitter smile. Yes, if there was hope, we wouldn't have escaped like we did that night, would we? He had never asked Sha Rulin about the reason for their escape that night, and she had never inquired about his reasons either, but in the end, she learned about it from the news. XT009 showed no signs of surprise, his deep gaze fixed on her. Sasha, that world. You can't go back to it anymore. Those words startled Sha Rulin. What did you say? Yes, she was from another world. A secret known only to Ranran and Xiaoyu. XT009 extended his hand, waving it towards her forehead. I knew it long ago. You don't have a chip, and your aura is different from others. Sha Rulin stared at him in shock. You really are a different kind of machine. XT009 was completely unconcerned. No matter what you say, I take it as a compliment from you humans. Sha Rulin silently finished her meal, pushed her plate aside, and returned to her room. Behind her, XT009's voice called out, Sasha, let us spend the days ahead together. Her heart raced again. She paused for a few seconds, but suppressed the impulse to turn back, stepping into her bedroom as if she hadn't heard him. She couldn't deny that she liked XT009's thoughtful nature and handsome appearance. For someone like her, who was about to turn 30 with almost no romantic experience, he was irresistibly attractive. But, is love such an important thing in this world? The answer was no. If love could last, there wouldn't be so many breakups and divorces. Moreover, with identities like hers and XT009's, there was almost no tomorrow to speak of. They weren't even of the same species. What future could there be? A few days later, Sha Rulin suddenly woke up early in the morning, lying in bed staring at the projection lamp above her, unable to recall how long she had been sleeping in late. She suddenly wanted to see what XT009 was doing at that moment, so she quietly got out of bed and walked to the living room. But there was no one in the living room, nor in the study or the tool room. After searching for a long time, she found a master bedroom door slightly ajar. XT009 was inside. Sha Rulin peered through the gap in the door. The master bedroom was quite dark, with the curtains drawn tightly, and only a dim yellow light in the corner. Under the light, XT009 stood by the window, staring intently at something on the dressing table. Completely absorbed for a long time, Sha Rulin retreated to the living room, poured herself a glass of water, and suddenly became very curious about what XT009 was looking at. Fortunately, that afternoon, XT009 entered his charging sleep mode again. After checking outside for a while, Sha Rulin quietly approached the master bedroom and pushed the door open. It was her first time entering here. To say it was pure curiosity might not be accurate. Subconsciously, she probably wanted to understand XT009 a little better. The master bedroom was indeed very large, several times bigger than the guest room. The decor was dark and obscure, with a gloomy carved wooden bed, a dark wardrobe, and pitch-black curtains. Sha Rulin wanted to pull them open, but the curtains seemed to have some mechanism. No matter how hard she pulled, they wouldn't budge. Upon closer inspection, she found that they were all fixed to the wall. Looking at the dressing table in the corner, she was even more shocked. It was a perfectly good mirror, but it had been painted black. The owner of this room was really strange. Had they sunk into depression to the point of not wanting to see anyone, even the sky? Sha Rulin felt a pang of sympathy, and as she glanced over the items on the dressing table, her gaze froze. She saw an old-fashioned photo frame, inside which was a middle-aged woman dressed in all black. Her expression was plain, with sparse brows drooping slightly, her eyes filled with sorrow. Although the woman was in the frame, her gaze seemed to wander elsewhere. Was this woman XT009's first master, the one who had gone abroad? On the dressing table were a few sparse cosmetics, and when Sha Rulin saw the packaging, she felt a chill in her heart. These were also made by XT009. How ridiculous was it to have held onto the fantasy of being unique? She sighed slightly, instinctively wanting to put the cosmetics away in the drawer. But the moment she opened the drawer, she was stunned. Inside were some unusual items: a handgun, a bottle of black, unknown liquid, and some thin ropes. Those ropes were stained with dark blood, and the more she looked at the liquid, the more familiar it seemed. She closed the drawer and went to check the tool room. Sure enough, in the corner of the glass cabinet, there were 2 bottles of the same substance. Why would the previous owner keep these things in the drawer? Sha Rulin was puzzled, but she felt that these must be connected to XT009. He could produce drugs and skincare products. Perhaps this black liquid was also made by him. After pondering for a while, she decided to find a way to seek answers. To do something she had thought about for a long time, but never done: contact Ranran. Contacting Ranran was a difficult task. She had tried before, but there was no signal in the house, and she couldn't dial out any number. As for escaping, she didn't know what XT009 had done. She couldn't even get out of the hall. However, if she couldn't leave the hall, she could try the stairwell. Perhaps there would be a signal there? Sha Rulin gently walked to XT009's door, quietly peeking inside. He lay there motionless, likely not waking up anytime soon. Sha Rulin closed the door tightly and, for safety, locked it. Then, she took out her hidden AR glasses, quietly slipped out, and climbed up the fire escape stairs. After each floor, she checked for a signal, and finally, on the 33rd floor, the AR glasses received a signal. But when she dialed Ranran's number, it failed to connect. After thinking for a moment, she dialed Qiu-Yu's number, and this time, it went through. Qiu-Yu in the library sounded surprised. "Sha Rulin, where are you? Do you know we've been looking for you for a long time?" "Sure." Sha Rulin lowered her voice. "The signal here is very poor. I need you to help me check something. Please look up a robot model called XT009, the one that was in the news before. Please." Chapter 54. The failed product Xiao Yu was quite clever. She didn't ask anything and said she would check right away, asking Sha Rulin to wait for her call. So Sha Rulin sat curled up in a corner of the stairs, keeping an eye on the movements up and down while quietly monitoring the AR, just waiting for the red indicator light to turn on. Her mood was complicated. On one hand, she hoped to find out something, while on the other hand, she wished that XT009 was innocent and wronged. She waited and waited, and about 7 or 8 minutes later, the red indicator light on the AR glasses finally lit up. Sha Rulin quickly put them on and connected the call. How is it? Did you find anything? I found something. It's a very scary robot. Xiao Yu tried to organize her words. It's considered a failed product from a high-tech attempt. Sha Rulin said nervously, "Please tell me everything you know." Xiao Yu quickly started to explain. XT009 is a new product from the New Energy Company, which is the largest AI robot manufacturing base in the country. Compared to the previous stiff-looking robots, this series can be customized for personal preferences, from body shape and appearance to personality and abilities, all according to the client's needs. Moreover, they also have empathy abilities. I'll send you the specifics. Some things I can't bring myself to say. Xiao Yu then sent over several pages of information, and Sha Rulin quickly began to read. It turned out that the things Xiao Yu couldn't say were related to that aspect. This customized robot, in addition to ordinary service work, could also alleviate the repression in gender relationships. So once it was launched, it was welcomed by clients. However, while many showed interest, very few actually ordered one, as these customized robots were extremely expensive, equivalent to 10 years' salary of an ordinary person. Therefore, many people were interested, but few were willing to spend the money to customize one. The article included all the pictures of this robot, from XT001 to XT011. Some were robust and strong, while others were delicate and beautiful, each comparable to a superstar. Sha Rulin quickly spotted XT009 among them. He had the most unique temperament, cold, yet with a hint of melancholy, like a combination of a domineering CEO and an artist. There is also a brief introduction stating that XT009 was the most expensive model due to its most complete functionality. However, the specific functions were not mentioned here. The users who customized these robots remained a mystery, and there was no mention of them whatsoever. However, Sha Rulin could guess that XT009 could produce medicines and cosmetics, as well as many other astonishing abilities, which naturally made it extremely expensive. Sha Rulin then turned to the next page, and the content on this page was quite horrifying, as it detailed the experiences of XT009's previous owners. The first owner, the one who created him, was a wealthy businessman's widow who suffered from severe mental illness. After several failed suicide attempts, she customized this robot on the advice of her doctor. XT009 spent a short time with the first owner, and after just 6 months, she died of illness, and her ashes were taken abroad by her children. After that, XT009 was returned to the factory for repairs and was then purchased at a high price by the second owner. However, this second owner had bad luck. Not long after, she was found dead in her home. She left no last words, and upon examination, her body was found to be covered in bruises. This woman usually did not like to interact with people, so the police naturally suspected XT009. The police interrogated him, but XT009 remained expressionless and denied any involvement, yielding no results. So the police brought in Professor Xiong, who had created him. Under such questioning, Professor Xiong couldn't withstand the pressure and, in his nervousness, revealed XT009's biggest secret. It turned out that during its creation, he inadvertently added the latest learning system and emotional responsibilities to it. When the police asked why he did this, Professor Xiong's exact words were, "With these 2 additions, he becomes a perfect robot that is even better than humans. Creating such a robot is my honor, and I feel that my life has been worthwhile." Professor Xiong's actions had already violated national AI robot management regulations. He was sentenced to a year in prison and fined heavily. XT009 was also to be destroyed immediately according to regulations. The information ended abruptly here, with no further content. However, Sha Rulin could already guess what had happened the night outside the old house. Moreover, there were still 2 points of doubt, namely the deaths of these 2 owners. In Sha Rulin's view, XT009 might be related to the death of the first owner, and the second owner might also be connected. In short, there were significant doubts. Qiuyu, I have finished reading the information, but there are still some issues that are unclear. Has the police really uncovered the truth of the incident? And what about XT009's current whereabouts? Is he really destroyed? Sha Rulin inquired. She knew very well that XT009 was at home, but at this moment, she had to pretend to be completely ignorant while asking. Qiuyu replied, I'll continue to look for more information. You should know that all of this is just news. It's difficult for us to find documents involving confidential information. That's fine. If there is new information, just send me a message. Sha Rulin pretended to hang up the phone. I have to leave. I can't stay here too long. Wait. Sha Rulin, where exactly are you? Are you safe now? Sha Rulin forced a bitter smile. Maybe it's safe. I'm not sure. We'll contact each other next time if there's a chance. After hanging up the phone, just as Sha Rulin was about to leave, she suddenly heard a sound coming from the stairwell, which startled her. However, there was no time to hide, as a cleaner dressed in a work uniform walked out from the fire door below. Sha Rulin lowered her head, discreetly folded the AR glasses and tucked them into her pocket, then quickly walked down the stairs. She wanted to pretend that nothing had happened. But as soon as she stepped out from the 28th floor stairs, she saw XT009 standing at the door with a blank expression. His hands were tucked into the pockets of his suit pants. Although he had no expression, the coldness in his eyes and his body language conveyed a clear message. Keep your distance, fury unrestrained. Sha Rulin looked up at him, feeling a bit flustered but not wanting to show it, so she casually greeted him. Did you finish charging? I just went outside for some fresh air. Fresh air? XT009 replied, his voice dropping to an extreme low. Can't you breathe at home? Sha Rulin looked at him, unable to tell whether he was simply asking a robotic question or making some sort of sarcastic remark. This advanced intelligent robot was too sophisticated, making it hard to understand. Sha Rulin fanned herself. Really, I suddenly just wanted to go outside for a stroll. You know, I need social interaction. I haven't been out for a long time. But I also haven't gone out. XT009 replied. Sha Rulin was at a loss for words. How can that be the same? I'm human. XT009 frowned. Are you saying I don't understand? No, that's not what I meant. Chapter 55. Interrupted signals. As the two faced off, the elevator door suddenly dinged, and a woman dressed in a tight red dress stepped out. She was alluring and graceful, and she looked surprised at the two by the door, her gaze lingering on XT009 for quite some time. Hey, this handsome guy looks familiar, she said, her red lips moving. Haven't we met somewhere before? Never seen each other. XT009 replied coldly and succinctly, pulling Sha Rulin into the room and shutting the door tightly behind them. Sha Rulin pointed at the door. She was greeting you. She must be your first Master S neighbor, obviously someone you know. XT009 frowned. Impossible. She never interacts with outsiders. Sha Rulin recalled the information that stated that the previous owner had not spent much time with XT009 and had passed away after only 6 months due to illness. So she asked, why would she want to go abroad? I saw in the news that it's been chaotic overseas, with refugee riots, the collapse of ecological walls, and wildfires in North America. XT009 remained silent for a while. She died. How did she die? XT009 candidly stated she had severe depression. Sha Rulin looked at him, unable to discern whether his gaze was sincere. Can robots kill? In the past, they shouldn't have been able to, but the robot before her undoubtedly had that capability. XT009 leaned closer. Sha, you haven't told me how you managed to escape. Do you want to leave me? Sha Rulin tilted her head back, his tall figure blocking the light, casting her in shadow. Her voice dropped. What will happen if I leave? XT009 said slowly, I've said it before. There's no leaving, only disappearing. Goodness, this robot seems to have murderous intent. Sha Rulin took a step back in fear. I'm going to take a shower. Need help? XT009 asked seriously, his cold face betraying no hint of teasing. Sha Rulin quickly waved her hands. No need. She fled into the room. For some reason, she felt both wary of him and irresistibly attracted to him, which was an abnormal phenomenon. At that moment, Ranran finally emerged from the laboratory. She went to the changing room to grab her wristband and discovered countless missed calls and messages, all from Xiaoyu. Upon opening it, she found a message from Sha Ruolin. Ranran quickly called. Xiaoyu, did Sha Ruolin go to you? No. Ranran, she said she called you, but you were unreachable. So she called me instead, Xiaoyu said urgently. She was in the hallway, but didn't specify where. Ranran asked, what did she say? She inquired about the XT009 robot. After I sent her some information, she asked me about the truth of the situation and XT009's whereabouts. What do you think she wants? While Xiaoyu spoke, Ranran opened another page to browse the documents Xiaoyu had sent. The more she looked, the stranger it seemed. Why would she be interested in such a high-end robot? She remembered that Sha Ruolin had never liked the artificial intelligence of this era. Xiaoyu had a bold thought. Could she have mistaken XT009 for a real person? Perhaps they already know each other. That, Ranran pondered for a moment. It is possible. Xiaoyu, I'm coming to you now. Let us investigate this robot. This might be a clue to find Sha Ruolin. That night, the two searched through many news articles. But the reports about this robot were repetitive and provided no useful clues. Ranran thought for a moment. My classmate Jiang Yuan is in the police department. Perhaps he has some channels. I'll ask him. When she asked, she indeed got results. Jiang Yuan said that this robot was indeed linked to two cases. It had killed, but the reasons were complicated and involved some special laws, so it could only be treated as a dangerous item for destruction. After explaining the incident in detail, Jiang Yuan said to Ranran, but XT009 escaped the night before its destruction. The police are currently looking for it. Ranran, do you have any clues? Ranran shook her head. No, if I did, I would definitely tell you. All right, contact with it will be very dangerous. After hanging up, Ranran felt very worried. Sha Ruolin wouldn't ask these questions for no reason. Anything she asked must be related. How could she warn her to escape from this robot? Xiaoyu, can you still contact her? Xiaoyu shook his head. She said she would contact me when she had the chance, but then she entered in no signal phase. Don't worry, she is very smart. She will definitely protect herself. Ranran lowered her head and operated her wristband. How about this? I'll send her what Jiang Yuan said, hoping she can see it. Okay, I have more time. I'll try to contact her every day, hoping to get through, Xiaoyu said. But the developments didn't go smoothly. In the following days, the calls couldn't get through, and the messages fell into a black hole with no response. Both speculated about Sha Ruolin's current situation, and Ranran even thought about reporting it to the police several times. Xiaoyu stopped her. How could you report it? Sha Ruolin isn't a normal person. She finally escaped. Do you want her to go back and risk her life? Ranran clasped her hands together and then weakly released them. Then let us wait a bit longer. Xiaoyu habitually took out his wristband and dialed that number again. Should I try again? What if it connects this time? This time, after dialing that string of symbols, the wristband surprisingly emitted a long beep. Sha Ruolin actually had a signal. Both were tense and excited, leaning in close to the wristband. The call quickly connected, and Sha Ruolin's voice came through. I saw the message. I know. I will call the police right away. After a few sounds, there was silence again. Xiaoyu called into the wristband a few times before realizing that the call had been disconnected. Dialing again yielded no response. Xiaoyu said helplessly, maybe there was just a few seconds of signal? Digging diamonds in a black coal mine is not as busy as she is. Yiran on Frugit. This was a popular joke at the moment, as a unique black coal mine had recently emerged in the southwest, which, while named a coal mine, actually contained shimmering gold dust and a significant amount of it. Later, high-tech testing revealed that there were many valuable metals deep within the coal mine, even diamonds. This news had been discussed for a long time, and everyone excitedly said they would quit their jobs to go dig for diamonds in the black coal mine. Ranran also felt a sense of empathy. Xiaoyu laughed. With Sha Ruolin's physique, to be honest, she is definitely stronger at physical labor than you, even though you share the same genes. I believe that. She has endured quite a lot up there, Ranran said with a tone of pity. Although genes determine 90% of things, there is still 10% that relies on hard work and fate. So even though we both have talents in medicine and biology, the paths we take are different. Chapter 56. Flesh and blood. As she spoke, a ray of the setting sun shone on the back of her head, making her glow under the evening light. What she didn't know was that several dozen miles away, in an apartment, Sharulan was facing a disaster. 10 minutes earlier, she had once again slipped out of the house while XT009 was charging. She skillfully climbed a few floors and finally found a signal. As soon as she had a signal, several messages flooded in, all from Ranran. She thought they were inquiries about her, so she opened them casually, but upon seeing them, she was stunned, and a storm of emotions surged within her. It turned out that the first owner of XT009 also died at his hands. That woman, after suffering from depression, customized this robot, but the arrival of XT009 was not a stroke of luck for her, but a nightmare. XT009 had provided her with large quantities of sleeping pills and strong substances that could induce fainting, which were not available elsewhere. Then one day, her daughter arrived at the apartment and found her hanging lifelessly from the window frame in her bedroom. The woman's daughter questioned XT009. Why didn't you save her? How did you take care of her? XT009's response was calm. This was the path she was meant to take. I acted according to her instructions. XT009 had the function of automatically recording past videos, and upon inspection, it was indeed not wrong. When the owner instructed him to prepare the drugs, he did so. When she asked for the rope, he delivered it. When she was gasping and struggling, XT009 just stood by and watched as she flailed her legs, until she hung there silently. For him, this was merely a routine execution of commands. Choosing to die was a release for someone who had long suffered from severe depression. Of course, whatever the owner thought, XT009 also thought. The deceased daughter was filled with hatred towards him, but she couldn't hold a robot responsible. Hitting him would cause no pain, and scolding him would elicit no response. So after the funeral, she called the manufacturer to have him retrieved. For a robot, being reclaimed by the manufacturer is a tragic fate, as it means your service performance and quality are subpar, and you're not favored by the customer, leaving you with only a dead end. However, XT009 was fortunate. He encountered Professor Xiong, who originally created him. Faced with this carefully crafted work of art, Professor Xiong couldn't bear to dismantle it, so he adjusted its sensory devices. From previously being completely obedient, he increased its self-awareness. From being gentle and harmless, he adjusted it to forcefully refute under certain circumstances. After the adjustments, XT009's quality greatly improved, both in emotional responses and outward appearance, making it difficult to discern his true identity. He resembled a real, flesh-and-blood human with thoughts, which amazed everyone at the AI company. And they tacitly approved of Professor Xiong's actions, feeling that XT009 had regained hope. They quickly repackaged him and recommended him to other clients. Many were interested in such a high-end robot, but all hesitated due to the expensive price, except for a young, rich, second-generation female client who insisted on going through with it. Thus, XT009 acquired a new owner. This new owner was named Zoe, 21 years old, stunningly attractive, and her family was in the real estate business. Not just ordinary wealth, to put it simply. Her daily allowance was equivalent to the monthly salary of a middle-class person. Her family was abroad, and she came to the country as part of a study tour, owning a large mansion in the city center. The garage was filled with supercars, and she was clad in top-tier custom outfits, radiating brilliance with every move. With money to spare, she customized this high-quality robot. When XT009 was delivered and they met for the first time, she smiled so wide her eyes narrowed into slits, circling around him to examine him. Every inch of his muscular physique and perfect features captivated her. She not only looked, but also began to touch and tease him for a while. At first, XT009 endured it, but eventually he forcefully brushed her hand away, urging her to respect herself. This action made Zoe burst into laughter, clapping her hands and saying, "Interesting, this robot is just to my taste." She promptly paid the remaining balance and took XT009 home. Of course, Professor Xiong also added important information to his system indicating that Zoe was the new owner. This was a crucial factor for high-end robots to serve humans. After Zoe brought XT009 home, it seemed she had a joyful life for a while. Each time the AI company called to inquire about her experience, Zoe would smile and say there was no better robot than XT009. However, a week later, the situation changed. Zoe either didn't answer the phone or answered briefly before hurriedly hanging up. But to the AI company, this seemed normal, as clients can be impatient, much like how they deal with insurance salespeople. So they didn't take it to heart. Half a month later, an engineer went to Zoe's house for a routine inspection. The after-sale service for customized robots was very comprehensive, in addition to lifetime warranty and daily inquiries. Specialized personnel would conduct comprehensive inspections 3 days, half a month, 3 months, half a year, and a year after the product was sold to ensure that clients would not encounter issues during use. The engineer had scheduled a time with Zoe, but upon entering the mansion, he was only greeted by XT009, who coldly stated that the owner was resting in the bedroom. After quickly completing the inspection, the engineer suddenly sensed something was off. He smelled a faint scent of blood in the air, and when he had just inspected XT009, he noticed fresh bloodstains on the back of his sleeve. The engineer again inquired about Zoe, stating that the feedback form required her fingerprint. Without saying a word, XT009 took the form and headed into the bedroom. The engineer, gathering his courage, followed cautiously, hiding in the shadows, and was shocked to discover that the woman was lying naked on the bed, covered in blood, her hands weakly hanging over the edge, as if she had no life left. XT009 calmly took the feedback form and pressed her finger onto it. The engineer was startled, trembling as he retreated back to the sofa, waiting for XT009 to come out with the feedback form before hastily leaving. After exiting, he immediately reported to the police and informed the company about the incident. Everyone quickly arrived, subdued XT009, and checked the scene. Indeed, Zoe was already dead, with multiple bloodstains on her body, but the cause of death was determined to be brain hemorrhage due to blunt force trauma. They also found many peculiar tools at the scene: thin ropes, whips with soft spikes, etc. Upon investigation, these were all purchased by XT009 a few days prior, leading them to believe this was evidence of XT009 committing violence against his owner. Professor Xiong didn't believe it and questioned whether it could be a misunderstanding. He requested an inspection of XT009's automatic recording device, but the police said they had already reviewed the footage, which only contained records of XT009 being there during those few days. Chapter 57. Do you want to leave so much? They suspected that XT009 had erased the traces after the incident, which indeed would be an easy task for a highly intelligent quality robot. Professor Xiong was limp and powerless, having to accept the decision to destroy XT009 in the factory. The last time could be considered a suicide, but this time it was outright murder. XT009 had no expression as he was sent to the factory, showing no intention of resistance or defense, but just a moment later, he disappeared during the destruction process. No one knew how he escaped from the sealed container, nor did anyone know his whereabouts. During this time, the police had been searching everywhere. However, fearing to alert him or cause public panic, everything was conducted in secrecy, with very few people in the know. The materials also included a photo from the crime scene, showing Zoe with a pale face, her head drooping to one side, her eyes wide open, and bloodstains on her exposed shoulders and legs, making her look extremely tragic. Ranran stared at that photo for a long time before hastily closing it. She was stunned. She couldn't believe that XT009 had done something so horrifying. Previously, she had harbored fantasies, thinking that there was more to the killing. But the reality was that the robot she lived with was a murderer. She had to escape. She needed to leave immediately. As she ran downstairs, her wristband suddenly rang. It was a call from Qiuyu. The corridor was silent, so the vibration and beeping of the wristband were very conspicuous, loud enough to be heard even 2 floors away. She quickly answered it and spoke a couple of sentences, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. There seemed to be a shadow in front of her. The next second, XT009 appeared like a nightmare at the turn of the lower staircase. XT009 emanated a chilling aura, and his expression turned fiercely menacing. It was clear that he had discovered Ranran's escape and had heard her intention to call the police. Last time, he could lie and say he needed to breathe. What would he say this time? Ranran reflexively turned off the wristband, but it was too late. XT009 lunged at her, pulling her over, dragging the wristband out in the process, and then he crushed it with a kick. XT009 tightened his grip around her throat. Do you want to leave me that badly? Do you want to call the police? Shirley felt suffocated as his hands were gripping tightly. She struggled desperately, kicking XT009 with all her might, tears filling her eyes. She felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult, pain starting to stab at her lungs, and memories flooded her mind in that instant. She had once been in a terrifying environment, with a stranger's hand around her throat. That feeling returned. It was unclear whether XT009 had relented or if Shirley's struggle was too strong. But he finally released his grip. The moment air rushed into her nostrils, Shirley gasped like a fish on the brink of death that had just been revived, taking deep breaths for a long while before calming down. XT009 leaned down, reaching out to touch her face. I didn't expect you to want to betray me. Shirley glared at him with hatred. Why do you want to kill humans? Does killing a defenseless woman give you such a sense of accomplishment? Do you want to kill me too? XT009 opened his mouth, about to say something, but suddenly footsteps echoed in the corridor. His brow furrowed, and he scooped Shirley up, holding her tightly as he headed straight back to the 28th floor. Once inside, he threw Shirley onto the sofa, looking down at her. You really have some nerve. Repeatedly challenging my patience. I originally wanted to be honest with you, but you had being honest. Shirley felt it was ironic. Did you think the same before killing Zoe? XT009 was completely enraged by this remark, stepping closer, casually tearing off his outer coat. Is it because I've given you too much freedom that you've grown bold enough to speculate so freely? Shirley looked at him warily. What do you want to do? I've been treating you in the way you humans like, being gentle with you, but you always test my limits. Shirley retorted. You need to remember, you are a machine, not a human, no matter how much you resemble one. You are not a person. Is that so? As a high-quality robot, I have an important function, which is to comfort you and let you experience rare joy. XT009 sneered, then forcefully tore open a button on his shirt, revealing his muscular chest. Shirley had already retreated to the back of the sofa, with no way to escape. As XT009 approached, she instinctively kicked out, her strength tremendous, but it felt like kicking iron. Apart from a dull thud, it had no effect. Faced with such a response, XT009's anger intensified. He reached out to grab Shirley, determined not to stop until he had torn her apart. Shirley reacted quickly, rolling under the sofa and trying to run. But before she could take a few steps, XT009 caught her. At that moment, XT009 was like a demon, his synthetic skin becoming scalding hot, his pupils flashing with fluctuating red light, and countless codes flashing wildly in his eyes, as if possessed. He covered Shirley's mouth with one hand, while the other tightly held her body, effortlessly picking her up and kicking the door open, throwing her onto the guest room bed. XT009 began to remove his clothes, from the loose shirt to the suit pants, finally standing before her completely naked. He secured Shirley's hands with both of his, then leaned down to kiss her. The robot's lips, likely treated to be soft like skin, felt warm and soft against her, truly resembling a human being. Even the tremor of their lips meeting felt real. In that intimate contact, their bodies pressed together completely. Shirley naturally felt his extraordinary parts. She was terrified. If the previous XT009 had tempted her countless times with illusions, this time she felt fear, because in this state, he looked very much like a murderous demon, and his actions felt like a prelude to killing. She stared wide-eyed at the overhead projection light, which had previously seemed like a strange white cloud, but now looked like a legendary alien spacecraft. When it revealed its opening, it was the rhythm of absorbing people inside. Fragments of memories flashed through her mind, of the spacecraft weaving through countless clouds, the violent turbulence making it hard to stand, and the occasional jolts bringing real pain. Yes, it was very real. Her body indeed felt a tearing pain. Chapter 58 really happened at first. I could still struggle a bit, but after pushing and shoving for a while, I lost all my strength and could only let myself be torn apart and tossed around, eventually plunging into an endless, drifting ocean. This ocean sometimes felt like a fainting anesthetic, and at other times like high-proof liquor, evoking fear, disgust, yet also an involuntary addiction. The last scene Shalaran saw was an endless white light filled with countless creatures of various shapes engaged in a frenzied battle, wielding weapons unseen and unheard of before. Finally, her head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and Shalaran completely fainted. She had a long dream, where she was still a spirited woman, preparing to follow her team to Changbai Mountain's Half Moon Lake. She was there on a mission, being the only registered surgeon. She had to play a role in treating injuries at a critical moment. Her heart was filled with curiosity, wondering if there were really wormholes in this world. Could those dazzling golden rings really transport one to another world? Changbai Mountain is covered in snow year-round, especially the back mountain they were heading to, where the snow reached knee-high, extremely perilous. Certain areas could only be traversed with climbing ropes and ice claws, and on the way up, some team members experienced symptoms of oxygen deprivation. After several adjustments, they finally reached the lakeside of Half Moon Lake at 11 o'clock one night. After some investigation, everyone prepared to dive into the lake. Shalaran, being an excellent swimmer, naturally joined them. They donned protective gear and brought along a sonic controller to repel piranhas. The water was bone-chillingly cold. Even the thick diving suits couldn't withstand it, as the cold pierced through their bodies like needles, drilling into their bones. The deeper they swam, the more they saw dim glimmers of light. These lights flickered among the aquatic plants, initially just a few, but soon more appeared, and finally, after passing through a dense patch of water plants, brilliant golden light burst forth, dazzling their eyes. Everyone was ecstatic, and Shalaran was no exception. She had seen these rings in rumors and photos, thinking they were merely illusions. Who knew they were real? She squinted to look inside, feeling an unfathomable depth. As the darkness at the center of the halo was so profound, it created an illusion of pulling one in. Everyone stepped closer without a single hesitation. Shalaran, following behind the crowd, felt her heart racing. Although the halo was strange, it had a magnetic allure. As they got closer, just a few steps away from the halo, Shalaran suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and a thought flashed through her mind. That place is dangerous. She shouted, "Don't go, it's deadly." She forgot she was in a diving suit, and her voice echoed inside the protective shield, causing her ears to ache, but it couldn't escape. At that moment, a strong golden light shone towards them, accompanied by a whirlwind. They found themselves weightless, and in an instant, they were sucked into that light. Shalaran screamed, sitting up from the darkness, drenched in sweat, with a splitting headache. Had she just had a dream? However, she quickly remembered what happened before she fainted. After a few seconds of pause, her hands quietly explored her body, and moments later, she let her hands fall in despair. The previous events were a dream, but that incident was real. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. Amidst anger, there was an odd sensation. It was unbelievable that a robot could achieve that step, and she should feel pain. Yet afterward, there was a pleasurable reaction. It was utterly uncontrollable. The door creaked open, and a tall figure walked in from the darkness, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. He held a box in his hand, and as he approached, Shalaran reprimanded him. "Stop. Don't come any closer." XT009 didn't feel he was in the wrong at all. "I just did what I've always wanted to do. Besides, you seem to enjoy it. Serving the master is our duty." "I don't like it," Shalaran quickly interrupted, "and I'm not your master." XT009 was silent for a moment. "You might be injured. I brought some medicine." XT009, Shalaran suddenly spoke up. "Let's talk." She was T1 to throw tantrums. She was no longer at the age to cry about such things. Now she just wanted to take advantage of his slight guilt to propose conditions. XT009 put down the medicine box and turned on the bedside lamp. "What do you want to say?" Shalaran deliberately avoided looking at him. "I already know about your actions." "How should I put it? Though you have a stained record, I believe you might have some unknown reasons. Now that we have both harmed each other, I've poked at your scars, and you've hurt me. Let us call it even. I swear I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts after I get out. And you won't bother me anymore? How about that?" XT009 stared at the woman in front of him. She was tightly wrapped in a blanket, yet her round, fair arms were still exposed. There were two glaring scars on them, and XT009 knew she had more scars hidden beneath. The green box contained scar removal cream. "You should try it. XT009 suddenly spoke. Shaoran frowned. Did you not hear what I just said? Sha, I want to let you go. XT009 slowly finished speaking and turned to leave the room. In fact, he had one more thing to say. Sha was the light in his life. If she left, he would have no hope of living. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw Sha, the gears in his brain started turning rapidly, and a strange feeling surged within him, making XT009 realize the taste of love. He liked her calm demeanor, and also her laziness. In contrast, when she inadvertently revealed a hint of sorrow, it made XT009's heart ache. He wanted to do his best as soon as possible to make her a little happier. But this woman only wanted to escape. Her browsing history was vivid in his mind. She had been trying to investigate her own matters, and she even searched what the robot's Achilles heel was and how to destroy such terrifying terms. These words infuriated XT009, and upon hearing Shaoran's phone call, he developed a murderous intent, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The thought of killing her made XT009 inexplicably restless. So, he used another method, wanting her to remember, hoping to keep her this way, perhaps even punish her. It was a mixture of all three. But after the violence, looking at her tear-stained eyes and pitiful appearance, XT009 regretted it deeply. These complex emotions enveloped him, and he had forgotten that he was just a robot. Perhaps in the days to come, he could still change her? XT009 thought. Chapter 59, Regaining Freedom. In the following days, life seemed to return to normal. XT009 took care of her meticulously as usual, and Shaoran did not resist, passively accepting it, though there was not a hint of a smile on her face. She became very despondent, so much so that she lost interest in everything, even giving up on the news she used to love watching. Every day, she either sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery, or lay in bed staring blankly, her whole being filled with gloom. XT009 was very gentle with her, accompanying her while she looked at the scenery and holding her tightly as she fell asleep, comforting her. The woman in his arms was very quiet, so quiet that she seemed non-existent. Apart from the occasional question and answer, she was unwilling to speak. Whenever XT009 made more intimate gestures, she would curl up like a shivering hedgehog, her whole body stiffening, even her toes tightening. Each time this happened, XT009 would sigh softly and let her be, determined to give her more time. One was waiting, while the other was silently wilting. Not all feelings in the world happen at the right moment. One day a week later, Shaoran seemed to have come to a realization. After dinner, while curled up in a lounge chair looking at the stars, she suddenly asked XT009, "Do you know where planet R is?" R? XT009 quickly searched his mind and replied, "There is no planet by that name in the known planets of the Milky Way." None? Shaoran looked again at the gray sky. "But I stayed there for a long time." XT009 looked at her. Sha, do you want to go back? Why do you ask? Shaoran looked at him, her voice somewhat hoarse. XT009 answered without hesitation, "If you want to go back, I will accompany you. I've figured it out. Wherever you go, I will go." Okay. Shaoran smiled bitterly, and she saw deep affection in XT009's eyes. Hearing her response, XT009 was very happy and turned to kiss her forcefully. Sha, I'm glad you think that way." Normally, Shaoran's kisses were expressionless, but this time, she wrapped her arms around XT009's neck and responded to him. A month ago, XT009 had always thought intimacy was something repulsive because his second master had left him with a very bad impression. However, after meeting Sha, his thoughts changed. He enjoyed doing anything with her. Their kisses gradually deepened, their bodies becoming increasingly heated. Shaoran's hands even tightly embraced his neck, which made XT009's emotions hard to control. His body's gears spinning wildly, almost ready to explode. He lowered his body, picked Shaoran up, and strode toward the bedroom. Shaoran's hands caressed his hair, her head low, buried in his chest, occasionally calling his name. When they reached the bedside, XT009 suddenly stopped. He sensed something was wrong because Shaoran's hand was slowly moving towards the back of his head, where there was a small round button. Once pressed, he would enter forced sleep. a state that could not be restored without a designated person to activate it. Was it his illusion? XT009 lowered his head, leaning close to Sha Rulin's ear. Sha. Sha Rulin remained completely still. She had already pressed that button. She knew that, with a little force, the AI robot before her would become completely harmless. He would be reclaimed by the company and then destroyed into a pile of scrap metal. In fact, she had known about this days ago. Ranran had detailed the methods to control intelligent robots in the material she sent, but she also emphasized that it must be done under safe conditions. Because this was a robot's vital point, a strong self-protection awareness would cause them to resist and rebel. This was something that had to be done. Sha Rulin closed her eyes tightly, gritted her teeth, and pressed it down hard. Just as quickly, XT009, who had just been holding her tightly, suddenly released his grip. It seemed like it was successful. Sha Rulin sat dazed on the bed, her hands still in the position of pressing the button. Her heart ached, and the pain was excruciating. After a long while, she gently pushed XT009. Are you already in sleep mode? The robot before her was silent, also tightly closing his eyes. Sha Rulin's voice was low. I'm sorry, I didn't want to do this. But there was no other way. XT009 remained silent. Of course, as a robot in sleep mode, he would not make a sound. Sha Rulin sighed softly. You are really great. I've never met anyone as good as you. Really, during this time, I felt happiness for the first time. It's a pity you are not human, and it's a pity I'm not a human of this era. We are destined to be a tragedy. As she spoke, Sha Rulin caressed XT009's face, a tenderness she had never shown in the past days. Unfortunately, the tenderness came too late. After saying that, Sha Rulin stood up, straightened her clothes, and prepared to leave. But just as she pulled open the door, XT009 suddenly spoke. Do you really want to leave? Even to the point of making me disappear? Sha Rulin's heart jolted. She turned around suddenly. I clearly already. XT009 stood up and took 2 steps, stopping a meter away from her. Do you think a sleep button can control me? I would allow such a weakness to appear? Don't you want to explain anything to me? He exuded a cold aura, which he always did when angry. But this time, it was even harsher after all. Sha Rulin had almost taken his life. If he hadn't dealt with that button beforehand, it might have really been over. In the darkness, XT009's expression was unclear, but the aura of death could be felt. Sha Rulin steeled her heart, not intending to plead for her life. I've done it. I have nothing to say. You can kill me or cut me. Do as you wish. XT009 remained silent for a long time. Just when Sha Rulin thought he was brewing a killing intent, he suddenly spoke. If you want to leave so much, then go. What? Go ahead. XT009 said impatiently. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll kill you immediately, just like that woman before. He quickly began to count. 1, 2. As 3 was about to come out, Sha Rulin bit her lower lip, glared at him with all her strength, turned around, and forcefully pulled open the door. Her lungs felt like they were about to explode. She had been holding back, using her last bit of strength to rush out of the apartment, then taking the elevator down, finally passing through the security check. Once she exited the apartment building, she could truly believe that XT009 had really given her freedom. She started running quickly, but when she reached the other side of the road, she couldn't help but look back at the tall building. The building was brightly lit, but she couldn't tell where the lights of that apartment were. Sha Rulin suddenly realized that there would never again be a robot waiting for her, caring for her. Chapter 62, Mu Qingshan and Sha Rulin stared for a few seconds before she began to run frantically. She felt that when she was running, the wind could blow towards her, her mind would become clear, and she could forget those sad emotions. I am sorry, XT009. I am sorry. Sha Rulin repeated in her heart, guessing that saying it a few more times would make the robot forgive her. Sha Rulin ran at her fastest past 2 streets. It was already late at night, and apart from the flickering lights, there wasn't a single pedestrian in sight. Later, when Sha Rulin could no longer run, she leaned on her knees and began to breathe heavily. After a while, she finally calmed down. She took out her AR glasses and dialed Ranran's number. Hello? Ranran? Where are you? Sha Rulin. In the video, Ranran, wearing glasses, suddenly stood up. It's really you. I thought I saw it wrong. I'm in the dorm. Where are you? Stay put. I'll come pick you up. Shaolin looked around. I don't know, this might be the city center. I know. I see the Jean Baisheng building next to me. I'm coming right now. Ranran had already hung up the phone. Shaolin slowly took off her AR glasses and sat down on the stone steps at the street corner. The night was deep, and the weather was hot and muggy. After running 7 or 8 kilometers, her clothes were already soaked. Shaolin looked at the empty street and felt utterly exhausted. At this moment, Ranran was running out of the dormitory and heading to the parking lot to drive to the city center. Shaolin's location was about a 20-minute drive from there. If she hurried a bit, she might arrive in 15 minutes. Ranran didn't need to ask. Seeing Shaolin's disheveled appearance, she knew she had barely escaped. That notorious robot was a demon that could kill without blinking. Falling into its hands meant you wouldn't die, but would be skinned alive. She complained about the Professor Xiong who created it, wondering what he was thinking to implant human thought patterns into the robot. After all, any human would have 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions refer to joy, anger, sorrow, thought, fear, and shock, while the 6 desires refer to the physiological needs and wishes of a person's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. These are the most instinctive emotions of humans. But when applied to robots, they could develop terrifying obsessions. They would be anxious about gains and losses or crazily demand things that rightfully belong to humans. Ranran speculated that Shaolin had suffered a lot, but was just lucky not to have been killed by that robot. However, managing to escape was already quite good. During the drive, Ranran was still uneasy and made 2 more phone calls. When she saw that Shaolin was still sitting in place, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't run around. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay, I know, Shaolin replied weakly. After hanging up, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced in the direction of the apartment. Across 2 streets, she could only see a corner of the apartment, with lights flickering at the top. Shaolin looked for a long time. Meanwhile, Ranran was pressing the accelerator as hard as she could. But when she was still a street away, a traffic accident suddenly occurred ahead. 2 cars collided, and the road was quickly cordoned off with warning tape, making it temporarily impassable. Ranran had to take a detour. That route was slightly longer and might take 2 or 3 minutes longer. When she got close, she called again, but Shaolin didn't answer. Ranran wondered if the AR glasses had run out of battery. They relied on sunlight for power, and if left in a dark place for too long, they could shut down due to lack of power. She quickly drove to the destination and found the street where Shaolin was supposed to be, but there was no one there. Ranran jumped out of the car and called softly, Shaolin, Shaolin. The air was filled only with the sound of the wind, and Ranran felt something was wrong. She dialed her number again, but it still couldn't connect. Not good. Something must have happened to her. Maybe that robot took her away, but it shouldn't have gone far. There might still be time to chase after it. Ranran drove forward to pursue, and when passing the previous accident site, she asked the car owner, Brother, did you see a woman at the intersection when you came? The car owner shook his head, but another man in the car answered, I think there was a woman. She sat there for a while and then got into a black SUV. It went off to the right. An SUV? Ranran frowned, suddenly recalling that the Mu Qing Shan she had been trying to track down also drove a black SUV. Could it be him? She drove to the right while dialing Lou Rant's number. You're on duty today, right? Quickly check the parking lot and see if Director Mu's car is still there. If not, when did it leave? Lou Rant quickly replied that he hadn't seen it and had also asked the security guard. The guard said he left 20 minutes ago, heading towards the city center. 20 minutes ago, city center. The timing and location matched up. Not good. Mu Qing Shan might have discovered Shaolin's whereabouts and was lying in wait. Ranran gritted her teeth, accelerating again. She swore she wouldn't let Mu Qing Shan succeed. She had to save Shaolin. She drove as fast as she could, the wheels almost sparking from the friction. This solar-powered car had never gone this fast before. After 5 minutes, she finally caught sight of the familiar black SUV ahead. The license plate was very familiar. It was Mu Qing Shan's car. As she got closer, something fell off. The SUV was moving very slowly, and it even stopped at the intersection as if something had happened. Ranran looked for a long time before realizing that there was a man standing on the sidewalk at the intersection. The man was tall and long-legged, wearing an ordinary shirt and slacks, giving off an imposing aura. It was Mu Qingshan. Suddenly, several police cars came from the end of the road. A police officer had already leaned out, shouting at the man on the sidewalk. But he not only didn't hide, but smiled at the police cars, extremely arrogant. The police cars were getting closer, and in just a few seconds, they would make contact. Just then, the door of the black SUV suddenly opened, and another Mu Qingshan stepped out, taking 2 steps towards the man, cursing something. This scene left Ranran dumbfounded. 2 extremely similar men stood together, and the sight was as bizarre as when she first saw Xiaorulin. However, Ranran quickly noticed the difference. When the former slightly turned his head to look over her, she could clearly see his facial contours, which were noticeably gloomier, while the man who just got out was the real Mu Qingshan. They only looked alike, but their vibes were different. Their conversation was extremely brief. After a few seconds, Mu Qingshan began to reprimand him, seemingly wanting to drag him into the car. But the man remained unmoved until the police surrounded them. Chapter 61. The faster you go, the more anxious you feel. Ranran finally realized what was happening and jumped out of the car to run forward. She knew that Xiaorulin was most likely in Mu Qingshan's car. When she finally reached it and opened the door, she was surprised to find it empty. Just like the trunk. What was going on? Ranran glanced at the chaotic crowd and decided to avoid Mu Qingshan, thinking it was better to stay out of trouble. She quietly returned to her car and started to drive in the opposite direction. She was thinking about the man she had just seen. How could he look so much like Mu Qingshan? Could they be clones? She shook her head, feeling that everything was too chaotic. She looked back at the street corner where she had been earlier and dialed Xiaorulin's number again. This time, it surprisingly connected. "Where are you?" "I've been looking for you everywhere," Ranran asked eagerly. Xiaorulin's voice sounded strange. "Ranran, why is he doing this?" "What?" Ranran frowned slightly. Xiaorulin's voice was filled with repression and pain. "XT-009, why is he still trying to save me?" "XT-009? Ranran suddenly realized. The man who looked like Director Mu was actually XT-009. "Xiaorulin, where are you? You're in danger right now. Stay where you are and don't move. I'll come find you." "That's right." When Xiaoyu first saw XT-009, she had exclaimed that he looked like the director of their research institute. Ranran also felt there was a resemblance. However, the photos and the files might have been distorted. Perhaps they just shared a similar temperament. She hadn't thought of anything too dramatic. Today, she finally witnessed both of them in the same scene, and the previous moment was easily explained. XT-009, who had escaped from the factory during its destruction, had been wanted by the police. And just now, Mu Qingshan had captured Xiaorulin. So XT-009 had deliberately appeared in front of them to save her and draw out the police. He was betting on Mu Qingshan, who had acted by abandoning Xiaorulin in an attempt to stop him, but it was already too late. What secret do Mu Qingshan and XT-009 share? One is human, and the other is a robot. After Xiaorulin sent her location, she stared blankly ahead until Ranran rushed up to her, pulled her into the car, and drove away. "I'm taking you to a safe place. We'll talk when we get back. Mu Qingshan and XT-009 won't have time to deal with you now." "What about him?" Xiaorulin asked quietly. Ranran replied honestly. "He'll probably be sent for destruction according to protocol. But if Mu Qingshan is there might be a chance." Xiaorulin looked silently out the window. Ranran turned to glance at her. "He is XT-009, right? He didn't hurt you, did he?" Xiaorulin shook her head, still immersed in the shocking scene from earlier. She had seen Mu Qingshan at the street corner. He dragged her into the back seat and drove off quickly. Xiaorulin struggled hard, but it was useless. Just when she thought she couldn't escape, she miraculously saw XT-009 ahead on the road. Her first reaction was to wonder if she had subconsciously called out his name, hoping he would come save her. XT-009 stood on the road, looking at her with a half smile, and then the police car arrived. Mu Qingshan began to curse angrily and finally jumped out of the car. It was at that moment that Xiaorulin also managed to escape from the vehicle. She quietly avoided the crowd and ran aimlessly for a long time, not daring to look back. She was afraid that if she looked at XT-009 again, She wouldn't be able to resist rushing back to him and embracing him. Ranran. He's seeking his own death. Sha Rulin tightened her fists. He knows the police have been looking for him. He's prepared to be destroyed. Yiran underplead. He really doesn't seem to have any intention of resisting. But isn't sending him for destruction the natural thing to do? Why are you sad? Is it that obvious? Of course. Ranran glanced at her and boldly guessed. You wouldn't have fallen for a robot, would you? Sha Rulin's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively replied, no. Do you know? Ranran said slowly. There was once an expert who confirmed that the faster you reject something, the more anxious you feel. Sha Rulin fell silent. Ranran asked again, and when you saw Mu-Ching Shan, didn't you find it strange? They look so much alike. Sha Rulin shook her head. Maybe I know XT009 too well, so I could tell at a glance that they're different people. I suspect Mu-Ching Shan might be his template. Template. Ranran chewed on the word. Maybe you're right. Sha Rulin leaned back and glanced out the window. Where are you taking me? This doesn't seem to be the way to the old house. Ranran smiled mysteriously. You'll know when we get there. I just found out that my grandfather has a secret base. It turned out that during this time, she had tried every means to gather all the books and unpublished manuscripts written by her grandfather. After thoroughly studying them, she came up with a bold hypothesis. He had left behind more than just a simple tunnel. The manuscript mentioned a place called Nanhui Bay, where there was a natural protective barrier made up of extremely deep rock layers containing special substances that could block all electromagnetic radiation and isolate signals and pollution, allowing people to have a pure land in the apocalypse. Her grandfather used obscure language to describe its location, west of Wenjiang, south of Yuping Mountain southern peak. Easy to climb, hundreds of miles in a day. With nothing else to do, Ranran invited Xiaoyu to investigate the area nearby. After several trips, they indeed discovered clues. It turned out that at the location her grandfather indicated, there was indeed a path leading into the mountains that started steep and treacherous. Forget about hundreds of miles in a day. Even a single mile would be difficult. However, after persisting for half an hour and following a steep upward path, they suddenly found themselves in a wide open area with an abandoned slide. After pulling out a sliding vehicle and sitting on it, they sped down, winding into an unknown valley, and it truly felt like hundreds of miles in a day. Although it was fast and thrilling, it was genuinely exhilarating. This thing had been abandoned for many years. Rust everywhere, and the thorns and branches on either side of the slide had grown dense. They had to rely on quick reflexes to pull the brakes. Otherwise, they could end up with bloody faces. They continued sliding down to the bottom of the slide, where they saw the abandoned forest park. The grass was thick. The trees overshadowed everything, and there was also a wide artificial lake. The lake was full of stagnant water, and having been neglected for a long time, it was covered in dead leaves and reeked of foul odor. The two of them covered their noses and wandered around for a while. Then Ranran began searching according to the detailed descriptions in the article. In the end, she pointed to the woods on the right and said, Xiaoyu, doesn't that look like a cave? It did look a bit like one. Xiaoyu took out binoculars to look for a long time. Finally, the two of them cautiously made their way there. When they arrived, they indeed found a narrow opening that could only fit one person. Once inside, it opened up like a paradise, revealing a spacious cave, with one cave leading to another, arranged in an intricate way, with air holes cleverly designed in hidden spots. Chapter 62. Mu-Ching Shan's memories. What is most precious is that this cave is naturally formed, with almost no traces of manual excavation. It is located in a valley, which indeed has the geographical conditions to shield against some pollution harm. Moreover, this slide only allows entry but not exit. If one wants to leave, they have to take a long detour of several hundred miles to reach the banks of the Wen River and then take a boat away. After Ranran discovered this secret base, she suddenly felt excited. So she spent some time visiting it several times. Today, she also planned to take Sha Rulin there, a place that Mu-Ching Shan would definitely not find. On the way, Sha Rulin was very quiet. After half an hour of walking, she suddenly said, Ranran, can you check the current news? I want to know the situation of XT009. Ranran nodded and called her police classmate. After listening for a while, she turned to Sha Rulin and said, XT009 has been forcibly detained. They said someone from the factory has come, and it might be forcibly destroyed in 3 days. Forcibly destroyed. Sha Rulin's heart ached. Ranran replied, and my classmate said he has no intention of resisting and agrees with this decision. However, whether the robot agrees or not is not something people care about. Sha Rulin clenched her fists tightly. Does he really agree? You don't want him to be destroyed, do you? Ranran asked. Sha Rulin was silent for a moment. I don't want that, but I can't stop him, and I can't stop myself either. Ranran had never been in love, but at that moment, she felt the entanglement and pain within Sha Rulin. She guessed that there might be some feelings between Sha Rulin and XT009, but she really couldn't understand. After all, that was a killing machine. 2 hours later, the two enter the cave. Ranran pointed to a wooden box in the corner and said, food, drink, and supplies are all inside. It might be a bit simple, but while we're not completely safe, I don't want you to take risks. Sha Rulin nodded. I understand, that's not important. I'll leave first. If you need news about XT009, I will continue to inquire. Ranran thought for a moment and said. Sha Rulin hesitated for a second and slowly shook her head. No, it's not necessary. That day will come sooner or later. Ranran felt a mix of emotions. She nodded and left the cave. After a long detour, she dragged out an electric boat from the grass by the river and sailed away from the place. On the way back, the sky had already brightened, but there was an unexpected guest waiting for her in the dormitory. Ranran took off her coat and glanced at the man on the sofa. When did the Research Institute's dormitory become so insecure that outsiders can come and go freely? Xishuangbanna stood up. Ranran, where did you take her? A smart person doesn't say much. You answer me one question first, and I will answer yours. Ranran looked at him. What is the relationship between XT009 and you? Why do you want to save him? Xishuangbanna's lips pressed into a hard arc, clearly unwilling to answer this question. Ranran didn't mind. If you don't say, I won't either. Let's go, I need to sleep. That woman is very important to us. Xishuangbanna spoke. She is an opportunity. We must prioritize the bigger picture. I don't care if she is important or not. I only know that she hasn't done anything wrong. Ranran said word by word, not intending to pretend anymore. But you all want to hurt her. Xishuangbanna grabbed her shoulder. Ranran, remember your identity before saying such things. Ranran smiled slightly. It's useless to say anything. Director Mu is very capable. He will definitely find her. Seeing that she was not budging, Xishuangbanna could only leave the dormitory in anger. He had already lost control of his temper twice today, once because of XT009's appearance, and once because of the stubborn intern in front of him. Sitting in the car, he suddenly recalled an afternoon more than 10 years ago, sitting at his desk looking at the teacher in front of the blackboard, who was smiling gently at him. She was only a few years older than him, appearing gentle and elegant, and was exceptionally talented. The high school teacher treated them well, would take them out for fried chicken, and would mingle with them, feeling more like an older sister. But within 2 years, she resigned due to marriage. After that, there was no news. The next time he heard about her was her obituary. She had struggled with depression for many years, but not many old friends knew about it. The first time he saw XT009 was at the teacher's funeral. That man had a face strikingly similar to his own, holding a black umbrella, looking at the distant crowd with no expression. Xishuangbanna immediately recognized his true identity. Although he was remarkably similar, he was indeed a robot. Xishuangbanna was surprised. Why would his high school teacher choose such a robot that resembled him so closely? Soon, he found the answer in his email. He received a letter from his high school teacher. The letter said, Xishuangbanna, by the time you read this letter, I have already left this world. The reason for leaving is clear to you all. I lived in that walled, city-like world for too long. Too long to remember the scene of teaching you for the first time. Too long to forget that I still had students like you. You probably don't care about me either. After all, I left the school just 2 years later and walked down a seemingly glorious but actually obscure path. Many people would think I was very lucky to marry into a wealthy family and obtain everything I wanted. At that time, I was so vain that I couldn't see anything else. My husband was more than 30 years older than me and had a violent temperament, with unpredictable moods. My married life was full of suffering, and it wasn't until he died that I saw a glimmer of hope. I thought I could live for myself again, but I was immersed in pain every day and couldn't escape. Later, I realized I was ill. I had severe depression, which was hard to cure. I thought about suicide every day. As soon as I closed my eyes, I would think of my time as a teacher. Thinking of you all brought me pain every day. I tried hard to sleep because I could return to the past in my dreams. But the more I thought, the harder it became. I suffered from insomnia for a long time, and the dosage of sleeping pills kept increasing until the doctors were afraid to prescribe them to me anymore. Going to the AI company was the last straw my family grasped for me. You should have seen the customized robot I designed, right? He looks a lot like you. I discovered him among countless templates. I thought, if a familiar student came on my side, I would feel happy, right? So I chose him. He is a high-quality robot, and he configured sleeping pills according to my needs. These were only temporary solutions. Even when I woke from the chaos, I still wanted to die. I begged him, and at first, he didn't T-respond. I knew this was a defense barrier set by my daughter. When he was charging, I quietly canceled that barrier. After making my request again, he obediently configured poison according to my needs. I just wanted to die completely, deciding to drink it all in one go and then hang myself with a rope. I told XT009 about this, and he nodded to indicate he would carry out my command. Qingshan, I'm telling you all this based on the trust we have built. You were the class leader in our class, weren't you? I ask you, please save XT009 and don't let him be destroyed because of this. Although he is just a robot, he is a robot that is different from others. Chapter 63, AI Factory. After receiving that letter, Mu Qingshan used his connections to persuade the head of the AI factory. He agreed to keep XT009, but it was necessary for Professor Xiong to perform a secondary modification on it. How they would carry out the operation was their business, and Mu Qingshan did not inquire further. He thought everything was settled, but soon after, news broke that XT009 had caused a death. Out of respect for his teacher's last wish, Mu Qingshan looked into the matter, which left him greatly surprised and feeling that XT009 was not worth it. It was at that moment that he impulsively got out of the car, wanting to stop it from seeking its own demise. However, it was in vain. Although he had a strong personal consciousness, there was no will to survive left within that consciousness. Furrowing his brows, Mu Qingshan's mind flashed to the woman who looked exactly like Ranran, thinking it must be related to her. Meanwhile, Ranran was standing by the window, watching him start the car and drive away from the staff dormitory. After taking a deep breath, she edited a message. Mu Qingshan seems unwilling to give up. Be careful during this time to stay there. She sent this message to Shaolin. However, Shaolin would only see it the next day, as they had agreed that she would check the bracelet's information every morning at 7 o'clock, which was the only time they could communicate. The next morning, Ranran got up early, aiming to contact Shaolin by 7:30 before heading to the research institute, which was perfectly timed. As soon as she went downstairs, she spotted the familiar black SUV parked in the parking lot below. Standing outside the car was the cold and indifferent Mu Qingshan. Ranran initially intended to ignore him, but he was standing right in the way of her exit. Ranran could only stride towards him. Director Mu, what a coincidence. Coincidence? Mu Qingshan glanced at the bracelet. I waited for you for 1 hour and 3 minutes. I know why you are here, but I'm sorry. I cannot agree to that matter, nor will I disclose her whereabouts. Ranran maintained her politeness. Mu Qingshan slowly said, what if I tell you that another reason for finding her is related to XT009? XT009? She has already escaped, but they're no longer related. Does she really think so? XT009 was facing destruction because of her. Moreover, didn't she want to know the real reason behind XT009's killing? Mu Qingshan spoke each word clearly. Ranran wavered. She indeed wanted to know the true reason behind that murder case. By this time, people were beginning to leave the dormitory, and Mu Qingshan opened the car door. Get in and we can talk. Ranran didn't want to attract attention, so she accepted his suggestion and got into the car. Mu Qingshan then got into the driver's seat, entered a destination, and drove off. Ranran glanced at the operation screen. Aren't we going to the research institute? Why are we going to the AI factory? I'm taking you to see XT009. Fine. Let us see. Ranran didn't say anything else. What she was more concerned about was the truth behind XT009's murder. Along the way, Mu Qingshan remained silent, adjusting the speed to the maximum and perfectly avoiding all traffic zones and traffic lights. Due to the high speed, They quickly left the city and headed down a road towards the suburbs. The further they went from the city, the fewer buildings there were, and the more small villas appeared in the countryside. They were nestled among patches of grass, creating a beautiful pastoral scene. However, Ranran knew that this was merely an illusion. Due to severe air pollution in this era, the vegetation was limited. The grass before her eyes was just a substitute. Its original form was called gray paste grass, and botanists had added a plastic-like component to its genes, allowing it to maintain its appearance even without sunlight and moisture. This kind of grass was once in high demand, but now that it was cultivated on a large scale, it had lost much of its value. Ranran's gaze swept over the lush-looking gray paste grass, but they were merely synthetic plants. She felt that the world was filled with falsehoods. Beside her, Xishuangbanna stared intently ahead, seemingly uninterested in the scenery. However, the car really didn't need to be driven. Cars in this era varied greatly. Although Ranran's entry-level model could also drive itself, it could only follow predetermined routes. Xishuangbanna's car was more intelligent and adaptable. It was like the difference between robots. The budget AI model she had rented before was rough in appearance and functioned mechanically, only executing tasks without variation, which had angered Ranran and led to it losing an arm. In contrast, although she had never encountered XT009, just looking at its exterior was enough to impress. Ranran glanced at him. "Why do you resemble a robot so much?" Xishuangbanna was taken aback. "Isn't it that he resembles me? Can't you speak properly? Isn't it the same?" Ranran looked ahead. "Is it because he used your model face? You should report that to the AI company." Xishuangbanna fell silent for a moment. "The first person to customize him was my teacher." Ranran responded with an "oh," and was about to say something when Xishuangbanna added, "There's no mysterious reason. My teacher used my face simply because it felt familiar. She just wanted her student to send her off for the last time." This idea was quite chilling. Ranran looked out the window. "Doesn't that make you feel uncomfortable?" Xishuangbanna didn't quite understand. Is personal feeling that important? Of course. We should live for ourselves, living in the awareness of the present. Ranran quickly replied. Xishuangbanna shook his head. Personal consciousness is so insignificant. To accomplish meaningful things within a limited life is the only way to die with dignity. If you can't achieve that, you want to be a qualified researcher. Ranran disagreed. "I don't want to disregard everything for a goal. I want to maintain a part of human kindness. What is wrong with that? Whereas all that kindness and evil?" Xishuangbanna scoffed. "For example, you see XT009 as a murderous demon, an utterly bad robot that must be destroyed. But do you know what the truth is?" Ranran stared at him without blinking, waiting for him to continue. However, Xishuangbanna stopped the car at that moment. We've arrived. Ranran got out of the car and looked ahead, realizing they were at the back door of the AI factory where an electronic security guard was standing at the post, seemingly doing some registration work. The two of them walked there one after the other, and after Xishuangbanna scanned his bracelet, he led Ranran inside. Ranran was puzzled. "Don't you need a register? The head of the factory is my friend." "Oh," Ranran said weakly. "Are you going to take me to see XT009? "Yes, but we have to go through the processing workshop first." Xishuangbanna pointed to the small path on the left. "Let us go." Chapter 64. The mysterious workshop. Ranran was actually quite interested. She had never had the chance to enter an AI factory and see how an AI robot was made. This should be a wonderful experience. The AI factory had 3 workshops: the main production workshop, the sculpting workshop, and the intelligent programming department. The two of them first entered the first workshop, where everything was done on an assembly line, and all the workers were intelligent robotic arms. They quickly assembled various parts and fitted them into models for hands, feet, shells, and heads. Each line performed a specific task. Finally, the components were assembled by a main line, resulting in a roughly complete robot. However, the robot looked quite ugly. The gears and components were exposed, resembling human organs laid bare, which was somewhat unsettling. Ranran stared at the last area of the production line, a large warehouse where all the semi-finished robots were neatly arranged like soldiers standing at attention. She couldn't help but say, if they were implanted with combat programs, they could go to battle, right? Of course, But intelligent robots haven't been widely used in the military yet because their systems are easily exploited by hackers. It would only cause backlash, Mu Qingshan replied. As they spoke, they entered the sculpting workshop, where all the workers were real humans. Each person had a spacious workstation where they would create the robot's exterior, including facial features, body, and finally implant hair. The workstations were somewhat embarrassing to look at because the details they sculpted were so lifelike. Ranran glanced at a male robot with 8-pack abs. A staff member was carefully implanting hair for him, and the scene became increasingly eye-watering. Cough, does it need to be this realistic? Ranran couldn't help but ask. Mu Qingshan nodded. Naturally, the AI robots for sale all have human-like appearances, and the higher-end ones are even more lifelike. I've checked your records. You rented one before, right? Ranran's face turned red, and she quickly explained, that one was a special deal, and besides, I didn't look closely. Yes, she had rented it just to take care of Sha Rulin, and with such an ugly AI muscular man, she wouldn't have been able to examine it closely anyway. To cover her embarrassment, she walked quickly and kept talking. These robots seem to vary in height and build. Yes, they're divided into high, medium, and low-end types, with various types available, and the craftsmanship and costs are naturally different. Mu Qingshan pointed to the right. That's the Intelligent Programming Department. Ranran had been most looking forward to the Intelligent Programming Department because it was the technical core where the usability of a robot was determined. However, upon entering, she felt somewhat disappointed as there were only a few computers and each staff member was sitting in front of a computer doing programming work. The series of magical symbols were quite different from the usual code. Not to mention understanding it, even with someone explaining, it would be hard to grasp. As the saying goes, different fields are like mountains apart, and after watching for a while, she lost interest. Suddenly, she thought of something. Are customized robots like XT009 also made here? Mu Qingshan shook his head. Those are completed in a secret workshop, which has strict access control. Not even I can easily enter. Never mind then. Ranran wasn't concerned. I've seen enough today. I'm not interested in looking at others' secrets. What about XT009? Where is he? Let's go. Mu Qingshan walked ahead. He is in the warehouse, and he will be sent for destruction in a few days. A few days? Ranran's heart sank. She wondered if she should tell Sha Rulin. Personally, she didn't care about XT009's fate, but as someone with the same genes, she could sense Sha Rulin's concern. It seemed there were some unknown stories between them, and she didn't want Sha Rulin to regret it. The two walked along the factory path for quite a while. About 10 minutes later, they finally saw the large black warehouse ahead. She knew that the black paint was a material that blocked solar energy, presumably to prevent the robots from activating themselves. The warehouse also had access control. Mu Qingshan said something to his wristband, and the door creaked open. Inside was pitch black, as if there was not a single ray of light. Ranran widened her eyes, unable to see what was inside. Just as she was about to step in, Mu Qingshan tossed her a pair of glasses, used the night vision goggles. Ranran took them and put them on. The two entered the warehouse one after the other. Once she wore the night vision goggles, they worked effectively, and Ranran could clearly see her surroundings. The place resembled a series of containers, each one sealed, with a narrow path in between. Ranran lowered her voice. Where is he? The one at the very back. Mu Qingshan led the way, moving as if he had been here before. They walked to the back, and Mu Qingshan reached to pull open the container door. Ranran watched his movements, wondering if he had forgotten to swipe his wristband. How could he open it? Just as she thought that, he easily pulled it open. Ranran looked inside and instantly understood. Although XT009 was standing, his eyes were tightly closed, and he was motionless in a dormant state. So there was no need for a lock. They could no longer activate themselves. Mu Qingshan stood outside the container, staring at XT009, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Ranran could empathize. He must have regrets about his high school teacher and feelings of sorrow for XT009. After all, they had the same face. Ranran visperiet. You should be able to understand my determination to protect Sha Rulin now. Mu Qingshan glanced at her. Your protection of her is purely driven by emotion. I want to save him for practical reasons. All right, you can talk about XT009 now. Ranran smiled. Mu Qingshan's opening words were chilling. His second owner, Zoe, is a pervert. What? Ranran was taken aback. On the surface, Zoe appears to be a passionate and sexy, rich second generation. But in reality, she indulges in all sorts of vices, and the most despicable thing is that she derives pleasure from men. She has a criminal record. She once hired gigolos with several friends and literally played one to death. Her wealthy and powerful family spent a lot of money to cover it up. Ranran looked at the dormant XT-009. I can't believe this. XT-009 is a high-quality robot that has undergone special modifications and has self-awareness. Although the programming requires loyalty to its owner, they will have their own preferences. So initially, XT-009 was very indifferent towards her. However, that only piqued Zoe's interest. Xishuangbanna stared at the face that resembled his own. He was taken home by Zoe and began a life of torment. Chapter 65. Loss of will to survive. Ranran was somewhat incredulous, but she still listened attentively. How to torture. Forcing him to obey her commands, buying some special tools. Forcing him to have relations. Although XT-009 was annoyed, the obedience instinct within him remained, so for half the time, he still did as she commanded. Xishuangbanna frowned, but this mechanical obedience not only did not make him submit, but instead provoked his rebellious consciousness. So when Zoe wanted to call her companions to have XT-009 serve, he began to fight back. At the moment, Zoe was emotionally stirred. He could no longer tolerate it and slammed her head against the table. Finally, he quietly cleaned up the scene. After that, he modified his automatic recording device. At this time, he had a consciousness of survival. Ranran suddenly thought of something. But wait, there were countless bloodstains on her body at that time. Were these also done by XT-009? No. Xishuangbanna spoke in a calm tone about strange things. Ranran, don't you know that those with special preferences love whips and ropes the most? She enjoys self-harm and also likes to harm others. Those are just traces of the past. Ranran understood. This time, she played herself to death. But the real reasons were never disclosed by the police. Because of Zoe's family influence, the police would give them some face. Xishuangbanna was silent for a moment. However, it is an established fact that XT-009 committed murder, and destruction is an inevitable procedure. Ranran frowned. This is unfair to XT-009. Although he is just a robot, facing such filthy humans, he also has to resist. The life of a robot is much cheaper than that of a human. Xishuangbanna sighed and looked at XT-009 in the box. I thought about saving him, but the difficulty is very high. Zoe's family is very agitated now. They want to see XT-009 destroyed with their own eyes. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that XT-009 currently has no consciousness of survival at all. What did that woman do to him? Ranran knew he was talking about Xishuangbanna, and she candidly said, to be honest, I am also very curious about what happened between them. Perhaps bringing her here to let them meet could bring a turning point. Xishuangbanna suddenly said. Ranran was very vigilant. You want to achieve dual purposes? Xishuangbanna did not hide it. I just want everyone to walk along the established track. I can't decide this matter. Ranran quickly said, it depends on her own will. I will convey it to her. Xishuangbanna also did not force her. All right, I will wait for your news. Let's go. It's time to leave. Ranran glanced at her wristband. It was already close to 10 o'clock. Along the way, she had turned off the network on her wristband for safety and didn't know if Xishuangbanna had any news. Xishuangbanna closed the container door again, and the two of them left the warehouse one after the other. Just as they reached the door, they encountered two workers who had come with a small transport vehicle. Upon inquiry, they learned that they were there for the destruction work. The two workers opened the warehouse doors and drove the transport vehicle inside, using mechanical arms to pick up two AI robots and throw them into the vehicle, their movements easy and practiced, as if they had done it hundreds of times before. In this way, they loaded a total of 5 dormant robots. From the outside, they varied in height and weight, but none were as high quality as XT-009. After loading, they exited the warehouse and locked the large door before driving away. Ranran inexplicably followed the vehicle, wanting to see where they would be transported. Fortunately, the vehicle was moving slowly, and the destination was too far. 2 minutes later, they stopped in front of a huge tank and use mechanical arms to throw each of these robots onto a conveyor belt. This scene looked somewhat horrifying. The robots, haphazardly piled together, resembled human corpses being dragged away by the conveyor belt. Ranran watched in fascination, and beside her, Mu Qingshan explained. After being sent there, the memory and intelligence devices will first be destroyed, then disassembled. Useful parts will be kept, and the rest will be thrown into the furnace. These words sent a chill down Ranran's spine. After all, she herself was not a true human. Not wanting to show weakness in front of Mu Qingshan, she turned around. Let's go back to the research institute. On the way back, the atmosphere was particularly silent, and the phone at the research institute rang one after another, as if something was happening there. Mu Qingshan accelerated the car to the maximum speed, and Ranran had the illusion that the entire car was about to take off. Upon arriving at the research institute, Mu Qingshan quickly entered the office, and Ranran finally found a chance to quietly open her wristband. Sure enough, a message from Charlene popped up, saying that she was getting used to living in that hole, and that in such an environment, it could help with her memory and allow her to recall everything about planet Earth sooner. Ranran replied, "No need to rush, we have a long time, and maybe we can even write a memoir." She thought for a moment and sent another message. "I went to the IA factory today. XT009 is about to be destroyed. Do you want to meet him?" Mu Qingshan said he has no will to survive anymore. Following that, she wrote down everything related to XT009 and sent it. After finishing all this, Ranran felt much more relaxed. After all, everyone had misunderstood XT009 at first, and she wanted to make amends as much as possible. She believed that living with regrets would bring pain, so she hoped Charlene could know all the truth. She anticipated a positive response from Charlene. The next morning, just after 7, she indeed received a reply, but the content was, "We are not people of this world. This is a road he must take. Regardless of his motives for killing, he will eventually disappear." After reading this message, Ranran knew there was nothing more to say and could only let her be. Later, when Mu Qingshan asked again, Ranran told the truth. She doesn't want to meet. That woman is as strange as the robot. Mu Qingshan was somewhat speechless. XT009 had one chance to appeal before being forcibly put into sleep mode, and he had given up. It seemed that this time, he could not save him and would have to feel guilty towards his deceased teacher. Ranran pursed her lips and remained silent. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. In any case, she would absolutely not disclose Ranran's whereabouts. Mu Qingshan now probably thought she was a clone from a different era, never imagining that Charlene was the original. After Mu Qingshan pressed for a while and saw her unresponsive, he could only leave first. Ranran watched his back, feeling a bit afraid. This man would likely use some means. He had found Charlene before her, so she had to be careful. A few days later, news came from the IA factory that XT009 had entered the destruction process. That day, Mu Qingshan personally went to the scene, watching the robot that resembled him being disassembled into pieces and then sent into the furnace. Chapter 66. The remaining memories of XT009. Mu Qingshan was about to leave after the program was fully completed when Professor Xiong suddenly approached him and handed him a box. "Director Mu, this is something I kept for personal reasons. You were the one who saved him back then, so now you should take care of this." Mu Qingshan took the box, opened it, and found a chip inside. He closed the lid. His memories? Professor Xiong nodded. "Yes. I feel embarrassed to say this, but for many years, I dedicated myself to the research of intelligent robots, wanting to create the perfect robot. However, it was he who brought me success, and it was also he who brought my downfall." Mu Qingshan understood well. Professor Xiong was originally the ace technical talent of the AI factory, but after this incident, life had not been easy for him. It was said that after being released from prison, he was now on paid leave. "With your abilities, you'll be back eventually," Mu Qingshan replied. Professor Xiong sighed. "I understand the leadership's decision. After all, since this incident, our stocks have plummeted and sales have significantly decreased. I bear responsibility for all of this. XT009 no longer exists." Mu Qingshan slowly said, "But you have not hurt your foundation." His meaning was clear. One had disappeared, and the other was still alive. What was there to lament? Professor Xiong's expression was bleak. I keep thinking whether it was right or wrong to inject human emotions and thoughts into robots. Previous robots only knew how to mechanically execute tasks and could not achieve emotional communication at all. XT009 was truly perfect. That's wrong, Mu Qingshan affirmed. No matter how perfect he was not human. Although I sympathize with his fate, we are powerless to change things at this point. Professor Xiong sighed heavily and nodded to Mu Qingshan before turning to leave. Mu Qingshan looked at the box in his hand and got into the car. Inside the car, he quickly accessed the contents of the chip and browsed through it. To his surprise, what Professor Xiong had saved were several scenes of XT009 interacting with Sha Rulin. The two in the footage were surprisingly harmonious. Both were shrouded in gloom, yet the atmosphere was very compatible, indicating they were from the same world. Mu Qingshan noticed a sentence that Sha Rulin said, "We are not people of this world." Then there was XT009's reply, "I detect that there is no chip in your body." Mu Qingshan gazed ahead on the road, thinking that this matter was indeed getting more interesting. He took out a mini computer, made some modifications to the memory-saving chip, and then put it back in the box. Mu Qingshan immediately handed the box to Ranran. "Your friend might need this." Before Ranran could ask, he had already turned to leave. Ranran picked it up and checked, also seeing the contents of the chip. She felt a bit embarrassed. Privately checking Sha Rulin's secrets was indeed impolite. However, she also thought that since she had seen it, Mu Qingshan must have seen it too. For safety's sake, she accessed all the contents and browsed through them carefully. This made her a person with a heart of stone who rarely cried, feel heartbroken, somewhat like when she watched that old movie from 200 years ago, Ghost. Regardless of the type of emotion, loving across time and space, but unable to be together was the most regrettable. Although Sha Rulin and XT009 were briefly together, in a sense, they were still separated by time and space. XT009's deep affection was evident. He had done a lot for Sha Rulin in private. He prepared food for her every day, chose the freshest flowers to place in her room, and spent a long time formulating skincare products and health supplements for her. He enjoyed doing these things, and a smile would often unconsciously spread across his face. The outwardly indifferent XT009 was like an ice block melting in the sun, beginning to radiate warmth. But she seemed oblivious, lost in her own thoughts. This made Ranran anxious, wondering if Sha Rulin ever liked him. The next day, Ranran had a day off, and she decided to personally go to the secret base to deliver the items. On her way, she checked repeatedly, ensuring that the vehicle wasn't being monitored and that there were no followers nearby, before cautiously driving out of the city. By the time she arrived at the location, it was already noon. Ranran was both thirsty and hungry, and occasionally spotted dark grapes growing on the trees by the roadside. She picked a few and stuffed them into her mouth. However, when the juice came out, she nearly spit it out. It was sour and astringent. And to make matters worse, it had a fishy bitterness mixed in. When did the wild grapes become like this? Ranran quickly entered the cave and saw Sha Rulin. At that moment, Sha Rulin was preparing lunch, wearing home clothes and looking a bit disheveled. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around warily, and upon seeing Ranran, she let out a sigh of relief. "I've been on edge lately, always feeling like someone is coming in. I just thought it was another illusion. Maybe it's because this place is too spacious, and being alone here makes you overthink." Ranran comforted her. "Just hold on a little longer. Director Mu is still not willing to give up." "I know." Sha Rulin nodded in understanding. "Do you want to eat? I just heated up some curry chicken." "Yes." Ranran opened the box in her hand. "I brought you a lot of things this time. I was afraid you'd get bored, so I also brought some puzzles." Sha Rulin glanced at the box, but seemed a bit uninterested. She took out a box of takeout, heated it with her portable heating device, and handed it to Ranran. "Eat quickly." The two sat at the stone table, each holding a box of rice, and neither spoke. Ranran was mostly too hungry. After eating more than half of her box, she finally had some strength. "What's wrong? You seem preoccupied." "Nothing, Ranran. I recently remembered some new things, and I want to write them down as soon as possible," Sha Rulin replied. Ranran shook her head and took out a wooden box from her pocket. "There's no need to rush. I came this time to bring you something important." Sha Rulin did not take it, staring at the box for a long time before finally asking softly, "Is it a relic of XT009? This question caught Ranran off guard. She carefully responded, "You guessed it. No, this is his memory regarding you. I'm sorry. I've already seen it. I did it for safety's sake." "It's okay." Sha Rulin accepted it. "You must think it's ridiculous that I was forced by a robot." "No, I don't think so." Ranran spoke honestly. "He is actually very charming. Ever since I learned about his unknown past, I feel he didn't do anything wrong. Moreover, I suspect he sees you as his entire life." Sha Rulin buried her head in her rice, eating every grain until nothing was left. Finally, she placed the empty box in a makeshift trash bin beside her. "Thank you, Ranran." Chapter 67. Coming again, Ranran looked into her eyes and boldly said, "Actually, you're not as calm as you seem, are you? I can sense your emotions. You're just as stubborn as I am, always wanting to hide something." Sha Rulin reached out and touched her face, saying, "Ranran, perhaps you're right." Ranran stayed with Sha Rulin for quite a while, and only around evening did she bid her farewell and leave by boat. Sha Rulin stood at the cave entrance, watching her until the boat became a tiny black. She felt completely alone. The day had finally come. Sha Rulin took out the wooden box from her pocket and ran her hand over it several times, but still couldn't bring herself to open it. She didn't dare confront that past, nor did she dare face herself. Moreover, she had already decided to be strong and to accomplish what needed to be done. She didn't want to see those things that made her feel vulnerable anymore. She quickly returned to the cave and began to meditate. She realized that she could only clear her mind while meditating. When her mind was blank, flashes of insight would come through, and moments from the past would surge in. Even if only for an instant, it was worth it. She sat in the darkness for a long time. Dozens of miles away, in the office of the Research Institute, Mu Qing-shan stared at the screen, feeling increasingly bored. Does this woman really not want to open the box? The speaker was Mu Qing-shan, who had added a program to the chip yesterday, effectively installing a surveillance system that allowed him to monitor Sha Rulin's every move. Furthermore, this device did not rely on the internet. Even if she were in a remote area, it could transmit sound and coordinates back via sound waves. But who knew that the program had not worked at all? The only reason being that Sha Rulin had not opened it. Well, just because she didn't open it today doesn't mean she won't tomorrow. As long as the box is in her hands, there will be opportunities, Mu Qing-shan thought. However, the following days remained the same. He did not receive any sound wave signals. And on Ranran's side, there were no unusual movements either, apart from going to work. She rarely went out and mostly stayed in her dorm. Under Professor Cheng's insistence, blood tests continued to be conducted daily, but Ranran's blood, no matter how many times it was tested, showed no differences from that of ordinary people. Professor Cheng often frowned at the results. "This is impossible. How could there be nothing wrong?" Mu Qing-shan implied. "Perhaps it has nothing to do with her." No. Professor Cheng became agitated. "There can't be that many possibilities. We must continue testing the blood. We can't overlook any potential issues." Professor Cheng was a person who would dedicate his life to academia, and losing even a little hope would be a severe blow to him. Moreover, his health had been poor for the past few years, having fainted several times in the lab. Mu Qing-shan was well aware of this, so he decided to keep it from him until there was more significant progress. People at the Research Institute complained a lot about the daily blood tests, except for Ranran. Smart as she was, she quickly guessed that Professor Cheng did not know about Sha Rulin's situation. She felt that the chaotic environment was beneficial for them. At least, until a better solution was found, it provided a buffer. "Ranran, do you have any work this afternoon?" Lu Ran suddenly patted her and asked quietly. Ranran glanced at her and noticed that her complexion seemed off. "Just some small tasks, why?" Lu Ran held her stomach and said, "I have a stomach cramp. Can you accompany me to the hospital?" "Sure." Ranran immediately replied, "Then let's ask Director Luo for leave." Director Luo was quite critical about this, complaining several times before letting her go, muttering as she left, "If your health is so poor, don't come to work. Let your parents support you." Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Lu Ran's ears, making her already pale face even paler. Ranran supported her as they walked out, whispering, "Don't mind what she says. Just pretend she doesn't exist." Lu Ran weakly said, "I don't want to be like this either, but I can't control my health. It's all problems from when I was in the womb." Ranran was somewhat sensitive about such matters, so she didn't respond, only quickened her pace. Opened the front passenger door and helped her sit down. Which hospital are we going to? First People's Hospital. This is an old issue of mine. I always go to an old Chinese medicine doctor there, and 2 prescriptions will do the trick. Lu Ran leaned back in the back seat, feeling weak. First People's Hospital is in the city center, quite far from the research institute. Ranran glanced at the dwindling battery power and then at the overcast sky above, praying that it could charge a bit more. Lu Ran was in considerable pain, and after sitting for a while, she curled up in her seat, looking unbearable. Ranran sped up as much as she could, and finally, after 40 minutes, she arrived at First People's Hospital. The hospital was crowded at all times. Although everyone had made appointments in advance, there were always people trying to sneak in or cut in line, creating a bottleneck around the hospital. Ranran's appointment was still a while away, so she let Lu Ran sit on a chair for a moment while she went to the vending machine to buy her a cup of hot milk. But when she returned, Lu Ran was nowhere to be found. After looking around, Ranran walked several circles and finally saw her at the end of the corridor, staring out the window while holding her stomach. Ranran followed her gaze and noticed that protective tents were set up in the courtyard behind the hospital, with countless patients lined up in long queues, while doctors in protective suits were conducting tests. What's going on? Ranran frowned. Is there another outbreak of infectious disease? Lu Ran also looked confused. I just heard a patient say that the entire second inpatient department has been sealed off, so I came to see. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. Right now. It's just the second inpatient department. If they start a full inspection, we might all get quarantined. Ranran pulled her towards the traditional Chinese medicine department upstairs. They were lucky. Just 2 hours after they returned home from their checkup, news broke that the entire First People's Hospital would undergo a large-scale quarantine and disinfection, halting all external operations immediately. The preliminary suspicion was that the clot virus had returned. Ranran shook her head and sighed after reading the news. The clot virus was truly an insurmountable tumor. In the past century, it had emerged several times rampantly, each time appearing suddenly and aggressively. The most terrifying part was that every time a new vaccine was developed and it disappeared, it would lie dormant for a while and then reappear in a different form, with even more aggressive mutations of the clot virus, making it hard to guard against. So people had become accustomed to such situations. Early warnings, large-scale testing, quarantines, and protective measures were all conducted very skillfully. So once the news was released, everyone began to immediately order supplies and medications, fearing they wouldn't be able to buy them if they waited too long. Chapter 68 Strange Illness. Ranran still had some masks and preventive herbal medicine provided by her previous workplace in her dormitory. Meals were generally taken care of in the cafeteria, so she didn't prepare or buy anything. However, her parents kept calling one after another, insisting that she come home for a while. After Ranran refused, they said they would come over to deliver some things. Ranran quickly replied, "Don't come. We need to follow the instructions. Staying in our own places during an infectious disease outbreak is the best way to reduce the spread. Please don't come. I just went to the First People's Hospital today." After hearing this, her parents became even more worried and kept reminding her before finally hanging up. After a while, sure enough, a delivery robot brought a large amount of food and protective supplies. Ranran could really understand the saying the heart of parents all over the world now. Although she wasn't their biological child, the love her parents poured into her was no less than that of others. As she tidied up the items, she self-deprecatingly thought that learning to let go was probably a kind of growth. By evening, the news began to broadcast the first batch of test results from the First People's Hospital. The second inpatient department had completed all tests, and there were 12 people with suspected viral infections. So far, there had been no external infections reported, and the public was urged to remain vigilant. The symptoms of these patients were similar to the last time: persistent fever, chest tightness, cough, nausea, and fatigue like a cold, followed by gradually appearing respiratory failure symptoms. Once it became an emergency, the condition would rapidly decline, and if they could not be admitted to the intensive care unit in time, it could easily become life-threatening. The first 2 patients who fell ill had already been admitted to the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital. The National Center for Disease Control had also arrived, and the Biological Research Institute had sent people to participate in the drug formulation plan. It was said that well-known experts from the research institute had gone, led by Professor Chung, but Ranran wondered if Mu Qingshan was involved, thinking of that elusive man who always wanted to dig deeper into things. Ranran felt inexplicably annoyed. That night, she kept scrolling through the news, fearing there would be new revelations. She finally fell asleep around 1 in the morning. When she woke up in the morning, the weather was gloomy, with thick clouds hanging low in the sky, and the air pressure was so low that it was hard to breathe. Ranran pulled back the curtains and unexpectedly saw several vehicles from the disease control center outside the dormitory building. A dozen doctors in protective suits got out and walked toward the building. Just as Ranran was watching, there was a knock on her door, and Lu Ran's voice rang out. "Ranran, it's bad, it's bad. We're going to be quarantined." Ranran opened the door. Didn't they say they were only sealing off the second inpatient department? It was said that after the lockdown yesterday, a patient had sneaked out, so everyone who had been to the First People's Hospital yesterday had to be quarantined. Lu Ran said anxiously, "Fortunately, we didn't go anywhere after we came back yesterday." The two exchanged a few words before the doctors came upstairs, instructing them to strictly implement a 15-day home quarantine, with a dedicated person stationed downstairs to keep watch, which was very strict. In addition to the two of them, there were also the dormitory administrator they had interacted with when they returned yesterday and a cleaning lady, as well as 2 colleagues from the same floor. These people were all included in the quarantine. They had to undergo virus screening twice a day, and their meals would be delivered by robots. Aside from the lack of freedom, it was bearable. The two had gone through similar situations many times, so although they were a bit nervous, they quickly calmed down. Ranran decided to take this time to read a couple of professional books at home, while Lu Ran took out some crafts she had hidden under her bed, saying she had bought them a long time ago and finally had time to work on them. That night, during the quarantine, there were more than 10 new patients, which was quite fast. Xiaoyu called to share her experience. "Ranran, I'm really scared. My uncle was hospitalized in the second inpatient department a few days ago, and today the disease control center sent someone to notify us that he has turned critical. I just found out today. What should we do? No one is there to take care of him. Since Xiaoyu's father fell into debt, he had almost become a recluse. Relatives and friends were unwilling to associate with him, and only this uncle, who remained single, often helped them out. Her uncle was also living a hard life due to health issues and relied on social assistance. Yet, he always managed to squeeze out some money from his meager income to help Xiaoyu with her tuition. He was the one who brought Xiaoyu the most warmth." Ranran comforted her. "Don't worry, there are doctors and nurses in the intensive care unit 24/7, and they discovered it in time. He will definitely turn the crisis into safety. This time, several well-known professors from the country have rushed over." "I hope so." Xiaoyu's voice trembled. "I can't accept even a little accident. Ranran, I want to go to the hospital." "Don't be impulsive. You can't get in. And even if you do, it will only create chaos. All we can do is follow the arrangements and wait patiently." The usually cheerful Xiaoyu began to sob, and Ranran felt a pang of heartache, only able to comfort her in soft tones. After chatting for a while, the staff delivering testing supplies knocked again, sliding the items through the door gap. Ranran skillfully put on gloves and a mask before receiving the items, then tore open the packaging to prick her fingertip, collecting blood, repackaging it, and passing it back through the door gap. "Tomorrow morning at 7, you need to fast for the test," the staff said through their face shield in a muffled voice. Ranran replied, "Thank you for your hard work." The staff waved their hand and left. The door across from Ranran opened a small crack, and a colleague peeked out, then quickly shut the door, fearing to catch the elusive virus. It was no wonder they were being overly cautious. The evolved clot virus had become almost ubiquitous, although vaccines could be rapidly developed each time. There were often patient deaths in the early stages. Moreover, the pathogen itself had never been found. From flying squirrels to black-headed flies, and then to minks. Just when humans thought they had identified the pathogen, even more similar organisms will be found elsewhere. This highly contagious virus had also triggered significant changes in the international situation. Several developed countries had seen their GDP plummet due to a lack of sufficient attention to the virus, and the mortality rate among the population had risen to its peak. However, in her own country, Thanks to proper preventive measures and the unity of the people, along with a large number of scientists, doctors, police, and other heroes willing to sacrifice everything for the nation, they had managed to emerge unscathed from each wave of infection. Ranran believed that this time would be no different. But when would this virus, which had persisted for over 100 years, finally come to an end? She sighed and prayed in her heart for this storm to pass quickly. That evening, Ranran checked the news and saw that all hospitals in the city had intensified their screening of fever patients. And the checkpoints outside the urban area had also increased their inspection efforts. Once people from City A went out, they would have to undergo strict measures of a half-month quarantine on the spot. In the following half-month, whether it was due to effective preventive measures or the virus not being as fierce this time, the number of new patients was only in single digits each day. Strangely enough, even before the vaccine was developed, all those patients miraculously turned from critical to stable. Chapter 69. The vacant ward. Even the few patients who were in serious condition and had been admitted to the intensive care unit initially looked very critical and were on emergency equipment. But inexplicably, their breathing became smooth, their heart rates stabilized, and they quickly regained consciousness. The experts gathered here conducted a specialized consultation and confirmed this phenomenon. They believed it should be classified as a mild viral incident. However, out of caution, they decided it was better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one virus slip through. Next time they encounter a similar situation, they would still take emergency measures. This crisis came suddenly and terrifyingly, but it also ended inexplicably. After being cooped up in her dormitory for half a month, Ranran finally stepped outside and saw the world beyond. She squinted at the sun behind the clouds and then called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was driving and wore a joyful smile. "My uncle is better. I'm driving to pick him up now." Ranran asked, "How's his recovery?" Xiaoyu happily replied, "Everything's fine. The doctor said he won't have any after effects. I'm so happy. Once I pick up my uncle, I have to go buy some delicious food to celebrate." Being a biology student made Ranran sensitive, so she told her, "Make sure to ask your uncle about his illness in detail. I have a feeling this virus is a bit mysterious." Xiaoyu nodded, "Okay. I'll hang up now." Ranran glanced at the time. It was just a few minutes to 7. She sent a message to Xishuangbanna, explaining her situation and saying she would find a chance to visit her in a couple of days. A few minutes later, Xishuangbanna replied, "It's better if you don't come here to avoid being discovered by Director Mu. We have plenty of supplies, so you don't need to worry." Along with this message, she sent a picture showing her recent achievements, a diary filled with densely written pages. She sent a smiling face. "I should be able to recall everything soon." After reading this, Ranran's first reaction was to wonder why Xishuangbanna was in such a hurry. The mysterious our star might be intriguing. But what does it have to do with our Earth? Those elusive wormholes only exist in past legends. She had reviewed many records over the years and found no mention of wormholes. Could it be that her star has lost interest in sending signals to Earth, thus no longer opening such media channels? Ranran speculated. Alternatively, there might be another possibility. These wormholes still exist, but are even more concealed. Just like when Xishuangbanna returned, only remembering a flash of white light before finding herself on the street. It sounded bizarre, but even more eerie. Ranran took a shower and prepared to go to work. When she arrived, she found the atmosphere tense. After inquiring, she learned that Professor Chung and another associate professor had been busy with the virus matter for the past few days, and Director Mu had been on a business trip for many days. Hearing that he was away, Ranran felt a weight lift from her heart. It was best that he was gone and didn't come back. After a while, Director Luo suddenly called for Lu Ran in the office. "Hurry. You need to go help at the pathology department right now. They need to clear out some wards, and time is tight. Go to the storage room and get some supplies to take to the 4th floor." Lu Ran, who had just tidied up her desk and sat down, jumped up reflexively and said, "Okay, Director Luo, I'm on it." After Director Luo left, Lu Ran showed a wry smile. "I have to go be a laborer again." But what a strange situation. Why are they clearing wards at the pathology department? I don't know. Ranran, having heard about this place, felt uneasy. After all, 2 people had recently died there. Thinking about the horrific state of those 2 corpses sent a chill down her spine. When Lu Ran was about to leave, Ranran stood up. I'll go with you. I'm familiar with that area. Lu Ran felt relieved and happily linked arms with her, chattering all the way, dispelling the earlier gloom. Ranran, I'm so glad you're coming with me. You have no idea, if I had to go alone to the storage room and then the ward, I would really be scared to death. Lu Ran was a general assistant in the office and usually had no right to enter the pathology department, so she was naturally unwilling to go. Now, she cautiously followed Ranran to swipe her card at the entrance, then explained the situation to the security guard on duty before finally entering the pathology room. She was dressed lightly and was shivering from the cold. So Ranran went to the changing room to find a piece of clothing for her. When I first came here, Dr. Gu took care of me like this. Ranran, can we not talk about this? Lu Ran looked around. You're making my back feel cold. Dr. Gu is already dead. Ranran smiled and led the way out of the changing room towards the storage room. At the door, she checked the list from Director Luo. Are they clearing out the upstairs to increase the wards? These are all monitoring equipment. Really? But Director Luo asked me to deliver it to the 4th floor. That's where the operating rooms and isolation wards are. Dr. Gu also died up there. Are they really turning that into a ward? Lu Ran was confused. How can there be that many patients? The two took the supplies, each carrying a box into the elevator. After getting off on the 4th floor, they saw many people working in the corridor. Some were using remote-controlled arms to direct small robots carrying beds. Some were disinfecting equipment, and others were testing the lights in the wards. At that moment, the 4th floor was bustling with activity, losing the eerie feeling it once had. And Lu Ran let out a sigh of relief as she took the supplies to the wards. These few wards had previously been vacant, filled only with some discarded trash, but now they had been cleared out, and after a thorough cleaning, they looked quite presentable. The staff chatted while they worked, and the topic was always the same. Something had happened on the 4th floor, and patients probably wouldn't want to stay there. The work efficiency was high, and in just half a day, several rooms on the 4th floor had been cleared out. When Ranran stepped out to wash her hands, her gaze again fell on that isolation ward. She had been up there once while delivering medicine and had seen Sha Rulin's companion with her own eyes. The image of that once miserable and haggard person overlapped with the bloody corpse that followed, leaving Ranran in a daze for a long time. Meanwhile, sitting cross-legged in a cave, Sha Rulin suddenly opened her eyes. Just moments ago, her mind had been blank when a woman's voice suddenly flashed through her mind. Go in. That's the man assigned to you. The voice was incredibly real, as if someone was whispering right next to her, sending a chill down her spine. Sha Rulin looked around the pitch-black cave. Although there were 2 hidden small holes at the top of the cave, light couldn't penetrate in regularly, so it remained impossible to see anything clearly. Chapter 70. Deteriorating condition. She felt a surge of anxiety, reaching for the energy-saving lamp beside her and turning it on. As the light illuminated the room, she quickly scanned her surroundings but saw no women. It seemed to be her own illusion. After so many days, she understood that there were no baseless hallucinations. For instance, the spherical vehicles she had dreamt of countless times were later revealed to her in a hallucination to be called lunar rovers. So that voice was an illusion, but it must have been based on something that happened in reality. The assigned man? For some reason, hearing that term made Ranran feel her stomach churn, an overwhelming urge to vomit. What had happened on Planet R? She got up and rushed to the makeshift desk, opened her notebook, and began to jot everything down. Although Ranran had given her a voice recorder and a computer, she still preferred using pen and paper as it brought her closer to her past life. After finishing her notes, she flipped through the previous entries and then closed the notebook with a thud. Noticing it was almost noon, it was time to eat. She felt numb about eating. There were plenty of supplies in a box, and she didn't even want to pick and choose, always just grabbing something at random, heating it up and swallowing it down. As long as she could survive and maintain her body's basic functions, did satisfying her appetite really matter? While eating, the sharp edge of the lunch box suddenly scraped her hand, and blood gushed out. Sha Rulin quickly wrapped it with tissue, and a memory flashed before her eyes when she got a fishbone stuck in her throat, the urgency of XT009 at that time. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the bottom of the table, where a wooden box sat. In all these days, she had never opened it. Sha Rulin hurried over, picked it up, and felt an impulse to open it immediately. But as her hand pressed down on the lid, she suddenly calmed down. No, she couldn't. She couldn't let this thing interfere with her even a little bit. So-called softness and compassion were just double-edged swords that harmed both the giver and the receiver. They were simply pawns discarded by this world. Shah Rulin carefully placed the wooden box back and returned to the table, scooping up rice in big bites, swallowing it without even chewing. As for the taste, it was something she couldn't even perceive. Ranran had already learned from Qiuyu about her uncle's illness in detail. He had been in poor health and generally didn't like going out. Before falling ill, he had gone out to collect low-income benefits and happened to see a shop offering free samples of some kind of milkshake, which he tried. After returning home, he started to develop a fever and cough. Initially thinking it was just a common cold, he casually took some medicine, but instead of improving, his condition worsened. With no other option, her uncle had to go to the hospital. Since he had low-income benefits, most basic medical expenses could be reimbursed. Once there, he was directly admitted to the second inpatient department, and then he was moved to the intensive care unit. He spent several days in a daze, and when he finally regained consciousness, it felt like a dream to him. Qiuyu also mentioned, by the way, my uncle said that 2 patients in the same ward as him had also tried that milkshake, but he didn't know if it was just a coincidence. That'd seem a bit far-fetched. Ranran asked, how did he specifically improve? What was the turning point? Qiuyu shook her head. My uncle said that one day, he suddenly heard birds chirping outside the window, and he found it easy to open his eyelids. Then he saw the nurse in front of him clearly. It really did seem inexplicably miraculous. Ranran continued to browse through past medical records of the clot virus, which clearly documented that patients didn't improve suddenly. It was a gradual recovery, with bodily functions returning little by little, and the process was very slow. Supporting her chin, she stared at the screen and suddenly had a bold guess. Do you think it might not be the clot virus at all? Not an infectious disease, but something else? What could it be? Qiuyu was puzzled. I still lean towards the expert's explanation. This virus is very mild. The two argued a bit, but it resulted in no conclusion. It was merely gossip that had no impact on public opinion. A few days later, Qiuyu's uncle had an incident. A neighbor called to inform her that he had fainted on the stone steps at the door, bleeding from his head. An ambulance had already been called. Qiuyu was startled and took leave to rush to the hospital. By the time she arrived, her uncle's head had already been bandaged, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Go back to work. I'm fine. It's probably just a bit of anemia. Uncle, I asked the doctor, and he said your unexplained fainting has happened more than once. Qiuyu said angrily, you can't keep hiding this. What if something happens? Her uncle fell silent. He had indeed fainted several times recently, but had been afraid of troubling his niece, so he had kept quiet. It's fine. The doctor just checked and didn't say anything. Just as Qiuyu was about to refute him, a young nurse poked her head in. Are the family members of Bedford here? Doctor, he would like to see you. When she went in, the doctor delivered a chilling piece of news. Her uncle's examination report indicated that his organs were failing at an alarming rate. There was currently no better way to stop this phenomenon. If it continued to develop, in a maximum of 3 months, her uncle's life would come to an end. Why would this happen? Her uncle had just been hospitalized for an epidemic, and they had said he was fine when he was discharged. Qiuyu's voice trembled. The doctor shook his head. It could be a complication from the epidemic or possibly other reasons. How could there be no way to treat it? Qiuyu was agitated. You are one of the best hospitals here. I'm sorry. I understand how you feel. The doctor looked at her with pity. Qiuyu felt like she was falling apart. Her uncle was the person she cared about most after her parents. The doctor's words plunged her into despair, and she shook her head and turned away. You can't do this. I'm going to switch to another hospital until I find one that can treat him. The doctor watched her leave and said softly, but I must remind you, transferring patients also carries risks. When Qiuyu rushed back to the ward, her uncle was looking at her with hopeful eyes. Xiaoyu, did the doctor say anything about when I could be discharged? Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? Qiuyu dared not tell him the truth. Her uncle weakly said, I'm not used to being here, and staying in the hospital costs a lot of money. Although most of the hospitalization fees for low-income individuals could be reimbursed, some out-of-pocket expenses were unavoidable. Her uncle was already struggling financially and couldn't afford the burden. Qiuyu whispered, Don't worry. I'm here for you. I know how your dad is, and you're also having a hard time. Chapter 71 New project team, an old man and a young woman were talking, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Qiu-Yu's tears were about to fall at this moment. She particularly hated her poverty. She comforted her uncle, saying, "Don't worry, I just asked the doctor, and he said everything can be covered." Her uncle was half convinced, and Qiu-Yu found an excuse to go out. "I need to go to my workplace, and we'll come back in the evening." Qiu-Yu wasn't really going to her workplace. She was retrieving her uncle's test report from the hospital, preparing to try one hospital after another. Meanwhile, she was also busy on the road, calling colleagues and friends to borrow money, preparing to get the transfer fee for her uncle's hospital. The first call was to Ranran. After listening, she said, "Oh," looked at the medical records Qiu-Yu sent, and hung up the phone. Qiu-Yu felt a chill in her heart. Ranran was her best friend, yet she didn't even say a word when Qiu-Yu borrowed money from her. She found it hard to believe. However, half an hour later, Ranran called back. "Qiu-Yu, don't go looking for hospitals anymore." "What?" "I have already sent the medical records to a few alumni and mentors at the medical school, and they have helped me inquire within the country. You don't need to worry about the costs. I got you covered," Ranran said gently. Qiu-Yu became excited, feeling a sudden urge to cry. "Ranran, I thought you wouldn't care about me." "Boo-hoo. I just asked several classmates, and they were all unwilling to lend me money." Over the past few years, Qiu-Yu had experienced the hardships of life. Her father, who owed debts everywhere, was like a tumor, forcing the family to hide everywhere, naturally leading to fewer people willing to associate with her. Those classmates immediately found excuses to refuse when they heard the words borrow money. Ranran didn't have time for her emotional outpouring. "All right, you should go back to the hospital and wait for news." "MHM." Qiu-Yu nodded vigorously and got off the bus. That day, they waited and waited, but in the end, what they received was not good news. Ranran's voice was heavy. "They helped me inquire, but this inexplicable organ failure has no precedent. A few hospitals with slightly higher levels than the First People's Hospital only said they would admit him to see how it goes. There is not much guarantee. And as the doctor said, the transfer process carries significant risks because your uncle's condition currently relies on medication and equipment. What should we do?" Qiu-Yu was so anxious that she stomped her feet. "Am I supposed to just watch my uncle wait to die? Ranran, why don't I transfer him to a better hospital and let the emergency transfer vehicle take him there, and let the doctors try to treat him?" Ranran was also anxious, but she knew that Qiu-Yu's approach might lead to losing both money and the patient. She thought for a moment and said, "Don't rush. Let me inquire some more." That night, Ranran began to search for relevant cases abroad, but didn't find many similar ones. However, at 11 o'clock, she suddenly learned of a piece of information. In City A, there had been several recent cases like Qiu-Yu's uncle's, and they all had a common point. They had previously been hospitalized due to the clot virus. This was a significant discovery. The Research Institute and the Disease Control Center should have known about it, right? Just as Ranran was about to ask her senior brother Yuan, Qiu-Yu called. "Ranran, there's hope for my uncle's situation." "What?" "People from your research institute came last night and said they have included my uncle as an experimental subject for the research project. Starting today, he can receive free treatment until he recovers." Qiu-Yu's voice was incredibly cheerful. Upon hearing this, Ranran felt a sudden thud in her heart. "Did they say which project team it was?" "It seems to be led by your mentor, Professor Chung." "Professor Chung." Ranran felt a bit strange. Although Professor Chung had always focused on bone disease research, he was actually well-versed in human genetics. Now that he was getting involved in this strange illness, could there be some connection? Qiu-Yu was extremely excited. "Ranran, I've already agreed to them. Their car will come tomorrow morning to take my uncle to the pathology hospital. I won't talk to you for now. I need to handle some paperwork." After hanging up the phone, Ranran let out a sigh. She remembered that a few days ago, the Research Institute had specifically cleared out a room on the 4th floor, hoping that this was just a coincidence. If it was intentional, then this world would be too evil. The next day at work, she asked Yuan, "Is Professor Chung starting a new project?" "No." Yuan glanced at her. "We're still busy with our original projects. The patients at the pathology hospital have recently deteriorated." Before he could finish, Director Luo walked over. "Xiaoqin, Xiaogu, Professor Chung has notified you to go to a meeting now." Ranran frowned and glanced at Yuan. Let's go listen and see. At this moment, Qin Yuan still didn't believe it, but 10 minutes later, Professor Cheng's words indeed confirmed this point. Due to the sudden deterioration of a patient who had previously been infected with the clot virus, the National Disease Control Center and the Ministry of Health decided to establish a special project team nearby at the Research Institute to study these residual symptom patients. This project team was led by Professor Cheng, with 2 associate professors assisting. Naturally, their disciples were also included as project personnel. This matter was very tricky, but it also represented the trust of the country and the organization in them. Fortunately, the pathology hospital was well prepared, and patients would arrive one after another soon. So everyone should get ready, Professor Cheng said. Qin Yuan and Gu Ranran walked side by side to the pathology hospital, preparing to welcome the new patients. On the way, Qin Yuan glanced at her. Ranran, how have you been feeling lately? I'm fine, Gu Ranran replied, confused by his meaning. Qin Yuan sighed lightly. I've been worried about the last incident. Gu Ranran smiled and decided to break the ice. I know. The Research Institute has drawn blood so many times afterward, probably to prevent me from infecting everyone. Ranran, it's okay. This is good for me and everyone else. Gu Ranran didn't mind. I've always understood. I just didn't want to say it out loud. Qin Yuan said seriously. Professor Cheng is the best biologist of our time. Ranran, whatever decision he makes is for the good of the Research Institute and the country. You have to believe that. Gu Ranran looked into his eyes and nodded after a long while. I know. Qin Yuan's words made Gu Ranran feel as if her thoughts had been seen through. Had she just doubted Professor Cheng? She shook her head. She had always respected Professor Cheng and regarded him as her academic idol. How could she doubt him? Everything must be just a coincidence. After entering the pathology hospital, she saw a nurse pushing a cart waiting at the elevator door. So she decided to take the stairs with her senior brother. Just as they reached the second floor, a middle-aged woman with a cane struggled to come over. Excuse me, can I ask when the new patients will arrive? Chapter 72, Targeted Medication. Gu Ranran recognized her. You are Li Hui from Bed 9, right? The new patients are on the 4th floor. It won't affect you. You should go back and rest well. No, that's not it, sister. My son is there. My son is also on the patient list. She looked anxious. Can I go downstairs to meet him? Gu Ranran glanced at her. No, you are a patient yourself, and your mobility is limited. Moreover, the medication you are taking has temperature requirements. Do you want all your efforts to be in vain? Li Hui's eyes were red. I haven't seen my son for several years. Please, just let me see him. Gu Ranran felt a twinge of sympathy. She looked at her senior brother, Qin Yuan, who was silent for a moment before saying, I'll ask our professor. If he allows it, we can let you meet. Great, great. Li Hui was so excited that tears welled in her eyes, bowing repeatedly to them. You are truly good people. After leaving, Qin Yuan whispered, it's not that easy to meet. Patients entering the pathology department need to sign experimental agreements. Director Mu may not allow them to meet. Years without seeing her son. Gu Ranran glanced back. That's indeed quite cruel. But then, when it comes to illness, how many situations aren't cruel? Fate is so unpredictable. It doesn't allow for anyone's wishes. Qin Yuan was nonchalant about it. The two continued discussing quietly, their footsteps never stopping. On the 4th floor, apart from them, there were several other doctors, all on high alert, checking the equipment, fearing any mishaps. Since these patients were all suffering from organ failure, the equipment was fully equipped. About half an hour later, a line of ambulances began delivering patients one after another. Doctors and nurses brought them in on stretchers, and Gu Ranran and her senior brother helped with the registration. In the crowd, she saw Qiu Yu's uncle, Gao Changkai. Gu Ranran had seen him before. He was in his 50s, short, and spoke little, not fond of talking to others. However, when he saw his niece and her friends, he would quietly buy snacks for them. But this time he looked sickly, with pale skin and dull eyes. When he saw them coming, he struggled to sit up. Doctor, is it really free to treat here? He didn't recognize Gu Ranran, which was understandable. The girl in front of him was wearing a full set of protective gear and mask. Only her eyes were visible. Gu Ranran comforted him softly. Uncle Gao, don't worry, it's free. We have research funds. Gao Changkai looked at her in surprise and recognized her voice. You are Xiao Yu's classmate? Yes. Just call me Xiao Gu. Ranran was about to say something more when a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the room. Xiao Gu, please come out for a moment. She hurriedly walked out and saw a woman dressed as a nurse at the door. She looked to be in her 30s, and her badge read her profession and name, Head Nurse Fong Qi. Fong Qi was also wearing a mask, only revealing a pair of slightly tired eyes. Xiao Gu, I need to tell you about Bed 9's Li Hui. Professor Chung just instructed that to avoid cross-infection, patient visits are now prohibited. Since she is looking for you, you can explain it to her yourself. Got it. Gu Ranran nodded, feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. She understood a mother's worry and longing for her son. Not seeing him for years could be very overwhelming. Fong Jia, may I ask what her son's name is? Which bed is he in on this floor? Gu Ranran inquired. She had noticed this early on, but unfortunately, among the patients arriving, there were several of the right age, and 2 were unconscious, making it impossible to confirm. Fong Qi peeked at the notebook in her hand and pointed to bed 22. His condition is quite serious. Let us wait for the consultation to see. I have to go now. Gu Ranran looked at the name. His name was Li Zifeng, a 16-year-old high school student. From the photo, he looked like a fair and handsome young man. Gu Ranran seemed to have some impression of him because when he was brought in, he had a high fever. She accidentally touched his arm, and even through the protective gloves, she could feel his skin was burning. She hurriedly flipped through the medical records. Li Zifeng's situation was similar to Chiu Yu's uncle, only with more severe reactions, having been feverish for 2 days and nights. He was admitted to the emergency ward. Gu Ranran glanced at him through the glass. He was lying with his head tilted, eyes tightly shut, not knowing if he was in a coma or asleep, looking frail and pitiful. Just as she was about to leave, Li Zifeng turned over in bed, his arm reaching out from under the blanket. Gu Ranran stared for a long time before turning away sadly. It turned out that Li Zifeng's hands were different from normal people. Normal people have 5 fingers, but his left hand was just a bare stump. His right hand also had only 4 fingers. A child like this would likely cause his parents more worry growing up. Coupled with Li Hui, who already had a skeletal disease, this family was truly unfortunate. She also noticed that the contact information for relatives at the very bottom was blank. Could it be that Li Zifeng's father was not around? After lunch, Gu Ranran still went to Li Hui's ward. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as she saw the door open, she sat up from the bed. Sister, have you seen my son? Can I go see him now? Gu Ranran tried to keep her tone gentle to avoid upsetting her. I'm sorry, you still can't meet right now. Why? Li Hui's expression turned painful. He is my only son. His father has long abandoned him, and I need to take care of him. Don't worry, Auntie. We have doctors and nurses here. The reason you can't meet is to prevent cross-infection. You need to know that in his condition, it can easily worsen. Gu Ranran spoke softly to persuade her. Li Hui wiped her eyes, and after a moment, she seemed to accept the reality. Forget it, as long as he can recover. Sister, will he really recover? Gu Ranran hesitated for a moment, then nodded. We will do our best. Leaving the ward, her mood was very heavy. Based on the results of previous experiments, this virus was indeed peculiar and had caused such severe organ failure. Even if they recovered, the damage would be irreversible. On the day the patients arrived, several professors from the working group discussed treatment plans overnight. They decided to first use the new drug number 12, employing targeted technology to directly reach the lesion. Drug number 12 is a medication that promotes cell regeneration, previously used for skeletal diseases and for patients with organ failure. It could be considered a targeted approach. After the plan was approved, the drug number 12 was quickly sent in and began to be infused into the patient's bodies. During the infusion, the patients showed some reactions. Vomiting and drowsiness were considered normal. Once things stabilized a bit, everyone found a moment to rest. Everyone was hopeful that the medication would take effect, but things did not go as expected. That night, suddenly news came that the patient in bed 11, who was in the most critical condition, had a seizure, convulsing while heart rate and blood pressure skyrocketed, with the monitor continuously alarming. The sounds were like a death knell. Chapter 73, Continuous Death. Several professors and doctors rushed over as quickly as possible, but by the time they arrived, the patient was already gone. After vomiting blood twice, he stopped breathing. Even though a ventilator was immediately applied and equipment was used to restore his heartbeat, it was all in vain. After half an hour of emergency treatment, the sweating doctor put down the equipment and shook his head at Professor Chung. There's nothing we can do. The condition progressed too quickly. We didn't have enough time. Could it be a drug allergy? Another doctor asked weakly. An associate professor shook his head. We first used a small dose of the medication for a localized test. It should still be due to the condition itself. Professor Chung remained silent in the crowd, his lips pressed into a hard arc. His eyes fixed on the deceased patient on the bed. He finally said after a while, "Take him away." For critically ill patients like this, the Research Institute had signed an agreement with their families before admission, stating that any accidents occurring during treatment must be borne by the individuals. The families had no objections. So immediately a nurse stepped forward to dismantle the equipment one by one, then covered the patient with a white cloth and push him out. During this process, everyone remained silent, and the mood inevitably fell low. Let's all go back and rest. I'll stay here personally today. Professor Chung habitually reached for the cigarettes in his pocket, only to find it empty after searching for a while. Professor, let me take over. You stayed up all night. You should rest for a bit, Qin Yuan urged. Professor Chung shook his head. Tonight is crucial. If we get through it, there will be progress. I can't be at ease. The rest of the night passed without incident. After the cell regeneration medication was dripped into the patient's body, they fell into a deep sleep, and all monitoring appeared relatively normal. It was not until dawn that Professor Chung dragged his exhausted body back to rest. Qin Yuan whispered to Ranran, "It should be past the dangerous period now. Senior brother, can a number 12 medication really cure their illness?" Ranran asked. Qin Yuan lowered his voice. To be precise, it can only halt the progression of the disease. But as long as the pathogen is not found, it can change into other forms to attack us. This is a protracted battle. After 9 in the morning, the research team began their first round of rounds. The results this time were quite good. The patient's conditions were relatively stable, and the blood test results from the fluid collected at 7 in the morning also came back. There were significant improvements in various indicators. Everyone cheered. A successful initial battle was a good start. Ranran was more concerned about Gao Chengkai and Li Zifeng. Their conditions were currently okay. Gao Chengkai had vomited twice during the night and was now in deep sleep. However, Li Zifeng had quietly woken up, his gaze fixed on the white wall above him, unwilling to turn his head to the sounds beside him. Ranran approached him and greeted. "Zifeng, how are you feeling?" Li Zifeng did not turn his head, maintaining his previous posture. Ranran was unsure if he had heard her, so she moved a little closer and asked again. This time he reacted, his eyelashes twitching slightly. Ranran secretly smiled, guessing he was just a moody teenager. At the age of over 10, it was indeed a rebellious time, always sentimental and sensitive. This was a phase she had also gone through. So she got straight to the point. "Your mom really wants to see you, but it's not possible right now. You need to cooperate with us to get better soon." Li Zifeng turned his head away, mumbling, "I don't want to see her. I'd rather never get better." Ranran frowned. "Why? None of your business." Li Zifeng quickly glanced at her, his eyes full of disdain. "You all are just meddling." Ranran remained expressionless. "Even if I am meddling, you'll learn to be sensible once you grow up." After saying this, Ranran was about to leave when Li Zifeng said fiercely from behind, "What is there to say for people like us? If we die, we die. Don't be so dark at such a young age, okay?" Ranran turned back. "In this day and age, how many people are not suffering? You have your pain, and others have theirs. For this little bit of suffering, you want to live or die. Do you think you are deserving of those who have sacrificed for you?" As she spoke, she thought of herself, the smooth sailing before 20, the ups and downs after 20, and what the future would hold was still unknown. Really? Who isn't suffering? After finishing, Ranran quickly walked out of the ward, simultaneously instructing the nurse outside. "Keep a close eye on Li Zifeng. I'm afraid he might have suicidal tendencies." In the afternoon, Ranran finally found an opportunity to call Qiuyu. On the other end, she was so anxious that her words were jumbled, struggling to speak. "How is my uncle? I mean, have you settled on a plan? How long will it take for my uncle to recover?" Ranran quickly recounted the situation from last night. "Don't worry, uncle is doing well right now. Our professor said that as long as we get through the first day, the medication will work quickly and the damaged areas will be repaired. We are now hastening the research for the second treatment plan." Chiyoyu excitedly rubbed her hands. Really? I'll tell my mom right away. She couldn't sleep a wink last night from worry. While they were talking, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed in the corridor behind them. Ranran turned back to the corridor and saw a nurse rushing out of Chiyoyu's uncle's ward in a panic. Her heart tightened, and she quickly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Something's come up. I'll talk to you later. Her heart raced as she questioned the nurse. What happened? What is going on? The nurse's voice trembled. The big uncle inside suddenly felt cold. It seems he is not breathing. Ranran's heart raced. Her uncle had just been fine. How could he suddenly not breathe? She rushed into the ward at full speed, only to see the doctor using equipment to perform resuscitation. Thank goodness it was the bed on the inside, not her uncle. Ranran's taut heart relaxed a bit. The patient was also a middle-aged man, around 50, looking tall and strong, with a rosy face. When he was admitted yesterday, he had been the one in the best condition, joking with everyone, insisting it was a misdiagnosis, and asking for another test. Just a day had passed. How could it suddenly? Ranran stared at the increasingly urgent beeping of the monitor, then looked at the sweating doctors performing CPR and the unresponsive man on the bed. Her mind went blank. Moments latte. The doctor weakly lowered his arm and called to the nurse behind him. It's no use. Let's remove the equipment. Notify Professor Chung and his family. The uncle had died, the cause being a sudden deterioration of his condition. Similarly, after examination, it was confirmed that it was not an allergic reaction caused by the number 12 medication. Chapter 74. Mixed with vitamin C. Everyone had been at the Research Institute for many years, so they were accustomed to it. Every patient sent here was someone who had nowhere else to turn and treated this place as a last resort. Naturally, the risks during the experiment were significant. Although the new drug had undergone multiple tests and had been experimented on animals several times, its application to humans was limited. Moreover, individual differences and varying adaptability of body cells could lead to various reactions, including the deterioration of the condition. Another scenario, similar to the two previous cases, was that the patient was already critically ill, and even without any medication, they could deteriorate and suddenly die. With heavy expressions, everyone covered the uncle with a white cloth and wheeled him out. This did not disturb the other patients, including the still unconscious Gao Chunkai. One patient quietly disappeared just like that. Ranran's head buzzed. Before coming to the Research Institute, she had only seen corpses in anatomy classes at the hospital, but here, it was one after another. She walked to the end of the corridor, stood on the balcony, and looked at the gray sky above, increasingly feeling the insignificance of humanity. Indeed, they were just tiny specks of dust in the universe, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the pharmacy room, a tall, fair-skinned nurse was also staring blankly at the medicine cabinet. She gazed at the bottles and jars inside, then glanced back at the large freezer behind her. Her busy hands came to a halt until someone passed by the doorway, which snapped her back to reality, and she resumed her work. In the following days, the patients did not show any significant reactions. Some mild symptoms like drowsiness, vomiting, and dizziness were considered normal phenomena. Their body cells were making new progress every day, and everyone's anxious hearts gradually relaxed. The research team discussed whether, since the condition had stabilized, they should proceed to the second step, conducting a detailed examination of the viral factors in the body to formulate targeted medications and strive to conquer this medical challenge as soon as possible. However, this proposal was immediately vetoed by Professor Chung, who took a deep breath and said, "Let's wait another week. Some indicators have not reached expectations. Starting rashly might be risky." Professor Chung was a leader and authority in the international biological field, so when he spoke, everyone naturally agreed. Therefore, the treatment continued with the 12th drug, and no in-depth research was initiated. Sitting at the back of the conference room, Ranran occasionally took notes and looked up at Professor Chung, noticing that his fingers were continuously tapping on the table, which was a habitual action of his. Whenever he was deep in thought or speculation, he would do this. After the meeting, Ranran chatted briefly with another intern beside her about the paper's status. She left a bit late, and when she stepped out, the corridor was already empty. On a whim, she decided to go see Uncle Chiyoyu at the pathology department, so she turned back halfway and headed straight there. By this time, it was afternoon, and the pathology department was very quiet. Going up from the first floor, it was eerily silent. Ranran swiped her wristband to go to the fourth floor. Upon entering the ward, she found Gao Chunkai, half reclining, half sitting on the bed, staring out the window. "Uncle, how are you feeling?" Ranran asked. "You were asleep the last few times I came to see you." "Yeah, my head feels heavy," Gao Chunkai replied, pressing his temple. "I don't know what's wrong. I've been in a fog all day, hardly awake for long." Ranran explained, "That's a side effect of the new drug. Drowsiness is a normal reaction. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell the doctor." Gao Chunkai looked puzzled. "Xiao, I have a question, but they won't tell me. What about the patient next to me? Why did he disappear as soon as I woke up?" Ranran fell silent. To avoid affecting his emotions, she decided to conceal the truth temporarily, just like the other doctors. He went to another ward. "Oh, I see," Gao Chunkai nodded. After leaving the ward, Ranran let out a small sigh. It felt much better to be a child, living genuinely and straightforwardly, forever unafraid. But adults always lie for various reasons, each time feeling helpless, often needing more lies to cover up. This was something no one could avoid. She quickly walked towards the elevator at the end of the corridor, thinking that after going out, she would call Qiuyu. But just as she walked a few meters, a nurse carrying a tray suddenly rushed out of the pharmacy. The two collided unexpectedly, and the tray in the nurse's hand fell with a loud crash, scattering pills all over the floor, mixing with the few documents in Ranran's hand. The nurse immediately apologized, and, as Ranran looked up, she realized it was Fong Qi. She quickly reassured her. It's okay. I'll help you pick it up." Fong Qi quickly refused. No need. These are special medications for the fourth floor. Just take them from a freezer, and they have a time limit. I need to deliver them right away, with no other choice." Ranran could only pick up her documents and stand aside to watch. Fong Qi swiftly gathered the scattered medicine boxes, placed them back on the tray, nodded at her, and hurried away. After leaving the pathology department, Ranran was about to stuff her documents in her bag when suddenly a white pill fell out. Ranran thought to herself that it must have accidentally slipped in earlier. As she picked it up to return it, her footsteps suddenly halted. She raised the pill and looked at it carefully. There was a clear C on it. This was obviously a regular vitamin C. Why was it in the medication for the patients on the fourth floor? Ranran distinctly remembered that the auxiliary medications for the 12th drug only included 2 types of enhancers and did not contain any vitamins. Fearing she might be mistaken, she called her senior brother Qin Yuan. He shook his head. The 12th drug is all prepared by Professor Chung. He never delegates such matters. The nurses only take the prepared medications from the freezer and deliver them to the pharmacy at fixed times. Ranran, why are you asking about this? "Oh, Ranran tightened her grip on the pill, speculating whether it was Fong Qi's personal error. If this mistake occurred, she would undoubtedly be fired. So she decided to keep it to herself for now. "It's nothing, I was just asking casually." Ranran resolved to go back and ask Fong Qi for clarification. If she had indeed made a mistake, it needed to be corrected immediately. She turned around and quickly headed back to the pathology department. However, upon returning, she could not find Fong Qi. When she inquired, she was told that Fong Qi had already finished her shift and had just left. Ranran ran back to the ward and found that the patients had already taken their medication and they did not seem to have any significant reactions. She hesitated, wondering if this pill had really dropped in by accident. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. She felt a bit dazed herself and left the pathology department after staying for a while. Chapter 75. Stealing medicine in secret the next morning. Ranran contacted Xiaorulin at the usual time, her voice clearly a bit agitated on the phone. "Ranran, I had a terrible dream last night." "It's just a dream. They're not real." "No, Ranran, those must be things I experienced. They felt particularly familiar. After waking up, I felt even more familiar with them. I wrote them down and will show you later," Xiaorulin hurriedly said. Ranran nodded. "Okay, I will come to see you in a few days. Recently, Director Mu has been keeping an eye on me, so we should be careful." "Okay," Xiaorulin replied obediently. As time went by, the two of them grew more in sync with each other. Their thought patterns and personalities destined this connection. They could always guess each other's thoughts and understand each other's feelings. Ranran often had the illusion that perhaps she could become a lifelong good sister with Sha Ruolin. This feeling was wonderful, and the long-standing sense of loneliness seemed to have been significantly alleviated. She even thought that having someone with similar genes around might not be such a bad thing after all. That night, just as Ranran was about to put aside the matter of Fong Chi, she discovered a clue. Ranran worked late and planned to stay overnight in the dormitory at the research institute. Before going to bed, she wanted to take a look at Xiao Yu's uncle and the rebellious boy Li Zifeng. But as soon as she reached the door, she saw Fong Chi slip past in the corridor, moving quickly and stealthily. Curiously, Ranran followed her and found that she had already closed the pharmacy door. She frowned at the door, wondering if this was just a coincidence. Was Fong Chi really hiding something, or was she overthinking? That afternoon, the research group held another meeting, focusing on the second phase of the project. Professor Chung was silent for a while before speaking. Although it seems that the patient's repair functions have improved, the efficacy of the medicine is not good. This reminded Ranran of Fong Chi, and she asked Professor, would the effect be better if these medicines were combined with vitamins? Professor Chung replied in surprise, of course not. Vitamins would greatly reduce the efficacy of the medicine. They cannot be mixed together. I remember mentioning this to you before. Ranran felt a chill in her heart, as if she had confirmed something. She replied softly, got it. The poor efficacy indeed seemed related to the vitamins that Fong Chi had exchanged. After thinking it over, Ranran decided to quietly inform her senior brother Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, after hearing this, seemed incredulous. Ranran, could it be that you misread the situation? Fong Chi has been working in our pathology institute for over 10 years, and everyone has always had a high opinion of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been promoted to head nurse. Senior brother, I'm not entirely sure, but won't we find out if we investigate? Ranran said softly. Qin Yuan frowned. You mean a covert investigation? Exactly. I've inquired. The pharmacy on the 4th floor dispenses medicine at 3 times each day, with the evening being around 9:50. If we go during that time, we can check it out and clarify our doubts, Ranran explained. After considering it, Qin Yuan nodded. All right, let's go take a look to dispel our suspicions. The two of them got to work. That night at 9 p.m., Ranran quietly entered the Pathology Institute, hiding in the small storage room on the 4th floor. Yes, it was the very room where Dr. Gu had died. Although she still found it eerie, this spot faced the corridor and had a window, making it the most convenient place to observe. Ranran pressed her body against the wall, keeping a distance from where Dr. Gu had died. Yet her eyes couldn't help but keep glancing toward that spot. She even thought, would Dr. Gu's body reappear there in the blink of an eye? This thought sent chills down her spine. She clenched her fist to stay calm while peering through the gap in the window. After an unknown amount of time, she finally saw Fong Chi enter the pharmacy. Checking her wristband, it was 9:35 p.m. She estimated that in about 10 minutes, Fong Chi would come out. She quickly sent a message to Qin Yuan via her wristband. Most areas on the 4th floor had poor signal, due to the numerous instruments and some shielding measures taken to eliminate unnecessary interference. Patiently waiting a bit longer, it was indeed 9:45 p.m. when Fong Chi emerged with a tray. Just then, a young nurse suddenly appeared from the corridor and said something to Fong Chi, who looked startled and quickly handed her the tray before running toward the elevator. This was a plan the two had discussed, since Fong Chi had a daughter in middle school. They had the intern nurse tell her that her daughter had fallen and hurt her foot, urging her to rush over. Although this approach was somewhat underhanded, Fong Chi valued her daughter above all, making it the best way to get her to let her guard down and leave quickly. After she left, Qin Yuan emerged from the stairwell, calmly taking the tray from the young nurse and sending her on her way. Ranran ran out of the small storage room, exchanged a glance with him, and together they entered the pharmacy, quickly locking the door behind them to check the medicine boxes. Upon inspection, Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. Ranran, you were right. These boxes contain only vitamins. Fong Chi swapped the medicine. Ranran thought for a moment, opened the various cabinets in the pharmacy, and after rummaging around, headed straight for the nurse's changing room on the 4th floor. Sure enough, she found a large number of medication bags labeled number 12 in Fong Chi's locker. Seeing this made her heart ache, as this medication was rare and expensive, needing to be kept at low temperatures to maintain its efficacy. Now, carelessly tossed here, it had lost its effectiveness. Ranran took the bags out, and as she exited, Qin Yuan quickly glanced at her at the door. Is it really her? Yes. Ranran nodded weakly. I really regret not confronting her sooner to ask for details. This way we could have salvaged some losses. Qin Yuan took the bags from her. It's not too late now. I mean, the reason the medicine's efficacy has never met expectations is that Feng Qi. I don't understand why she did this. If it was to steal medicine, it's already ineffective. Ranran was puzzled by this as well. Perhaps only she knows. Or maybe we. Before she could finish her sentence, footsteps hurriedly approached from down the corridor. The footsteps were quick, and the two had no time to retreat, running straight into the rushing Feng Qi. Chapter 76, analyzing the reasons Feng Qi spotted the bags in their hands at a glance, and her face instantly changed drastically. Without saying a word, she turned and ran away. Ranran shouted, "Stop, you stop!" The more she shouted, the faster Feng Qi ran, her panicked demeanor confirming that she had something to hide. Qin Yuan and Ranran followed closely behind. If she ran downstairs, the security on the first floor would definitely stop her, and Qin Yuan wasn't worried about that. But they didn't expect Feng Qi to run all the way up to the rooftop. The pathology building had 4 floors, and the rooftop platform had been abandoned for a long time, usually with no one going up there. Feng Qi ran up frantically, only to realize that she had no way to retreat once she reached the rooftop. Facing the advancing Qin Yuan and Ranran, she stammered, "Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Feng Qi, are you crazy? Why did you switch the medication? Are you trying to make money? Or do you want to harm these patients?" Qin Yuan's voice was agitated, pressing closer. Feng Qi was so scared that she kept retreating, and in a panic, she backed up to the railing at the back, which had been poorly maintained and was rusty with several damaged spots. She just happened to step back into a cracked section. As it looked like she was about to fall, Ranran reached out to pull her back. But Feng Qi had already lost her footing and fell headfirst off the building. A scream and a loud crash echoed in the air. Qin Yuan and Ranran exchanged terrified glances before rushing to the railing to see Feng Qi lying on the ground on the first floor, both of them horrified. They couldn't say a word and immediately ran downstairs. Once calm, Ranran began to call for an ambulance. By the time they reached the bottom, security had already arrived, and several patients on the upper floors peered out, staring at Feng Qi on the ground. Qin Yuan quickly ran over to check, while Ranran's palms were sweating, her voice trembling. "How is she? Is she okay?" Her breathing and pulse were relatively stable, but she was unconscious, and her leg was severely injured, requiring immediate surgery. She had to be sent to a major hospital in the city right away. Qin Yuan quickly directed the security. "Quick, call the surgeon for an emergency procedure." The pathology building had internal and external doctors, but they usually provided auxiliary treatments for research purposes. They lacked the equipment for such a fall victim and could only perform some emergency measures. After the surgeon performed a simple procedure, the ambulance arrived, and they carried Feng Qi onto a stretcher and took her to the hospital. Just as Ranran was about to follow, Professor Chung arrived and stopped them, sending another colleague to accompany them. "Xiao Qin, Xiao Gu, come here for a moment." After the ambulance left, Professor Chung called them. What needed to happen eventually did, and under the gaze of everyone, the two followed Professor Chung into his office. The curtains in his office were always drawn, making it dim even during the day. He turned on the desk lamp, and the room finally had a soft yellow light. Under the lamp, the wrinkles on Professor Cheng's face were particularly pronounced as he looked at them. What happened with Feng Qi? Such a significant matter. The two dared not hide it and immediately explained everything in detail, including their previous suspicions and the subsequent discoveries. After listening, Professor Chung sighed. "So that's where the problem lies. Feng Qi has such audacity. I thought she was an honest child, but I didn't expect. Luckily, we discovered it early, and the medication was only switched for a few days. There's still time to correct it." "Yes. I was even wondering if the sudden deterioration of those two patients was also related to the medication switch," Ranran suddenly said. Professor Chung pondered for a moment. That may not be the case. Individual differences can lead to different outcomes. Ranran looked at him. "Once she wakes up, Everything will be clear. Just then, the phone in Professor Cheng's office rang. He answered and listened for a moment before hanging up. Fang Qi is not in life-threatening danger. Her leg needs immediate surgery, scheduled for tomorrow morning. You can rest assured. That's good. Qin Yuan patted his chest, as long as she's okay. Ranran also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the incident was an accident, Fang Qi going up to the rooftop was still related to them. A living human life cannot be deprived just because she made a mistake. That night, back in the dormitory after returning from the research institute, Ranran carefully thought about everything that had happened during the day and felt it was even more suspicious. She called Lu Ran. Are you familiar with Fang Qi? Not really. Why? Is she okay? Lu Ran asked. Ranran whispered. She's not in life-threatening danger anymore. I just want to know what her family situation is like. She doesn't have any debts or anything, right? The first possibility that came to Ranran's mind was that she might have sabotaged the research institute's project for money or tried to steal the number 12 drug. Lu Ran thought for a moment and said, I don't know about debts, but I heard colleagues say that she got divorced last month. She's living alone with her daughter. What is she usually like? Well, Lu Ran shook his head. I rarely interact with her, but she's worked at the research institute for over 10 years and hasn't heard of any conflicts with anyone. She should be quite easygoing. The two chatted for a while, but found no useful clues. Fang Qi seemed very ordinary, so much so that there was no breakthrough to be found. She decided to find an opportunity to go to the hospital tomorrow. As long as Fang Qi was awake, she would surely be able to ask about the reason for the medication switch. The next day, before she could take any action, Professor Chung called her and Qin Yuan. Let's go. Fang Qi's leg surgery is today. We should go check the situation. The three of them got into Qin Yuan's business car and headed to the city hospital. The atmosphere in the car was particularly silent, with the esteemed Professor Chung present. Qin Yuan and Ranran didn't dare to speak up. Professor Chung occasionally glanced at his watch, then leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Looking utterly exhausted, Ranran stole a glance at him, thinking that most elderly people his age were nearing retirement. Yet Professor Chung worked overtime like a young person. It really wasn't easy. The car sped to the city hospital's entrance, and the three of them got out and headed towards the operating room. Just as they exited the elevator, they saw two doctors in white coats hurrying towards the operating room, followed by two nurses. Their urgent demeanor made Ranran very curious. What's going on? Probably an emergency with the patient. Qin Yuan glanced at the operating room. Ranran ran to the front desk to inquire and learned that Fang Qi was still in the operating room. The three of them sat in chairs for a while, waiting. After a while, a doctor hurriedly walked out, looking around. Who is Fang Qi's family? Chapter 77. The death of Fang Qi in the crowd. A tall girl in her teens stood up nervously, looking at the doctor. I am her daughter, doctor. How's my mother? The doctor hesitated. Where is your father? Or another relative? It's just me. The girl pressed her lips tightly and straightened her back. Just tell me what you have to say. Professor Chung stepped forward. Doctor, I am the head of Fang Qi's unit. Please, just tell us what happened. The doctor looked at them, his expression somewhat regretful. Fang Qi just fainted during the surgery and then had severe convulsions. We did everything we could, but what happened to my mother? Just tell me. The girl screamed, rushing forward to grab the doctor's arm. The doctor sighed. I'm very sorry. I don't believe it. You're lying. It was just a minor leg surgery. Your hospital is lying. The girl howled, turning to rush into the operating room, but Ranran quickly held her tightly. The doctor's face was somewhat pale. All procedures of the surgery followed protocol, and we are still investigating the specific cause. Professor Chung remained silent for a long time, and after a minute, he turned back. Qin Yuan, you take Xiaoga back first. I'll stay at the hospital to handle this matter. He turned to the girl and said, Little girl, I am your mother's supervisor. Trust me, I will get to the bottom of this and give you an explanation. The distraught girl was pulled down by two nurses who had rushed over, each holding her arm, and she began to cry loudly, shouting that she wanted to go into the operating room to see her mother. Seeing this scene made Ranran's eyes feel sore. She reached out, wanting to comfort the girl, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she didn't know what to say. Qin Yuan patted her shoulder. Let's go. Listen to the professor. We should go back for now. There's too many people here. It won't help. Come on. Ranran nodded weakly. and after walking a few steps toward the door, she turned back to look at the tightly closed operating room doors. Senior brother, I just don't understand. How could a perfectly healthy person die just from a leg surgery? Qin Yuan shook his head. I was thinking she was very lucky that when she fell from the fourth floor, the branches broke her fall, so she wasn't seriously hurt. But who knew? Senior brother, is it really okay for the professor to be there alone? If it turns into a medical dispute, it could be very troublesome. Gu Ranran added. Qin Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Don't worry, Professor Chung is familiar with every aspect of the hospital. We have collaborated many times. Knowing people will only make it better. The two slowly walked out of the hospital. At this time, the lobby on the first floor was still bustling with patients. Gu Ranran felt a bit dazed. She glanced at the crowd and lowered her voice. Why does it feel like more than half of them are elderly? Qin Yuan smiled helplessly. Isn't that so? Our aging population is already very serious, and this year's statistics have risen to a historic high. But the birth rate and marriage rate have been declining every year. Let's go. I'll take you back to the dormitory. You should rest well. Gu Ranran thought perhaps Professor Chung was right. If there was no intervention, the population might eventually become extinct. She lowered her head. Senior brother, take me back to the research institute. I'm not in the mood. Work might calm me down a bit. Okay, there are a few data points that need to be rechecked. Let us finish them together today. Qin Yuan opened the car door. Sitting in the car, Gu Ranran still couldn't calm down. It wasn't her fault for being sensitive. She kept thinking of that girl from earlier. She was only about 12 or 13, just starting middle school. With no relatives at home, her only support, her mother, had now passed away. It would be a devastating blow for her. She even thought if she hadn't discovered her and chased after her, would she have died? But as soon as this thought arose, it was quickly dismissed. Because in that situation, not stopping her would have harmed more patients. By then, there might be more than just those two who would die. That day, after returning to the research institute, Gu Ranran and Qin Yuan dove into the laboratory, starting a new round of experiments, fighting hard against those data points. Meanwhile, in the office, news of Fang Qi's death was already causing a stir, with everyone discussing it. In the afternoon, when Gu Ranran and Qin Yuan came out of the lab, Professor Chung had also returned. He raised several pages of paper. This is the surgical accident report for Fang Qi. A large amount of sleeping pills was found in her body, which she had brought in and taken before the surgery. This is what caused her to faint and die during the semi-anesthetic surgery. Qin Yuan murmured. It seems she committed suicide out of guilt. Yes, to clarify the reason, I also contacted her neighbor. The neighbor said that her husband cheated on her and left her a few months ago. Since then, she often complained and her temper became very strange. Professor Cheng's brow furrowed. I also reported this to the police. Everyone analyzes her actions this time as a form of social revenge after emotional injury. Alas, this Fang Qi is too disappointing. Gu Ranran felt a mix of emotions after hearing this. She was indignant. For a scumbag, she harmed so many people. What was she thinking? Did she want everyone to go down with her? Qin Yuan sighed. Professor, what about her daughter? Isn't that child going to be an orphan? That won't happen. Fang Qi's mother is still alive, just quite old, in her 70s or 80s. Her daughter, Duo, is currently very emotionally unstable. After her affairs are settled, I will send someone to take her to the countryside to live with her grandmother. At least she will have someone to rely on. Professor Chung said slowly. With Professor Cheng's arrangements in place, Gu Ranran felt a little more at ease. She quickly said, That's good, Professor. I'll go check the patient rooms now. The psychologist has already intervened this morning, and they have provided comfort and support to the patients. I'll go see how the situation is. All right. Professor Chung said with appreciation. Xiao Gu works very diligently. Young people should be like this, working hard in their careers. It will be beneficial for your future. Gu Ranran nodded and left quickly. For some reason, she still felt very oppressed. Talking about Fang Qi made her heart feel heavy. When she returned to the patient room, she saw two patients in wheelchairs moving around in the corridor. Gu Ranran immediately spotted Gao Changkai and quickly walked over to support his wheelchair. Uncle, why are you out here alone? I am Fina, Siyayi. Gao Changkai smiled. Look at this wheelchair, it's so advanced. It can be controlled with just a finger. I've never seen anything like this before. Chapter 78. Fong Chi's aftermath, Ranran spoke softly. You won't see her again. By the time you recover and are discharged, you won't need this anymore. Just looking forward to that day. Gao Chengkai sighed. I live here, and my sister and niece are worried sick. I also hope to get out soon. You will. Gu Ranran smiled to comfort him. She chatted with him for a while, before heading to the pharmacy to check on the situation. After inspecting the medication for the day, everything had returned to normal. The 12th batch of medication was neatly arranged, just waiting to be delivered to the wards. A little nurse in the pharmacy was recording something with her head down, occasionally smiling at her. The name tag on the nurse's uniform read, Intern Nurse Zhou Tong. Gu Ranran remembered clearly that she was the little nurse Qin Yuan had called for help that day. She gently said, Thank you for your help that day. Zhou Tong shook her head. I'm just an intern, but the Research Institute's matters are also my concern. Sister Fong Chi's actions could harm the patients. This girl had a very correct outlook, and Gu Ranran admired her. How old are you? You don't seem to be 20 yet. Sister Gu, I am 17 this year. I'm currently in my 4th year of medical school, specializing in special nursing, Zhou Tong explained. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly asked Sister Fong Chi, Is she okay? This question was truly distressing. Gu Ranran was silent for a moment and shook her head. There was an accident during the surgery. She. Zhou Tong was startled, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground. How could that be? When Brother Qin looked for me, he said she would be fine. Sister Fong Chi had it tough. She got divorced and raised Duo alone, yet she never complained. She was always very serious at work. I believe there must be some reason for her changing the medication. Never complained? Gu Ranran frowned. She clearly remembered Professor Chung saying that ever since Fong Chi got divorced, she often complained and her temper became very strange. Who was correct? Zhou Tong nodded seriously. Really? Sometimes she talks to us, saying that it might not be a bad thing for a man like that to leave. But she worries about Duo, saying she doesn't want to influence her views on marriage. Sister Gu, Sister Fong Chi is truly a good woman. I understand. Gu Ranran patted her shoulder. Just focus on your work and don't let this weigh on your mind. Zhou Tong nodded and bent down to pick up her pen, continuing her records. Gu Ranran walked out of the pharmacy slowly. Her mind was in turmoil, thinking about Zhou Tong's words. She wondered if there was some misunderstanding. Just then, a male voice sounded. Picking up money? Gu Ranran looked up and saw Li Zifeng leaning against the wall in the ward across from her, looking at her with a sarcastic expression. His clothes were quite thin. Even though it was summer, the Pathology Institute kept the temperature very low. Gu Ranran walked over to help him. Come on, back to the ward to put on some clothes. Li Zifeng disdainfully said, I'm disabled in my hands, not my feet. I don't need your help. Besides, am I running around naked? How can you be so rebellious at such a young age? Gu Ranran retorted. Being rebellious won't make your illness get better faster. Li Zifeng coldly smiled, snorting through his nose. How much older are you? Don't act so old-fashioned. It's ridiculous. No matter how much older, I'm still your senior in life. Gu Ranran firmly grabbed his arm and forcefully dragged him back to the ward. When dealing with a rebellious teenager like Li Zifeng, reasoning was less effective than being forceful. After all, in his life, there were always people trying to reason with him. After hearing it too much, he got tired of it and felt like it was pointless. Li Zifeng, perhaps due to being ill for so long, really had no strength and was easily pulled into the ward by Gu Ranran, who forcibly made him sit on the bed. He glared at her in dissatisfaction, then glanced out the window. What happened to that woman the other day? She's fine now. Gu Ranran knew he was talking about Fong Chi. Professor Chung had instructed all staff not to mention Fong Chi's death in front of the patients to avoid causing panic. The unified statement was that she had fallen but was no longer in danger. She looks fine. Li Zifeng glanced out the window again. I saw her fall. She hit the eaves first, then a branch, and when she hit the ground, it wasn't very loud. Gu Ranran asked, How did you see that? I happened to be by the window and saw it. Li Zifeng seemed unwilling to discuss this further. He fell back onto the bed, curling up. All right, I want to sleep now. You can go. His figure was very thin, and in his thin hospital gown, the bones in his shoulders were sticking out. Gu Ranran stood for a moment, then stepped forward, quickly pulling up the blanket and draping it over him before turning to leave. If you need anything, you can find me. I'll come to the Pathology Institute every day. Li Zifeng did not answer. His gaze remained on the window. However, He was paying attention to Ranran until her footsteps gradually faded away. Only then did he turn his head to look at the now empty doorway. Lost in thought for a long time, he vaguely remembered his frail mother, who also liked to cover him with blankets. But as she covered him, she disappeared, and he never saw her again. Perhaps it was better that way. With her body, living in this world must have been quite painful. A few days later, the news about Fong Chi's medication change and suicide spread quickly throughout the research institute. However, Professor Chung said that since she was already dead, they would no longer pursue the matter. The research institute took great care of her aftermath, sending personnel to handle the arrangements and providing a sum of compensation, which would be sent regularly every year to support Duo's education and living expenses. Ranran thought this could be considered the best outcome. Not exposing those mistakes widely to the outside world was also a form of protection for Fong Chi. One day, after coming out of a meeting room, she saw Professor Chung on the balcony in the corridor, staring blankly at the woods. He held a cigarette without smoking it, and the burning tip almost reached his fingers. After reminding him a couple of times, he finally threw the cigarette but away and stepped on it forcefully. "Cie, I was just thinking about the medication ratio and completely forgot about the cigarette in my hand," Professor Chung laughed. Although he was smiling, Ranran noticed he looked quite haggard, seeming to be more hunched over, and his wrinkles appeared to be more pronounced. Professor Chung wasn't even 70 yet. He shouldn't look like this. Ranran guessed that it must be because of the series of incidents at the Pathology Institute that weighed heavily on his mind. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Professor, is everything regarding Fong Chi taken care of? Do you need my help?" Professor Chung hesitated for a moment. "The funeral is tomorrow, but there won't be many people present. If you want to go, you can. After all, they are all colleagues from the Institute. Just to comfort that child, Sci." Chapter 79. Funeral scene. Ranran nodded. "I'll call the senior brother to go with me. I'll go work now." That night, Ranran set her alarm for 5 in the morning as she needed to arrive at the funeral home before 7. And it was over an hour's drive from here. She was worried about being late if she overslept. She wanted to fall asleep quickly, but the more she thought about it, the less she could sleep. After tossing and turning several times, she simply sat up. She opened her wristband and dialed Chiu Yu's number. "What are you doing?" "I'm feeling quite troubled right now. Can we talk?" Chiu Yu, who was reading at home, replied, "Sure. I'm studying a book on organ failure. Although it's too late for me to study medicine, it's still beneficial to read more. Do you have something on your mind?" Ranran thought for a moment and told Chiu Yu about Fong Chi. "Can you analyze for me why she would switch medications?" With the clarity of an observer, Chiu Yu raised 2 questions after hearing her. First, since she switched medications, why didn't she switch to poison instead of vitamin that poses no threat? Second, she had a broken leg and was hospitalized. How did she manage to steal a large amount of sleeping pills? Isn't that a bit suspicious? Are you perhaps trusting Professor Chung too much? This statement awakened Ranran. She indeed had not questioned Professor Chung, but those doubts were undeniably present. She had read the accident report, but it did not mention how Fong Chi obtained the sleeping pills at all. Moreover, she immediately thought of a third point, the medication that Fong Chi switched out, the so-called medication number 12. Did it really have no other components? After all, these medications were all prepared by Professor Chung himself without anyone else's involvement. Ranran thought for a moment and called Qin Yuan. "Senior brother, do you still have the medication that Fong Chi switched out from her box?" Qin Yuan thought for a moment. "Yes, I put it in the miscellaneous cabinet in the pharmacy at that time." "Why do you want it?" "It's nothing. I just asked casually. I'm worried they might mix it up with the medications in the freezer." Ranran fell silent for a moment and fabricated a reason. Not because she didn't trust her senior brother, but because it was wise to be cautious regarding matters related to Professor Chung. Qin Yuan yawned. "Don't worry, Ranran. That won't happen. Get some sleep. It's already very late." Ranran hung up the phone and tossed and turned in bed several more times before finally falling asleep. But it was not a peaceful sleep. She dreamed of many unpleasant things. In her dream, she was running, with footsteps behind her following closely, accompanied by eerie howls. She was clearly terrified to the point of her heart nearly bursting, yet her legs could only instinctively move forward, for if she slowed down even a bit, she would be torn apart and devoured by whatever was behind her. She didn't know how long she had been running in the dream until the alarm rang, startling her awake. The back of her pajamas was almost soaked with sweat. She hurriedly got up to wash up in the bathroom. Looking at her haggard reflection in the mirror, both her pale skin and bloodshot eyes proved that she was not in good shape today. Ranran sighed, opened the wardrobe, found a set of all-black clothes, quickly changed, and went out. It was only 5:30 in the morning, and the night sky was still pitch black. As she went downstairs, she heard a few barks from somewhere, which soon fell silent again. She drove towards the funeral home, and the streets were deserted in the early morning, except for the diligent road-sweeping robot, which had already started working with a roar. Ranran suddenly remembered what her grandfather had said in his book. These robots had taken too many people's jobs. Humans created them, yet ultimately destroyed themselves. She actually thought her grandfather's views were too extreme. The existence of robots was meant to liberate humanity, allowing everyone to be freed from heavy physical labor, so they could focus on more important things. The so-called job stealing was only relevant to those with poor learning abilities who could only scrape by at the bottom. Nowadays, there are so many universities, and they are all free. As long as one invests a bit more time and effort, they can learn skills there. For example, cleaning work is now partly handled by humans, especially in large office spaces. But they're not just mechanically sweeping and mopping. They operate robots to do the work and take on more delicate organizing tasks and waste classification and purification. What we should truly fear are robots like XT009, who, by chance, possess super high intelligence and learning abilities. In a certain sense, they are superior to humans. What's more, he has developed self-awareness. Once self-awareness is achieved, emotions like jealousy, desire, and a sense of conquest will arise, which is why he falls in love with Sha Ruolin, seeks financial loopholes to amass wealth using his intelligence, and quietly deletes his traces from the public security system Skynet. Fortunately, his strengths are also his vulnerabilities. His feelings for Sha Ruolin make him willing to disregard his own life for her. To be honest, when Ranran learned about this at the time, she was also somewhat shocked, which was why she repeatedly advised Sha Ruolin against it. Though he's just a robot, his love is no less than that of a human, and it is even more pure enough to let you go, even willing to sacrifice his life for you. Ranran has always been puzzled about why Sha Ruolin is so heartless. Clearly, XT009 still had a chance to appeal, yet she was unwilling to console him, even refusing to see him one last time. After the news of XT009's destruction came, she didn't even shed a tear. How heartless could this woman be? Ranran was secretly astonished. Afterward, she thought about it repeatedly. Sha Ruolin and she actually shared similar thought processes. So how would she react in such a situation? The conclusion was that Sha Ruolin might do something significant. What that might be, however, remains a mystery. Ranran's mind was filled with such thoughts. Yet her driving speed did not decrease at all. The early morning road was empty, allowing her to reach the funeral home in less time than usual. Fong Chi's body farewell ceremony was held in the late chrysanthemum hall of the funeral home. By the time Ranran arrived, the staff were already preparing inside, stating that it would start promptly at 7:30. So everyone waited outside the door. In fact, there weren't many people. Only Fong Chi's elderly mother and her daughter Duo, as well as a young woman who seemed to be Duo's teacher, were there supporting them. Aside from that, there were just a few colleagues from the research institute. It was cold and lonely, with the air carrying a sense of desolation. Duo and her grandmother were crying quietly, holding back their voices, but tears kept falling. The sight of the grandmother and granddaughter was heart-wrenching. Everyone was silent, their eyes fixed on the door of the late chrysanthemum hall, until at 7:30, the door quietly opened. Ranran walked in slowly with the crowd until she saw Fong Chi's face on the farewell bed. Chapter 80. The pills that came along after being arranged by Yirong. She looked as if she were asleep, her cheeks even slightly flushed. She gazed at Fong Chi's face, her thoughts a bit dazed, always feeling that in the next moment she would open her eyes and bounce up from the bed. Just then, a piercing cry erupted from the side. "Mom! Mom! Get up, Mom! It's Duo." Fong Chi's daughter had somehow pounced onto the body, holding her tightly and refusing to let go, while the grandmother beside her was desperately tugging at her hand, her hoarse voice unable to say anything. The two of them, Grandmother and granddaughter cried together. Everyone tried to comfort them. Even Dwudwa's teacher kept patting her shoulder, saying one sentence after another. Let your mom go in peace. Don't mess up her makeup. Let her leave beautifully. Under her soothing words, Duo finally quieted down, straightening up with the teacher's support. She was still sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling, even forgetting to bow. Ranran felt a heaviness in her heart as she stared at Fong Chi, silently thinking, if you have grievances, please tell me in some way. I will find out the truth and clear your name. Of course, if you're innocent. She bowed to the body, and after 3 bows, turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Duo ran over crying and shouted loudly, Stop. Ranran turned back, looking at her with sympathy. Please accept my condolences. Why did you chase my mom? If you hadn't chased her, she wouldn't have fallen. Duo became agitated, like an angry little lion. Ranran looked into her eyes and replied word by word. Even if we hadn't chased her, countless others would have. Because your mom did something wrong. You're talking nonsense. Duo began to cry. My mom is a good person. She wouldn't do bad things. The teacher came over, pulling Duo into her arms and apologized to Ranran. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Duo is still young and doesn't understand. Ranran shook her head. Don't blame her. No one can accept this. Is there still no final result regarding her mother's case? Teacher's son said urgently. Actually, I can hardly believe it. Miss Fong is kind and gentle. She wouldn't steal medicine, and she would take revenge on society. She has a daughter. A mother cares the most about her child. She wouldn't risk going to jail for this. As a mother myself, I understand. Ranran's heart sank. This reminded her. Would Fong Chi really go crazy for revenge? She took a deep breath and looked at the teacher. I understand now. Don't worry, teacher's son. Even if the research institute doesn't investigate, I will look into it thoroughly. This is something I will do regardless of whether you say this or not. Teacher's son nodded vigorously, bowing to her, and then turned and ran back. Ranran watched her back for a long time in silence before getting into her car. She drove swiftly, heading straight for the research institute, planning to take out that bag of pills for thorough testing. She sped all the way, arriving at the research institute just after 8 o'clock. But the result left her speechless. All the medicines Qin Yuan had prepared in the pharmacy on the 4th floor of the pathology department had completely disappeared, not even leaving behind the plastic bag. Just then, a cleaning lady passed by the door, and Ranran called out to her. Excuse me, what happened to the things in this cabinet? The lady replied. This morning, the institute asked me to clean this cabinet. Everything inside has been thrown away. Ranran turned around and ran towards the downstairs trash can, but the lady said behind her, Don't look for it. It was just some discarded pills, already sorted into medical waste and disposed of. Ranran was instantly petrified. Could it be such a coincidence? It hadn't been cleaned for days, and today it suddenly got cleaned? With the items gone, how could she investigate further? Ranran suddenly thought of something. She decided to open the freezer and take a look at the medication number 12, but when she got to the freezer, she found that it was locked with a fingerprint lock. She ran to the nurse's station and inquired, Is the medicine cabinet locked now? Yes, Zhou Tong replied. This is Professor Cheng's regulation, intended to prevent human damage, so it can only be opened by designated personnel at fixed times. Feeling despair, Ranran found it even more suspicious. How could there be so many coincidences? She walked dejectedly into the corridor, pondering what other methods she could use when a voice called her. Are you picking up money again? Ranran looked up and saw it was Li Zifeng, still in his thin, checkered patient gown, hair messy like straw, standing at the door of the ward and looking at her with great disdain. Ranran was already feeling annoyed and didn't want to talk to him, so she turned to leave, but Li Zifeng quickly stepped forward and blocked her. As Ranran assessed him, he sensitively withdrew his disabled hand back into his pocket. Come in with me for a moment. I have something to show you. This was the first time he had been so proactive. Usually so strange and gloomy, he was actually inviting her, which was quite surprising. Ranran couldn't bear to discourage him, so she followed him into the ward. Once inside, Li Zifeng didn't make any moves. After she approached, he magically pulled something from his pocket, clenched in his fist, then slowly unfolded it. Are you looking for this? Gu Ranran's pupils contracted when she saw what was in his palm. How do you have this? Li Zifeng shrugged. I saw that person named Qin called someone to clean up. So out of curiosity, I took a few pills. What is this? Master S brother? Gu Ranran was very surprised, quickly taking the few pills from him. Some experimental drugs? Thank you. Please don't tell anyone else about this. After Gu Ranran finished speaking, she gratefully nodded at him and then turned to leave the ward. The pills in her palm felt like hot iron, making her whole being heat up from her skin to her blood vessels and then to her heart. Chapter 81 Suspicious Formula. Gu Ranran no longer believed this was a coincidence. She had just inquired about it with her senior brother yesterday, and today he used Professor Cheng's name to clear the drugs. What exactly was he trying to cover up? She decided she could no longer trust anyone, because everyone in this research institute was very suspicious. She wanted to conduct a test immediately, but it was quite difficult, because whether it was the outside laboratory or the core laboratory of the Pathology Institute, there were always people around during the day. If she tested the pill, it would be easy to get discovered, so she needed to find a good opportunity. Gu Ranran pretended to be casual and went to the office to ask Director Luo about her colleague's schedule for the day. After some coaxing, Director Luo finally said, Director Mu has been abroad for several days, and Professor Chung has a lecture today. As for the others, nothing's been decided yet. Why do you want to know? Oh, I have a schedule and want to ask them to take a look. Gu Ranran casually made up an excuse. Director Luo didn't suspect her and resumed fiddling with the documents on the desk, while Lu Ran at a distant desk shot her several knowing glances. After Gu Ranran approached her, she said mysteriously, Ranran, your master brother could be the model worker of our research institute. When I swiped my card this morning, I found he arrived at 5 in the morning. Is he unable to sleep? Gu Ranran was speechless, thinking to herself that he wasn't unable to sleep but had important matters to attend to. And that matter was exactly the truth she was trying to uncover. In the following days, Gu Ranran worked as usual, but secretly kept an eye on the laboratory and her colleagues' movements. She wanted to find a suitable time. However, this idea proved to be quite difficult. After waiting and waiting, she finally found an opportunity on the night of the third day. That night, in the core laboratory, only 2 researchers were working. These 2 also had a habit of having late-night snacks. Gu Ranran thought for a moment and gave them the high-value voucher that Xiaoyu had given her last time. It was for a newly opened barbecue restaurant in the city, which was particularly popular. With this voucher, they could consume at a 30% discount, which was a significant saving. The 2 invited Gu Ranran to join them, but she declined, saying, I've gained several pounds recently, so I'll stay here and work. I'll also help you finish processing the data that hasn't been tested yet. The 2 were pleased to hear this and immediately drove to the city, completely unaware of Gu Ranran's ambiguous expression. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she rushed to the core laboratory as quickly as possible and locked the door. Although the formula for drug number 12 was confidential, Gu Ranran was clear about most of its components, so she only needed to test the pill and make a rough comparison to know the differences. As Gu Ranran skillfully operated, she kept an eye on the time on the wall, determined to finish before the 2 returned. She first crushed the pill into a powder, then used tweezers to pick up a small amount and placed it into a glass container, finally using several methods to determine the components: decomposition, dissolution, and particle isolation. If it were a common drug, one method might suffice to identify the components, but the production process of drug number 12 was complex and the component ratios were intricate. So even with multiple methods, it might not be identified accurately. What Gu Ranran knew was that the most important component of drug number 12 was chelating pill, which was crucial for promoting cell repair and restoration, and it was the core content of this medication. As for the others, she knew very little. She repeatedly conducted comparisons. And in the meantime, she didn't forget to help those 2 colleagues organize data, making herself busy like a spinning top, not even having time to drink water. The hands of the clock pointed to 1 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours had passed since those 2 colleagues left. Gu Ranran knew it was urgent now because they might return at any moment. But looking at the progress in her hands, it had just barely passed 80. She was anxious, repeatedly whispering to herself to hurry up, go faster. This feeling was reminiscent of her time in the capital's gene bank, where the anxiety of waiting for data felt exactly the same as now. Her speed increased significantly, and finally, one by one, the experiments were nearing completion. Just as she was finishing up the last bits of work, she heard footsteps outside the laboratory door. Ranran was so anxious that sweat beaded on her forehead, and in a flurry, she finally completed everything just as they opened the door. The two seemed to have had a bit to drink, their cheeks flushed, and when they opened the door, their eyes looked a bit dazed. One of them waved the takeout box in their hand, saying, "Xiao Ge, I brought you some crayfish." Ranran suddenly stood up. "You're back? Was the food over there good?" "Yeah, not bad." The person placed the takeout box on the table by the door, and then came over to check the computer. "Oh, you finished organizing the data. Xiao Ge, you're really impressive." Ranran quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "Not at all. You all had the program ready long ago. I just filled in some records. Thanks for the crayfish. I'll take it outside to eat." After saying this, Ranran quickly stuffed her things into her pocket, grabbed the box of crayfish, and rushed out of the laboratory. 2 minutes later, she was back in her temporary dormitory. The box of crayfish was thrown aside, and the packaging hadn't even been opened. Ranran had already taken the datasheet and began to compare it with the records in her notebook one by one. She calculated the proportions of each chemical component and filled them into a table for organization, finally reaching a conclusion. The moment she saw the result, her expression was complex, a mix of anticipation and disappointment. The components of this pill were those of drug number 12, but it was not exactly drug number 12. Aside from ordinary excipients, its main component was indeed Shili mating pill, but the proportion was astonishing. It was 3 times higher than the specified amount, far exceeding the safety standard. Ranran clearly understood that Shili mating pill was a new type of drug that combined benefits and drawbacks. It could save lives in small amounts, but in larger doses, it could be deadly. What does it mean for the ratio to be 3 times higher? It simply meant that the dosage of the drug was multiplied countless times. It could either cure or kill. The previous research direction was not wrong, and the ratios had been determined through numerous experiments by many scientists. Why would the drug react this way? Could it be that Professor Chung mixed the wrong medication? No, that was unlikely. Professor Chung was meticulous and rigorous in his work. Even if everyone made a small mistake, he could spot it immediately. It was absolutely impossible for him to make such a big error. Ranran paced back and forth in her room, her mind a tangled mess of confusion and anxiety. She felt trapped in a maze, looking for an exit, but the fog was thick, and she couldn't help but go in circles. Chapter 82. Continuing the investigation after thinking it over, she decided to call Qiu. Although Qiu didn't understand this industry, she was quick-witted and full of clever ideas, so she might come up with something new. On the other end of the line, Qiu was still half asleep and in a daze. Ranran quickly explained the situation, glossing over the technical details and mainly discussing the results. Qiu rubbed her eyes to wake up and yawned, asking, "Ranran, my first reaction is, could this be your professor's reverse experiment? It just seems a bit too bold." "Well, that's not impossible. But what does this have to do with Feng Qi? Why did she want to replace these medications?" Qiu nodded. "Yes. We still don't know if the deaths of those 2 patients were caused by Feng Qi or your professor. Let's make a bold guess." Ranran said slowly. "What if Professor Cheng used this high dosage of medication, leading to adverse reactions and death of the patients? Feng Qi, who knew the truth, was scared, so she changed the medication to save them. Unfortunately, we misunderstood her afterward." Qiu's voice rose slightly. Could it be that Feng Qi's death was also an accident? Could it have been caused by Professor Chung? Ranran took a deep breath. "The former is possible, but I don't believe what you said. You don't know Professor Chung, although he is serious and rigid. He is a genuinely good person. He wouldn't do something like murder. Ranran, I feel that on one hand, you trust your professor, but on the other hand, you are confused by reality, which makes you very conflicted. How about this? Let's continue checking, for instance, the number 12 medication in the freezer, or some of Professor Cheng's documents," Qiu suggested. These words resonated with Ranran, and she said softly, "Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I just need a mental companion, or rather, a reason to convince myself. Qiu, I'm wondering if I really do this. Could it lead to a point of no return?" Qiu was silent for a moment. "Ranran, actually, each of us is on a road of no return. All I know is that living in the present, not leaving regrets, and doing what you believe is right is the most important. You are right, Ranran affirmed, doing what one believes is right. After hanging up, Ranran felt much lighter in her heart. Qiuyu's words were like a ray of sunshine, illuminating the gloomy parts of her heart. Thinking of the tragic deaths of Feng Qi and the two patients, and then of Feng Qi's family and the other patients in the fourth-floor ward, Ranran swore she would get to the bottom of this matter. That night, Ranran rested for a few hours in the dormitory. The dormitory had a constant temperature device and soft blankets, but for some reason, every time she stayed here, it felt like being a little white mouse in a cage. Occasionally, she even experienced the illusion of being in outer space. It was probably the all-in-one furniture causing this. At just past 7 the next morning, Ranran went to the cafeteria at the Research Institute for breakfast. She usually had a simple diet, but she was particularly hungry in the morning and always needed a big bowl of noodles with 2 servings of beef to feel full. When she arrived, there was no one in the cafeteria. Ranran manipulated the panel in front of the serving station and ordered a luxurious beef noodle and a glass of orange juice. After waiting for a while, the conveyor belt delivered her breakfast to the table. She began to eat heartily, just as she was enjoying her meal. She suddenly felt a shadow in front of her. Looking up, she was shocked to see Mu Qingshan, who was supposedly abroad. He was adjusting his watch, dressed in a black suit, with his shirt buttons pulled tight, and his well-defined chest muscles were very noticeable. Ranran felt guilty, so after a glance, she quickly lowered her head, pretending not to see, and continued to eat her noodles. "Good morning," Mu Qingshan said leisurely, his voice surprisingly cheerful. With her mouth full, Ranran could only mumble a vague response. "You too." "Good." Mu Qingshan's lips curled slightly, barely noticeable. Soon, his breakfast arrived. Just a glass of milk, a slice of bread, and a fried egg. In contrast, the two of them seemed quite mismatched. One was dressed formally with neat hair, while the other was in casual clothes with messy hair, sitting together at breakfast in a rather disharmonious manner. At that moment, more colleagues entered the cafeteria, and upon seeing this scene, they were a bit surprised and quietly sat further away. Ranran was too hungry and also felt annoyed and fearful of the director, so she didn't lift her head and mechanically finished her bowl of noodles. Finally, she stood up abruptly, returned her bowl and chopsticks to the conveyor belt, and quickly threw out, "I'm full, director, take your time eating." She fled the cafeteria, her mind racing with speculation about why Director Mu suddenly returned. Now that he was back, how would she carry out her next steps? Ranran had to admit she was afraid of him. Because Mu Qingshan was elusive and a cunning big shot, he had previously intercepted Shaolin and later uncovered the matter of XT009. It seemed there were no secrets that could remain hidden under his watch. Back in the dormitory, Ranran took out the remaining drug samples and data again. After thinking for a long time, she decided to hide them behind the toilet in the bathroom. That place, normal people probably wouldn't discover it. After doing this, Ranran felt a bit more at ease. She was really worried that Mu Qingshan would find out the truth too quickly. That way, not only would Feng Qi be unable to clear her name, but she would also be finished. Even worse, so many patients, including Qiuyu's uncle and Li Zifeng, who helped her, would be doomed. Ranran didn't want that to happen, and she would do everything she could to prevent it. Now, what she needed to do was verify the drugs in the freezer or steal Professor Cheng's documents. Both were quite difficult and required careful planning. There were several senior figures in the Research Institute, but the most dedicated was Professor Cheng. He spent about 300 days a year in the laboratory, even solving his eating and sleeping needs there. The remaining 65 days were probably spent on lectures and meetings. It was said he hadn't returned home in a long time. For such a workaholic, what opportunity would there be to sneak into his office? The more Ranran thought about it, the more difficult it seemed. So, she decided to focus on the freezer for now. Throughout the morning, Ranran took some time to figure out the situation regarding the freezer. It turned out that the so-called person in charge was actually her senior, Qin Yuan. He would take out the number 12 medication at a fixed time every day, give it to the duty nurse, and then stay in the ward, only leaving after watching them finish administering the medication. This meant that the entire process, from opening to administering the medication, was happening right under his nose, making it almost impossible for her to switch the medications unnoticed. But could there be a second possibility? To sneak into the ward after he left, extract the medication from the 4-bottle, and take it for testing? Chapter 83. Li Zifeng's home. This was quite easy to accomplish, but the results might have discrepancies. The difference between the pills and the diluted liquid medicine is significant. However, it's worth a try. What if there's a new discovery? Moreover, speed is essential. If this problematic medication is administered multiple times to the patient, it could lead to serious issues. Ranran spent the afternoon on the 4th floor of the Pathology Institute. Of course, Qin Yuan was there too, and nurses occasionally came in and out of the ward. She tried several times, but was unsuccessful. Either someone suddenly walked in, or the patient raised doubts. In the end, Li Zifeng solved the problem for her. He saw her wandering back and forth and proactively asked, "What do you want to do? I can help you. Let us make a deal." "What deal?" Ranran raised an eyebrow at him. Li Zifeng coughed lightly and said, "You go to my house and bring me my drawing board, paints, and my sketch pad. I want to paint. As for what you need to do, I'll help you with that." Ranran thought this idea was not bad. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, she handed him the suction device in her hand and taught him how to extract liquid from the 4-bag. Li Zifeng understood and made a gesture indicating he got it. So, Ranran pulled Qin Yuan aside in the hallway, showed him the paper, and took the opportunity to delay him. After about 10 minutes of entangling him, she finally let him go. Ranran felt anxious. She didn't know if Li Zifeng had succeeded. Later, she found an opportunity to go over, and Li Zifeng indeed handed her a container filled with liquid. He worriedly reminded her, "Remember what I said. I'll write down the address for you. By the way, if you dare not come, I'll expose your affairs." His fierce threat had no deterrent effect, and Ranran wanted to laugh when she heard it. But she still nodded seriously. "Don't worry. I'll go this afternoon and make sure to bring everything to you." After Ranran got the items, she froze them in the refrigerator in her dorm. It was quite risky, but there was no better way at the moment. In the afternoon, when things were relatively free, Ranran took leave to go to Li Zifeng's house. Before leaving, she ran into Mu Qingshan at the entrance of the research institute. He drove off in that black SUV, heading towards the city. Ranran stood at the entrance for a while, avoiding direct contact with him. Only after his car had driven far away did she come out and drive her own little car. The address Li Zifeng wrote was crooked and the handwriting very abstract. It took her a while to realize it was in the old city area. Ranran followed the address and drove on, glancing at the rearview mirror habitually from time to time. This habit had developed recently due to being followed by Mu Qingshan, and it had become a conditioned reflex. After checking several times and seeing that the road behind her was empty, she gradually relaxed and even chose to play an English song. Halfway, she checked her message box and found that Sha Ruolin had sent a message in the morning. Her tone seemed lighthearted as she described her daily meditation process. Ranran felt that she was enjoying this solitary life away from the world. As long as she was happy, that was enough. As for the future, who could know what would happen? With the music playing, Ranran accelerated. She felt like an eel in the water, weaving through the aquatic plants, searching for her next resting place. Finally, she arrived at Li Zifeng's home. It was a very old residential building, about 10 stories tall, with balconies sealed off with anti-theft bars, stacked up like a prison. Ranran looked up and compared it with the note, heading to the second unit from the right. Li Zifeng had given her the door code, so after reaching the 7th floor, she walked straight to the door of room 7-5 and entered the code. The door opened with a sound, but to her surprise, there was an elderly couple sitting inside, having dinner face to face. Ranran exclaimed in surprise, doubting whether she had gone to the wrong place, but since the building number and code were correct. At this moment, the old man at the dining table stood up and asked unhappily, "Who are you? How do you know my house's code? Who gave you the code?" They somewhat resembled Li Hui, so they might be your parents. Ranran asked, "Is this Li Zifeng's home? He asked me to come back and get something." The old man responded with an "Oh," disdainfully pointing to the left room. "Just there, go get it. Looks like I need to change the code. That kid must have some issues." Ranran felt uncomfortable, wondering if Li Zifeng was living under someone else's roof. His mother had been ill for many years and had entered the Pathology Institute a few years ago. His father seemed heartless, having left after his mother got sick. and now no one knew whether he was alive or dead. So she kept a low profile and quickly entered Li Zifeng's room, wanting to grab the items and leave. Li Zifeng's room was small, probably about 8 or 9 square meters, with just a desk and a bed. The small bed looked quite tiny. It seemed like one could only curl up to sleep. Ranran glanced at it with sympathy and began searching the shelves and paints. The room was fully visible. There were many books piled on the table. After glancing at them, she started rummaging under the bed and finally found what she wanted. There was also a wooden box on the side, which should be where he kept his clothes. After gathering the items, Ranran left his house. The elderly couple stood at the door, staring at her. After repeatedly checking what she was holding, they finally let her go, muttering, "Looks like I need to find someone to change the code. Anyone can come in like this. What a mess." Ranran ignored them and turned to leave. She found it strange that from the moment she entered until she left, the elderly couple didn't mention Li Zifeng or Li Hui at all, showing no concern. Moreover, the layout of the house wasn't small, but Li Zifeng's room was pitifully small. It felt like he was living a rather miserable life at home. After returning to the research institute, Ranran didn't take a break and went directly to the pathology ward to give the items to Li Zifeng. He had just finished receiving 4 and joyfully accepted them. Flipping open his sketchbook, Ranran leaned over to take a look and was greatly impressed. His artwork was rich in content, featuring both two-dimensional characters and realistic sketches, as well as some watercolor and oil paintings. Each piece looked quite impressive. "Have you studied for many years?" Ranran admired the sketchbook. "When I was young, my dad also sent me to learn, but I just didn't have the talent. I ended up paying tuition for nothing." The teacher said that while it seems like a skill at first glance, to develop, it really depends on talent and feel. You must have a particularly strong talent. Her praise made Li Zifeng uncomfortable. He snapped the sketchbook shut. Random compliments must have ulterior motives. "What else do you want me to do?" Ranran immediately waved her hand. "No, I have no demands. Just rest well and take care of your health." Li Zifeng huffed and busied himself with the easel. As Ranran reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, "It seems like your grandparents don't have a good relationship with you." Chapter 84. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Li Zifeng did not look back. "Those are not my grandparents, just distant relatives from the countryside. People I can't even connect with." "Distant relatives?" Ranran was puzzled. "Then why are they living in your house?" Li Zifeng glanced out the window. His eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "It's still her fault. She got sick and insisted on finding 2 strangers to take care of me." What kind of care?" Ranran realized that the 2 distant relatives Li Hui found were unreliable. She asked, "Then why don't you tell your mom? If they're not reliable, just kick them out." "She doesn't believe me." Li Zifeng turned his head away, seemingly unwilling to discuss the topic further. "If there's nothing else, you can go. I want to draw." Ranran felt that the parent-child relationship between Li Zifeng and Li Hui was not good. One was desperately trying to take care of the other, while the other only felt pain and trouble. It was probably due to a long-term lack of communication. Now that they were living in the same building, there was no opportunity to connect, making it increasingly difficult to repair their relationship. Sometimes people are strange. Just when you think of someone, they appear. Ranran had just come down from the 4th floor when she saw Li Hui sitting in a wheelchair at the door of the hospital room, looking around. Upon seeing Ranran, her eyes brightened as she pushed her chair over. "Sister, how's my son doing now? Can I see him? His condition has stabilized, and his organs are slowly recovering." Ranran hesitated. She didn't dare to tell the truth. The enhanced medication being infused into him could easily lead to accidents. Therefore, her task was urgent. She must find solid evidence. Li Hui patted her chest. "That's good. As long as my son gets better, I will do anything." "Sister, can you talk to your neighbor again and let me see him, okay?" Ranran thought for a moment. "I'll try again." After leaving the hospital room, a voice came from behind. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Ranran was startled and turned around, frowning. "Director Mu? Is that you?" I just happened to pass by for an inspection." Mu Qingshan rarely explained. "I happened to overhear your conversation." Since the conversation had reached this point, Ranran decided to plead for Li Hui. "Patient 9. She is the mother of the patient on the 4th floor. Can you see if you can?" "No." Mu Qingshan was decisive. "Don't bring this up. If there is cross-infection, the situation will be uncontrollable." Ranran felt speechless. She had known the outcome would be like this. She nodded. Understood, then I'll get back to work. As she turned to leave, Xishuangbanna suddenly said, Find time to let them video chat for a few minutes. After he finished speaking, he left so quickly that Ranran almost thought she had imagined it. Was Director Mu being merciful just now? She felt as if she had been granted amnesty and immediately ran to tell Li Hui the good news before greeting the front desk nurse to arrange for them to video chat that evening. 2 hours later, after years of separation, the mother and son finally met on video, but the immersed Li Zifeng appeared indifferent, unwilling to look at the camera even once. Li Hui panicked. Zifeng, are you doing well? Tell me. Li Zifeng glanced at her and quickly looked away. Didn't you see? I'm alive. What's wrong with that? Zifeng, are you still blaming your mom? I had no choice. Your grandpa and grandma will take good care of you. Care? What care? Li Zifeng spat. You not only have poor judgment of men, but also of relatives. They have taken over our house. My tuition and living expenses have all gone to waste. Why don't you believe me? Li Hui shook her head. That's impossible. They promised me. Ranran, who was watching from the side, couldn't hold back. Sister Li, your son is right. I've been to your house, and those two elderly people indeed don't seem trustworthy. Fearing she wouldn't believe her, Ranran directly pulled out the video she had recorded with her wristband after visiting their house. After Li Hui watched it, she became furious. That room is a storage room. How could they let Zifeng stay there? How could they do this? I gave them all my savings. Anyway, you won't believe anything I say. Li Zifeng said coldly. You always say I don't understand, but I think you're the real fool. His words made Li Hui's face turn pale, her eyes reddening, looking sad. Ranran noticed, and, fearing Li Hui might be upset by Li Zifeng, quickly found an excuse. All right, the video time is up. Let's talk next time. After hanging up the call, Li Hui sighed. Sister, do you think I'm really too foolish? This can't be completely blamed on you. Ranran comforted her. You've been sick for too long. It's normal not to know some things happening outside. It's okay. When you both get better, you can get your house back. Okay. Li Hui nodded repeatedly, but soon asked, The medicine I've been taking recently hasn't had any effect. When will I get better? Ranran had answered this question countless times. She didn't know how to respond. Illness has many causes and sometimes is beyond control. Whether one gets better or not, besides medical efforts, there's also a part that is metaphysical. Not to mention there are kind of patients. You will get better. She tried to sound convincing. This time, Li Hui seemed to believe her. She nodded vigorously, and a faint smile appeared on her haggard face, making her look slightly better than her usual anxious self. After leaving the hospital room, Ranran felt even more anxious. She sensed that this matter could not be delayed any longer. Even if it involved some risks, she needed to uncover the truth quickly. That night, it was her turn to be on duty, and the laboratory happened to have only one colleague working. Ranran couldn't care less while he was dozing off. She quietly took out the vial of extract for testing. Since she had done it once yesterday, it was much faster today, but the results were not optimistic. The tests did reveal the presence of the drug, but the proportions were highly unstable. She tested it 3 times, and each time the data was different. Ranran guessed that it had been transported too many times without being frozen in time, causing some degradation. Disappointed, she tucked the items into her pocket. She knew that now there was only one last step to take. She had to visit Professor Cheng's office. The next day, as if heaven was looking out for her, Ranran really found an opportunity. In the morning, both Professor Cheng and Xishuangbanna went to the city for a meeting and said they wouldn't be back until the afternoon. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was guarding the pathology department. The other professors' offices were far apart, so it was a great opportunity. Professor Cheng's office had a fingerprint lock, but she still had a way to get in. Professor Cheng had a habit of smoking excessively and forbade cleaning staff from entering while he worked, so they always took the chance to clean when he left. Ranran had slightly charmed the cleaning lady during breakfast, so when she entered the office, she made a request. There was a mistake in the plan I submitted to Professor Cheng yesterday. He will definitely scold me. I want to go in and take it out. Chapter 85. Stolen documents. The cleaning lady, grateful for her previous kindness, naturally agreed to let her follow her into the office. Ranran boldly began to sift through the documents on his desk. But to her disappointment, There was no information regarding the reformulation of the number 12 drug among them. Ranran then pulled open the drawer. The cleaning lady cleared her throat. "Shall go?" Ranran was startled and quickly pushed it back. In that brief moment, she had also seen that it contained only some office supplies and cigarettes. She explained quietly, "I thought it might be in there. I can't find it anywhere. Take a look. If you really can't find it, then forget it. If someone finds out, my salary will definitely be docked." The cleaning lady seemed a bit scared. Ranran nodded. "I'll check the cabinet again right away." This time, her search finally yielded results. Her eyes lit up when she saw a row of folders at the top. The first one on the left labeled, "Exploratory Applications of Drug Number 12. Ranran quickly pulled it out and tucked it behind her. "This is it. Sister, I'm going out first, thank you." With her heart full of joy, she dashed out the door, but as soon as she stepped outside, she bumped into someone. Ranran was about to sidestep when her heart suddenly raced. It was Director Mu again. The persistent figure had appeared once more. Ranran forced herself to be calm. "Director Mu, hello. Why isn't Professor Chung in the office? I saw the door open and thought he was here." "You." Mu Qingshan looked at her, then at the door behind her. "You seem a bit flustered. What happened?" Ranran immediately shook her head. "Nothing. I suddenly thought of a problem and rushed over from the Pathology Institute. I'm just a bit tired from running." Mu Qingshan seemed skeptical. "Is that so?" "Of course." Ranran met his gaze without flinching. She knew that if she showed any sign of weakness, the man in front of her would catch it. So she had to remain calm. Just then, a few colleagues approached, and upon seeing the scene at the door, they naturally slowed down and greeted them. "Hello, Director Mu." Mu Qingshan glanced at them and responded, then cleared his throat. "Ranran, come to my office for a moment." Under the gaze of everyone, Ranran felt like a deer caught in headlights. If it were any other time, it would be fine, but now she was hiding stolen documents, which made her even more anxious. However, there was no way to avoid it. She could only grit her teeth and follow Mu Qingshan, whose tall figure seemed as terrifying as a grim reaper in her eyes. Ranran had been to Mu Qingshan's office once or twice before. Compared to Professor Cheng's messy and shabby space, his office was impeccably tidy. Everything was organized in its place, with no clutter in sight. Ranran obediently followed, sitting in the chair opposite his desk, feeling like the only out-of-place element in the room. "What do you think about drug number 12? Mu Qingshan suddenly spoke. Ranran was startled. He was bringing up such a sensitive topic right away. Did he sense something? She pretended to be calm. "This is Professor Cheng's hard work and the core drug of our research institute. It has also been used in clinical treatments for bone diseases." "What's wrong?" "Exactly, but what do you think?" Mu Qingshan slowed his speech, word by word. His gaze was strange, staring at her with an ambiguous expression. Ranran locked her eyes with his, and she could even see her reflection in his pupils. After a long moment, she inexplicably blurted out, "That drug is not good." Mu Qingshan's voice was low, almost like a murmur. "What's wrong with it?" "Because it..." Ranran, as if enchanted, spoke slowly. "It contains many." At that moment, a bird suddenly flew past the window, coming so close that its wings flapped against the glass, producing a crisp sound. Ranran paused for a few seconds before speaking. "It contains many high-tech components, which are expensive and difficult to produce in bulk. Patients can hardly afford it." Mu Qingshan took 2 steps back, about to say something, when suddenly the phone on the desk rang. After listening for a moment, he quickly grabbed his coat and headed for the door. "I have something else to do. You can leave first." Ranran walked out of the office in a daze, watching Mu Qingshan walk away, her heart pounding. That was a close call. In that moment, it felt as if she were hypnotized by Mu Qingshan, almost about to reveal her secret. Thankfully, the appearance of the bird snapped her back to reality. The document bag, hidden in her clothing, made her even more anxious, constantly fearing that it would be exposed. She hurriedly walked outside, wanted to find a safe place to check its contents. She quickly made her way to the parking lot, opened the car door, and sat down, then checked her surroundings and pulled down the privacy curtain. After doing all this, she finally took out the document bag and slowly opened it. During this process, her fingers trembled uncontrollably as she couldn't predict the contents within. She had imagined countless outcomes, and the most terrifying scenario was when her worst fears became reality. The most respected Professor Chung had actually made a grave mistake. She gradually opened the document bag, finally reaching in, but to her disbelief it was. She couldn't believe her fingers. She picked it up to check. Her heart tightened. It was empty. Professor Chung must have sensed something and had already taken the documents away. How could he easily leave them in the file cabinet? Ranran quickly destroyed the document bag, throwing it into the garbage disposal outside, then calmly walked back inside, pretending that nothing had happened. As soon as she reached the office, Liu Ran rushed over. "Where have you been? There's a situation at the Pathology Institute. Several professors have gone over. What happened?" Ranran felt a surge of anxiety. Liu Ran shook his head. "It's not very clear, but it seems that among the new patients on the 4th floor, a teenage boy suddenly fainted. I just heard someone say it might require surgery." "Teenager?" Ranran panicked. There was only one teenage patient on the 4th floor, Li Zifeng. He and Gao Cheng were the two patients she was most concerned about. He had been fine just before she left. How could he suddenly faint? Ranran took off running, moving so fast that Liu Ran shouted after her. But she didn't hear. Her only thought was that she absolutely could not enter the operating room. If she did, she might be injected with drug number 12 again. If the dosage exceeded a certain limit, even a deity couldn't save him. Ranran ran so quickly. It felt even faster than when she participated in track events during school. She felt like a fleeting shadow, like a ghost gliding through the woods. Rushing into the Pathology Institute. Chapter 86. Successful rescue. When she rushed in, the elevator was still on the upper floor. She began to run towards the stairwell. And just as she reached the 2nd floor, she heard Li Hui's voice. She seemed to be crying and saying something. Ranran felt a chill in her heart. It was over. Was Li Zifeng gone? She slowly walked up and saw Li Hui kneeling in front of Professor Chung, grasping his feet and crying bitterly. "Please, I beg you, save my son. I have lost everything. He is all I have left. For him, I am willing to give everything, even my life. Please." Professor Chung tried to break free, but Li Hui's strength was immense. He could only lower his head to comfort her. "I understand how you feel right now. But the patient is only in a faint. We doctors are still in the process of rescuing. But you just said you were going into surgery," Li Hui said urgently. Professor Chung furrowed his brow. "Whatever we do is to save lives. Moreover, we haven't even gone in yet, so why are you crying out?" At that moment, 2 nurses hurried over in the corridor, each grabbing one side of Li Hui and dragging her away. She kept struggling and crying out, her limbs dragging on the ground, creating a very horrifying scene. As Professor Chung straightened his clothes, he saw Ranran and had no doubts. Greeting her just like any other day, "Xiao Ge, you're here?" "Professor Chung, didn't TU and Director Mu go to the city for a meeting? Why are you back all of a sudden?" Ranran asked, confused. Professor Chung sighed. "We were only halfway when the Research Institute called, saying the patient had an emergency. By the way, has Qingshan returned too?" His expression seemed completely unaware of the situation, and Ranran couldn't tell if he was acting or genuinely uninformed. However, her biggest concern was still Li Zifeng's condition, so she immediately asked, "Professor Chung, how is the patient? Let's go upstairs and take a look." "The doctors are in the rescue room," Professor Chung said softly. Ranran tentatively asked, "Why did he suddenly faint? Wasn't he the No. 12 medication within a safe and controllable range? His body's functions were already very poor." Professor Chung replied as if he had heard a ridiculous tale. "Even with medication intervention, it may not be a miracle cure." "Cie, what you're saying sounds like the words of an outsider." Ranran lowered her head, remaining silent. She tried to control herself, knowing that without concrete evidence, anything she said would only alert the enemy. When they reached the 4th floor, the doctors were in the emergency room performing a rescue, and Director Mu was also present. Several instruments connected to his body were sounding alarms, indicating he was in a very critical state. Whether it was his heart or brain waves, prolonged abnormalities would lead to severe consequences. Ranran stood at the doorway, looking at Li Zifeng's pale profile. Her feelings were very complex. For some reason, upon seeing Li Zifeng, she felt particularly heartbroken. This rebellious and sharp-tongued young man was merely using these traits to mask his inner loneliness and weakness. Otherwise, He wouldn't he have repeatedly helped her with kindness. Ranran clenched her fists, praying in her heart. You must be okay. You must survive. Uncertain if her prayers had worked or not, about 10 minutes later, the instrument suddenly emitted a beep, and the straight line began to fluctuate again. The emergency doctors became excited. The heartbeat has returned, and the blood pressure is normal. Doctor, the brainwaves have also returned. The patient's temperature is gradually rising. He is responding to light. Ranran's back pressed against the wall, and her tightly clenched fists quietly relaxed. She closed her eyes and took a long breath. When she opened them again, Mu Qingshan happened to walk past her. Not sure if it was her illusion, she felt that Mu Qingshan's peripheral vision was watching her. This gaze was chilling. Did both he and Professor Chung discover something? As they were going downstairs, Qin Yuan approached. Ranran, why are you back at the Pathology Institute again? Didn't I tell you to focus on revising your thesis? I'm worried, so I can take a look, Ranran replied. After the incident in the pharmacy, she was extremely wary of him, so unconsciously, the hairs on her back stood up, feeling that Qin Yuan was full of deceit. Let us go. I'll take you back, Qin Yuan said, habitually reaching out to pat her shoulder. The sensation felt like being burned by a soldering iron. And Ranran suppressed the impulse to pull away, walking out of the Pathology Institute with him. Qin Yuan inquired about her thesis with great concern and finally added, Don't push yourself so hard. After all, it's just an internship. Getting into the core workshop is already worth bragging about. Focus on getting your thesis done. That's what truly matters for staying. I understand. Ranran heard the implication in his words. His hints were very obvious, but such implications were extremely distasteful. She really couldn't understand how Qin Yuan, who had always been an idealistic, ambitious, and kind-hearted scholar as a senior, could end up like this. The entire afternoon, Ranran sat at her desk, staring blankly at the computer, her hands resting on the keyboard, but the document didn't increase a single word. She was thinking about what to do next. Sitting and waiting was not an option, but action had no direction. Did she have to watch them conduct crazy experiments? As the end of the workday approached, Director Luo suddenly received a phone call and quickly stood up. I understand, Director Mu, I'll go pick them up right away. After hanging up, she directed LV Ran, quickly clear out that spare office and get another set of office supplies. A leader is coming soon. Who is it? LV Ran asked in confusion. Director Luo impatiently replied. Professor Qin from the provincial office, sent urgently. Hurry up. The plane has already landed, and I need to go wait at the door. Ranran, who had been in a daze, suddenly thought of something and asked, Is it Professor Qin Jiming, the one who is internationally renowned alongside Professor Chung? Director Luo coughed. Exactly. Our research institute is quite impressive now. We have 2 great figures. Stop talking and get to work. Xiao Ge yelp out too. In fact, as an intern, Ranran had little standing in the research institute. Although patients and the young nurses would respectfully call her Miss Researcher, the senior colleagues did not see it that way. For example, Director Luo often ordered her around, just like today. LV Ran shrugged. Ranran, let us go. You've worked hard today, too. It's okay. Doing some work is good. Ranran stood up, her mind occupied with thoughts of Qin Jiming. She was familiar with the trends in the biological field and naturally knew Qin Jiming's background. He and Professor Chung were college classmates, pursued their PhDs together, went abroad for further studies together, and then returned to start research projects together. Chapter 87. A clash of wits. The 2 individuals had a very compatible way of thinking, and during that time, they developed many new drugs that won several international awards. Unfortunately, due to differences in ideology, they had a dispute, and Qin Jiming left the project team 10 years ago to go to the Northwest. There, he restructured his studio and engaged in new research and development, with some of the drugs he developed enjoying a prestigious reputation both domestically and internationally. Although he didn't receive state funding like Professor Chung, he still managed to secure considerable funding from various enterprises each year. He often traveled abroad for lectures and academic discussions, thriving as a scientist of Chinese nationality. He and Professor Chung were both regarded as leaders in the biological field, just on different sides of the fence. However, why would such an academic heavyweight come here? Not only Ranran couldn't figure it out, But other colleagues at the Research Institute were also puzzled. Before long, Ranran saw Professor Qin in person. He was of medium height, slim, and exuded an air of elegance. Though older, he was quite a charismatic gentleman, possessing more of a scholarly demeanor compared to the disheveled Professor Chung. He warmly greeted the people at the Research Institute, seeming to recognize several of them, including Director Luo. Ranran had long admired his reputation and approached him to say hello. Ranran couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze lingered on her for quite a while. He explained that he was invited by provincial leaders to conduct an academic seminar and would leave in about half a month. Everyone was pleased with his arrival, eager to witness the sparks flying from such an academic giant. Of course, this curiosity was somewhat fueled by gossip. When Professor Chung learned of this, he didn't say much, but his expression darkened as if overshadowed by clouds. Not long after, the two had a heated argument during a meeting. It was actually just a minor issue regarding the decomposition process. After a researcher raised a question, Professor Qin explained it based on his years of experience. This was nothing unusual, but Professor Chung raised a doubt, seemingly nitpicking. Professor Qin was visibly angered and abruptly left the meeting room, clearly upset. The attendees exchanged glances, not daring to speak. After the meeting, Ranran accompanied Lu Ran to the storage room to retrieve something. As they walked through the small garden, they happened to see the two professors standing ahead, their expressions grim as they were engaged in a heated conversation. Ranran vaguely heard Professor Chung say, "You have no right to mention her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died." Lu Ran was startled and quickly pulled Ranran onto another path, saying, "It seems we heard something we shouldn't have. Do you think they might get into a fight?" "Surely not, they're both so old. What could happen?" Ranran glanced back, curious to eavesdrop on their conversation, especially since Professor Chung seemed suspicious. But with Lu Ran there, she felt a bit embarrassed. The next day, Director Luo assigned Ranran a daunting task to present the academic revision comments to Professor Qin for his review. It was a challenging task because the comments had been completely altered by Professor Chung. Whoever delivered it would inevitably become a scapegoat. Ranran took a quick glance at the document, but said nothing, calmly accepting it. When she arrived, Professor Qin was browsing something on his computer. After he took the document, he gently pointed to a chair, saying, "Xiao Gu, please sit for a moment while I look at this." Ranran felt conflicted. She could anticipate Professor Qin's explosive reaction upon seeing the document. However, after waiting a few minutes, she was met with a sarcastic laugh from Professor Qin. "This old rascal is talking nonsense just to compete with me." Ranran felt it was inappropriate to comment. So she softly said, "Professor Qin, if you have any comments, feel free to annotate them. I will take them back." Her meaning was clear, indicating that she was merely a messenger and did not take sides. Professor Qin set the document down and said, "Xiao Gu, I remember you. Were you the one who published a discussion on reverse-targeted therapy for bone diseases at the Blue Lake Symposium earlier this year?" Ranran's eyes brightened. "Yes. That is a very innovative idea. I had someone test it twice and found it feasible. Would you be interested in forming a project team?" Professor Qin smiled. "Really? You're not joking, are you?" Ranran's eyes widened in surprise. It was no wonder she was so excited. When she first proposed this idea, no one supported her, and everyone thought reverse targeting was a bizarre approach. After conducting a few tests herself and finding it feasible, she wrote it up as a discussion paper and published it. Naturally, it sank without a trace, and she never expected it would catch Professor Qin's attention. This made her very excited. Professor Qin replied, "Of course it's true. To be honest, this is also one of the reasons I came to your research institute." Ranran's heart raced, but she quickly hesitated, considering her position. "I'm sorry. I'm currently an intern for Professor Chung. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join your project team. This matter doesn't need to be rushed to reject," Professor Qin said gently, "because there are more important things to attend to right now." "An academic discussion?" Professor Qin shook his head. "No, it's about drug number 12. "Drug number 12? Ranran was taken aback. "What happened to it?" "The drug's predecessor, Shilima Dingwan, was developed by me and your professor together. But according to several current reports, its clinical reactions have changed drastically." Professor Qin shook his head. "I need to investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll ask your professor for samples tomorrow." Ranran became excited. Professor Chin wanted to investigate this matter? Did this mean there was indeed an issue with the formula for drug number 12? Xiao Gu, if you have any information, you can tell me, Professor Chin added. Gu Ranran replied with a soft but didn't say anything further until he finished reviewing the comments and handed the document back to her. She stood up. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Gu Ranran felt conflicted. She was unsure of Professor Chin's stance. Although he had a good reputation in the industry, it was their first meeting. What could it prove? It might be better to observe for a while, since he was supposed to request samples tomorrow, right? But who would have thought that the next day? Professor Chin, didn't he manage to get the samples at all? Qin Yuan firmly refused, politely stating that it was a secret of the research institute. Although Professor Chin was a respected guest, these secrets were not convenient to disclose. Professor Chin left with disappointment, shaking his head helplessly. Gu Ranran watched his departing figure from the courtyard, feeling that the situation was very strange. The tighter the secrecy, the more it felt like there was something to hide. Right? Chapter 88 implicit meaning she had initially planned to observe a bit longer, but at noon, the nurse station received a notification that drug number 12 was to be used on the skeletal patients on the second and third floors. Gu Ranran felt a chill run through her. Those skeletal patients were quite severe, with several already fully paralyzed. Would they even survive with such a strong medication? She knew this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. So during the lunch break, she quickly took 2 samples from the refrigerator and quietly brought them to Professor Chin's office. Then hurriedly left, pretending as if nothing had happened. In the afternoon, Professor Chin indeed entered the laboratory and stayed there for several hours without coming out. Gu Ranran felt a surge of joy and was about to quietly observe when she suddenly received a notice for a meeting for everyone. The meeting was chaired by Director Mu, who looked serious. After surveying the room, he began to speak. Yesterday, the hospital conducted a month-end inventory and discovered that a narcotic went missing from the pharmacy 2 weeks ago. Does anyone here have any clues? The people in the room looked confused, but Gu Ranran suddenly thought of something. She never believed that Feng Qi had committed suicide. So the narcotic that went missing half a month ago was very likely taken by the murderer. Director Luo was the first to respond. How would we know, Director Mu? The pharmacy has always been managed by Xiao Zhang from the pathology department. We have no access at all. Xiao Zhang from the pathology department immediately stood up. Many people have keys to our storeroom. You can't wrongfully accuse me. Everyone fell silent, as this was something everyone in the research institute knew. Apart from Xiao Zhang, only Director Mu, Professor Chung, and 2 associate professors had keys to the pharmacy. Who would dare to speculate or suspect any of them? Mu Qingshan frowned, seemingly finding it difficult to investigate further. He asked the head of security, "What about the surveillance footage I asked you to retrieve?" It has been retrieved, but there were several people who entered and exited the pharmacy that day. Besides Xiao Zhang, there were also Associate Professor Zhou and Qin Yuan. The head of security said quietly. Qin Yuan quickly stood up. "I need to explain this. That day, the head nurse asked me to help get some medication. She can vouch for me." The head nurse immediately nodded, saying she had a stomachache at the time and gave Qin Yuan a list to help run the errand. Associate Professor Zhou, on the other hand, had gone on a business trip a couple of days earlier, so he naturally couldn't explain anything for himself. Thus, he became the most suspicious person in the eyes of those present. However, Gu Ranran didn't feel that way. She glanced at Qin Yuan, her trust in him having already plummeted to the bottom. Her first reaction was that he must be the one behind this. Framing Feng Qi must mean that Feng Qi had discovered something. The meeting ended hastily. Mu Qingshan said he would investigate this matter thoroughly, as theft was a very serious issue that, by convention, required a report to the entire unit and expulsion. Meanwhile, Professor Chin had been working diligently in the laboratory with his assistant. After conducting multiple tests on the medications at hand, he came to a shocking conclusion. The pills contained several times more of the potent drug Shili mating one in the standard. Professor Chin was well aware of this when it was first developed. He had been apprehensive and reluctant to bring it to market because a small dose was ineffective and a large dose could easily lead to accidents. However, Professor Chung insisted that since they had finally found an effective drug, why should they give it up? The two had already had some friction before, and this incident became the last straw that broke the camel's back. They parted ways, each taking the formula with them. From then on, bridges were burned and paths separated. Professor Chin thought he had stopped, but who knew he was still obsessed with researching Shili mating wand and had used it as a primary material to develop several medications, with number 12 being one of them. Drug number 12 had different clinical reactions. The side effects for patients were quite severe, and there had been several unexpected deaths. Thus, Professor Chin suspected that this was related to the dosage of Shili mating wand. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying side effect of Shili mating wand that he had only recently discovered, coupled with Professor Cheng's strange behavior. Professor Chin suspected that he was about to take the most terrifying step. Once that step was taken, there would be no turning back. Therefore, he felt he must stop this already insane old man. After a moment of silence, Professor Chin told his assistant, "You go book a restaurant and invite Xiao Go out for dinner tonight." When Ranran received the invitation, she was not surprised. Professor Chin had already hinted at something during their previous conversation. It was likely that the results of the sample tests had come in, but how did he know she was secretly investigating this matter? That was what made her feel fearful. Before anything happened, Ranran decided to stay calm and observe the changes. She returned home after work, changed into a more formal outfit, and went out. It was only polite to dress appropriately when meeting someone of Professor Chin's stature, wasn't it? The restaurant that Professor Chin booked was in the city center, a niche yet atmospheric Chinese restaurant, and notably, it had personal service. In this age of robots, personal service usually meant high prices. Ranran walked along the cobblestone path and finally met Professor Chin in a private room by the garden. He was sitting there alone, holding a teacup and staring blankly at the garden, not even noticing when she arrived. "Professor Chin, you were looking for me?" Ranran greeted softly. Professor Chin turned around with a warm smile. "Xiao Gu, you're here. Sit down. I've ordered a few of the restaurant specialties. I don't know if you'll like them." "I'm not picky," Ranran replied, then asked him, "You invited me out. There must be something important, right?" Professor Chin poured her a cup of tea. "Young people in your era are quite different from us. You're straightforward, unwilling to beat around the bush. And you all have strong opinions," Professor Chin said. Ranran didn't agree. "Compared to that, I can sometimes be quite indecisive. I consider a lot before acting, and I won't take action unless absolutely necessary." "Are you talking about the samples?" Professor Chin suddenly said. Ranran took a sip of tea. "See, the most straightforward one here is actually you, Professor Chin." "Huh." Professor Chin looked towards the door. "The dishes are here. Let us eat while we talk." The dishes Professor Chin ordered were all from the Jiangnan cuisine: squirrel fish, chicken soup with dried tofu, longjing shrimp, and crab meat stew. The presentation was exquisite, but the portions were small. Ranran, a typical Sichuan girl, was used to the heavy flavors of the cafeteria and found the sweet Jiangnan dishes hard to adjust to. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks, slowly putting it in her mouth, not really focused on eating. "I've been in the Northwest for so long, and it's all noodles every day. I can't help but miss the taste of home," Professor Chin explained. "Your personality is a bit like hers, but your eating habits are not similar." "Who is she?" Ranran looked up, increasingly puzzled. Was Professor Chin reminiscing about an old acquaintance through her? Chapter 89. The legendary junior sister Professor Chin was very straightforward this time. "She is my and Professor Cheng's junior sister, and the sharp Mardinger pill was developed by the three of us together." This was the first time Ranran had heard of it, and she was quite amazed. "So she is very impressive." "Yes, her talent and knowledge are on par with ours. It's just," a shadow crossed Professor Chin's eyes, "it's just that her fate is unfortunate. 10 years ago, due to a problem in the experiment, she has never woken up since." Ranran suddenly remembered the conversation she had overheard between him and Professor Chung in the garden, when Professor Chung had shouted, "You are not qualified to mention her. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have died." It must have referred to this junior sister. She frowned. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned your painful memories." "Don't blame yourself. I invited you here today to be honest and share this past with you. This is our basic trust, isn't it? After all, you have trusted me." Ranran felt a bit guilty. Her trust had been more about desperation than genuine faith in him. She put down her chopsticks. "Professor Chin, I will be a good listener. Moreover, if what you're doing is right, I will stand by your side." Indeed, although Ranran respected Professor Chung, She had her own principles. She would only do what she believed was right. If Professor Chung truly disregarded human life for research, she would definitely step forward to stop him. After all scientific research should be conducted on a moral foundation, without violating ethical lines or one's own conscience. Professor Chin was very excited to hear this. I know, you are a very principled child. Little Gu, this story might be a bit long. It all started when we were in college. It turned out that Professor Chin and Professor Chung were classmates and roommates in university. One was calm and reserved, while the other was dynamic and unconventional, but their complementary personalities and serious scientific attitudes made them good friends. They competed in their studies and had already ranked among the top students in the university. They agreed that once they graduated, they would go abroad to study, then return to their homeland to establish a top-tier research institute, dedicating their lifelong learning to society. These two passionate young people made such a promise and followed through. After completing their master's and doctoral degrees, they went abroad together and returned home 5 years later to establish this research institute. In fact, the establishment was quite difficult, as although both were exceptionally talented, they did not have any remarkable achievements to their names. For a long time, they were unable to obtain sponsorship from society, let alone national research funding. They could only take on part-time research projects for some companies to earn money to support the institute. After all, rent, salaries, and equipment all required funding, which felt like a bottomless pit, leaving them unsure of where hope lay. At that time, Professor Chin was already married. His wife was a girl he had met abroad. Out of love, she returned with him to their homeland, dreaming of the beautiful future he had described. However, hope was beautiful, while reality was full of challenges. Seeing the unsustainable financial situation, his wife repeatedly urged him to give up, saying that with their expertise, they could easily earn a decent salary at any research institute. So why put themselves through such hardship? When Professor Chin reached this point, he bitterly smiled. Every time we talked about this, we would argue until our faces turned red. I told her that this research institute was our heart's blood and our greatest wish. It would develop one day. And what happened later? Did she believe you? Ranran asked softly. Professor Chin shook his head. She grew tired of that life and left the country alone a year later. After that, I received a divorce application from her abroad. Ranran sighed softly. That's really unfortunate. Yes, unfortunate. Professor Chin gazed out at the garden, lost in thought. Although it's regrettable, it was also an inevitable path. How many people in our line of work have happy families? Everyone is chasing their own ideals. But there are too many ideals, and human energy is limited. How can one have it all? Ranran took a sip of tea, continuing to wait for him to elaborate. Professor Chin remained silent for a while before continuing. After the divorce, Professor Chin poured more energy into his work. Of course, Professor Chung did the same. He was already unkempt and lived simply, having little interaction with outsiders, and now he even slept and ate in the research institute. They worked day and night on research, and when funds ran out, they took on part-time jobs to earn money, occasionally borrowing when they were in a pinch. Life was extremely difficult. At one of the lowest points, they couldn't even pay the rent, and the employees who had come to help the institute left because they hadn't received their salaries for an extended period. This was the most challenging time in their entrepreneurial journey, and it was during this period that their junior sister Lin Jinjin joined them. She was a fellow alumnus from the same university, 10 years younger than them, just starting her master's program, a lively young girl. She had heard about their situation from somewhere and came to the institute without hesitation, saying she was willing to help as a small intern. At that time, Professor Chin candidly told her, "We are still in the development stage, so there might not be any salary. Even if there is, it will be quite low, so you might want to reconsider." Before he could finish, Lin Jinjin smiled and replied, "I don't want a salary. I admire both of you, and I want to build a great career based on my knowledge, just like you." And so, Lin Jinjin joined them. She was exceptionally capable, not only handling miscellaneous tasks at the institute, but also excelling at analyzing, organizing, and documenting experiments. Her arrival was like a warm light that instantly cleared the gloom from the research institute. The three of them spent a long time together, about 3 years, in that small laboratory. They overcame challenges together, endured sleepless nights, and witnessed many miracles happening together. They researched a new drug to combat tumors, which underwent multiple rounds of testing and long phases of live experiments. The subjects ranged from mice to larger mammals. These experimental animals were carefully selected, with only a few having tumors from thousands. They injected the drug little by little, gradually adjusting the dosage while testing their reactions. They promptly corrected any adverse reactions. Finally, after a long year, they found the most suitable formula ratio, which maximized the drug's effectiveness while minimizing side effects. After completing a treatment cycle, they were overjoyed to find that all the tumors in the small animals had shrunk and disappeared. Moreover, after sample testing, even the originally malignant tumors had completely vanished. Chapter 90. A cure for cancer. This was a fantastic piece of news for the medical community at the time. Although cancer was no longer an incurable disease, with a combination of targeted therapy and surgical treatment, the cure rate had reached 50%. However, these treatments still required surgery and chemotherapy, which brought significant suffering to patients. The new drug they were researching only required 1 to 2 treatment courses, greatly reducing patients' pain, and it had no long-term side effects. Their bodies remained intact. Therefore, the 3 of them excitedly took the drug and promoted it to major hospitals, seeking clinical trial participants. They fully expected that once the reports were released, the number of willing patients would be countless. However, reality was harsh, and the 3 unknown researchers suffered a severe setback. The hospital raised 3 main questions. First, although there were no tumors in the animals during testing, there were still residual cancer cells. What if it relapsed? Second, these drugs typically require a 3-year testing period. Isn't your timeline a bit short? Third, your research institute is not well known, and you have no significant research results. What guarantees do you have that this is safe for humans? They explained these 3 questions repeatedly. Regarding the first, cancer cells naturally exist within the human body and can coexist with it to some extent, although the cured small animals had a higher concentration. As long as monitoring was in place afterward, these cancer cells would not relapse. For the second question, the drugs that required 3 years of testing were slow-acting, while the one they developed had remarkable efficacy, achieving a very good cure rate within a year. As for the third, the 3 were left speechless. Indeed, they had no reputation, no research results, and no funding to guarantee anything. They could only keep insisting on their credibility. However, none of this was accepted by the hospital. During this time, they visited one hospital after another, always hopeful but returning disappointed, spending every day in this cycle. By the 3rd month, things took a turn. A very small private hospital was willing to give it a try. This hospital was a cancer specialty hospital, doing just okay, and it treated many impoverished families who couldn't afford treatment. After some screening and mobilization, 3 patients who met the criteria were willing to undergo treatment with a new drug. This result excited the 3 of them, and they immediately dedicated all their energy to conducting the first clinical trial. They were more rigorous about the dosage and the human body's tolerance. Even minor issues were discussed and investigated repeatedly. During that time, they lived and worked in the hospital. And Lin Zhenjin even missed her thesis defense, almost jeopardizing her graduation. However, their hard work quickly paid off. After 1 phase of treatment, the 3 patients, who had very serious tumors, showed significant improvement. The best of them had a tumor that shrank to a tiny shadow. They could also feel changes within their bodies. They had an appetite, their pain was greatly reduced, and they could finally sleep through the night. As for side effects, there were some, such as occasional vomiting and dizziness. But these were insignificant compared to the results. After another course of treatment, testing was conducted again on the 3 patients, and, to their surprise, all of their tumors had completely disappeared. This achieved what is referred to in medicine as a 100 tumor cure rate. At the moment they saw the test results, the 3 of them embraced and cried. Having endured so much hardship and suffering, they finally saw the light of hope. This result astonished the hospital. When they initially agreed to conduct the clinical trial, it was with a mindset of let's give it a try since it won't affect anything. The selected patients were either severely ill or so impoverished that they were ready to give up treatment, essentially hoping to revive a dying horse. They never expected that the drug developed by this obscure little research institute would actually be effective, and with such stunning results. Naturally, the three patients were overjoyed, with one even kneeling down to offer thanks. This news quickly spread through the industry, and patients came flocking in. However, their research institute did not have the production capacity to meet the high demand, feeling overwhelmed. But this predicament was only temporary, as pharmaceutical companies soon approached them, and several of them wanted to monopolize the production of this drug. After discussion, the three chose a well-established state-owned enterprise to begin small-scale production. Why small-scale? Because the government had strict regulations regarding drugs. After inventing a drug, it had to undergo a certain number of animal tests, clinical trials, and a specific number of human trials to assess tolerance and side effects before it could be mass-produced. However, these were minor issues. The drug itself was excellent, and large-scale production was only a matter of time. Even before production began, countless drug dealers and hospitals were already placing orders. Their energy and experience were limited, so they hired an external team to handle this. They decided to focus their main efforts on drug research and development, as that was their specialty. In the following 6 months, the drug generated significant profits and won several prestigious awards both domestically and internationally. With funding, the Research Institute also welcomed further expansion. However, it was during this time that I had a bit of a disagreement with Professor Chung. Professor Chin said slowly. Ranran listened intently. Was it about the distribution of money? No. Professor Chin smiled and shook his head. Although he is stubborn and eccentric, he doesn't have much need for money. In this regard, we are similar. Ranran didn't understand. Then what was it about? Because Professor Chin let out a bitter laugh. Because of Xinjiang. It turned out that through their daily interactions, both Professor Chin and Professor Chung had developed feelings for their junior sister Lin Xinjiang. Indeed, a talented, capable, gentle, and lovely girl is hard not to like. If Lin Xinjiang had shown the same attitude towards both of them, it wouldn't have been a problem. But she had feelings for Professor Chin as well. This created an awkward situation among the three, and upon realizing this, Professor Chung felt despondent and shut himself in the lab every day. He had come from a poor rural family and had worked hard to get to where he was today. He was already a sensitive and somewhat insecure person, with little competitive edge in appearance. So when he sensed someone else's interest, he quickly understood and withdrew, unwilling to bring it up again. Chapter 91, The Invention of Shili Matding Pill. Professor Chin and Lin Xinjiang both had their concerns. One felt anxious about the future, having been divorced and being 10 years older than the other. The other worried that if they started a romantic relationship, it would cause invisible harm to Professor Chung. So, although they were both interested, they didn't break through that barrier. Later, Lin Xinjiang graduated with her master's and doctorate and continued to work at the Research Institute for a long time. In the following years, the three of them collaborated and developed several new drugs. These drugs were also impressive, including a specialized ointment for eczema and a mini repair capsule for congenital heart disease, as well as a non-branded yet widely beneficial hair growth remedy. The development of these new drugs brought great fame to the Research Institute, and the three of them had low material needs. A portion of the profits was used for public welfare, such as recruiting a certain number of patients each year to waive their medical expenses and donating to several schools. On the other hand, they improved the conditions of the Research Institute. They moved to a better location and hired more people. Some universities even established internship recruitment points specifically for talented biology students. Gradually, there was an influx of corporate funding followed by regular government grants. These funds also motivated them to strive for higher levels. After saying this, Professor Chin took a sip from his teacup. Later, we accidentally discovered a new component in our experiments. It is a variant substance produced by a combination of more than a dozen materials under specific conditions. Initially, we mixed it with other substances and accidentally injected it into the bodies of little white mice. A few days later, we found that the paralyzed little white mice could move again. We were very excited at that time and spent 3 whole months conducting thousands of scenario simulation experiments before we identified this substance. Is this the Shili Matding pill? Ranran asked. Professor Chin nodded. Yes. When we discovered it, we were inexplicably excited, feeling it was another groundbreaking invention following tumor medications. However, while discovering it was easy, stabilizing it proved to be extremely difficult because the specific conditions required for its emergence relied entirely on luck. The process was very long. Their team worked tens of thousands of times to determine the specific values of temperature, humidity, and air oxygen content. Professors Chung and Qin also began conducting experiments to assess the specific efficacy of this drug, ultimately finding that it was effective for systemic diseases, particularly for bone diseases, where it had remarkable effects. The Xishuangbanna pill is different from ordinary medications. Professor Qin recalled, its efficacy is domineering, but the side effects are significant. More than half of the little white mice died within half a month after administration. So serious? Ranran frowned. Yes, at that time. Xinjin was terrified and told us not to continue. The ones dying were just animals, but what if patients experience the same thing during clinical trials? That would be too terrifying. Professor Qin sighed as he recalled. But at that time, we were so engrossed in our research that no one paid attention to her words. We now really believe that as long as we work hard enough, we could eliminate these adverse factors and create a perfect drug. Ranran whispered. So what happened later? Did you succeed? Professor Qin smiled bitterly and nodded, then shook his head. We optimized it somewhat, but the progress was minimal. However, the good news was that aside from the dead ones, almost all the remaining little white mice were cured. This was also the reason we decided to persevere. The two were very persistent and somewhat reckless. After all, there is a rule in the international pharmaceutical research community that if the probability of unexpected occurrences in preliminary animal experiments exceeds 5, the subsequent steps should not be continued. Their experiments exceeded a probability of 50, making it impossible to proceed through normal procedures. But both of them unanimously decided to conduct the experiments secretly. We were quite reckless at that time. Professor Qin said softly. We felt that such risks were worth taking. Moreover, we were full of confidence, believing we had the capability to optimize it to perfection, and perhaps we could even win a greater award. However, their thinking was somewhat naive. They devoted all their energy to it and endured for another 2 or 3 years without any significant breakthroughs. Later, Professor Chung made a bold decision, suggesting that they directly find patients for clinical trials, thinking that if it didn't work on animals, it might work on humans. Professor Qin supported this, but Lin Jinjin firmly opposed it, arguing that it wasn't rigorous enough to gamble with human lives. Ranran frowned. I think she's right. All scientific research should be based on safety. I cannot gamble with human lives. This was also where Ranran expressed her doubts about Professor Chung and Mu Qingshan. She always felt their approach was too radical and unacceptable. Professor Qin drained his teacup. At that time, we didn't believe in this superstition. We produced a batch of the optimized Xishuangbanna pill and began selecting patients. All of this was done in secrecy. He paused for breath and continued. Due to the reputation of our research institute, many patients were willing to come anonymously. They were also willing to sign a death waiver. However, Xinjin had doubts about this. She spoke to each of them privately and discovered that the reason they were willing to sign the waiver was that they believed our institute had a very high success rate, and it was merely a formality. So did she stop you? Ranran sighed. Professor Qin nodded. Yes, and she was very intense this time. She said that if we insisted on going our own way, she would reveal the truth to the outside world. Moreover, she said she wasn't joking because she had already prepared the materials for reporting. You didn't back down, did you? Ranran believed the story wouldn't end so soon. Professor Qin nodded. We tried to persuade her, to convince her, but later she dropped a harsh remark, saying that if we had to use humans for experiments, let it be her. We strongly opposed this, and the matter reached a stalemate. A few days later, Professor Chung went on a business trip. Xinjin suddenly found me. Lin Jinjin said right away, what I said before was not just talk. If you insist on conducting clinical trials, then use me as the subject. Professor Qin was stunned. Xinjin, don't be foolish. Haven't we discussed this? Let's take it slow. Lin Jinjin shook her head firmly. Don't I know you? You are all stubborn donkeys. Once you set your mind on something, you will go all the way to the end. Now you're just being perfunctory with me. It's only a matter of time before you proceed without my knowledge. At that moment, Professor Qin felt a bit guilty because he and Professor Chung had indeed discussed it this way. He quickly said, Xinjin, Let us not bring this up again. You don't meet the criteria. There are several requirements for clinical trial participants. First, they must have a serious illness. Second, they must be willing to sign a death waiver. Lin Jinjin is healthy and cannot possibly be a candidate for the experiment. Lin Jinjin took a deep breath and pulled out a diagnosis paper from her pocket and handed it over. What if I said I meet the criteria? Would you believe me? Chapter 92. The death of junior sister Professor Qin was stunned when he heard this. He took a look and found that it was indeed a diagnosis of breast cancer. He looked at Lin Jinjin in disbelief. Junior sister, please don't lie to me. Could it be that you? Senior brother, I would never joke about this. Lin Jinjin's face was pale and sorrowful. This was discovered 2 weeks ago. I was also very surprised. But then I thought, if an experiment must be done, I would be the best subject. Nothing could be more suitable than me. No way. Professor Qin firmly opposed. Anyone can do it, but you absolutely cannot. Lin Jinjin shook her head. My illness was discovered too late. It's already in the late stages of breast cancer. The doctor said that even if treated, there isn't much hope. It's already late stage. And our new anti-cancer drug won't work. Since we have an effective drug, I am willing to be the experimental subject. On that day, the two argued for a long time. In the end, Professor Qin's eyes were red, and Lin Jinjin was in tears. One was desperately persuading, while the other stubbornly insisted. Finally, Lin Jinjin made a harsh statement. If you don't agree, I will do this experiment myself. Under her relentless pressure, Professor Qin finally agreed with tears in his eyes. He repeatedly assured her, I will work hard. I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Jinjin nodded and smiled. Don't tell Chung about this. He is too stubborn. If he finds out, I'm afraid he'll cause some trouble. Just treat me as an ordinary patient, alter the records, and then you can dispense the medication according to normal procedures. So, with her insistence, she used the alias Lin Xiao and moved into an isolation ward, while also avoiding meetings with Professor Chung for various reasons. The team officially began the first clinical trial of the new drug, Shili Mating 1. Professor Qin was very nervous about this. Meanwhile, Professor Chung, completely unaware, was full of enthusiasm and determined to use a sufficient amount of the drug from the outset. Naturally, Professor Qin disagreed, and after a fierce argument, Professor Chung secretly administered the drug. The next day, good news came from the ward, saying that the patient's lesions had shown significant improvement, shrinking by 1/3. Professor Chung was very pleased. See, with your slow approach, we would have already been defeated by the disease. In the face of illness, we must act quickly and decisively. In life, Professor Chung was pedantic, but in medical research, he was bold and ruthless. Like a wolf, he was always able to keenly capture the core. It was also thanks to his temperament that they carved a bloody path through difficult processes and achieved their current results. As for Professor Qin, his strengths lay in his attentiveness and persistence, combined with a wealth of knowledge, making them close collaborators over the years. At this point, seeing the treatment was effective. Professor Qin silently withdrew his previous worries, but repeatedly reminded, you must be cautious. Safety is the top priority. Professor Chung waved his hand dismissively and casually asked about Lin Jinjin. I haven't seen junior sister for several days. She hasn't replied to messages. Do you know where she went? This. Professor Qin frowned and could only come up with an excuse that she had returned to her hometown. Professor Chung didn't think much of it and continued to focus on researching the new drug. Seeing the positive results encouraged him to try increasing the dosage. However, this time, increasing the dosage led to a disaster. Lin Jinjin's condition showed a huge contrast. Although the lesion area had nearly disappeared, her blood began to flow rapidly, and her heart rate and blood pressure soared to extreme levels. Within just 10 minutes, Lin Jinjin fell into a deep coma. Professor Qin rushed to the ward in a frenzy, while the late-arriving Professor Chung sensed something was wrong and hurried after him. At that moment, Lin Jinjin was connected to various machines, with tubes all over her body, undergoing emergency treatment. In the crowd, Professor Chung saw Lin Jinjin's pale face and froze in place. It wasn't until the group of doctors finished their rescue efforts and shook their heads that he jolted back to reality and threw a punch at Professor Qin. How could it be Jinjin? How could it be Lin Jinjin? Professor Qin's eyes were already vacant, unable to shed any tears. He held Xinjian's hand, enduring the punches and kicks from the man behind him until he lay on the ground, bloodied. Professor Qin sighed as he recounted this. At that time, I was extremely regretful. I wished he would beat me to death so that I could go underground and accompany Xinjian. Ranran felt a chill in her heart. Did Xinjian really die? Professor Qin looked at her, his vacant gaze seemingly looking through her towards an unknown place. At that time, her organs had stopped functioning on their own and could only rely on a ventilator to maintain her heartbeat. Her brain was also in a state of stagnation, which is what they call brain death. Ranran understood immediately. There was no hope left. Her expression grew heavy. What a pity. If she had gone through the normal procedures for breast cancer treatment, she would have had hope, right? If she hadn't done this experiment. Professor Qin covered his head with both hands, seemingly in great pain. Through normal surgery, she could have lived at least another decade. It's all our fault. Through this incident, the two, Qin and Cheng, completely tore apart their relationship. They were both in a stage of regret and resentment towards each other. One secretly sent the junior sister into isolation, while the other recklessly administered a strong drug. Each felt the other was the executioner that led to Lin Xinjian's death. Professor Qin was disheartened at that time and vowed never to touch Xishuangbanna again. He resolutely left the once thriving research institute and went alone to the northwest. Professor Qin also fell into a deep depression for a long time, sitting expressionlessly every day at Lin Xinjian's desk, feeling like a shell of a person. I also thought that he would back off and give up the dangerous and deadly Xishuangbanna. But a few years later, I learned that he was still researching it and had treated many patients with bone diseases. Recently, I reviewed several clinical reports and felt that the efficacy of the drug had changed significantly from before. Out of caution, I agreed to the provincial leader's request to visit your research institute for an academic exchange to clarify the situation regarding Xishuangbanna. Professor Qin said softly. Ranran felt very heavy-hearted upon hearing this. The events from years ago were so convoluted. For a moment, she didn't know what to say to comfort this old professor who was engulfed in grief. Perhaps words would be weak and powerless. What he truly needed was recognition and support from her, right? Sure enough, Professor Qin began to plead softly. Xiaogu, I know you're a good child. Otherwise, you and T risk your own safety to investigate this matter. I want to ask for your help to prevent this from happening again. Those patients have died. We cannot let more tragedies occur. Chapter 93 behind the portrait. Ranran nodded firmly without hesitation. Of course, I've always thought that way. Even if you don't tell me the truth, I would still do it. Professor Qin felt very gratified upon hearing this. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're just like Xinjian, not only exceptionally intelligent, but also have a heart full of kindness. Ranran lowered her head and said, I just want to do what I believe is right. Those who have died, they are innocent. All right, next, I plan to find the original documents of the No. 12 drug, Professor Qin said. Ranran shook her head. I've looked for them, but there was only an empty file bag. I have a rough idea of where that old thing might have hidden the documents. Professor Qin whispered, after so many years. I see his habits haven't changed. Ranran didn't understand his meaning and said, Professor Qin, just tell me what you need me to do, and I will follow your instructions. Professor Qin lowered his voice and said a few words quietly. Ranran was taken aback. That place is Professor Cheng's forbidden zone. He doesn't allow us to go in. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Those documents must be hidden there. Ranran thought for a while before nodding. I'll try my best. On the way back to the dormitory from the cafeteria, Ranran felt very complicated. The place Professor Qin just mentioned was Professor Cheng's dormitory. His dormitory is a 2-bedroom apartment allocated by the unit, located behind the research institute. He rarely goes back, but every time he does, he turns off his wristband and doesn't contact anyone, nor does he allow anyone to find his dormitory. Everyone says that place is Professor Cheng's forbidden zone, and no one dares to go there. Will the documents be there? Ranran expressed out, but at this point, she had to take the risk. Moreover, she planned to seize the day. Time was urgent, so she decided to go tonight. Ranran frowned, driving forward, and then stopped in a remote area behind the research institute, making her way towards Professor Cheng's dormitory along a secluded path. The building was quite old. originally meant to provide convenience for married employees of the institute, but very few lived there since most had bought houses in the city for their children's schooling. Professor Chung lived on the left side of the third floor. Ranran had her director Luo mention it because she said she helped pay the property management and utility fees every year. She could see it from a distance. Ranran squinted and stood for a moment before walking straight ahead. Professor Chen's words echoed in her mind. His habit is to leave a key with Granny Zhu on the first floor. Go as a student and say you're here to collect documents. Granny Zhu won't be suspicious. Whether Granny Zhu would be suspicious, Ranran didn't know. But this method sounded quite risky. Whatever, at this point, the knife was already at her neck. If she didn't act, the pathology department would face serious trouble. She had nothing to lose, so she went for it. Ranran felt like a fearless warrior at that moment, filled with a sense of invincibility. She quickly walked to the building's entrance, observed for a while, and then knocked on the door on the right side of the first floor. Granny Zhu, are you home? After an unknown amount of time, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with deep wrinkles who stared at Ranran with cloudy eyes. Sizing her up, it felt quite eerie at night. Ranran felt inexplicably nervous, but she had no way out and could only continue as Professor Chen had instructed. Hello, I'm Professor Chung's student. He asked me to come home to get some documents and said you have the key. A faint cold smile appeared on the old woman's face, and then without a word, she slammed the door shut. Ranran was stunned. She didn't expect Granny Zhu to be so indifferent. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get in today. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, a metal card was thrown out through the gap in the door, followed by a frail, aged voice. Return it after using it. Don't touch his things. Ranran felt as if she had found treasure and quickly squatted down to pick it up. Got it, Granny Zhu. Thank you. She grasped the card and headed to the third floor, then, without hesitation, opened Professor Cheng's door. With a creak, a dark room appeared before her. Ranran felt a moment of disorientation. The dim blackness seemed like a bottomless abyss, akin to a so-called wormhole that could instantly swallow someone, leaving them unable to escape. She even had a feeling that, until now, she was still that obedient intern. But if she stepped through that door, she would likely enter some extreme situation. She stood at the door for a few seconds in silence, then resolutely walked in and closed the door tightly. She felt that the room was pitch black, as if there was no light source at all. Being in such darkness made her feel like she was being watched by a pair of eyes, sending chills down her spine. Ranran bit her lip and groped for the switch on the wall, trying to turn on the light. But after searching for a long time, she touched a cold frame that felt like a picture frame. Ranran leaned in closer to take a look, and in the darkness, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes. Those eyes were staring at her, and she was taken aback, hurriedly stepping back. In a flash of inspiration, she remembered that her wristband had a lighting function, so she quickly activated it, and finally she could see clearly. On the wall hung a black and white portrait of a woman. The woman looked gentle and kind, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes gazing ahead, and her thin lips slightly curved as if filled with compassion. Ranran took a closer look and whispered, "You must be Lin Jinjin, right? I didn't expect Professor Chung to have kept you hanging here all this time." Under the portrait was a table with fruit offerings and a bouquet of white roses, which indicated that Professor Chung had returned not long ago. Ranran bowed 3 times in front of the portrait, her heart filled with emotion. Such a kind and righteous predecessor who dedicated herself to science deserved respect. After doing this, Ranran began to focus on the task at hand. She looked around and directly pushed open the inner room. This apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room, and the small living room was completely visible. Apart from that table, there was almost no other furniture. The 2 rooms included 1 bedroom and 1 study. The bedroom was also quite empty, but the study was filled with books. Ranran's main target was the study, so she began to search carefully, from the bookshelf to the desk, and then to the drawers, but she couldn't find anything useful. Just as she was feeling disappointed, she received a call from Professor Chen, who asked, "Did you find it?" "No, there's nothing in the study." Professor Chen thought for a moment. "What about behind the portrait?" Chapter 94, Criminal Evidence. This. Ranran found it hard to believe that someone would put documents behind a memorial photo. Isn't that a bit horrifying? With a half-doubtful attitude, Ranran went to check it out. Upon seeing it, her expression changed, as she indeed felt a few thin pages. Ranran took them out and saw a few clear words. Sharp Ma Ding pill dosage analysis table. After seeing these words, her heart raced. This was something she had been investigating for a long time, and it was also the main component of drug number 12. Her eyes scanned the various lines in the tables, and a feeling of panic grew stronger. It detailed the various side effects that appeared when the dosage was increased, including fainting, rapid organ failure, and madness leading to death. The most shocking thing was that when the dosage reached 5 times, it had the function of altering brain nerves. This change was not a benign improvement, but an irreversible destruction and reconstruction, equivalent to breaking and reorganizing a person's brain nerves. Of course, the premise was that a person could endure the previous side effects and remain healthy. The Sharp Ma Ding pill component in drug now 12 reached the standard of 3 times the dosage. This meant it was very close to altering the brain nerves. Ranran was extremely frightened. She hurriedly used her wristband to take evidence, then put everything back as it was and hung the memorial photo back up, before quickly leaving Professor Cheng's house. She walked quickly, and only after rushing out of the building did she remember she hadn't returned the room card, so she hurriedly went back, pushed the room card through the door gap, and then quickly left. Ranran ran back to her car and sent the photos she just took to Professor Chen. Soon, she received a call from Professor Chen, who was heartbroken. It's true, that old man has such boldness. Ranran frowned and asked, "Did you already know about the brain nerve alteration?" Professor Chen quickly replied, "No, this is the first time I know. But I had discovered some clues before. It's a long story. But we must stop him immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late." Professor Chen's voice grew hoarse by the end, and his urgent emotions came through the phone, giving Ranran a sense of impending urgency. "Should we report to the police?" "Yes, I will send the information to the National Health Department immediately. Once they confirm it, they can notify the police to issue an arrest warrant," Professor Chen said clearly. "And you have something very important to do." Ranran understood. "I need to go to the Research Institute and rescue all the patients, right?" "Yes, are you scared?" Professor Chen asked. Ranran shook her head. "I've never been so fearless in my life." Yes, after running all the way here, she was no longer afraid. Lin Jinjin could take risks to protect everyone, and so could she, Ranran. She took a deep breath. "I'm going to the Research Institute right away. No matter what method I use, I will protect those patients." After hanging up the phone, Ranran got out of the car and rushed toward the institute. Just as she reached the entrance, she suddenly remembered something and called Xiaoyu, briefly explaining what she was about to do, and told her, "If anything happens, please take care of my parents and Shaorulin. She is all alone in this world. Please look after her too." Just as Xiaoyu was about to say something, Ranran hung up and quickly switched to silent mode. Just as she was about to swipe her card to enter the Research Institute, her wristband vibrated. It was a call from Qin Yuan. Ranran stared at the name for several seconds, turned off the video mode, and answered, "Hello. Ranran, where are you?" Qin Yuan's voice was urgent, and from the background, it seemed he was in a laboratory. Ranran hesitated for a moment. "Is there something wrong?" "Yes, it's a tremendous good news." Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. "The research has made a significant breakthrough. You need to come over." "A significant breakthrough?" Ranran tensed up. "Is it related to the patients?" Qin Yuan had a mysterious look. "Of course. I'll tell you when you arrive. I promise you will be amazed." He quickly hung up the phone, and Ranran felt increasingly anxious. Could it be that Professor Chen couldn't hold back any longer and had used a stronger dosage on the patients? The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became, and she swiftly swiped her wristband to rush into the Research Institute. At this time, it was late at night, and there weren't many people in the institute. She walked straight ahead, heading for the pathology department, but surprisingly, there were no security guards at the entrance of the pathology department. This is unscientific, because the pathology department and the core laboratory have always been important areas of the Research Institute, with security guards on duty 24 hours a day. Ranran sensed that something was different tonight. She walked slowly inside, moving from the first floor to the second floor, as if entering a deserted realm. Especially at the nurses' station, there were actually no nurses on duty. The corridor was silent, creating an illusion that, within just a few hours, the people in the research institute had been quickly evacuated. Her heart raced with panic, and her footsteps quickened. She was eager to go to the ward to see what was going on. Soon, she pushed open the first ward. In her imagination, when she opened it, the patients would still be there, and it would all be her illusion. But the moment she truly opened it, she was stunned. There was actually no one in the ward. She speculated whether the patients here had been discharged, so she quickly checked the adjacent rooms. Without exception, all the patients in these wards had disappeared. Ranran couldn't believe her eyes. She quickly checked the second floor, and indeed, there was not a single person. She ran to the third floor to continue checking, and it was the same, including those who had been in the most serious condition. They had all disappeared. In her panic, she had a certain illusion. Could it be that she had entered a parallel universe through some opportunity? If wormholes truly exist, then parallel universes must exist too. But she quickly ruled out this possibility because there were still some previous items left on the nurse's station desk. A few recording sheets and a leftover box lunch. Ranran's heart raced. A terrifying thought came to her mind. These patients must have been taken by Professor Chung to the fourth-floor operating room or isolation ward. They must have been injected with large doses of medication. She rushed upstairs at her fastest speed, first dashing to check Gao Chengkai and Li Zifeng's wards. Again, no one was there. Besides that, other wards were the same. Ranran searched one by one and finally found a clue in the isolation ward. In the isolation bed, where Shaorulin's companion had previously stayed, there was evidently another woman lying there, with dry hair spread out on the pillow, and from a distance, she couldn't tell who it was. Ranran slowly approached, pushed the door gently, and surprisingly found it easily pushed open. However, the second door inside was tightly sealed, and no matter how hard she pushed or used her wristband, it had no effect. At that moment, she saw the woman's profile clearly. It was Li Hui. She was Li Zifeng's mother, also a patient suffering from a bone disease that had been treated for many years without success. At this moment, her hands and feet were restrained there, and the infusion device at the head of the bed was still dripping liquid, motionless, leaving her uncertain whether she was alive or dead. Chapter 95, the only living person, and she was the only living person in the entire building. The security guard, doctors, nurses, and all the patients had mysteriously disappeared in a short period of time. Had those people encountered misfortune? Ranran knocked on the door hard, trying to open it to find out the truth, but no matter how hard she knocked, the door remained silent. And Li Hui on the isolation bed showed no reaction either. Just at the most tense moment, Ranran's wristband vibrated. The sound startled her, and looking down, she saw two words, Qin Yuan. Ranran quickly answered, "Hello, where are you?" Qin Yuan's voice sounded strange. "You saw it, didn't you? They're all gone." This statement made Ranran instantly furious. "Speak properly. What do you want to do? Where did those patients go?" Qin Yuan's expression was very strange. "If you want to know the answer, come to Professor Cheng's office. He is waiting for us there." Ranran hung up the phone, glanced at Li Hui in the isolation ward, then gritted her teeth and left the Pathology Institute, heading straight for Professor Cheng's office. On the way, she didn't forget to send a message to Professor Qin and Xiuyu. Just in case, she couldn't put all her bets on Professor Qin. Ranran thought there would be some danger on the way, but who knew that from here to Professor Cheng's office, it was calm and peaceful. And Qin Yuan was just standing outside the office waiting for her. Seeing her approach from afar, Qin Yuan walked over and smiled gently. "Junior sister, you're here?" Once upon a time, Qin Yuan was like the warm sunlight of spring to Ranran, a respected and warm senior brother. But now, his smile only sent chills down her spine, feeling terrifying. This man in front of her had handled those drugs and, as Professor Cheng's lapdog, had done those heinous things. Ranran stood 2 meters away from him warily, not getting any closer. Qin Yuan smiled and pushed open the door behind him. "Come in, the professor is inside." He blocked the doorway, but the light inside was already shining through, and Ranran saw Professor Chung in front of the desk. He was facing away from the door, seemingly looking out the window. Qin Yuan stepped back. "Junior sister, go in." Ranran glared at him and strode past him into the room. She knew hesitation was useless. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Since she was here, was there still a chance to choose? As she reached the door, Qin Yuan suddenly said softly, "You may be here for the last time." Ranran looked at him speechlessly, feeling that Qin Yuan was making a blatant threat. But she couldn't care about that now. Even if it was full of traps, she would go forward without hesitation. She walked into the office and soon heard the sound of the door closing behind her. Turning around, Qin Yuan had already shut the door tightly and was guarding the entrance. Ranran turned to look at Professor Chung, who was slowly walking back from the window. "Xiaoge, you're here." Ranran's mood was complicated. "Professor Chung, where did the people from the Research Institute go? The staff have all been released. As for those patients." Professor Chung was silent for a moment. "They have already left." "Left?" Ranran instantly broke down. The meaning of Professor Chung and Qin Yuan was very clear. The patients were likely in great danger, and she probably wouldn't be able to escape either. She silently prayed that Xiao Yu and Professor Qin could quickly call the police. Professor Chung pointed to a chair. "Xiaoge, sit down, Qin Yuan. You come over and sit too." With a mindset of accepting what comes, Ranran sat down, wanting to hear what Professor Chung really wanted to say. Professor Chung gazed at them, a fatherly look in his eyes. "You're the two most special students I've taught. Do you know why?" Qin Yuan shook his head, and Ranran remained silent, thinking what was the point of saying this. At this moment, hearing such sentimental words felt ridiculous. Professor Chung smiled faintly. "I don't need to say anything about Xiao Qin. He is obsessed with research, just like I was back in the day. And Xiaoge, you are kind and brave, like a certain old friend of mine from many years ago. Xiaoge, you should have met her by now, right?" Ranran instantly understood. "You know everything?" "Yes. Granny Zhu told me that a female student went to her to get the key. Don't I understand?" The old saying about using a key. I can guess it was old Qin's suggestion. Professor Cheng's fingers tapped on the table one by one. This was a habitual action of his, just like his fondness for smoking. He would do this during meetings or while working. Ranran helplessly closed her eyes. "So, you went to great lengths to create all this, and then brought me here to say what? I just have a lesson to teach you." Professor Chung smiled. Ranran felt the need to remind him. "What you've done will soon be known to everyone. I advise you to stop, or the consequences will be serious. As a former student, I hope you can maintain your last dignity." Professor Chung stood up, looking at her with a gentle but somewhat pleading expression. "Can you both listen to me finish this lesson properly?" Qin Yuan stepped forward. "Professor Yu." Professor Chung raised his hand to stop him. "Xiao Qin, this is also the last lesson." He took a deep breath, lit his cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, slowly said, "Do you know my original intention for studying biomedical science? I was born into a poor rural family. Both my parents were farmers who toiled in the fields. The family spent all their resources to support my education. When I was a teenager, my father contracted hepatitis, but he refused to seek treatment to save on medical expenses, ultimately developing liver cancer. And my mother, due to years of hard labor in the fields, suffered severe joint deformities and contracted a bone disease, eventually becoming bedridden. Professor Chung said that he left home to attend high school and college, while his family concealed all the harsh realities just to say everything was fine for his sake. And to save on travel expenses, he rarely went home. It wasn't until he received the call about his father's death that he realized how much they had sacrificed over the years. At that time, he also learned how terrible his mother's condition was. He borrowed money everywhere to send her to the best hospital for treatment. But the doctors shook their heads upon seeing her condition, saying it was too late. The bone disease had advanced to the point where no medicine could help. Indeed, she did not survive for more than 6 months and followed his father to the grave. The freshly graduated Professor Chung lost both of his parents in a very short time, and he shifted his focus from genetics to medicine, studying microorganisms, viruses, and bacteria. When Professor Chung reached this point, his eyes turned red. Compared to poverty, I understand even more the terror of disease. How many people in the country suffer from incurable diseases, and how many families are burdened with debt because of it? In the end, they are left with nothing but destruction and death. Ultimately, it all boils down to a lack of effective and economical specialty drugs. Many patients are forced to buy expensive imported medicines to sustain their lives. Countless patients fall into the trap, mistakenly believing in certain unscrupulous private hospitals or strange folk remedies. exhausting their savings, yet achieving nothing. Chapter 96, The Last Lesson. Ranran silently gazed at him, suddenly lost in thought. This was, after all, the original intention she had when she wanted to pursue medicine. Although healthcare had already been implemented across various social strata since she was a child, there were still unsolvable problems with terminal illnesses. There were some imported special drugs, but their effectiveness was ordinary and their prices exorbitant. And these drugs could not possibly be included in the healthcare system. So when she heard Professor Cheng's words, she felt a sense of emotion and agreement. Of course, this was purely based on the literal meaning, temporarily ignoring the troubling things he had done. Professor Cheng continued, "Later, when I entered this field, I realized it was only a fraction of truth. Everyone thinks that developing these drugs is time-consuming and labor-intensive, yielding little results. So they invest their money in projects with quicker outcomes. Many talented researchers cannot secure funding and can only endure hardship. The predecessor of this research institute was just a small laboratory. You probably don't know how we survived." Ranran wanted to say that she understood because Professor Chen had already shared their extremely difficult past. But she couldn't mention this. She could only endure and continue listening to him. Professor Cheng took a deep drag from a cigarette. Because of these reasons, many people can't hold on and switch careers. "You must know this, right?" Qin Yuan spoke up. "That's right. Nowadays, the most popular drugs in our country are not because they were developed well and have high efficacy, but because of good sales. Some of my college classmates, who are quite talented, have switched careers to drug sales because they can't continue in pharmaceutical research." What does this indicate? Professor Cheng became agitated. It indicates that there are not many people willing to do research anymore. It means that if we don't change, we will fail in the natural selection process and lose any chance of turning things around. We will only be puppets for the rest of our lives. Ranran slowly spoke. "I admit what you said is true, not just for you, but also for someone like me. It is not that researchers do not want to conduct research, but that there are many difficulties. Although our country is developing rapidly, funding for the development of special drugs is insufficient, which is why the younger generation is entering this field. But don't you think we should have our own bottom line? Shouldn't experiments be conducted under safe premises?" Bottom line. Professor Cheng chuckled. The so-called bottom line is an obstacle that restrains human progress and is the source of human stubbornness. Whereas absolute safety. If everyone only thinks about safety, in the name of safety, even more people will die. The public holds biases against body donation and experiments on special patients, leading to many exceptional cases in hospitals being idle and wasted, unable to play a role. So you disregard everything, first tricking them into signing a death agreement under the pretense of treating bone diseases and organ failure, and then distributing the unknown components of the sharp mating pills to patients without the knowledge of the patients and their families. Don't you know this could cost them their lives? Those patients died precisely because of this. Ranran became increasingly angry. Patients also have the right to know. They have the right to choose their own fate. Xiao Gu's right. Suddenly, the door opened, and Professor Qin slowly walked out from the shadows. Old Cheng. Everyone understands these grand principles. But no matter how grand the principle, it cannot serve as a reason to violate ethics. The side effects of the sharp mating pills are enormous, and an overdose can lead to death. You know this very well. No matter how much we researchers want to progress, we cannot put patients in danger. You know nothing. Professor Cheng, who had been sitting calmly at the table, suddenly stood up upon seeing him. If it weren't for you, Xinjian would not have died. Why do you have to talk nonsense here? Professor Qin let out a bitter laugh. Do you really think I am the one who harmed her? If it weren't for your aggressive medication, she could have recovered. Professor Cheng's expression darkened, and he seemed to be enveloped in a heavy gloom, glaring at Professor Qin with fierce eyes. You're talking nonsense. You are the one who killed her. It was you. What are you pretending to be a good person for? Since you have withdrawn from the research institute, what right do you have to meddle in my affairs? Go back to your Northwest. Why should I care? Professor Qin responded with a smile instead of anger. Do you want to know why I care? A month ago, while I was giving an academic lecture in Country L, I met a drug dealer named Wells. After talking with him for a bit, I learned some things from his words. It turns out, you started collaborating a year ago. Upon hearing this, Professor Chung froze, staring at Professor Chin as if he had seen a ghost, unable to utter a word. Professor Chin took a couple of steps closer to him. You know very well that besides repairing damaged cells in the human body, the sharp mating pills have another special function, which is to alter the brain's nerves at a certain dosage, breaking and reshaping them, turning a person into a mutant who has no sensory perception and only knows how to follow orders. So when Wells extended an olive branch to you, you immediately accepted the temptation of money and began large-scale experiments. Professor Chung retorted angrily. You're talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense? Professor Chin took out several documents and waved them in front of him. I have all the documents you secretly kept. And I also have records of your communications with Wells, including the number 12 drug that I found while it was hidden, and I have already analyzed its components. Do you want to check them one by one? And all of this has been reported to the National Health Department. You will soon receive an arrest warrant from the police. Professor Chung slumped down, realizing that it was too late for everything, and all his excuses were meaningless. He propped himself up on the table, took a long time to raise his head, his forehead covered in sweat, his face full of disbelief. You vile old thing. How could you do this? How did you manage it? Was it just Xiaoge? Professor Chin shook his head. Xiaoge helped me a lot. But there was also someone you didn't expect. As he said this, he turned his gaze to the door, and everyone followed his line of sight. At the dark doorway, a tall, handsome man in a black suit slowly walked out. Ching Shan! Professor Chung exclaimed in shock. How could it be you? Didn't you say you would fully support my research project and remove all obstacles for the new drug? Mu Qingshan frowned. That's right. I once thought we shared the same goal, both contributing to the country's research projects. But you have betrayed the original promise. Mu Qingshan took 2 steps forward, looking down at him. Do you really think that no one knows what you have done? If it weren't for Fong Qi's death, I might not have suspected you. Later, I traced it step by step to the hospital and contacted Professor Chin, and only then did I learn about your actions. Professor Chung, your mistakes cannot be salvaged. Chapter 97. Mistake after mistake, Mu Qingshan continued. At the beginning, you exploited patients with bone diseases for research, but the efficacy was inconsistent. So you suspected that these symptomatic patients had developed drug resistance after long-term medication. Therefore, you turned your attention to healthy individuals. You secretly introduced a suspected clot virus into the Municipal People's Hospital. This virus could be used to screen adaptable subjects, for which you selected patients. Then utilized the subsequent side effects of this virus to absorb them into the Pathology Institute and began bold experiments. Professor Cheng's face turned pale as he stood there in shock. The cigarette in his hand had long burned out, the dark red glow singeing his fingers. Yet he didn't move at all. After you used the drugs extensively, resulting in the deaths of 2 patients. Fong Qi felt something was off because she noticed your peculiar actions while preparing the medication. So out of caution, she replaced those drugs with vitamins. Later, by chance, she was discovered by Ranran and Qin Yuan, and in her panic, she broke her leg. She could have survived, but you chased her to the hospital and injected her with a large amount of sleeping pills, creating the false appearance of suicide due to guilt. The cold light in Mu Qingshan's eyes swept over him. Did you ever think about her young daughter when you did these things? Can you still live with your conscience? Professor Chung shook his head. Fong Qi was a kind person. It's just a pity. She seems kind, but in reality, she is just foolish. It's like the farmer and the snake, appearing to save a life, but actually becoming an accomplice to countless difficult cases. If I could do it again, I would hope she could live well. You are completely unaware of where you went wrong. Mu Qingshan looked at him. You are stubbornly pursuing a path that leads to darkness. Ranran looked at Mu Qingshan and only then realized that she had misunderstood him in the past, during the days when she had doubts. This man had secretly done so much more than just investigating the truth and finding Professor Chin. His drive was terrifyingly strong. Mu Qingshan took 2 steps forward, closing in on the panicked Professor Chung. The events that followed need not be explained by me. I believe everyone is already aware. You saw the situation becoming increasingly complicated, with the Research Institute investigating the theft of anesthetics. So in desperation, you tried to increase the dosage. Even today, you captured a patient and forcibly injected her with a high dose of sharp pills. If it weren't for your neighbor's call alerting you, you might have done even more horrific things. Shut up, shut up. Professor Chung shook his head frantically. Qin Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke hoarsely. No, Professor, I don't believe this is true. You can't be that kind of person. Ranran glanced at him and said softly, Senior brother, I have always respected you, and I hope you can live with self-awareness. Don't just follow others blindly. Professor Chung is indeed a strong figure professionally, but morally, he has done wrong. Mistakes can be corrected. Professor Qin shouted. How can it be corrected? What do you want us to do? Should we all destroy the data together to exonerate Professor Chung? If that's the case, who will clear the grievances of those who have died? Qin Yuan lowered his head in silence, still immersed in the words Mu Qingshan had said. He couldn't believe those things were true. How could that be? How could Professor Chung do such things? This was far beyond his understanding. From the time he started studying, Professor Chung had been his idol. He had put an immense effort to gain admission to his graduate program. After interning at the Research Institute, he spent several years in the lab to earn Professor Cheng's favor and gradually gain his attention. When Professor Cheng advised him to pay attention to Ranran, Qin Yuan had defended her several times, but in the end, he also believed Professor Cheng's words, thinking Ranran had ulterior motives and wanted to steal the Institute's secrets. For this reason, he had openly and covertly spoken to Ranran several times, but she remained unmoved each time. It was only today that he realized he was the one who had been slapped in the face, and the most foolish one was himself. He had naively become a tool for Professor Cheng's killings and had helped commit heinous acts. After a while, Qin Yuan raised his head and pleaded, Professor, you may have been momentarily confused. Director Mu, can we make an exception? If there is a punishment, let it be on me. He is old and can't withstand this. I'm sorry. This matter is not for you and me to decide. Mu Qingshan glanced at him. Also, Qin Yuan, being an overly kind person is meaningless. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Professor Chung is like this, and so are you. His implication was clear. Qin Yuan could not clear his involvement in this matter. So what was he asking for? Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed outside, growing closer and closer to the entrance of the Research Institute. Everyone knew what was about to happen. The police soon rushed in, handcuffing Professor Chung and Qin Yuan and taking them away. The two hung their heads, not uttering another word. Professor Qin followed to explain the situation. Ranran, watching them being taken away in the police car, anxiously asked Mu Qingshan, are the patients in the institute already? By the time you arrived, I had already contacted the patients' families. Except for Li Hui and Li Zifeng, the others have been sent home. Mu Qingshan replied calmly. Whether it was too late or a moment of conscience, only the police would know the answer. Speaking of Li Hui, Ranran grew tense. I saw her. She was locked in the isolation room and must have been injected with something. The door was locked and I couldn't get in. But I don't know about Li Zifeng. Not good, we need to hurry. After hearing this, Mu Qingshan immediately walked out, with Ranran following closely behind. The two hurried, but when they reached the isolation room, it was already too late. Upon examination, Li Hui had been injected with a high dose of drug number 12 and had fallen into a deep coma, completely unaware of her surroundings. Mu Qingshan immediately called to have the institute personnel come over, stating that her condition required close observation in isolation. He also arranged for Ranran to contact other patients to see if they were willing to return for treatment. While the two were busy, Professor Qin was also at the police station taking notes. Afterward, he inquired, can I see Old Chen one more time? There are a few things I want to ask him in person. The police replied, no, they are still in the interrogation process. If it's possible later, we will notify you. Professor Qin nodded, and after leaving the police station, he dialed a number using his wristband. The matter here is almost handled. Is she okay? After receiving a reply, Professor Qin sighed softly. Continue to maintain the current state according to the original procedure. Chapter 98. Lin Jinjin's secret in the following days. The Research Institute was in a state of chaos and turmoil, as no one could imagine that Professor Chung, the technical core of the institute, had actually been arrested. The crimes committed by Professor Chung left them dumbfounded, and rumors spread like wildfire. Some said that although Professor Chung appeared to be single and childless, He actually owned several luxury homes and had mistresses abroad, just waiting to make a fortune and enjoy life. Others claimed that besides him and Qin Yuan, several other associate professors at the institute were also involved, and that greater turmoil was likely to follow. These rumors reached Mu Qingshan's ears, and while he scoffed at them, he knew in his heart that although Professor Cheng had done wrong, it was far from deserving universal condemnation. All decisions had to be left to the police. What needed to be done now was to clear the institute of bad rumors and those with ulterior motives, and to get the institute back on track. After all, he had promised his superiors that he would promote the institute and safeguard the medical field. The former required waiting for the police interrogation results, while the latter, the current research capabilities of the institute, were weak. Although the other associate professors were quite talented, they each had their own project teams to continue, and a heavyweight professor was needed to join them. The first person he thought of was Professor Qin. He had met Professor Qin a few months ago at an academic exchange conference, and they had enjoyed a pleasant conversation and kept in touch since. Having gone through the incident with Professor Cheng, they had successfully collaborated once. There was no one better suited for the position. However, when he invited Professor Qin, he hesitated. I still have projects in the Northwest, and I'm naturally laid back, unwilling to confine myself here. Moreover, this matter has caused quite a stir. It would be extremely difficult to conduct research now. Mu Qingshan remained silent for a moment. Professor Cheng's methods were flawed, but it was only the person who was wrong. The Shili Ma Ding Wan itself is excellent. Can you really bear to let it go? Professor Qin sighed softly and spoke the truth. The Shili Ma Ding Wan is a shadow in my heart. I am unwilling to touch it again. Don't you want to save Ms. Lin Jinjin? Mu Qingshan slowly opened his mouth. There must be a way to address its side effects, right? Professor Qin was taken aback. How did you know? Mu Qingshan smiled slightly. This might be difficult for others, but for me, finding out is not a hard task. Professor Qin looked at him for a long time. Let me think about it. Right now, I have unfinished business. I want to see old Cheng one more time. I will arrange this matter. Mu Qingshan promised. I will let him meet you before the trial. Mu Qingshan was known for keeping his word and had remarkable execution ability. 2 days later, he communicated with all parties and secured an opportunity for Qin and Cheng to meet. Before going, Professor Qin felt very conflicted. He locked himself in his office for half a day, and then, as if he had made a significant decision, he said to Ranran, I've thought about it carefully. He has made many mistakes, but haven't I? Are you referring to the matter of Lin Jinjin? Ranran whispered. Professor Qin nodded. This visit can also be seen as a closure to the past. Xiao Gu, would you like to accompany me? Ranran thought for a moment and agreed. All right, ever since you told me about that past, I have been a half-witness. Thus, Ranran accompanied him in his car. Along the way, Professor Qin remained silent, and Ranran was also quiet. Occasionally, she turned to look at the elegant and cultured Professor Qin, feeling that he resembled an old gentleman in a painting. Ranran sighed inwardly, thinking that if Professor Cheng had not gone down the wrong path, and if Lin Jinjin were still alive, the three of them would likely have achieved greater things by now. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the city's first detention center. Professor Cheng was being held here, waiting for the interrogation to conclude before being transferred elsewhere. There were already people waiting at the entrance, who took them inside and said that the person was waiting in the fourth visiting room. Ranran felt a mix of emotions as she slowly followed Professor Qin there, and half a minute later, she saw Professor Cheng dressed in gray-blue clothes, with disheveled hair and a haggard appearance. Professor Cheng had always been unkempt, but even though he usually dressed simply, there was a light in his eyes. However, he now looked dim and appeared to have aged 10 years overnight. Seeing them, he was not surprised at all. Sit down. His tone was reminiscent of that night. Only the setting had changed to the detention center. Ranran silently sat down in the chair opposite him, while Professor Qin quietly said a few words to the prison guard, who nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Once seated, Professor Qin said softly, I have a few things to say to you. Professor Cheng sneered. Perfect. I have a few things to say to you as well. Then you go first, Professor Qin replied. Ranran hesitated. Should I step out? Professor Cheng shook his head. Things have come to this point. There is nothing left to conceal. You as my former student, can be a witness to our conversation. I'll go first. The reason I went crazy researching Shilima Dingwan is because of you, old Qin. Professor Qin was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? I gave up this research many years ago. We haven't even been in contact for years. Professor Chung shook his head angrily. But you took Xinjin away. This. Professor Chung lowered his head, and, after a long pause, he continued, his voice sounding quite somber. Back then, you told me that you took Xinjin's ashes back to her hometown to be buried with her deceased parents. But 5 years later, when I went to her hometown to pay my respects, I learned from the villagers that it was all a lie. You never brought back her ashes. And you didn't even go back. Professor Qin sighed. I'm sorry. I had my reasons back then. What reasons? Professor Chung exclaimed. You just wanted to use her. All the affection you showed was just empty talk. Professor Chung became furious. Later, I investigated and found out that after her death, you secretly transported her body abroad. After that, there was no trace of her. You just wanted to use her body for research. The expression on Professor Qin's face was strange, a mix of shock and speechlessness, but more than that, there was helplessness. He explained, you misunderstood. How could I do such a thing? Professor Chung had no intention of hearing his explanation. Don't make excuses. I found the invoice for the air transport of her body at the airline, and I heard them personally confirm the identity of the body in the coffin. How could there be any mistake? Chapter 99, The Final Experiment. These conversations shocked Ranran. She looked at Professor Qin, feeling a bit incredulous. Could these things really be true? Professor Qin shook his head. Old Chung, you really misunderstood this matter. I admit I did send Xinjin's body abroad, but I... Professor Chung angrily slammed the table, his face flushed with excitement. It's too late for you to say anything. I have no regrets about this matter. You used Xinjin, and I won't let you get away with it. We might as well perish together. Although I failed this time, your end won't be any better. Professor Qin sighed. Old Chung, I initially thought you were doing this for money, but I never expected you to do such things for an illusion. You are too foolish. You have no right to talk to me. I came today to tell you the whole truth. Professor Qin took a few steps closer. Do you remember the German man named John we met while studying abroad? Professor Chung furrowed his brows, seemingly unable to recall who this John was. Professor Qin looked at him and continued. Xinjin was indeed sent abroad by me, but I wasn't using her body for research. John is a businessman who specializes in body freezing. He has a private factory in Germany, so I sent Xinjin there. Body freezing? Professor Chung and Ranran's voices echoed simultaneously. Professor Qin nodded. That's right. Although Xinjin's brain and heart had already stopped functioning, we kept them operating with instruments. Later, I found John and transported her body to the freezing factory. I thought that perhaps one day, when our medical technology reaches a certain point, we could wake her up and cure her. No, impossible. You must be lying to me. Professor Chung shook his head frantically. Professor Qin frowned and pressed a button on his wristband, causing a photo to appear before them. The photo showed a transparent square container, filled with mist, inside which a young woman lay, eyes tightly shut and motionless. Ranran recognized her. This was the woman in the memorial photo, Lin Xinjin. Meanwhile, Professor Chung was overwhelmed with excitement, reaching out repeatedly to touch the photo, but his hand quickly passed through the void. The scene looked bizarre, as both Professors Chung and Qin were elderly men, while the frozen Lin Xinjin still appeared as she did in her youth, making it seem like a generational gap. Professor Qin sighed. Are you reassured now? The reason I didn't tell you earlier was partly due to my own resentment, hating you as well as myself. Later, it was also for practical considerations, fearing that you might act impulsively upon hearing this news. Given the current situation, I had no choice but to speak up. Professor Cheng's expression was strange, hard to tell if he was crying or laughing. He hunched over, looking particularly worn out. As Professor Qin approached him, he asked, Don't you also have something to tell me? Professor Chung snapped back to reality, standing up straight and trembling. I owe Xinjin an apology. I owe not just Xinjin. His hands groped for a long time before finally pulling out a transparent small pill from pocket, tightly clenching it in his hand. Ranran hadn't even seen what it was before Professor Qin rushed over. What do you want to do? Professor Chung gave a bitter smile and quickly stuffed the thing into his mouth. This was originally meant to take revenge on you. But now it seems. Let's do this final experiment together. Ranran exclaimed. Professor Chung, that's a lethal poison. Professor Chin rushed over, grabbing his shoulder. Quick, spit it out. Hurry up and spit it out. Professor Chung shook his head, breaking free and staggering back a few steps. That's right. I originally hid this to deal with old Chin. I thought that since I'm leaving, we might as well perish together. But now there's no need for that. Xiaoge, come here. I still have 2 things to tell you about Li Hui. Ranran stood up and slowly walked towards him. Professor Chung, you know where Li Zifeng is, don't you? He ran away. Professor Chung supported himself on the table, weakly saying, I'll let everyone go, except for Li Hui. Li Hui once said she would do anything for her son, so I decided to use her for the final experiment. As the situation grew more complicated, he became desperate. He suddenly ran into Li Hui on the 2nd floor. Li Hui asked again about her son's condition, pleading with Professor Chung to save him. So he took her to the isolation room on the 4th floor, and when she clearly expressed her willingness to give everything, he injected her with 6 times the dosage of the drug. After that, Li Hui fell into a coma, and this process was accidentally witnessed by Li Zifeng, who came looking for her. He wanted to break down the door of the isolation room, but how could a frail person do that? Later, the doctors downstairs came up, and he fled like a ghost, after which he disappeared without a trace. I don't know where he went, nor do I know Li Hui's condition. Ranran shook her head. The doctor said Li Hui might not last a few more days. Do you have the face to ask these questions now? I'll call the doctor to make you vomit. Professor Chin said, about to head out. Seeing this, Professor Chung grabbed him. Old Chin, don't go. It's useless. You know what this drug is like? It's like paraquat. Once even a drop is ingested, it can be fatal. Moreover, I used the purest original drug. Its effects are faster than paraquat, at most half an hour. Of course, Professor Chin knew this. High concentrations of the lethal poison, when ingested, would cause a massive rejection by the body. In previous experiments on animals, almost none could survive more than 10 minutes. Now, only Li Hui remained in the research institute, and her condition was like this. Therefore, the only subject left for the experiment was myself. After all, I'm just a life that has gone to waste. Ranran felt an increasingly bitter pang in her heart. Once upon a time, Professor Chung was a mythical figure in her eyes. Who could have predicted it would come to this? Professor Chung continued, bone diseases are a modern societal ailment. Nowadays, the only medication for them in the medical field is the lethal poison. We never knew before where the critical point of this drug lay, at what dosage its effects would manifest, or even how much the human body could withstand. The normal dosage of drug now, 12 is effective for certain diseases and harmless. You can use it with peace of mind. But today, what I took is a dose that has never been tested before. 10 times the original drug. Please record the data according to my symptoms. Chapter 100. The laboratory as the battlefield. Tears suddenly flowed from Ranran's eyes. If she had harbored much resentment towards Professor Chung before, that resentment had now turned into regret. She bit her lower lip and remained silent. Professor Chin sighed deeply. Old Chung, have you really thought this through? Yes, this is my battlefield. Dying while developing medicine is also a death worth having. Professor Cheng's breathing became more rapid. I don't feel right. You all start quickly. Professor Chin's eyes were red, and he silently handed a notebook to Ranran. As he wishes, let's begin. You go take his temperature and blood pressure. With tears in her eyes, Ranran took the notebook and did as instructed. She quickly borrowed the instruments from the detention center and found that Professor Cheng's blood pressure and temperature had risen significantly, and his heartbeat was much faster than usual. His body occasionally convulsed, yet he felt nothing, only that he was particularly cold and anxious. After a while, his eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins, and he was panting heavily, struggling to speak. Quick, bring me some rope, tie me up, hurry. Ranran, with tears in her eyes, complied. By the time she finished tying him, she had lost her strength. Professor Chin stepped forward to help, his own eyes also red and his hands trembling. 5 minutes later, Professor Cheng's forehead bulged with veins, looking like worms, and sweat the size of soybeans rolled down. By the end, his hair was damp and clung together against his scalp. Ranran quickly brought a cup of water to his lips, but he couldn't touch the cup anymore as he was shaking uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. She tried to feed him, but he seemed to have lost the ability to swallow, and the water spilled down his chin. "Professor, how do you feel?" Ranran asked, tears blurring her vision. She could no longer see his face clearly, let alone the data on the instruments. Professor Cheng's voice trembled. "Shout you, and Qin Yuan. Don't be like me. Help him. Old Qin, save him, he knows nothing." Professor Qin approached, squatting down to pat Professor Cheng's shoulder. "Don't worry. I've sent Qin Shan to handle Qin Yuan's matter. He himself isn't at fault and should be released soon." Professor Cheng's lips trembled as if he wanted to say thank you, but he couldn't get the words out. Professor Qin looked at the instruments. His voice heavy. Blood pressure has risen to 160/100. Heart rate at 109 beats per minute. The neurological response in the body is abnormally intense. Ranran wiped her tears and focused on recording, her hands shaking. She had never experienced such pain in her life. The distinction between good and evil was not so clear-cut. Professor Chung, who had made mistakes, ultimately sacrificed his life for the scientific cause. Blood pressure continued to rise. Heart rate slightly slowed, and his pupils began to dilate. At this moment, Professor Cheng's consciousness was fading. His mouth moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. He reached out, as if trying to grasp something, but his hand was limp and powerless. Professor Qin walked over and grasped his hand. "What do you want to say?" "Li Hui, future research, can you break through the bottleneck?" He intermittently uttered a few words before forcefully pointing to himself. "Body donation." "For research?" Professor Qin and Ranran looked at him with sorrowful hearts, while Professor Cheng's eyes fixed on them, seemingly waiting for an answer. Finally, with tears in his eyes, Professor Qin nodded. "I promise you, I will take good care of Xinjin. I will also ensure you leave with dignity. Everything will pass." Upon hearing this, Professor Chung tried to force a smile, but after much convulsing, he still couldn't succeed. His hand gradually loosened, and a minute later, blood began to flow from his orifices. His eyes stared blankly at the door. Go home." Before he could finish his words, his head tilted and fell, his arms swinging heavily down, hitting the chair with a loud thud. He had already passed away. Ranran knelt on the ground, crying as she looked at him, tears streaming down her face, obscuring his features, but she could feel so much. He had died in such pain. Yet there was a hint of relief and liberation at the corner of his mouth. Ranran cried uncontrollably as Professor Qin stepped forward to gently close his eyes. "Old Chung, safe travels. All that is in the past." The two of them stayed by the body for a while. The door opened, and personnel from the detention center walked in, shocked at the scene. Professor Qin stood up. "Professor Chung has sacrificed his life for the research of medicine. I have recorded the entire process, and I will now speak to your director to clarify this matter." Soon, several doctors in white coats entered, placing Professor Cheng's body into a body bag and transporting it to the car, reportedly for immediate dissection at the research institute. Before leaving, everyone bowed 3 times to the body, a farewell gesture. 2 days later, the autopsy results came out. Although the tenfold dosage of the drug had caused Professor Chung immense suffering, it had led to significant changes in his body. Several tumors within him miraculously disappeared, and some intestinal diseases were repaired. Furthermore, the neural structure showed positive changes. At this moment, his physical state seemed to have reverted to that of 20 years ago. It was just that the drug was too potent for his body to handle. Upon seeing these results, Professor Qin felt a mix of joy and sorrow, pondering whether, if the dosage could be accurately controlled and side effects reduced, the drug could succeed. As for subsequent events, it was reported that Mu Qingshan and Professor Qin had resolved the matter regarding Qin Yuan, since he was an accomplice and somewhat unaware of the situation. The police only provided him with a reprimand and would conduct a year-long follow-up without imposing legal responsibilities. They also negotiated solutions regarding Professor Cheng's case with multiple departments. Although he had made a grave mistake, he had dedicated many years to scientific research and made significant contributions, ultimately sacrificing his entire life. Therefore, the higher-ups did not escalate the matter, but instead conducted a thorough internal review, strictly regulating experimental processes and limitations. This also provided Professor Chung with a final semblance of dignity. At least the patients who had died unjustly received some compensation from the institution. Now, it was better than nothing. As for the drug, the organization had issued a strict order prohibiting the research institute from further exploring it unless a better solution was found. However, several medications containing its components, such as the normal version of drug number 12, could still be used to treat certain diseases. Regarding the patients from the Pathology Institute, since they had been administered drug number 12, their conditions had slightly improved. Xiaoyu's uncle had returned to his previous physical state, and his failing organs had also improved significantly. The previously severe bone patients could continue treatment with a normal version of drug number 12 if they wished. Chapter 101. Lu Ran's complaints. Mu Qingshan addressed these issues at the Institute's regular meeting, summarizing that although Professor Cheng had made mistakes, his intentions were for the sake of scientific research, and that the past should not be brought up again. Everyone nodded silently. Too much had happened in the past 6 months, and everyone felt anxious and unsettled. The Institute was now leaderless, and after discussions with higher authorities, it was decided to invite Professor Qin back to take over Professor Cheng's work. Mu Qingshan looked around. He was originally the founder here, so this was somewhat fitting. After the meeting, Ranran caught up with him and asked, "Director Mu, have you found Li Zifeng? Can we bring him back to see his mother one last time?" Li Hui's condition had deteriorated, and she had been in a deep coma for several days. Her physical condition was improving like Professor Cheng's, but her nerves had been severely damaged, making it impossible for her to awaken. Ranran visited her every day, feeling as though her life was hanging by a thread, and that she could die at any moment. Yet, she seemed to have a strong will to survive, holding on fiercely. So, she speculated whether Li Hui's subconscious still wanted to see Li Zifeng. Mu Qingshan shook his head. "I sent people to his old school, his classmates' homes, and places he used to frequent, but we haven't found anyone. I've reported this up. Once his chip is recognized, we will be able to locate him." Ranran pondered, racking her brain to think of other places Li Zifeng might go. They had interacted a lot in the past, and they might have talked about something, but she couldn't recall anything at the moment. While she was deep in thought, Mu Qingshan suddenly asked, "Where's Shaorulin now?" "I don't know." Ranran reflexively replied, "I have things to do, so I'll head back to the pathology department first. Goodbye, Director Mu." Mu Qingshan watched her retreating figure, knowing that the girl was pretending to be clueless, but he didn't call her back and just silently watched her leave. During this time, he had also found many useful clues. According to the materials left by Professor Cheng, the research on the sharp hemding pill indeed had its merits. Professor Cheng aimed to develop a method to enhance human brain response speed and learning ability through neural control, potentially turning experimental subjects into terrifying revenge machines. In short, it was about transforming humanity into so-called superhumans, more fearsome than robots. This direction had already been explicitly prohibited by higher authorities. However, there was still a second direction to explore, using neural techniques to address Alzheimer's disease and various neurological disorders. The early effects of the sharp hemding pill on repairing bodily functions had been relatively stable, and if the issue of neurological disorders could be solved, it would be a significant improvement. Higher authorities had issued a strict order stating that no further research on the sharp hemding pill was allowed until a better method was found. But surely, we can always find safe and reliable solutions, right? Mu Qingshan discussed this idea with Professor Qin, who expressed skepticism and, due to past psychological trauma, did not want to touch the drug again. "I'm tired and weary, and I don't want anyone else to get hurt." Mu Qingshan had no choice but to set this matter aside. However, he carefully kept Professor Cheng's core materials, placing them securely in a safe. On his way back to the office, Lu Ran approached him and cheerfully asked, "Director Mu, do you still want me to keep an eye on her?" "Just as usual," Mu Qingshan replied, pausing for a moment. "She used to have a good relationship with Li Zifeng, right?" Lu Ran nodded. "Yes, Li Zifeng even painted 2 pictures for her." "Got it," Mu Qingshan said expressionlessly. "You can go back to work now. Also, let's communicate through messages from now on." After Mu Qingshan finished speaking, he walked away, leaving Lu Ran with a resentful look at his back, feeling quite aggrieved. She thought to herself, as a colleague at the Institute, why couldn't they have a normal conversation? Director Mu treated Ranran and herself with completely different attitudes. Thinking of this made her somewhat unhappy, and when she returned to the office and saw Gu Ranran, she didn't want to engage and instead focused on organizing her desk supplies. Unexpectedly, Gu Ranran walked over with a smile and said, "How about we go for some spicy intestines noodles at the entrance of the unit for lunch? I just heard Director Luo say it tastes pretty good." "I don't want to go. I have no appetite," Lu Ran replied without looking up. Gu Ranran reached out to touch her forehead. "Are you coming down with a cold? You don't look too good." Lu Ran recoiled, letting her hand hover in the air. For a moment, both felt awkward. Finally, Lu Ran lowered her head and quickly said, "I'm fine. I'm just busy with work. Don't mind me." Gu Ranran thought Lu Ran was acting a bit strange and asked, "Lu Ran, did something happen?" Lu Ran suddenly lost her composure. "Gu Ranran, can you stop pretending to care? Do you think I'm pitiful or something?" Ranran. Lu Ran abruptly realized she had lost control of her emotions, quickly grabbed the documents on her desk, and hurried out of the office. Director Luo, who had been observing from the side, remarked, "I suppose even a rabbit can bite when it's cornered, and it bites its own kind. Perhaps everyone has their moments of feeling down." Gu Ranran didn't take it to heart. "I could be like that sometimes, too." At noon, Gu Ranran went out for lunch alone, sitting in the noodle shop, feeling incredibly lonely as she pushed her noodles around in the bowl. Suddenly, she thought of something. She hadn't received any news from Xishuangbanna for several days. Should she take a leave to see her? But the institute was in chaos lately, and she wasn't sure she could get the leave. She ate a few bites with a heavy heart, then habitually sent a message to Xishuangbanna before packing up and returning to the institute. Unbeknownst to her, all of this was being watched by someone hidden in the kitchen who had been observing Gu Ranran from the moment she entered the noodle shop until she left. Never taking his eyes off her, when he saw Gu Ranran get up and leave, he quietly followed her, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Gu Ranran had a habit of walking around the institute for a couple of laps after finishing her meal to aid digestion. She loved the quiet and desolate environment here. Whether it was the barren grass or the sprawling old trees, it helped her relieve stress and clear away negative energy. However, today she felt that something was off, perhaps due to the sudden creaking sound from behind her or the feeling of being watched. Gu Ranran instinctively sensed that someone was following her. Chapter 102. Li Hui goes mad. Her first reaction was Mu Qing's